Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Qin Yi found himself transported to another realm, becoming the mindless son of the prime minister of the Qian Dynasty, the ultimate antagonist. Indeed, he was the sort of character willing to play the role of a green-haired turtle, assisting the protagonist in slaying his own family without a second thought. Gazing at the green tea girl protagonist entwined with the hero, Qin Yi offered a slight smile and made a shocking decision. The Qian Dynasty, having stood for a millennium, was rife with sects and embroiled in political chaos. No one could have anticipated that the one to reverse all of this would be the seemingly useless third son of the prime minister's residence. Chapter 1. I am the villain. Brother Yi, I know you love me, but I also understand that you wish to see me happy. Please grant us this. In a grand hall of the prime minister's residence within the Qian Empire, the room was filled with people, among whom two stood out most prominently. One was a young man of unremarkable appearance, yet possessing an air of disdain towards the world. This young man exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Although he was the weakest in the hall, there was no trace of fear upon his countenance. Instead, a subtle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, conveying a sense of contentment. Beside him stood a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her bare skin as flawless and exquisite as jade, prompting an irresistible urge to touch her. The most striking feature of this woman was her face, breathtakingly beautiful, rivaling the celestial beings above. Yet at that moment, her visage was marred by tear stains. Gongru Shua wept as she gazed into the eyes of a man completely different from the one beside her. Have I truly crossed over? Before Gongru Shua stood the handsome, dark gold-clad third son of the prime minister's residence, whose demeanor betrayed his insecurities. Qin Yi raised his head abruptly, surveying his surroundings, admiring the exquisite ancient architecture, while piecing together the memories in his mind. Yes and no. As Qin Yi consolidated all his memories, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within him. He had indeed traversed realms, but not in the conventional sense. He had been transported since childhood, only now awakening to the mysteries of his origins and the memories of his past life. The place he had arrived at was familiar. He had entered a game known as Tiandao. The game Tiandao boasted a vast worldview and high degree of freedom, featuring dozens of initial characters, each with multiple storylines, culminating in thousands of distinct paths. Now, which storyline was he currently inhabiting? It seemed rather easy to deduce. Qin Yi halted his thoughts, his gaze resting upon the breathtaking Gongru Shue and the extraordinary young man standing beside her. This familiar scene was one he had witnessed countless times, and he knew that it would only manifest in a specific storyline. In Tiandao, the most popular storyline required players to control a character named by Ru Yu, embarking on a journey of monster slaying and leveling up, ultimately achieving invincibility. The reason for this storyline's popularity was the protagonist, by Ru Yu, who, while leveling up, would also establish a harem, attracting various female characters, from lowless to mature women and empresses. In the end, the protagonist became not only invincible, but also surrounded by beautiful maidens as wives. Such a gratifying narrative was bound to capture the audience's hearts. Qin Yi had once relished this storyline, replaying it countless times, even fantasizing about being transported into the game as by Ru Yu, reveling in the experience. However, now that he truly found himself within the game, he felt no joy whatsoever. The reason was simple. He had not become the protagonist, but rather the final boss, the son of the Qian prime minister. As the third son of the prime minister's residence, Qin Yi shared a name with his character, but was widely recognized as the most pitiful figure in Tiandao. Although he held the title of the prime minister's third son, he was overshadowed by the brilliance of his father and elder brothers, resulting in his own mediocrity becoming painfully apparent. Under the scrutinizing gazes of others, and after countless failed attempts to prove himself, the in-game Qin Yi's character became increasingly distorted, rebellious, and apathetic, indulging only in vice and debauchery, ultimately becoming a universally acknowledged failure. During one of his visits to a brothel, he encountered one of the protagonists, Gongru Shue. The in-game Qin Yi was instantly captivated by her beauty, spending a fortune to redeem her from the brothel, and foolishly showering her with wealth and resources. And the result? Gongru Shue did not develop feelings for the in-game Qin Yi. Even more outrageously, after meeting by Ru Yu, she chose not to warn the man who had rescued her from the brothel, instead taking all the treasures gifted by her benefactor and aligning herself with his enemy. As for the in-game Qin Yi, rather than attempting to stop her, he chose to support her, driven by his love. Before he was assassinated, he even left behind a message for his family, instructing them not to disturb Gongru Shue and Bai Ruyu for 10 years. This decade was critical. After this period, Bai Ruyu would fully develop, and the Prime Minister's residence would be unable to counteract the ensuing downfall. In other words, The in-game Qin Yi indirectly caused the demise of his entire family. Thus, apart from being recognized as a fool, he was also branded a pure love warrior, a simpleton, and a waste. Alas, it was truly overwhelming to find himself inhabiting such a wretched character. Brother, what troubles you? Please give us an answer. Gongru Xue observed Qin Yi, who seemed to ignore her, prompting her to speak up. Qin Yi snapped back to reality, redirecting his gaze to Gongru Xue, assessing her once more from head to toe. Indeed, she was stunning, regardless of anyone else. Gongru Xue's physique and beauty were remarkable. The reason for the game's explosive popularity in his past life, aside from its intricate plot, was its exquisite 3D art style. Particularly, the female characters each possessed a captivating allure. As one of the protagonists, Gongru Xue's model was already beautiful in the game, but in real life, she surpassed that beauty by an immeasurable degree. Beside Gongru Xue, Bairuyu furrowed his brow, observing Qin Yi's undivided attention on Gongru Xue. He stepped forward, positioning himself to block Qin Yi's view. Brother Qin, I understand you're feeling quite disheartened and resentful. How about this? Let's engage in a friendly duel. If I win, I shall take Xuer'er with me. If you win, I will depart immediately and never set foot in the Prime Minister's residence again. Bairuyu clasped his hands respectfully towards Qin Yi, speaking with courtesy. Afterward, he lowered his head, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. It was a disgrace to show such deference to an enemy. However, he had no other choice. Given his own limited abilities, he needed Qin Yi, this fool, to ensure their safe exit from the Prime Minister's residence. Had it not been for Qin Yi's interference, he would have perished countless times during his rebellious escapades within the residence. As Bairuyu's proposal was put forth, the first to react was not Qin Yi, but Gongru Xue. Gongru Xue's expression darkened, filled with indignation. Her first grievance stemmed from the fact that Bairuyu dared to treat her as an object, deciding her fate through a duel. Secondly, she did not believe that Bairuyu could truly match Qin Yi. It is important to note that although Qin Yi is considered a waste, he has ascended to the third realm of the Gathering Soul stage under the abundant resources of the Xiang residence, while Bairuyu remains at the second realm of solidification. Bairuyu seemed aware of Gongru Xue's concerns. He extended his hand and grasped her snow-white jade hand. Gongru Xue looked up, and Bairuyu offered her a reassuring glance. Ru Xue, do not worry, I am confident. Following this, Bairuyu turned his gaze toward Qin Yi, his lips curling into a smile. Brother Qin, what do you think? Knowing Qin Yi well, he understood that Qin Yi, with a strong sense of pride, would surely accept his invitation. Not much, Qin Yi scoffed. Since Bairuyu had approached, Qin Yi began to assess this protagonist. Indeed, he matched the original plot's depiction. Unremarkable in appearance, yet all the female leads fell for him solely due to his talents. The two were to duel. This scenario also appeared in the game. Those in the know would understand that while his current cultivation was higher than Bairuyu's, Bairuyu was the protagonist, practicing profound techniques that allowed him to overcome adversaries with ease. Not to mention, his own cultivation was largely reliant on elixirs. If a fight were to ensue, he would likely be unable to withstand more than a few exchanges against Bairuyu. This was indeed the case. In the game, when players control Bairuyu, he could eliminate Qin Yi with just 10 basic attacks, without even needing to unleash his ultimate move. Refusal. How could this be? Is this still the Qin Yi I know? Bairuyu gazed at Qin Yi in astonishment. Brother Qin, are you perhaps afraid? Bairuyu decided to provoke Qin Yi further. You need not worry. Your cultivation surpasses mine by one realm, and as the third young master of the Xiang residence, raised among its numerous strong figures, you are surely invincible among your peers. As for me, I am merely a loose cultivator, lacking a capable mentor, and my techniques and combat skills are inferior to yours. If a real battle were to occur, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. At that point, Ru Xue would belong to you. Upon hearing this, countless gazes in the grand hall locked onto Qin Yi. The owners of these gazes included servants from the Prime Minister's residence, Qin Yi's relatives, and officials affiliated with the Prime Minister's faction. Subsequently, they withdrew their attention and turned toward the depths of the hall. There, a massive curtain was draped. Behind the curtain emanated an unfathomable and terrifying aura that sent shivers down spines. The source of this aura belonged to a figure that everyone in Daqian feared, the Prime Minister, Qimu Yuan. The crowd's expressions were complex. The Prime Minister, though not a hero, was indeed a formidable figure. Over the decades, he had risen from humble beginnings to the position of Prime Minister of Daqian, wielding immense power and controlling the realm. Yet, this Qin Yi exhibited none of the talent befitting the Prime Minister's lineage. Not only did he squander his days, but he also wished to take a courtesan from the Xianxia as his wife, a notion they deemed utterly absurd. However, what transpired next was even more ludicrous. Now, this courtesan was attempting to run off with another man, while he stood there, meek and submissive, too afraid to respond to the provocations directed at him. The reputation of the Prime Minister's residence was at risk of being tarnished by this unfilial descendant. Brother Qin, do provide a response. If you fail to do so, I shall take Ru Xue with me. After Bai Ru Yu concluded, he took hold of Gong Ru Xue, preparing to depart. What is your hurry? Qin Yi replied with a cold laugh. Brother Qin, do you wish to fight me? Bai Ru Yu's words were abruptly interrupted by Qin Yi. Ignoring Bai Ru Yu, he turned to Gong Ru Xue, stating, since you have made your choice, very well. I shall fulfill it now. From this day forth, you, Gong Ru Xue, shall have no ties with me. Upon hearing this, disbelief flashed across the faces of Bai Ru Yu and Gong Ru Xue. Soon, Bai Ru Yu regained his composure, a glimmer of joy spreading across his face as he cupped his hands toward Qin Yi. Thank you, Brother Qin, for your understanding. We shall take our leave now, and we welcome you to our wedding. With that, Bai Ru Yu eagerly took Gong Ru Xue by the hand and headed outside. A hint of regret flickered in Bai Ru Yu's eyes. How unfortunate that this journey turned out so smoothly, sparing him the opportunity to teach the waste that is Qin Yi a lesson. Gong Ru Xue was also quite elated. Before departing, she first performed a graceful bow to Qin Yi to express her gratitude, and after completing her courtesy, she was led away by Bai Ru Yu. The two had barely taken a few steps when Qin Yi's somber voice echoed behind them. Gong Ru Xue, who gave you permission to leave? Have someone return Gong Ru Xue to the Xianxia. Bai Ru Yu and Gong Ru Xue froze in their tracks. Brother Qin, what did you mean by that? Bai Ru Yu turned to stare at Qin Yi. Qin Yi smiled lightly, patiently explaining. Gong Ru Xue is someone I redeemed from the Xianxia with a sum of 100,000 taels. I have yet to pay that amount. Now that Gong Ru Xue has severed ties with me, the outstanding 100,000 taels owed to the Xianxia is something I will not cover. If there is no payment made to the Xianxia, then Gong Ru Xue shall return to them. If you both wish to be together, gather the 100,000 taels of silver needed for her redemption and present it to the Xianxia. In any case, this has nothing to do with me now. Did they really think I would continue to play the fool? What a joke. Since I have traversed into Qin Yi's body, I shall not tread the same path as the game's Qin Yi. I will not aid my enemies any longer. At this moment, the entire grand hall fell into silence, with all eyes fixed in shock upon Qin Yi. What on earth had caused the sun to rise from the west today? Chapter 2. To kill or to mutilate. What do your words mean, Qin Yi? Bai Ru Yu's furious roar shattered the silence. It was inconceivable that Qin Yi, that useless wretch, could suddenly be of sound mind. Beside Bai Ru Yu, Gong Xue felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She was acutely aware that Bai Ru Yu could not possibly afford the exorbitant sum of 100,000 taels to redeem her from the brothel. Thus, she would inevitably have to return to that place. As someone who had emerged from the brothel, she knew all too well what it entailed. Once there, she would no longer be the ethereal fairy in the eyes of the world, but rather. Gong Xue hastily relinquished Bai Ru Yu's hand and rushed to Qin Yi's side, wrapping her delicate, ivory arms around his. Qin Yi instinctively turned to look at Gong Xue. Her breathtakingly beautiful visage, with eyes resembling twinkling stars, was clouded with mist, her pallor conveying a sense of fragility that evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. Brother Yi, I know you were merely speaking in anger. Xue was wrong. Please do not send me back to the brothel, all right? Her soft and mellifluous voice resonated deeply within his soul. Qin Yi caught a whiff of a subtle, elegant fragrance, reminiscent of orchids and musk. In another time, he would have been utterly entranced. It was rather amusing. His former self had yearned for so long, without even a touch from Gong Xue. Each of her smiles had brought him immense joy, yet now, with just a few words, he had elicited such intimacy from her. Get lost. Qin Yi flicked his hand, sending Gong Xue crashing to the ground. Looking down at her sprawled form, he coldly declared, Do not touch me, you repulsive creature. Though Gong Xue was indeed striking, the memories of her past actions extinguished any lingering admiration he might have harbored for this ungrateful woman. Lying on the ground, Gong Xue was stunned. She had never anticipated such treatment from Qin Yi. Previously, he had showered her with tenderness, fearful of her experiencing even the slightest distress. Yet now he was so brutally dismissive. Qin Yi, how dare you harm Xue? Bai Ru Yu's eyes burned with fury as she rushed to help Gong Xue. Ignoring Bai Ru Yu, Qin Yi surveyed the surroundings. Did you not hear my command? Return Gong Xue to the brothel. Suddenly, a shadow materialized in the air. The figure was a woman clad in tight-fitting black attire, who descended before Qin Yi with an icy demeanor. As you command. This was likely his personal bodyguard, known as Xianxia, a formidable seventh-tier cultivator. With the knowledge stored in his mind, Qin Yi recognized the identity of the black-clad woman. What do you intend to do? As Xianxia advanced toward Gong Shui, Bai Ruyu quickly rose to block her path. Xianxia appeared devoid of emotion, her exquisite features betraying no hint of expression as she regarded Bai Ruyu standing before her. Xianxia waved her delicate hand, and the air suddenly turned several degrees colder. A wave of chilling energy surged forth. Bai Ruyu was struck in the chest and instantly propelled backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Observing Bai Ruyu's utter lack of resistance against Xianxia, Qin Yi felt no surprise. After all, Lianing was a formidable practitioner of the seventh realm, while Bai Ruyu, no matter how extraordinary, could not possibly bridge 5 major realms to contend with her. Lustrous hair with one hand and effortlessly lifting her as though she were a mere chick. The sharp pain at her scalp caused Gong Ruyue considerable distress, shattering her image of a serene fairy. She flailed her body, crying out, "It hurts, it hurts! Let me go! You wretched servant! Release me at once!" Overwhelmed by agony, Gong Ruyue could not suppress her curses. Having spent ample time beside Qin Yi, she had undoubtedly interacted with Xianxia, who served as his protector. Given her connection with Qin Yi, she often treated Xianxia as though she were an underling beneath her station. Yet now, this very servant dared to treat her in such a manner. "Bai Ruyu!" Gong Ruyue exclaimed, as Bai Ruyu coughed up blood and laboriously lifted his head to gaze at her. Hearing his voice, Gong Ruyue felt as if she had spotted a savior. "Brother Yu, come quickly to rescue me," she cried out. "Hold on, I will be there shortly," Bai Ruyu replied anxiously. However, despite his words, his body remained immobile. It was not that he did not wish to act, but rather that he could not. Xianxia's strike had been merciless, leaving him gravely injured. Even lifting his head was a tremendous effort. "Take her to the Bureau of Teaching." Xianxia carelessly tossed Gong Ruyue to 2 attendants of the Wang residence. As if discarding a mere dog, Gong Ruyue possessed neither noble lineage nor martial prowess. Were it not for her connection to Qin Yi, she would not even merit a glance from such individuals. Regrettably, it seemed she had yet to grasp this reality. "As you command," the 2 attendants replied, catching Gong Ruyue and hastily carrying her toward the Bureau of Teaching. "Brother Yu, save me." Gong Ruyue wept profusely along the way, repeatedly uttering this plea until she was finally taken out of the Prime Minister's residence, her voice fading into silence. Bai Ruyu, powerless to intervene, could only watch in anguish as Gong Ruyue departed the Grand Hall. She was his beloved, and now he could only witness her descent into the Bureau of Teaching, where she would be embraced by countless others. "Ruyue, do not worry. No matter how you may change, my love for you will remain unwavering." Bai Ruyu solemnly spoke. After finishing his words, he lowered his head, unaware that his utterance was perhaps directed at Gong Rushu or himself. Suddenly, a thought struck Bai Ruyu, and he slowly raised his head, casting a gaze filled with resentment towards the instigator of all this turmoil. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Qin Yi, how ruthless you are!" In response, Qin Yi brazenly scrutinized the protagonist of this unfolding drama and offered a slight smile. "Thank you for the compliment." Bai Ruyu's words were abruptly interrupted. Lianing glanced at Bai Ruyu and coldly inquired, "Third young master, how shall we deal with this person? Shall we kill him or chop him up to feed the dogs?" In an instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped Bai Ruyu. His hair stood on end as a sensation of impending doom washed over him. He promptly fell silent, adopting a respectful demeanor. Unable to dare look at Qin Yi any longer, he nearly forgot that Qin Yi was no longer the same as before. His audacity within the Prime Minister's residence stemmed entirely from being led by the nose by Gong Rushue. Now that even Gong Rushue had entered the brothel bureau, what hope did he have? If Qin Yi took a disliking to him, a mere word could seal his fate. Qin Yi shifted his gaze away from Bai Ruyu and commanded, "Anyone daring to shout recklessly within my Prime Minister's residence shall be severely beaten and thrown out." He then leaned towards Lianing and whispered, "Send an 8th Realm guest elder to monitor him." An 8th Realm guest elder? For the first time, Lian Ying's typically impassive expression revealed a flicker of surprise. Yet, she did not inquire further and bowed her head, replying, "Understood." What transpired next caused even Qin Yi, an outsider, to feel a pang of discomfort. Upon receiving her orders, Lianing approached Bai Ruyu and conjured a long whip imbued with chilling energy. She swung the whip with force, producing a sharp crack in the air. The whip descended upon Bai Ruyu, tearing through flesh and skin, the icy coldness penetrating to his very bones. Unable to contain himself, he let out a wretched scream. "Damn it, Qin!" Bai Ruyu's face contorted as he suppressed the curse that nearly escaped his lips. He could not afford to curse Qin Yi here. He had to endure silently. Another outburst would only provoke Qin Yi further, and he would not survive the day. "Qin Yi, wait for me. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, and one day I shall return this humiliation tenfold." With a crack, the whip struck Bai Ruyu once more. His anguished cries echoed throughout the hall, instilling a sense of terror in all who heard. Lianing showed no mercy in response to his screams. After delivering 2 strikes, she swiftly unleashed a third and a fourth, continuing until the cacophony of wails subsided, and only then did she cease her assault. The long whip in Lian Ying's hand vanished as she lowered her gaze. The command from the third young master was to inflict grievous injury. Surely this was sufficient. Lying on the ground, Bai Ruyu was now drenched in blood, his form utterly unrecognizable, his breath so faint that one could hardly discern whether he had succumbed to unconsciousness or had been struck down for good. Lianing gestured for 2 servants to dispose of Bai Ruyu outside the Prime Minister's residence, while she herself set off to fulfill another of Qin Yi's directives. How ruthless! Observing Bai Ruyu being dragged out like a dead dog, Qin Yi couldn't help but smirk. Fortunately, he still clung to a breath of life and had not been killed outright. Bai Ruyu was the protagonist of the narrative, destined to bring ruin upon all within the Prime Minister's estate. Such a character would certainly not be permitted to remain. Yet, that was a matter for the future. Urgency was not required at this juncture. The plot was still in its infancy, and Bai Ruyu was merely a pawn to be manipulated at will. Allowing Bai Ruyu to linger for a few more days would be advantageous, until he personally delivered the greatest opportunity within the heavenly mandate to Qin Yi, after which he would be eliminated. Extracting every ounce of value from the protagonist before dispatching him was the hallmark of a truly refined antagonist. For now, the matter concerning Bai Ruyu was temporarily concluded. Qin Yi turned his attention to the others within the Grand Hall. Regardless of whether they were officials affiliated with the Prime Minister's household, esteemed guests, or servants, whispers filled the air, all eyes scrutinizing Qin Yi as if he were some kind of monster. This did not surprise Qin Yi. He fully understood the reason behind their gazes. The bosses of levels 7, 10, and 20, drawing upon the memories stored within his mind, combined with recollections from his previous life. Qin Yi began to analyze the identities of those present in the hall. Unsurprisingly, this was the lair of the ultimate boss, teeming with numerous minor and mid-tier bosses from the early and mid-stages of the narrative. After surveying the room, Qin Yi's gaze ultimately settled on the curtain deep within the hall. He was well aware of who resided behind it, the greatest villain within the heavenly mandate, the Prime Minister to Qin Muyuan. In the game, Qin Muyuan enjoyed immense popularity, for his character was crafted with remarkable success. He was not only the final boss of Bai Ruyu's current storyline, but also the ultimate antagonist across numerous other arcs. Due to the formidable and terrifying portrayal of Qin Muyuan in the early stages, the narrative necessitated a significant decline in his character's strength and influence before the climactic battle, rendering the protagonist's victory plausible. Gazing at the curtain, Qin Yi's heart was filled with complexity, for he was uncertain how to confront Qin Muyuan. The reasons for this uncertainty were not solely due to his status as a transmigrator. Even prior to this existence, he had been at a loss on how to face Qin Muyuan. Their relationship was far from amicable. The transformation of the former self is not solely attributed to its inherent qualities, but is also significantly influenced by Qin Muyuan. Being the youngest son, Qin Muyuan indulged the former self from a tender age. This affection persisted until the former self began to exhibit rebellious tendencies. Perceiving his child's defiance as a reflection of his own educational shortcomings, Qin Muyuan resolved to alter his approach, transitioning from a doting father to a stern one. In an effort to rectify the former self's behavior, Qin Muyuan established numerous rules and instructed his elder brother, Qin Xianxia, that should the former self violate these regulations, physical punishment could be employed. However, the eventual outcome was contrary to Qin Muyuan's intentions. After several rounds of discipline, the former self exhibited no signs of reform, but rather grew increasingly defiant with each reprimand, indulging in increasingly outrageous behavior. Eager to play the part of a sycophant akin to Gong Ru Shui. This inclination stemmed not only from an innate submissive nature, but also from a deliberate attempt to provoke Qin Mu Yuan and his elder brother. Upon witnessing these actions, Qin Mu Yuan came to a realization and decided to relinquish his efforts. Given the current strength of the Prime Minister's residence, it could adequately shield the former self's various antics. If the former self truly believed that such conduct brought him joy, then let him pursue that happiness for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, what Qin Mu Yuan likely did not foresee was that, had he not traversed through time, the former self would be assassinated in 2 months, and the vast Prime Minister's residence would meet its demise a decade later. Chapter 4. Childhood Sweethearts. Qin Yi remained transfixed, gazing at the curtain for an extended period. In the entirety of the Qian, it seemed only Qin Yi would dare to be so audacious before Qin Mu Yuan. Whenever Qin Mu Yuan made an appearance, the emperor would bow his head respectfully from a distance and address him as father of the prime minister. After a prolonged gaze, Qin Yi blinked, sensing a premonition that Qin Mu Yuan was observing him as well. At that moment, the grand hall fell silent, none daring to interrupt the father-son duo locked in mutual gaze. Eventually, subtle movements were discernible behind the curtain. Soon after, 2 servants from the prime minister's residence withdrew the dark golden drapery. Qin Yi's wish was fulfilled as he beheld Qin Mu Yuan of this world. The man before him was a robust, middle-aged figure exuding a profound aura. Dressed in a black and gold embroidered robe, he sat regally upon an imposing chair, emanating an air of authority without the need for anger. As the curtain was drawn, the middle-aged man was engrossed in reviewing documents on the table, his fathomless eyes betraying no emotion. Moments later, Qin Mu Yuan waved his hand, signaling the attendants of the prime minister's residence to disperse. They promptly departed the hall, and among them were a few uncles and relatives who shared a close rapport with Qin Yi. As they passed by, they offered him encouraging pats on the shoulder. As the individuals within the hall departed hastily, Qin Mu Yuan rose and exited through the rear door, leaving the grand chamber behind. Throughout this series of events, Qin Mu Yuan did not cast a single glance at Qin Yi nor utter a word. Qin Yi, however, was not taken aback by this. Despite residing in the prime minister's residence, he had rarely encountered Qin Mu Yuan over the course of a year, and they had not exchanged a word in several years. "Prime Minister, what troubles you?" Just as they emerged from the grand hall, Qin Mu Yuan abruptly halted, nearly causing the aides from the prime minister's residence behind him to collide with him. Qin Mu Yuan remained silent, slowly lifting his gaze to the heavens. In the next moment, a rare smile graced his authoritative visage. "Qin, did you see? The air has grown up." Unbeknownst to Qin Yi, events transpiring beyond the grand hall were unbeknownst to him. A gentle breeze swept by, and a graceful figure appeared before him. Upon raising his head, Qin Yi realized it was Lian Ying returning. He inquired, "Did everything go smoothly?" Lian Ying did not respond to Qin Yi's question, but instead handed him a letter. "Third young master, this is for you. My letter." In an instant, Qin Yi comprehended the letter's origin and hastily reached out to accept it. Steadying his emotions, he perused its contents, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Indeed, it was penned by that individual, Luo Xiao, his childhood companion, now the 4th disciple of the esteemed Hunyuan sword sect. The Hunyuan sword sect stands as the foremost among the 8 elite sects of the Dacian, wielding formidable power as they share governance with the court. Armed with memories from 2 lifetimes, he understood that Luo Xiao's identity extended beyond that. She was renowned within the realm of the Dao as the most infamous antagonist, second only to Qin Mu Yuan. With her breathtaking beauty and ruthless tactics, she embodied the essence of a fierce female demon. Upon learning of Qin Yi's demise within the game, Luo Xiao, harboring feelings for him, succumbed to darkness, embarking on a vengeful quest to hunt down those responsible for his death, many of whom belonged to the faction of Bairu Yu. Inevitably, this led to a clash between Luo Xiao and Bairu Yu. Their confrontation unfolded during the mid-game, and as Bairu Yu matured into a formidable opponent, Luo Xiao, realizing she was no match for him, chose to end her life at the tomb of Qin Yi within the game, despairing of any hope for vengeance. Following Luo Xiao's appearance, the game signaled that, like other female protagonists, she would gradually develop affection as the plot progressed and could be pursued. Yet, the ultimate outcome diverged significantly. Luo Xiao would not waver nor be swayed. This profound disparity, coupled with her tragic and passionate persona, cemented her status as the most beloved female character in the game, garnering widespread lamentation from countless admirers. The former self was aware of Luo Xiao's affections, and he understood quite well that the prior incarnation was not foolish, merely inept. However, the former self harbored no feelings for Luo Xiao, viewing her solely as a younger sister. In this letter, Luo Xiao extended an invitation for him to visit the Hunyuan sword sect. He was indeed eager to go, curious to see whether the realm's Luo Xiao would prove as dazzling as in the games. Yet the time was not ripe. He needed to complete his plans in the imperial capital first. After perusing the letter, he resumed discussions regarding the guest officials. Qin Yi tucked the letter away, having instructed Lianing to inform him immediately of any matters pertaining to Luo Xiao. Lianing bowed her head, a hint of apology in her voice. I report to the third young master that the guest officials claim to be preoccupied and thus are unable to assist you. A hush fell over the room. Just as Lianing anticipated a tempestuous reaction, Qin Yi erupted into laughter, declaring, "No matter. If that is the case, I shall personally request their aid." With that, he strode towards the quarters of the guest officials. Lianing lifted her gaze, staring intently at Qin Yi's retreating figure. Her eyes filled with bewilderment. He was not angry. Given Qin Yi's usual temperament, upon learning of such a rejection, he would undoubtedly have been furious. Is the third young master unwell? She pondered, sensing a transformation in his demeanor, struggling against the urge to knock Qin Yi unconscious and take him to a physician. Lianing silently followed him. Chapter 5. Guest Officials. Walking ahead, Qin Yi felt no tumult within. There was nothing to be enraged about. He had anticipated the guest officials' refusal to heed his commands. They were not servants of the Prime Minister's residence. Rather, he sought guest officials from the Eighth Realm. This world was imbued with profound mystical elements, where anyone could embark on the path of cultivation. The levels of cultivation were categorized as follows. First realm, Qi training. Second realm, solidification. Third realm, soul condensation. Fourth realm, innate. Fifth realm, divine infant. Sixth realm, integration. Seventh realm, grand cultivator. Eighth realm, divine reflection. Ninth realm, saint. And 10th realm, pseudo-immortal. Among these, the first 6 realms constituted the foundational stages, while reaching the 7th realm or beyond was akin to entering an entirely different world, granting one the privilege to partake in the upper echelons of this realm's games. Lianing was a grand cultivator of the 7th realm, tasked with safeguarding the safety of this most notorious scion of the Qian. As for the 8th realm, there were few in the Prime Minister's residence. Each was a pivotal figure. It was natural that they would not obey his commands, as only Qin Mu Yuan held the authority to issue unconditional orders to them. The 9th realm represented the pinnacle of cultivators, with fewer than 10 known publicly. As for the 10th realm, it was a legendary tier, conspicuously absent from the open world. However, executing commands was one matter, while offering assistance was quite another. Regardless of their prowess, the guest officials, being part of the Prime Minister's residence, were inclined to lend a hand in minor and significant matters alike, seeking to cultivate a favorable rapport with this young master of the Prime Minister's household. It was crucial to remember that this assistance pertained to trivial and substantial matters. Beyond that, they would certainly refrain from offering help. Once, the situation had become so absurd that they sought assistance from guest officials, demanding they storm the Wu home mansion and bind the daughter of the mansion, a princess, to their bed. Such nonsensical endeavors would undoubtedly be met with refusal. Just moments ago, an order was issued for a formidable 8-realm expert to monitor Bai Ruyu. In the eyes of these guest officials, this request seemed as ludicrous as the abduction of a princess. Bai Ruyu was merely a minor figure of the 2nd realm. To assign an 8-realm powerhouse to surveil such an insignificant person was to underestimate the vast chasm between the 2 realms. The Prime Minister's residence is renowned for harboring the most 8-realm experts in the realm. It would be imprudent to squander their talents on trivial matters. Thus, no 8-realm expert would consent to such a task. Qin Yi understood the sentiments of these officials. However, Bai Ruyu was not just an inconsequential figure. He was the chosen one, the protagonist of the unfolding narrative. To monitor the chosen one necessitated considerable skill. Otherwise, one would be wholly inadequate for the task. Moreover, at this juncture, Bai Ruyu had a master named Bai Qingshan. Bai Qingshan was no ordinary individual. His life had been nothing short of legendary. Emerging from humble beginnings, he possessed extraordinary talent, achieving the 7th realm at a young age and standing just a step away from breaking into the 8th realm. However, in his 20s, a life-altering incident transpired. He fell in love with the saintess of the esteemed Han Yuan sword sect. Subsequently, the cliched narrative unfolded. The sect, looking down upon by Qin Shan as a mere rogue cultivator, covertly dispatched assassins to eliminate him. Although he evaded death, his cultivation was utterly devastated. In the wake of this catastrophe, Bai Qin Shan felt unworthy of the sect's saintess and did not wish to burden her with his plight. Thus, he spread false rumors of his demise, urging her to forget him. He then retreated to a small village, living in seclusion. One fateful night, by the riverbank, he encountered an infant drifting down from upstream, the very child who would grow to become Bai Ruyu. If Bai Qin Shan were merely a once powerful seventh realm cultivator rendered impotent, he would not invoke much concern. Yet it is well known that one must first be broken to achieve greatness. Although Bai Qin Shan's cultivation was shattered and his meridians severed, rendering him incapable of recultivating, his soul remained intact. While he could no longer enhance his physical prowess, he could elevate his spiritual essence, which he had now cultivated to the pinnacle of the eighth realm. Following the natural progression of events, it would not be long before Bai Ruyu would devise a means to restore Bai Qin Shan's lost cultivation. Once his meridians were healed, Bai Qin Shan would swiftly ascend to become a top-tier powerhouse. At present, Bai Qin Shan, although not in the company of Bai Ruyu and instead residing alone in his ancestral home, is certain that Bai Ruyu will one day return. At that moment, should the cultivators from the Prime Minister's residence monitoring Bai Qin Shan prove insufficiently powerful, they will undoubtedly be detected by Bai Qin Shan's peak 8th realm divine consciousness. When that time comes, the cultivators surveilling Bai Ruyu will be effortlessly manipulated by the master and disciple duo. Not only will they be rendered utterly ineffective, but they may also incite adverse consequences. Were it not for the rarity of ninth realm powerhouses, Qin Yi would have preferred to assign a ninth realm expert to oversee Bai Ruyu. With a divine consciousness surpassing one realm, Bai Qin Shan would be unable to detect them. Before long, Qin Yi arrived at the quarters designated for the guest cultivators of the Prime Minister's residence. The expanse of the Prime Minister's estate is truly vast, with a specific area allocated for the accommodation of guest cultivators. Within this area, numerous independent courtyards have been constructed for the guests to choose from. At the center of these courtyards stands a towering edifice that captures attention, the Ziji Tower, adorned with intricate formations that enhance the spiritual energy within. Thanks to the Ziji Tower, the guest cultivators typically spend only a brief time in their own courtyards, dedicating the majority of their time to practicing in this sacred space. Aware of this, Qin Yi made his way directly to the Ziji Tower. Upon arriving at its base, he paused to gaze upward, absorbing the grandeur of the structure before striding inside. A wave of intensely rich spiritual energy surged forth, colliding with Qin Yi as he entered the Ziji Tower. Every pore in his body instinctively widened, greedily absorbing the abundant spiritual energy that surpassed that of the outside world. What a delightful sensation! Qin Yi wore an expression of sheer enjoyment. Truly, the sacred cultivation site of the Ziji Tower offers a substantial enhancement to the spiritual energy compared to the outside world. Continuing deeper, he traversed the corridor and entered the grand hall, where he encountered numerous figures emanating formidable auras, seated in meditation as they practiced. He had reached his destination. Greetings, everyone! Out of politeness, Qin Yi took the initiative to greet the assembly. Upon hearing his voice, the cultivators on the first floor of the Ziji Tower ceased their training, all turning their gazes towards the entrance. Upon recognizing Qin Yi, a flicker of surprise passed through their eyes. Greetings, third young master. Once they regained their composure, they respectfully bowed. No need for formalities. No need for formalities, Qin Yi replied with a smile. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Third young master, I sincerely apologize. My elderly mother at home is unwell, so I must take my leave. With that, a figure swiftly rushed past Qin Yi, exiting the tower. A ripple stirred in the calm waters, just as Qin Yi was about to bid farewell. The remaining cultivators on the first floor of the Ziji Tower had already begun to move. My apologies, esteemed third young master, but my daughter is to be wed, and I must take my leave. I too, third young master, must depart, for my child is to marry. As for me, third young master, my daughter is soon to give birth. Chapter 6, the ninth floor. The first floor of the Purple Extreme Tower was thrown into utter chaos, as the guest officials from the Prime Minister's residence hurriedly requested to take their leave from Qin Yi, departing without a backward glance. After a considerable time, tranquility was restored. Yet, as Qin Yi surveyed the expanse of the first floor, Only he and Lianing remained, the two solitary figures amidst the silence. Qin Yi spread his hands, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Is it truly necessary? The individuals he sought were not among them. Maintaining the purple extreme tower necessitated a vast array of resources. Thus only those deemed valuable by the Prime Minister's residence were permitted entry for cultivation within its confines. Absent certain exceptions, one's cultivation must be at least at the 5th realm as a baseline. The entire purple extreme tower comprised 9 levels. The 1st to 5th floors catered to cultivators below the 7th realm. The 6th and 7th floors were reserved for those at the 7th realm, while the 8th floor was designated for 8th realm cultivators. As for the pinnacle, the 9th floor, only a select few could cultivate there, primarily those of the highest echelon within the Prime Minister's residence. As the 3rd young master of the Prime Minister's residence, Qin Yi was undoubtedly among that elite, eligible to train on the 9th floor. However, his predecessor had been a rebel at heart, and despite the purple extreme tower being a sacred ground for cultivation, he naturally eschewed it. This was also the reason why the cultivators on the 1st floor were astonished by his presence. They had all hastily departed earlier. The reasoning was not difficult to discern. Lianing had previously come on his orders, yet returned empty-handed. Now, with Qin Yi personally in attendance, any individual with a modicum of intelligence could surmise his intentions. Monitoring someone was a cumbersome task that consumed a great deal of cultivation time. Thus none were inclined to undertake it. As for the 1st floor guests fleeing, they likely believed that the 3rd young master would find it impossible to enlist the aid of 8th realm experts, and would inevitably settle for them instead. Suddenly, Xianxia, with all the individuals on the 1st floor having fled, Qin Yi was not overly concerned, as they were not the ones he sought. Nonetheless, the event on the 1st floor served as a reminder to him. Refrain from making overtures and strive to remain inconspicuous. Once he located his target, he would approach stealthily, seizing the opportunity to prevent their escape. Such an approach would undoubtedly enhance his chances of success significantly. Though Qin Yi's intentions were commendable, the initial step encountered an obstacle. Those permitted entry to cultivate within the Purple Extreme Tower were all formidable practitioners. How could they possibly remain unaware of the commotion on the 1st floor? Delving into the realm of thought, they swiftly deduced what was about to transpire. Thus, before Qin Yi could ascend to the 2nd floor, a throng of individuals surged down from above. Young Master San, I have matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Young Master San, my wife has given birth. I shall depart now. Farewell, young Master San. After a considerable time, Qin Yi arrived at the 8th level of the Purple Extreme Tower. Upon scanning the desolate 8th level, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. Once again, he was reminded of his formidable reputation, capable of instilling such fear in the hearts of numerous officials of the Prime Minister's residence that they fled in disarray. Young Master, shall we ascend to the 9th level and take a look? Lianing inquired. Qin Yi furrowed his brow, hesitating to respond immediately. Why was it that in the Purple Extreme Tower, there were 2 levels designated for practitioners of the 7 realms, yet only 1 for those of the 8th realm? As cultivation levels rise, the number of practitioners diminishes, necessitating less space. When Lianing had arrived earlier, there were only 3 8th realm experts on the 8th level, all of whom had now fled. If the 8th level was thus deserted, it was highly probable that the 9th level would be even more so. The elite of the Prime Minister's residence were occupied with their own affairs, stationed across various locations, rarely found at the residence. Moreover, even if someone were present, given their status, they would hardly regard him, the 3rd young master of the Prime Minister's residence, with any seriousness, leaving him with almost no possibility of commanding them. Let's proceed to the 9th level. Even if there is no one there, I wish to see the environment. If it is to my liking, I shall frequent it in the future. With that, Qin Yi took the lead, ascending the stairs to the 9th level. The staircase leading to the 9th level was no different from the others in the Purple Extreme Tower. However, as he walked, a sudden sense of unease washed over him. Qin Yi crossed his arms before him, surveying the surroundings as he asked, is it merely my imagination? Why does the temperature around me feel so drastically colder all of a sudden? Before Lianing could respond, Qin Yi's pupils constricted sharply. Not far in front of him, a wave of deep blue chill surged forth from the 9th level. In an instant, the temperature of the air plummeted, as if he were plunged into the depths of a snowy expanse. With a crackling sound, the staircase leading to the 9th level became enveloped in crystalline ice, both on the ground and the handrails. It was freezing, and the icy grasp spread rapidly, visible to the naked eye. This is a domain. Lianing broke the silence. Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Smiling, he remarked, "It seems I have come to the right place this time." Stepping onto the frost-laden staircase, Qin Yi continued his ascent to the 9th level, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. The 9th realm, also known as the Saint Realm, possessed the ability of a domain, a power exclusive to the saints. Within this domain, one could reshape the world, reigning supreme. Who could it be? The answer was not difficult to discern. After a glance at the icy surface beneath his feet, Qin Yi felt a vague answer stirring within him. In the realm of the 9 realms, formidable beings were scarce. Not even the Prime Minister's residence could boast of many. Each one was distinctly characterized. Soon, Qin Yi found himself on the 9th floor. Despite his mental preparation, he was profoundly shaken by the scene that unfolded before him. The entire 9th level was encased in ice, emanating an oppressive chill that obscured the interior, making it feel as though he had stepped into a world of perpetual winter. At that moment, sensing something, he slowly shifted his gaze towards the center of the 9th floor. Chapter 7, Dongfang Liyue. Though veiled by the cold, Qin Yi's vision remained clear. In the center of the 9th level sat a woman of extraordinary beauty, with cascading ice-blue hair and skin as fair as jade. She appeared serene as she meditated, radiating an aura of tranquility. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a halo around her, rendering her akin to a goddess of ice and snow. Seemingly aware of their presence, the woman opened her enchanting eyes and looked towards the entrance. "What brings you here?" Her voice was as frigid as ancient ice, profoundly indifferent. Lianing stepped forward respectfully, bowing. "I pay my respects to the 2nd Mississippi." "The 2nd Miss. It seems my assumptions were not in vain." Qin Yi also advanced, offering a respectful bow. "Qin Yi pays his respects to my aunt." Upon raising his head, he began to appraise the woman before him, whose beauty rivaled that of Gong Ruxue, yet whose demeanor surpassed her by leagues. Dongfang Liyue, a late-stage boss within the Tao of Heaven, a powerful being in the realm of the 9 realms. She was also the aunt of this body. Dongfang Liyue and his mother were not biological sisters, but sworn sisters. Dongfang Liyue had accompanied his mother to the Prime Minister's residence, where she had remained ever since. Lianing, initially a maidservant to his mother, was entrusted to Dongfang Liyue upon her arrival, primarily to allow Dongfang Liyue to instruct Lianing in her cultivation. Later, as Lianing broke through to the 7th realm, she departed from Dongfang Liyue to become his own maidservant. Though nominally an aunt, coupled with Lianing's background, one would expect a cordial relationship, yet the reality was starkly different. Dongfang Liyue harbored 3 profound grievances in her life. The first was her resentment towards Qin Yuan for stealing away her sister. The second was directed at herself, although none spoke it aloud. It was evident to all that her mother did not die a natural death. The timing of her mother's demise coincided with the birth of Qin Yi, leading Dongfang Liyue to believe that had her mother not given birth to him, a perceived burden, she would not have been weakened and ultimately slain. Thus, she held herself partly accountable for her mother's death. The third grievance, of course, was directed at the one who had taken her mother's life. Within the Prime Minister's residence, Dongfang Liyue holds a unique status. Unlike others in the estate, she does not regard Qin Yuan as her superior. Thus, her disdain for the former self is unabashed. While others feign civility in deference to Qin Yuan, Dongfang Liyue openly expresses her aversion. The former self is acutely aware of this animosity and harbors a deep-seated fear of her. Frequently, she has been witnessed transforming individuals into ice sculptures, and the former self knows well that one day, should she be displeased with him, he too could suffer a similar fate. Consequently, he habitually takes a circuitous route to avoid encountering her. "Are you going to answer me?" Dongfang Liyue did not spare Qin Yi a glance. Her gaze directed out the window as she raised her voice. The palpable malice was unrestrained. "Esteemed 2nd Miss," Lianing began to speak, but before she could finish, she felt Qin Yi grasp her arm. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she looked at him. Qin Yi smiled and said, "Lianing, allow me to address my aunt. A hint of perplexity passed through Lianing's gaze. Typically, the third young master was rendered speechless in the presence of the 2nd Miss, yet today he appeared bold. "Very well," she replied perfunctorily, promptly withdrawing her arm from his grasp. Qin Yi remained oblivious to her unease, his eyes fixed intently on the ice-cold beauty before him. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "Aunt, I apologize for the intrusion. I have come to seek your assistance. I wish to request your help." "Not a chance." Qin Yi was taken aback by the swiftness of her refusal. Third young master, perhaps we should take our leave. Lian Ying communicated telepathically, well aware of Dongfang Liyue's disdain for Qin Yi after having trained by her side. Qin Yi shook his head, resolute in his stance. Aunt, please do not be hasty in your rejection. I have yet to disclose the nature of my request. I seek your aid in surveilling an individual named by Ruyu. I have a foreboding that she is extraordinary and could pose a threat to the entire Prime Minister's residence in the future. This time, Dongfang Liyue refrained from interrupting him, allowing him to finish. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Without hesitation, she declined. What concern is the Prime Minister's interest to me? Qin Yi's lips curled slightly, revealing a touch of pride. She professes to be indifferent to the Prime Minister's interests, yet remains steadfastly within the estate, even as its downfall looms. She actively undertook a perilous mission to assassinate the core figure of the coalition, by Ruyu, in a bid to turn the tide of conflict, ultimately exhausting herself to death. Aunt, I urge you to reconsider. This assistance will not be in vain. I shall offer compensation, one that you will undoubtedly find satisfactory. Have I not made myself clear? Leave at once. A hint of impatience surfaced in Dongfang Liyue's enchanting eyes, her tone growing increasingly frigid. To Qin Yi, however, there was no trace of anger regarding Dongfang Liyue's demeanor. Aware that she likely perceived his mention of a reward as mockery, he understood her skepticism. She could hardly believe that he possessed the means to offer a satisfactory reward to her, a revered saint of the Ninth Realm. In a hushed tone, he uttered, "The Ice Soul Emperor Lotus." With a resounding impact, an overwhelming aura surged forth, shaking the entirety of the ninth floor with violent tremors. Dongfang Liyue abruptly turned around, her exquisite visage now directly confronting Qin Yi. Her beautiful gaze fell upon him, and a glint of icy light flickered within her glass-like pupils. It was evident that her heart was tumultuous at this moment. How'd you come to know of the Ice Soul Emperor Lotus? Chapter 8. The Ice Soul Emperor Lotus. Qin Yi responded with a subtle smile, boldly meeting Dongfang Liyue's gaze. The matter of his aunt seeking the Ice Soul Emperor Lotus was known to many within the Prime Minister's residence, and, as she was his kin, he had naturally paid particular attention to any information concerning her. Thus, it was no marvel that he was aware of this matter, even though he was uncertain of her intentions regarding the Ice Soul Emperor Lotus. Yet, he was resolute in his determination to assist her in acquiring what she sought. For diligence often bears fruit. Not long ago, he had finally uncovered the whereabouts of the Ice Soul Emperor Lotus. The surrounding air fell silent in an instant. Dongfang Liyue scrutinized her unfamiliar nephew with narrowed eyes. Where? She pondered aloud. Qin Yi replied, I have yet to ascertain the precise location, but I assure you that within a year, I shall personally deliver the Ice Soul Emperor Lotus into your hands. The information regarding the Ice Soul Emperor Lotus was undoubtedly not something he had merely heard. He had witnessed it firsthand, albeit within a game. If it were akin to the game, the Ice Soul Emperor Lotus currently resided within a hidden realm. Within that realm, there was a guardian ice dragon, poised to consume the lotus upon its maturation. According to the narrative of his previous life, when the Ice Soul Emperor Lotus ripened, Dongfang Liyue would come to seize it, as she required the lotus to achieve a breakthrough into the 10th realm. Subsequently, a fierce battle would ensue between her and the ice dragon, which, despite its formidable presence, would ultimately fall to her might, severely wounded and on the brink of death. However, in the end, Dongfang Liyue would emerge empty-handed. For while she was preoccupied with the dragon, Bai Ruyu, lurking in the shadows, would effortlessly seize the Ice Soul Emperor Lotus for himself. Yet, the tale does not conclude here. After Dongfang Liyue's departure, Bai Ruyu would emerge from his hiding place, observing the barely breathing ice dragon. He felt a surge of compassion and allowed the dragon to consume the Ice Soul Emperor Lotus. Upon consuming the lotus, not only would the dragon's injuries be fully healed, but it would also transform into a human form, becoming a charming, white-haired little girl. Thus, the male protagonist's harem would gain a new addition. Qin Yi continued, I understand that you, dear aunt, are still worried that I am merely teasing you. However, you need not fret, for even if you do not lend me your assistance, I shall, after the passage of a year, present the Ice Lotus Emperor to you. You are my beloved aunt, and it brings me immense joy to assist you, even without compensation. At present, he could not reveal to Dongfang Liyue the location of the secret realm, as he could not adequately explain the source of his information. Thus, they were left to rely on fortune. The air once again fell into silence. After a few moments, he requested, please hand me the portrait of Bai Ruyu, along with our current location. Dongfang Liyue rose and gazed out the window with her enchanting eyes. Aunt, you have agreed. Qin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, Dongfang Liyue, captivated by the scenery, nodded slightly. Thank you, dear aunt. Overwhelmed with excitement, Qin Yi hastily began to relay information about Bai Ruyu. There is no need for the portrait. Bai Ruyu is currently lying outside the gates of the Prime Minister's residence, resembling a lifeless dog. As he uttered these words, Qin Yi could not help but recall Bai Ruyu, a wicked smile flickering across his face. Bai Ruyu, you should consider yourself fortunate. You may yet live a little longer. Had I failed to find a formidable observer to monitor you today, I would have instructed Lianing to eliminate you at the entrance of the Prime Minister's estate. Although Bai Ruyu could potentially bestow upon him great opportunities, he was nonetheless the protagonist of the narrative. Should Bai Ruyu escape his control, who could predict whether he might orchestrate something sinister behind the scenes, leading to his downfall? Opportunities often come entwined with risks, and should the risks be too considerable, it would be prudent to forego the opportunity altogether. However, now that Dongfang Liyue had acquiesced to his request, he felt no trepidation. After all, Dongfang Liyue was a saint of the Ninth Realm. Her spiritual prowess surpassed that of Bai Qingshan, Bai Ruyu's master, by an entire realm. With Dongfang Liyue monitoring Bai Qingshan, the likelihood of Bai Ruyu evading his grasp diminished significantly. Behind Qin Yi, Lian Ying's cherry-like lips parted slightly, her expression one of disbelief. The second miss has actually consented to the third young master's request. It is truly astonishing. Lianing gazed at Qin Yi, who today appeared transformed. Was the third young master genuinely unwell, or had the previous version of him been the one in disarray, with today's demeanor representing his true state of being? She then turned her attention to Dongfang Liyue, who, with her glass-like eyes, was peering out the window, seemingly in search of the target she was soon to surveil. The second miss must be in quite good spirits today. Although Dongfang Liyue wore an expression devoid of any emotion, Lianing, having spent much time in her company, was acutely aware of a particular habit of hers. Whenever Dongfang Liyue was in high spirits, the temperature of the surrounding atmosphere would rise. Now, she could distinctly feel that the biting cold that had enveloped her at the beginning had dissipated. Even Qin Yi, who had been huddled up in a ball, had released his tightly clasped hands. Moreover, she understood that the reason for the second Miss's elevated spirits was not merely the ice lotus, but rather, like herself, she had sensed the transformation in the third young master. The second Miss's animosity towards him stemmed more from her disdain for his complacency and self-destruction, for his utter ineptitude. However, the third young master was now different. He no longer appeared timid and fearful in the presence of the second Miss, stammering in his speech. The current third young master spoke with an air of confidence and even understood the nuances of emotional appeal. She believed that even if the second Miss were ultimately deceived by him, she would still be elated. Aunt, before you monitor Bai Ruyu, I would like to request one more favor from you. Qin, he seemed to have thought of something and said after taking a deep breath. Dongfang Liyue withdrew her gaze from the window and turned to Qin Yi. Aunt, I would like to invite you to accompany me to the Kung Fu building. Kung Fu building. Upon hearing this, the ninth floor fell into an even deeper silence than before. Lianing stared blankly at Qin Yi, utterly shocked and rendered speechless. The Kung Fu building, symbolizing generosity and wealth, was one of the most luxurious and grand brothels in the entire imperial capital. The third young master was audacious enough to invite the second Miss to such a place. Chapter 9. Kung Fu building. At this thought, Lianing quickly glanced at Dongfang Liyue. In the next moment, a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Truly, the second Miss remained unfazed in the face of her nephew's invitation to a brothel, displaying no emotional turbulence, though the atmosphere in the room had undeniably intensified. Why? Dongfang Liyue's gaze remained calm as she looked at Qin Yi. Yi, with a profound look, replied, because there are those who seek to kill me. A chilling aura of murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire ninth floor. Who? Dongfang Liyue's voice turned icy to the extreme. Qin Yi shook his head, his tone flat. I do not know. It was not that he lacked knowledge. Rather, he could not divulge this matter. The identity of his would-be assassin was complex and entangled with a significant secret. This secret was not yet ready to be unveiled. When shall we depart? As the oppressive aura dissipated, Dongfang Liyue inquired. Qin Yi smiled slightly, unhurried. An evening excursion to a brothel is most suitable. As night fell, the capital of Daqian, the imperial city, made a profound impression on Qin Yi. Firstly, its size was monumental. with a population of at least 10 million, a veritable metropolis by the standards of his previous life. Secondly, it exuded a vibrant prosperity, with countless lights illuminating the night. And elegant spring houses lining the streets, stretching as far as the eye could see. In his past life, he had also visited the imperial city in a game. Yet the imperial city within the realm of the game and the one in reality were utterly distinct entities. The game utterly fails to depict the grandeur of the imperial capital, does it not? Amidst the brilliance of lights, a particularly striking building stands out. Across the street, Qin Yi stands side by side with the enigmatic Dongfang Liue, her face veiled. Qin Yi responds, "Indeed, it is there." As his words resonate, a fragrant breeze sweeps by, and Dongfang Liue, wielding a jade sword, strides purposefully towards the Kufu building. "And, please wait a moment," Qin Yi urgently interjects, halting the poised Dongfang Liue. "Let's not alarm the enemy prematurely. The Kufu building belongs to the Mu family, and I am not entirely certain if the information I received is genuine. If the adversary's intent is to sow discord between us and the Mu family, acting rashly would play directly into their hands. According to his memories from a past life, he would only be assassinated at the Kufu building 2 months hence. Thus, he is uncertain whether his would-be assassin is already lying in wait within the building. Why not wait 2 months to strike? A sudden assault while the enemy is unprepared would offer a far greater chance of success. More importantly, since his arrival, this world has undergone significant changes. The adversaries are not mere preordained NPCs confined to a game. They will adapt their strategies in response to these shifts. Perhaps they perceive him no longer as a sycophant, but as a shrewd and unparalleled master of strategy, intent on luring them out from the shadows. Once they reveal themselves, he can counter their moves. Qin Muyuan would not permit him to leave the imperial capital. Thus, the enemy must take considerable risks to attempt an assassination under his watchful eye. The stakes are high, and they cannot afford to act carelessly. Upon hearing the name of the Mu family, Dongfang Liue, veiled as she is, surprisingly falls into deep contemplation. After a few moments of reflection, she softly states, "In that case, before I take action, I shall employ my spirit to conduct a thorough search of the Kufa building." Pausing, she turns to Ling Ying and continues, "Although the idea of assassinating you in the imperial capital is almost unfathomable, Qin Muyuan has nonetheless assigned you a top-tier 7th realm guardian. Furthermore," Dongfang Liue glances at Qin Yi's hand. On his ring finger rests an oddly shaped ring. This ring was crafted at great expense by Qin Muyuan, with the collaboration of the finest array master and a premier blacksmith. Should you come under attack, the engraved array will activate, forming a protective barrier around you. This shield possesses enough energy to withstand a full assault from a 7th realm master for an hour or endure an onslaught from an 8th realm deity for over 10 minutes. Moreover, the patrolling guards throughout the imperial capital will surely respond swiftly upon discovering an assassination attempt against you. Concerning this matter, those who seek to assassinate you are undoubtedly well informed. In their quest for certainty, they must have already commenced their preparations. Such preparations cannot remain concealed under the scrutiny of my consciousness. Indeed, as my aunt, your analysis is quite astute." Qin Yi's gaze turned peculiar. "However, dear aunt, it seems improbable that you have ventured into a brothel, especially one of such esteemed reputation." Silence ensued. After a few moments, Dongfang Liu nodded and replied, "Naturally. Precisely." Qin Yi smiled, observing the Kung Fu Tower. Brothels are establishments known for certain activities. Those who approach such places can hardly resist the temptation to use their consciousness for voyeurism. To safeguard the privacy of patrons, brothels typically employ formations to shield consciousness. Particularly in the case of Kung Fu Tower, a luxurious establishment catering exclusively to the affluent and powerful. The protection of privacy is of paramount importance, and thus, the formations utilized are of the highest caliber. "That is of no concern," Dongfang Liu interjected, a hint of disdain flickering in her beautiful eyes. "With my supreme consciousness at the pinnacle of the 9th realm, such shielding formations pose little challenge to me." Qin Yi shook his head, but despite this, another question arose. "Aunt, are you truly willing to witness the spectacle of hundreds engaging in that activity simultaneously?" Upon finishing his query, Qin Yi's lips curled slightly in jest as he glanced at Dongfang Liu. However, disappointment quickly followed, for the veil obscured her expression. Yet her tone remained as it always was. Dongfang Liu replied coldly, "My focus lies solely on cultivation. Mundane affairs hold no significance for me." As if to validate her words, she set her course directly towards Kung Fu Tower. Qin Yi hurriedly intercepted her once more. In response to Dongfang Li Yu's perplexed look, he explained, "There is no need for you to endure discomfort. I possess a far superior alternative. Suit yourself." Dongfang Li Yu's icy tone now carried a touch of impatience. Qin Yi forced a wry smile, fully aware that Dongfang Li Yu found him bothersome. Thus, he promptly laid out his entire plan. As he earnestly detailed his strategy, he failed to notice the sigh of relief that escaped Dongfang Li Yu beneath her veil, where a fleeting expression of ease graced her stunning visage. Chapter 10. Assassination. At the entrance of Kung Fu Tower, a scene of lively bustle unfolded, with patrons continually arriving and departing. "Welcome, young Master Li," a voice called out. Is that not young Master Wang? It has been quite some time." Zhu Cheng, the proprietor of Kung Fu Tower, stood at the entrance, greeting the guests. "Zhu, you must look over there." An employee of Kung Fu Tower tugged at Zhu Cheng's sleeve, pointing with excitement. Zhu Cheng furrowed his brow, wondering what could warrant such commotion. Following the direction indicated by the employee, his gaze settled upon a captivating figure. A woman? Zhu Cheng was taken aback, although the visitor's face was obscured by a veil. Her elegant white attire and graceful curves made her gender unmistakable. The woman approached the Kung Fu building. Zhu Cheng's expression was peculiar. This was the first time he had encountered such a sight. He stepped forward to intercept Dongfang Li Yue, who was about to enter the establishment. Clearing his throat, he cautioned her, "Miss, I believe you may have mistaken this place. Kung Fu building exclusively serves male patrons." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Li Yue cast a glance at Zhu Cheng through her veil. For reasons unknown, a chill enveloped Zhu Cheng, as if he had plunged into an icy cellar. "Women are not prohibited from serving women," her cold voice echoed. After uttering her retort, she disregarded Zhu Cheng and strode directly into the Kung Fu building. "What a peculiar individual," Zhu Cheng murmured, watching her retreating figure. At that moment, Zhu Cheng's peripheral vision caught sight of a young nobleman approaching the Kung Fu building. His expression brightened, and he promptly dismissed thoughts of Dongfang Li Yue. "Third young master, it has been a while," Zhu Cheng exclaimed, rushing to the nobleman's side with great enthusiasm. Qin Yi nodded slightly, recalling his previous visits to the Kung Fu building. Indeed, it had been 2 months since his last visit. Gazing thoughtfully at the establishment, Qin Yi remembered that he had not returned since encountering Gong Ruxue. Then, extending his hand, he patted Zhu Cheng on the shoulder. "Boss Zhu, if you can ensure my utmost comfort today, I shall reward you with double the usual fee." Zhu Cheng chuckled. "Third young master, you need not worry. You are no stranger to our Kung Fu building. You are well aware of our capabilities, and I assure you, satisfaction is guaranteed." A smile graced Qin Yi's lips as he stepped into the Kung Fu building. Zhu Cheng hurriedly followed. "By the way, third young master, which private room would you prefer today? Is the Tianzi series ready?" "Apologies, but the Tianzi series is still undergoing renovations and will require more time," Zhu Cheng said, bowing his head slightly in apology. "I truly regret the delay. It has been over 2 months. Then let us adhere to our usual arrangement. Find me the most prominent spot in the hall," Qin Yi replied. "Certainly, we shall arrange that immediately." Inside the hall of Kung Fu building, many patrons were seated. However, when they learned that Qin Yi would also be occupying the hall, their expressions shifted, and they quickly rose, some opting to pay extra for a private room, while others chose to leave altogether. Qin Yi observed this reaction without surprise. It was merely a reflection of the notorious reputation he had inherited. Yet this worked to his advantage, preventing any unintended conflicts. Guided by Zhu Cheng, he settled into his designated seat. Then, Qin Yi began to admire the performance of the courtesans on stage. It is no wonder that the Kung Fu Tower is renowned as the finest brothel in the capital. Rarely seen beautiful women abound here in great numbers. "Third young master, please have a drink." A delicate voice floated through the air as an exquisite woman, with hands as white as jade, presented a cup of wine to Qin Yi. Qin Yi shook his head, gently pushing the cup aside with his hand. "You may leave now. I wish to drink alone today." "Yes." The woman who had offered the drink, along with several others attending to Qin Yi, bowed and retreated after acknowledging his command. Is this the life of the wealthy? Qin Yi musit. However, he was not there to indulge. Once the women had distanced themselves, his gaze began to survey the vast Kung Fu Tower. The establishment was immense, comprising 9 stories, with the topmost floor reserved for the royal suite, currently under renovation and not yet open. After scanning the surroundings, Qin Yi's eyes settled on a corner of the 3rd floor. Clad in a flowing white dress and veiled, Dongfang Li Yue stood there. It remained a mystery whether she had employed some means or if the bystanders instinctively sensed her formidable presence, but no one dared to approach her. They all kept their distance. Qin Yi was aware that Dongfang Liyue was also observing him at that moment. He nodded lightly. The plan was set in motion. In the next instant, the lively and boisterous atmosphere of Kungfu Tower seemed to be abruptly halted as a chilling voice filled with murderous intent rang out. Qin Yi, old rogue, prepare to die. At the sound of this proclamation, everyone in the tower was taken aback, halting their activities to turn towards the source of the voice. They stood frozen in shock. They beheld a stunning woman, veiled and radiant, leaping from the third floor, wielding a cerulean sword, heading straight for Qin Yi in the hall. This, after several moments, the crowd snapped out of their stupor, their faces etched with disbelief, their bodies trembling. They were not afraid of the woman with the sword, but rather of the implications behind her audacious act. In broad daylight, someone dared to assassinate the notorious Qin Yi. Should he perish, the entire Qian would be engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. Yet in the next moment, the shift in the situation allowed a collective sigh of relief to escape the onlookers. As a woman in white drew nearer to Qin Yi, poised to strike, a hidden female bodyguard suddenly intervened, blocking her path. The two engaged in combat midair. The prowess of the woman in white should not surpass that of Qin Yi's female bodyguard. The two have yet to determine a victor in this brief encounter. However, even if the woman in white possesses superior skills, there is no cause for concern, as long as Qin Yi's bodyguard is not swiftly vanquished. She can stall the woman in white until the guards responsible for maintaining order at Kungfu building arrive, subsequently apprehending the assailant. This crisis has been averted. The Qian will not partake in the bloodshed. They can once again indulge in the company of enchanting beauties and relish the splendor of this prosperous era. Chapter 11. Conspiracy. Inside Kungfu building. Third young master, do you have any knowledge of the assassin's identity? Inquired the deputy commander of the city defense forces, Taishan, with a respectful bow. At that moment, Qin Yi reclined in a chair, his handsome visage shadowed by a brooding gloom. I do not know, Qin Yi replied, his tone icy to the core. Huh. A sinister grin flickered across Qin Yi's darkened face. I never imagined someone would dare to attempt my assassination. If you fail to uncover the culprit today, I shall remain seated here indefinitely. Rest assured, third young master, we shall swiftly identify the perpetrator, Taishan assured, his voice imbued with the resolute authority characteristic of a soldier. Alas, what a day of misfortune. After conversing with Qin Yi, Taishan exited, massaging his furrowed brow. Following the assassination, he had been patrolling near Kungfu building and had to rush over immediately. To be frank, he had no desire to be involved. When the Prime Minister's residence is implicated, it invariably leads to trouble. Even if he swiftly apprehends the culprit, resolving the matter is another story. An assassination attempt on the Prime Minister's third son could not have occurred without high-level directives. Those issuing such orders are undoubtedly of considerable influence. Sighing, Taishan glanced at his deputy and coldly commanded, search. Thoroughly comb Kungfu building from top to bottom. The assassin escaped into the crowd after being driven off by the third young master's bodyguard. But we shall quickly surround Kungfu building. She cannot possibly escape. She must still be within. Understood, the deputy replied, nodding as he promptly disseminated Taishan's orders. Wait a moment, a woman in her 40s, possessing a graceful figure and lingering charm, stepped in front of the group. Deputy Manager Li, what is the meaning of this? Taishan, clearly a frequent visitor to Kungfu building, recognized her. Deputy Manager Li first offered a respectful bow to Taishan before speaking. Commander Tai, Kungfu building is a property of the Mu family, harboring many of their secrets that cannot be searched. Pausing for effect, Deputy Manager Li continued, however, we shall not place you in a difficult position. If you grant us a little time, we will personally deliver the assassin into your hands. The Mu family. Taishan's eyes narrowed, glimmering with intrigue. Deputy Manager Li obstructed their search, feeling unsurprised. After all, no one wishes for their home to be thoroughly inspected by others. However, the mention of the Mu family piqued his interest. He glanced back at Qin Yi, who was reclining in a chair. Wasn't this the maternal family of the third young master? Noticing Taishan's movement, Deputy Manager Li realized that the authority here lay with Qin Yi. He knelt before Qin Yi, saying, Third young master, it was our oversight at Kungfu Tower that allowed the assassin to infiltrate. I beseech you to grant us the opportunity to atone for our mistakes. Within 1 hour, we shall present the assassin before you. Furthermore, all your expenses at Kungfu Tower will be waived, and we shall bestow upon you 2 million taels of silver as a token of our gratitude for your forgiveness. 3,000,000 taels of silver. A look of astonishment flickered across Taishan's face. As the deputy commander of the city defense army, he held a considerable position. Yet his annual salary was merely 1,000 taels of silver. Accumulating 3,000,000 taels would require a lifetime of labor without sustenance. It remained uncertain what choice Qin Yi would make. Taishan was aware that this third young master from the prime minister's residence had recently been financially strained, having once spent 100,000 taels of silver at the brothel. Yet that amount had yet to be realized after the courtesan was returned. Qin Yi exhibited no reaction to Deputy Manager Li's words, choosing instead to rest with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of 3,000,000 taels. Witnessing the scene, Taishan comprehended the situation. He waved his hand, issuing an order to continue the search. You cannot search. You must not search. Deputy Manager Li's face turned frantic as she scrambled to her feet, positioning herself in front of the city defense soldiers. A glimmer of murderous intent brewed in Taishan's eyes. Deputy Manager Li, if you obstruct our law enforcement once more, I shall not hesitate to take action against you. Suddenly, as he spoke, Taishan recalled something, his pupils constricting. He immediately inquired, where has Manager Zhu Qin gone? In the wake of such a significant incident, why is he absent? At that moment, turmoil surged within Taishan. He began to sense that something was amiss. From the surrounding crowd, he learned that the assassin was a woman from outside. How could she have entered Kung Fu Tower without being intercepted? Moreover, Manager Zhu Cheng had vanished after the incident. Could it be that Zhu Cheng was in league with the assassin? In a concealed chamber within Kung Fu Tower, Zhu Cheng remained unaware that he was suspected of being an accomplice to the assassin. He stood in a corner, head bowed, his expression darker than that of Qin Yi. Opposite him stood several men clad in the attire of Kung Fu Tower servants. Strangely, as servants of the Kung Fu building, they displayed no fear in the presence of Zhu Cheng. The steward, one among them, even unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Zhu Cheng, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Who prompted you to act prematurely?" Zhu Cheng, incensed yet sardonic, retorted, "If you were to engage your minds even slightly, you would understand that it was neither I who orchestrated this nor instructed it. If it was not you, then how do you account for what just transpired?" Zhu Cheng sighed, lamenting his misfortune. The Qin Yi family had committed numerous misdeeds, thus amassing countless enemies. It was hardly surprising that such adversaries would seek to assassinate Qin Yi. The decision to strike at our Kung Fu building likely stemmed from its bustling crowds, facilitating proximity to Qin Yi. As these words echoed, a cacophony erupted in the secret chamber. Upon reflection, it became evident that Zhu Cheng had no reason to act in haste. This assassination appeared to be a mere coincidence. What shall I do now? The earlier speaker continued. With Qin Yi's assassination, the city defense forces will undoubtedly scour the Kung Fu building from top to bottom, uncovering our arrangements. What can we do at this juncture? Zhu Cheng's gaze darkened. We must act preemptively. Our plans are nearly complete. But we are still 2 months away from the deadline set for eliminating Qin Yi. There is no room for hesitation. Zhu Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Plans seldom survive contact with reality. Even if we manage to evade detection this time, whether Qin Yi will return to the Kung Fu building in 2 months, granting me another opportunity to eliminate him, remains uncertain. I am well aware of the nature of aristocratic scions like Qin Yi. They are inherently timid. After this assassination attempt, he will surely be paralyzed with fear, leaving him psychologically scarred, and he will likely refrain from revisiting the Kung Fu building, apprehensive of further attempts on his life. Thus, this will be our final opportunity. Chapter 12. Encountering assassination again. I ask you, where is Zhu Cheng the steward? A pair of massive hands tightened around Vice Steward Li's delicate neck, as Taishan inquired with a grim expression. I don't know. Vice Steward Li's complexion grew increasingly pale, his words faltering. Do not trouble him, I am here. At that moment, a jovial voice resonated. Taishan ceased his actions and turned his gaze towards the second floor. It was Zhu Cheng, descending the staircase with a smile upon his face. Following him were 2 Kung Fu building servants, who were escorting a woman clad in a white dress and veiled. The description matched that of the assassin. Taishan could not help but exhale in relief. It was sufficient to have apprehended the culprit. Zhu Cheng clasped his hands before Taishan and remarked, I appreciate your concern, Commander Tai. This assassin proved exceedingly cunning, and it took considerable time to apprehend her. Taishan raised an eyebrow, his tone calm. Just capture him. Zhu Cheng then turned his gaze towards the direction of Qin Yi. With a grin, he remarked, "Third young master, we have successfully apprehended the assassin. Shall I present the captured individual before you?" The face beneath the assassin's veil, I must say, is extraordinarily beautiful. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Yi awakened from his brief respite. He glanced at the woman behind Zhu Cheng, suppressing a smile, and said, "Zhu, do you take me for a fool? This is clearly not the assassin." "Not the assassin?" Taizhan was taken aback, scanning the captured woman in the white dress. "How can you tell, third young master?" "By her cultivation." Taizhan was momentarily stunned, then realized, indeed, her cultivation was non-existent. The assassin had engaged in combat with one of Qin Yi's guards, a formidable practitioner of the seventh realm, indicating that the assassin's prowess was at least at the sixth realm. In contrast, the woman before them bore no signs of such abilities. Zhu Cheng was in for a world of trouble, first allowing the assassin into the Kung Fu building, now shielding her. In a desperate attempt, he had randomly selected someone to appease Qin Yi, underestimating his intellect, as Qin Yi was far from the brainless fool of legend. At this point, Zhu Cheng would find it difficult to assert that he was not complicit with the assassin. However, Zhu Cheng's subsequent reaction surprised many. Rather than panicking, he began to laugh. "How interesting, truly fascinating. I never expected you, a useless one, to exhibit cleverness. Alas, it is too late." The smile on Zhu Cheng's face gradually faded, replaced by a grim demeanor as he commanded, "Commence the plan. Eliminate Qin Yi." Upon uttering these words, Zhu Cheng seemed to transform, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Immediately, the two attendants escorting the woman in white discarded her, and in the next moment, two equally formidable presences appeared within the Kung Fu building. As one of the most opulent brothels in the imperial capital, Kung Fu building was constructed with the finest materials, rendering it exceptionally sturdy. Yet at this moment, under the weight of these three auras, it swayed precariously like a sapling in a tempest. All three were cultivators of the seventh realm. This sudden turn of events left many in a state of shock. It appeared that the assassination was indeed orchestrated by the Kung Fu building. Yet, why had they not deployed these three formidable practitioners for swift victory, instead opting to send someone to probe and alert the target before the assassination? The onlookers, bewildered, were engulfed in confusion. Protect the third young master. As the military commander, Taizhan was the first to respond, acutely aware that this was not the time for contemplation. With a powerful leap, his massive form charged forward like a meteor, the force of his descent creating a deep crater where he had stood. After peeling away their disguises, Zhu Cheng and his companions swiftly made their way towards Qin Yi, sensing the pursuit of Taishan behind them. One among the trio halted his advance, turning back to confront the oncoming threat. "Get out of my way." Taishan advanced, drawing forth his massive black sword. The colossal blade emerged ominously from its sheath, a malevolent aura swirling along its edge, aimed directly at the assailant's head. The assassin broke into a cold sweat, feeling as though he faced a bloodthirsty behemoth in Taishan. With a clang, the assassin reinforced his arm with spiritual energy, managing to block the ominous sword. After the initial clash, Taishan's swift movement faltered momentarily, while the assassin was forced to retreat 10 paces, coughing blood as his arms disintegrated in the process. This person is a death warrior, Taishan thought, alarmed. Only a death warrior would engage without using techniques, thereby concealing their affiliations from their adversaries, relying solely on their fundamental spiritual energy for defense. With Taishan momentarily obstructed, Zhu Cheng and another assassin easily approached Qin Yi. Suddenly, Lianing, concealed in the shadows, materialized to obstruct their path. Clearly, the two were not surprised by her appearance. One assassin remained behind to distract Lianing, while Zhu Cheng circumnavigated her, charging directly towards Qin Yi. "Qin Yi, it's time for you to die," Zhu Cheng proclaimed, sweeping his hand through the air. Numerous long black spikes, forged from condensed spiritual energy, materialized, each possessing the terrifying power of seventh-tier cultivator, capable of easily piercing through Qin Yi. Faced with this daunting scene, Qin Yi exhibited no fear. Rather, he expressed poignant thoughts. "How unfortunate it is for you, a noble seventh-tier cultivator, to be reduced to the role of a brothel keeper, groveling before mere ants in your eyes. Why not forsake the shadows and join me as a guest scholar in the Prime Minister's residence? I assure you a brighter future awaits." Despite Lian Ying being his servant, a seventh-tier cultivator outside the Prime Minister's estate, such individuals were renowned wherever they went. Zhu Cheng, incensed by Qin Yi's words, sneered coldly. Even at death's door, You dare to speak so arrogantly. With a flourish, the multitude of spikes descended upon Qin Yi, seemingly poised to strike. Yet, his finger activated a protective ring, sensing its master's peril, conjuring a transparent shield that enveloped Qin Yi. Dozens of spikes collided against the shield, which remained unscathed, showing no sign of disturbance. Chapter 13. However, this assassination attempt was far from over. It was merely the beginning. Observing his attack thwarted, Zhu Cheng displayed no trace of disappointment on his countenance. Zhu Cheng ceased his assault and, peering through the protective shield, cast a relaxed glance at Qin Yi, chuckling. Ha ha, Qin Yi, do you truly believe that this shield can grant you a peaceful slumber? We anticipated all of this. Today, you shall surely meet your demise here. As his words fell, a series of explosive detonations erupted suddenly. Everyone, look at the 9th floor. Someone shouted after the cacophony of explosions subsided. All eyes turned towards the 9th floor, where they discovered that the source of the explosions had indeed originated. The chambers on the 9th floor, belonging to the unaccessible Tian series, had their doors blown wide open. From the enveloping darkness emerged individuals clad in the attire of the Xianxia, pushing massive crossbows. The appearance of these colossal siege engines captivated everyone's attention. Visually, these crossbows were significantly larger than ordinary ones, their surfaces a deep black, and intricately inscribed with exquisite formations and runes. The arrows, forged from an unknown metal, were drawn and aimed at Qin Yi from a distance, a palpable aura of lethality gathering at their tips. This is bad. It's the god-breaking crossbow. Iron Mountain, advancing towards Qin Yi, felt his spirits plummet upon witnessing the emergence of the immense crossbow. This apparatus, known as the god-breaking crossbow, was crafted from exceedingly rare materials and engraved with runes to amplify its potency. When fired, the very sun and moon seemed to dim, and the power of the black dragon arrows could potentially overwhelm even the 8-realm divine reflection practitioners. Nevertheless, the god-breaking crossbow was not inherently lethal to 8-realm practitioners. In strict terms, it would be quite challenging to slay even a 3-realm practitioner, as those of that caliber could easily evade its onslaught. Thus, the widespread application of the god-breaking crossbow was primarily reserved for military use, deployed to defend city walls, assault enemy formations, or hunt the hulking, slow-moving demon tribes. Instances of it being employed to eliminate a solitary individual were exceedingly rare. Yet today, this cumbersome god-breaking crossbow was perfectly suited to claim Qin Yi's life. Encased within the transparent shield, Qin Yi found himself immobile. There were a total of 10 god-breaking crossbows. Should they all be unleashed, it would be akin to the combined might of 10 8-realm powerhouses, a force that Qin Yi's transparent shield could not withstand. If he wished to evade, he would need to lower the shield, yet doing so would allow Zhu Cheng, a 7-realm powerhouse, to effortlessly snuff out his life in an instant. This presented Qin Yi with his sole opportunity to eliminate Zhu Cheng before the god-breaking crossbows were discharged, thus enabling him to evade their deadly barrage. However, Iron Mountain's hopes were swiftly dashed, dissolving like mist in the morning sun. After the emergence of the god-slaying crossbow, Zhu Cheng, unlike a typical dim-witted antagonist, refrained from delivering a lengthy monologue. Instead, he decisively gestured for the operator of the crossbow to launch its deadly projectiles. The 10 cords controlling the crossbow were severed simultaneously. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. To everyone's ears, it was as if they could hear the roar of a black dragon, the sound of the black dragon's arrows slicing through the air. Each arrow radiated immense power, akin to a hellish dragon descending upon the mortal realm to claim lives. Is that so? Within the transparent shield, facing the 10 incoming black dragon arrows, Qin Yi felt a strange sense of exhilaration rather than fear. So this is your trump card. It explains why the Tianzi series private rooms have remained unrenovated for 2 months. They were, in fact, a hiding place for these formidable weapons. However, one must concede that your ingenuity is commendable. Qin Yi surmised that the assassins were not limited to just Zhu Cheng and his companions. There must be additional hidden forces at play. His speculation pointed towards the presence of a death warrior at the 8th realm secretly lurking in the shadows. The reasoning behind this deduction stemmed from the fact that whether it was a 7th or 8th realm practitioner, anyone who dared to strike at him would undoubtedly meet their demise before leaving the capital. Yet, the puppeteer behind this scheme had chosen not to act in such a manner. Instead, they opted to unleash the god-slaying crossbow against their own protective barrier. This strategy not only augmented the chances of successfully assassinating him, but also minimized the costs involved. Theoretically, his shield could withstand the full force of an 8th Realm expert's assault for 10 minutes, but that was only in reference to a single individual. The combined might of 10 8th Realm practitioners would equate to the full power of a 9th Realm expert, far exceeding the limits of the transparent shield, which would be pierced instantaneously. To achieve such an effect with mere mortals would necessitate the genuine involvement of 10 8th Realm cultivators. 8th Realm practitioners are not a common commodity. They are exceedingly rare within all factions. Qin Yi estimated that his own life was worth no more than 2 or 3 8th Realm warriors. And exchanging 10 8th Realm practitioners for his life would constitute a significant loss for the opposing party. Every reaction of Qin Yi at that moment was meticulously observed by Zhu Cheng, who nearly burst into laughter. Truly deserving of the title waste. Even when hanging by a thread, Qin Yi displayed an expression devoid of urgency. Did he not understand what the god-slaying crossbow was? Did he believe that merely hiding behind a transparent shield afforded him safety? Suddenly, Zhu Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that at this critical juncture, an extraordinary change occurred. The previously temperate atmosphere of the Kung Fu building plummeted, and even he, an adept of the 7th Realm, felt a tinge of discomfort. It was not only Zhu Cheng. Others within the Kung Fu building soon sensed the anomaly. Accompanied by the abrupt drop in temperature, snowflakes, seemingly from nowhere, began to drift down gently from the sky. A crystalline layer of ice visibly spread across the interior architecture of the Kung Fu building at an unimaginable speed. At that moment, a graceful figure, seemingly emerging from nowhere, appeared before Qin Yi with an unimaginable swiftness. It was she. The instant Zhu Cheng laid eyes upon this enchanting silhouette, his eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 14. Is everything just beginning? Draped in a white dress and adorned with a veil, this figure was none other than the female assassin who had disrupted their plans and forced them into premature action. How could she be here? Zhu Cheng was utterly perplexed. Could it be that this assassin believed it was an opportune moment to attempt another assassination on Qin Yi? But what was her true intention? Dongfang Liu lifted her gaze, peering through the veil at the looming black dragon crossbow arrows in the sky, now alarmingly close. Her beautiful eyes remained as tranquil as still water. As ripples spread through the void, Dongfang Liu extended her slender fingers and gently touched the space before her. In the next instant, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Countless transparent snow lotus flowers materialized within the void. Each of these exquisite blossoms was delicate and crystalline, resembling exquisite works of art. A chilling breeze swept through, causing the snow lotus flowers to disperse like dandelion seeds, positioning themselves in the path of the oncoming black dragon arrows. As the furious black dragon arrows hurtled toward their target, they inevitably collided with the snow lotus flowers. There was no grand upheaval. Upon impact, the flowers seemed to dissolve, vanishing into the ether. Yet, the black dragon arrows continued their relentless trajectory toward Qin Yi. One flower may have had little effect, but with their multitude, the outcome was decidedly different. As more snow lotus flowers shattered upon collision with the black dragon arrows, their speed visibly diminished. Just as the arrows were about to breach the realm of the snow lotus flowers and strike Dongfang Liu, the 10 arrows, now encased in ice, came to an abrupt halt. Thud, thud, thud. They fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Suddenly, the entire Kung Fu building fell silent, and all activity ceased. Zhu Cheng stared blankly at the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. Who could explain to me what is happening? Just moments ago, the elusive assassin vanished after attempting to kill Qin Yi, only to reappear without warning. Instead of carrying out her intended assassination, she had intervened to shield Qin Yi from the black dragon arrows. Am I dreaming? This is the black dragon arrows, and 10 of them at that. What is the true extent of this assassin's power? And why had she first sought to kill Qin Yi, only to assist him now? Thank you, dear aunt, for saving my life. Qin Yi exhaled deeply, lowering his protective shield to express his gratitude to Dongfang Liu. In truth, he had not been as composed as he appeared. Upon the emergence of the god-breaking crossbow, Dongfang Liu had communicated with him, assuring him that he need not move, for the crossbow would not harm him in the slightest. Despite Qin Yi's unwavering belief in Dongfang Liu's prowess, the realization that something capable of effortlessly claiming his life had locked onto him instilled a sense of trepidation. Beside him, Zhu Qing's expression was one of profound confusion. Noticing the disturbance, Qin Yi turned to Zhu Cheng and offered a radiant smile. Surprised, are you? Zhu Cheng, not one to be easily fooled, quickly grasped the situation after a brief moment of bewilderment. He murmured, "We've been played." He had deduced Dongfang Liyue's true identity, the aunt of Qin Yi, a figure renowned as the Ice Sovereign, a formidable master of the Ninth Realm, a saintly expert. If she were indeed a saint, it would not be surprising that she could withstand the onslaught of 10 galloping black dragon crossbow bolts. Zhu Cheng, trembling, remarked, "Due to the relationship between Kongfu Tower and the Mu family, they cannot directly search. Thus, they staged the assassination scene. With the third son of the government's house attacked, the city defense army would undoubtedly ransack Kongfu Tower thoroughly. Our preparations cannot escape their scrutiny. So we must act immediately, but with a Ninth Realm master present. Any action we take leads to our demise. Truly ingenious, as expected of Qin Muyuan, a master strategist who sees through everything. To attempt mischief beneath your very nose was indeed our folly." Initially, Qin Yi felt elated upon hearing Zhu Cheng's words. But as the conversation progressed, his composure began to falter. Why must this incident implicate Qin Muyuan? Was it not possible that he was not involved? Dongfang Liyue's beautiful eyes fixed upon Zhu Cheng, her tone icy as she demanded, "Speak. Who has given you your orders?" Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Zhu Cheng. Unlike Qin Yi, Dongfang Liyue possessed an omniscient perspective, fully aware of the mastermind behind the assassination. Under such terrifying pressure, Zhu Cheng struggled to maintain his footing, swaying precariously. He glanced upward at the 9th floor of Kongfu Tower, where his comrades, operating the divine crossbow, and the crossbow itself had inexplicably been frozen into ice sculptures. Realizing the assassination had failed, Zhu Cheng averted his gaze, meeting Dongfang Liyue's eyes with a strained smile. "Kongfu Tower is the property of the Mu family. We are of the Mu family. Who do you allege has issued our orders?" As his words fell, Zhu Cheng's pupils widened to their limit, crimson blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Instantly, he collapsed, breathless. In other parts of Kongfu Tower, those involved in the assassination met a similar fate, all resorting to self-destruction. Thus concluded the assassination attempt, the entire affair not exceeding a mere 100 breaths. "Third son, are you unharmed?" Taishan hurried to Qin Yi's side. Upon confirming Qin Yi was unscathed, the anxiety that had lodged in his throat finally subsided. Zhu Cheng cast a glance towards Dongfang Liyue and performed a respectful bow. "Greetings, esteemed one." Dongfang Liyue inclined her head slightly. "Zhu Tongling, I must express my profound gratitude for your life-saving assistance." Qin Yi turned to Zhu Cheng with a smile, prompting Zhu Cheng to momentarily pause, revealing a bittersweet smile. "Third young master, you overestimate my contribution. The successful eradication of the assassin was solely due to your calm demeanor in the face of danger and the unparalleled prowess of Lord Bing." Qin Yi shook his head, asserting, "Zhu Tongling, your role was undeniably significant. From this day forth, I shall owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you require anything, you may always seek me at the Prime Minister's residence." Upon hearing this, Zhu Cheng's expression brightened, and he hastily expressed his thanks. "Thank you, third young master." Although Qin Yi's words were somewhat casual, he understood that he might never need assistance from Qin Yi in his lifetime. Nevertheless, in the realm of officialdom, having another avenue available could only be advantageous. While many regarded the third young master of the Prime Minister's residence as ineffectual, it was evident at this moment that he was not as lacking as the rumors suggested. He faced the assassination with unwavering courage and recognized the importance of rewarding those who had exerted effort on his behalf, thus calming their spirits. The two engaged in further conversation. After concluding their discussion, Qin Yi turned to leave Kongfu Tower, while Taishan remained behind to tidy up the aftermath. Observing the corpses of Zhu Cheng and others strewn on the ground, Taishan's thoughts were tumultuous. Although the assassination was brief, it marked the onset of a tempest. The already tumultuous Qian was destined to become even more unsettled. Chapter 15. The aftermath. The news of the assassination attempt on Qin Yi spread swiftly throughout the imperial capital. Everyone was deeply shocked by the revelation. To them, while Qin Yi might be perceived as an inconsequential figure, daring to assassinate him was tantamount to provoking the wrath of Qin Muyuan. The fury of Qin Muyuan was something that no one in Qian could withstand. Some individuals seemed to have an inkling of what was to come, as their gazes shifted toward the innermost depths of the Qian imperial palace upon receiving the news. Meanwhile, Others looked beyond the imperial capital, to the factions poised to act due to the losses they incurred from Qin Yuan's reforms. The Qinglong Gang, one of the largest factions within the imperial capital. Gang leader, I finally deduced what you wanted me to guess. 5 months ago, those individuals asked us to transport goods into the city. The deputy leader of the Qinglong Gang burst into the main hall, holding a report. The gang leader, Li Hu, who had been napping, was abruptly awakened. He rubbed his eyes in irritation, asking, "Is this about that trivial matter from months ago? Can it wait until I wake up?" "Very well. Shall I wait to discuss it later?" "No, no, no." Li Hu quickly called out to stop him. "What is there to wait for? I'm already awake. Just ensure it doesn't happen again." "Yes," the deputy leader of the Qinglong Gang replied earnestly, stepping forward to present the report to Li Hu. He smiled and remarked, "I found the inspiration from the official report. Wasn't one of the items we transported a component of the broken divine crossbow?" Li Hu instinctively took the report, but upon hearing the words of the vice leader of the Qinglong Gang, he froze in place. "What did you say?" Li Hu grasped the vice leader's shoulder, shock evident on his face. "What's wrong with you, leader?" The vice leader of the Qinglong Gang appeared indifferent. "Oh, I see. You think that among the broken divine crossbows used to assassinate Qin Yi, there are parts we transported. What's there to worry about? Let us not even discuss whether it's true. Even if it were, that was months ago, and we were unaware. Would the Prime Minister's residence really trouble our Qinglong Gang over such a trivial matter? We are the most formidable gang in the imperial capital, not a soft target. If the Prime Minister's residence wants to take action against us, they must think twice." Just as his words fell, a resounding crash echoed from outside. A disciple of the Qinglong Gang flew in from the entrance, landing not far from the two men. The vice leader's expression darkened as he glanced down at the lifeless disciple. He then looked up towards the entrance, demanding, "Who dares to cause trouble in our Qinglong Gang?" In the next moment, 2 men of imposing presence, one tall and one lean, entered. The sight of these 2 men left the leader of the Qinglong Gang in shock. It was not their imposing aura that astonished him, but the identification tokens hanging from their waists, marking them as shadow guards. Seeing them, Li Hu, seated in the main position, took a deep breath and stepped forward, clasping his hands and greeting, "I greet you, sirs. May I inquire about the reason for your visit to our Qinglong Gang?" A light chuckle ensued. "Why are we here? Surely you know, when one commits a wrongdoing, punishment is warranted. We have overlooked your usual smuggling activities, allowing you to make a living. But who allowed you to act foolishly and commit a grave error? Do not blame us for the consequences." The people from the Prime Minister's residence had indeed come to settle accounts. The vice leader of the Qinglong Gang had lost his earlier bravado. Suppressing his fear, he leaned closer to Li Hu and whispered, "Leader, what shall we do now?" Li Hu answered with his actions. With a crisp sound, he knelt down, tears streaming down his face. "Sirs, our Qinglong Gang has accumulated quite a fortune over the years. We are willing to offer it all in hopes of gaining the Prime Minister's forgiveness." The lean man among the two shook his head with a smile. "It seems you still do not grasp the severity of your transgressions." The air fell silent for a few seconds. Li Hu rose, his expression darkening. "Do not overstep your bounds. Our Qinglong Gang has been established in the imperial capital for centuries, while your Prime Minister's residence has existed for scarcely 2 decades. At this moment, the threat in Li Hu's words was unmistakably evident. The Qinglong Gang, with its centuries-old heritage and profound foundation, was not something the Prime Minister's residence could easily contend with. Moreover, your residence has only existed for 2 decades, a mere flicker in time. Your audacity and propensity to make enemies everywhere may soon lead to your downfall." The 2 individuals outside had naturally grasped the implications of Li Hu's statement. Among them, a frail man wore a smile that, despite its outward appearance, was laden with deadly intent. Indeed, a force that has endured for centuries pales in comparison to the more ancient powers we have vanquished, and though our tally may not reach 1,000, it certainly exceeds 800. Upon finishing his words, the 2 figures vanished, only to reappear before Li Hu and the deputy leader of the Qinglong Gang. Panic surged through Li Hu and the deputy leader as they realized the sudden aggression of the 2 men, prompting them to brace for defense. All 4 were of the 7th realm. A confrontation would undoubtedly result in a fierce struggle. However, at that moment, a voice cold and commanding, "Pierce the air, do not move, these 2 are mine." Upon hearing this, the 2 shadow guards halted their advance and began to retreat. A graceful figure brushed past them, charging towards Li Hu and his companion. Faced with this enigmatic figure, Li Hu and the deputy leader found themselves devoid of any chance to resist. With a slender, Jade-like hand, she pierced through the deputy leader's body, propelling him towards Li Hu's side. In the next instant, her other hand plunged into Li Hu's body. The life force of both men diminished drastically, yet they refused to surrender. For cultivators of the seventh realm, even if their hearts were shattered, as long as they could summon their inner energy swiftly, they could momentarily suppress their injuries. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. They discovered they could not mobilize their internal energy. At this moment, their spiritual power, blood, and vitality were uncontrollably flowing towards the jade-like hands embedded within them. A shroud of despair enveloped the two men. Struggling to raise his head, Li Hu finally discerned that their assailant appeared to be a woman. Though her features were obscured by a mask resembling a grotesque visage. "Spare-me," Liu pleaded. The masked woman paid him no heed, and after a brief interval, when her life forces had entirely flickered out, she withdrew her hands. The two men, one tall and the other slender, rushed over with excitement. Gazing at the lifeless bodies on the ground, they expressed their astonishment. "Our leader is indeed the most fearsome presence among the shadow guards. After taking a life, she even drains them dry. Who wouldn't be terrified? Indeed, our leader is invincible." The masked woman, contemplating the two corpses, asked in a chilling tone, "How many is this now?" Her voice was not only cold, but also seemed to harbor an intense murderous intent, as if she could hardly wait to claim more lives, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard her. However, the two individuals had been following the masked woman for quite some time and had grown accustomed to her presence without the slightest discomfort. One of the men chuckled and remarked, "This is the third establishment. The one orchestrating this scheme is truly self-destructive, dividing the components of the crossbow into several parts and allowing various factions to smuggle them into the city." After the incident, all involved parties faced dire consequences. The masked woman shook her head and replied in the same tone as before, "No, I actually believe the adversary has executed this rather well. For it is precisely due to this that I can indulge in such exhilarating kills today." The man, somewhat speechless, raised his hands in inquiry, "Boss, the sky has darkened. Shall we proceed to the next place tonight, or wait until tomorrow?" "You may go, but I shall not accompany you." "Why?" The masked woman extended her slender jade hand and slowly removed her ghostly mask, stating, "Because the esteemed chancellor has personally assigned me an intriguing task." Chapter 16. The Courtesan Bureau and Gong Ruxue. Aside from bloodshed, this assassination had also wrought numerous intriguing repercussions. The city defense army consisted of 4 prominent leaders, each responsible for distinct regions, with one of the leaders, Han Long, overseeing the safety and security around the Kung Fu building. Following the assassination incident, Han Long proactively submitted a petition to the court, expressing his grand ambitions and desire to leave the imperial capital to serve as a humble soldier on the frontier, fighting for his country. The court approved Han Long's request, and with tears of fervor glistening in his eyes, he set forth towards the border. During this time, all the brothels in the imperial capital faced considerable hardships. To prevent a recurrence of the assassination, the city defense army conducted thorough searches of all brothels. Although no incriminating evidence was found, the establishments were too frightened to resume operations immediately. Thus, 2 weeks passed. The officially sanctioned Courtesan Bureau took the lead in the industry and was the first to reopen its doors. Today, the Courtesan Bureau was particularly bustling, teeming with patrons. After 2 weeks of inactivity, many individuals harbored pent-up frustration. On the second floor of the Courtesan Bureau, one of the matriarchs, Qin Yi, gazed down at the lively gathering below with palpable excitement, proclaiming, "Thank you all for gracing the Courtesan Bureau with your presence today. I am pleased to announce some splendid news. Today, our former top courtesan, Gong Ruxue, will be making her reappearance." As soon as the words left her lips, the previously vibrant venue fell into an abrupt silence. A peculiar expression crossed the faces of all present. "Is the Gong Ruxue you refer to the same Gong Ruxue we remember?" someone inquired from the crowd. Xianxia smiled slightly and confirmed, "Indeed, she is the very Gong Ruxue you all have in mind." A collective gasp resonated throughout the assembly, as the name Gong Ruxue was well known among those who frequently frequented the brothels. Initially, Qin Yi expended a staggering sum of 100,000 taels of silver to redeem Gong Ruxue and declare that he would marry none but her henceforth. This event thrust the name Gong Ruxue into the public eye. What transpired subsequently propelled Gong Ruxue to unprecedented fame. After all, forsaking the son of the prime minister's residence to associate with a mere pretty boy, and allowing that very pretty boy to brazenly approach the Prime Minister's residence to demand her return, thus tarnishing their reputation, was indeed a remarkable feat. Rumor had it that the culmination of this affair saw Qin Yi burst into a furious rage, returning Gong Ruxue to the Ministry of Rites. Had it not been for the seamstresses' earlier assertion that they did not believe such rumors, it might have cast a shadow of doubt. They were well acquainted with Qin Yi. One could surmise that upon witnessing Gong Ruxue's tears, he might easily forget everything and choose to forgive her. Lady Hong, if you bring Gong Ruxue forth to entertain guests, can you guarantee that Master Qin will not come to settle scores with us later? A rather mocking voice echoed throughout the venue. In the next moment, a chorus of agreement resonated through the assembly. Indeed, Lady Hong, do not lead us to our doom. The seamstress, her vibrant red lips curving into a slight smile, replied, Esteemed gentlemen, you must trust us at the Ministry of Rites. I can assure you with my life that Master Qin has severed all ties with Gong Ruxue. You may confidently submit your bids. Upon hearing the seamstress's words, the attendees felt a wave of relief wash over them. After all, the people of the Ministry of Rites would not be so foolish if they were not entirely confident. They would never allow Gong Ruxue to entertain guests. For should Qin Yi have a change of heart, they would be the first to suffer the consequences. Once the logic behind this was fully grasped, exhilaration swept through the entire assembly. The allure of celebrity status ignited their immense curiosity towards the legendary figure of Gong Ruxue. Witnessing this scene, the seamstress smiled subtly, extending a slender finger as she announced, the opening bid is set at 1,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels was indeed a considerable sum. The deputy commander of the city defense, Taishan, earned merely 1,000 silver taels annually. Yet the young lords below, upon hearing this figure, exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, immediately raising their bids. I bid 1,500 taels. I bid 2,000 taels. I bid 3,000 taels. Observing the fierce competition, the smile on the seamstress's face remained unwavering. She switched to another individual to preside over the auction, quietly retreating to the background, ascending to the uppermost floor. Ultimately, she halted in a room on the 7th level. The smile on the seamstress's face vanished at that moment. Using a key, she unlocked the door and entered with a solemn expression. Mother, I implore you, I do not wish to entertain guests. Upon seeing the seamstress enter the room, Gong Ruxue immediately rushed forward, kneeling before her. 2 weeks had passed since returning to the brothel, and, at this moment, Gong Ruxue appeared considerably more emaciated than she had at the Prime Minister's residence. Yet, this could not overshadow her allure. Overall, she still resembled a delicate fairy, unmatched in beauty. A sudden clap echoed within the room. Gong Ruxue trembled as she lifted her head, gazing incredulously at the embroideress, who bore a distinct handprint etched upon her fair visage. The embroideress cast a cold glance at Gong Ruxue and, with a tone laced with derision, remarked, Awakened from this daydream. Gong Ruxue was her adopted daughter, and their relationship had once been exceedingly close. However, now the embroideress showed no leniency, neither in words nor in actions. This was necessary to help Gong Ruxue recognize the harshness of reality. You have severed ties with Qin Yi, and this was your own choice. When Qin Yi sought to take you from the brothel, everyone, including the officials who managed the establishment, came to bid you farewell, treating you with utmost reverence. But now it is different. Without Qin Yi's endorsement, you are no different from any ordinary woman of the brothel. You must comply with the orders from above and generate value for the establishment. No, Gong Ruxue replied resolutely, I am not delusional. If I wait a few more days, brother, you will gather the 100,000 taels of silver needed to redeem me. Preposterous, the embroideress replied, shaking her head in disbelief. Do you think everyone is like the third young master, capable of spending such a sum to rescue you? That by Ryu. I've looked into him. He is merely a pauper from a remote village. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Gong Ruxue's eyes. Mother, did you not visit the Prime Minister's residence recently? Has the third young master not reconsidered his feelings? Absolutely not. The embroideress cruelly shattered Gong Ruxue's dreams, her beautiful eyes flashing with scorn. Now you understand Qin Yi's true intentions. It is too late. She too had once entertained fantasies, believing that Qin Yi might just be momentarily angered, and that once his temper subsided, he would reconsider. To confirm this, she had made a trip to the Prime Minister's residence, hoping to see Qin Yi. However, she ended up only meeting his maid. Upon learning her purpose, the maid had simply stated, Gong Rushue, the third young master, feels nauseated at the mere mention of your name. Well, it was settled. Everything had come to rest, and she was certain that there was no possibility of reconciliation between Gong Rushue and Qin Yi. After the officials overseeing the brothel received this news, they instructed Gong Rushue to begin entertaining clients, seizing the opportunity of her current fame to generate greater value for the establishment. At this point, Gong Rushue had succumbed to utter despair, collapsing onto the floor. Prepare to entertain clients, the embroideress said with one last glance at Gong Rushue before departing the room. As the door was securely locked, the anxious brothel madam standing outside expressed her concern. Xianxia, are you not afraid that Shui heir might choose to take her own life? Xiaonyang's lips curved into a faint smile as she confidently replied, no one understands her better than I do. She would never resort to suicide. At that moment, the venue below gradually fell silent. Xiaonyang approached the corridor's edge. Gazing downwards, the final bid had reached 10,000 taels, seemingly the result of 3 individuals pooling their resources together. Inside the room, after Xiaonyang departed, Gong Rushue remained in a daze for a moment before rising from the ground. She approached the table and picked up a hairpin, its sharp end now aimed at her delicate neck. Her jade-like hand trembled uncontrollably as she hesitated. After a few breaths, Gong Rushue ultimately refrained from plunging the pin into her flesh. No, I cannot simply perish like this. She set down the hairpin, and a glimmer of resolve flickered in her exquisite eyes. If I were to die this way, it would play right into Qin Yi's hands. He returned me to the brothel out of jealousy of the bond one share with Brother Yu. His intent was to create a rift between us, leading to the collapse of our relationship. Should their love indeed falter, Qin Yi and the world would mock them, asserting that their bond was insignificant. To end my life would merely fulfill Qin Yi's desires. He could continue to deride them, claiming their love was truly inconsequential, unable to transcend the prejudices of society. I shall not allow you to succeed, Qin Yi. I will demonstrate just how profound my connection with Brother Yu is. I have faith in myself. I possess the courage to endure endless humiliation and live resiliently. I also believe in Brother Yu. Regardless of how I may change, his love for me will remain unwavering. With this steadfast conviction, Gong Rushue's demeanor transformed dramatically. The once fragile and self-pitying woman evolved into a resolute warrior, gazing defiantly at the heavens. This warrior cast a disdainful glance at the door, seemingly unperturbed by the impending battle. In the capital, a gentle spring rain began to fall. In the 9th level of the purple extreme tower at the Prime Minister's residence, a long sigh escaped Qin Yi as he awakened from his meditative state. Alas, this body's innate talent is exceedingly poor. Qin Yi assessed the results of his 2 weeks of training. Compared to 2 weeks prior, the growth within his cultivation could be described as negligible. The technique he practiced was undoubtedly exceptional, one of the finest in the world, crafted by his father, Qin Mu Yuan, the path to heaven. The technique is commendable. It is the physical constitution that leaves much to be desired. It is time to seek a more formidable physique. Qin Yi murmured to himself. The silhouette of Lian Ying appeared before Qin Yi. In a calm tone, Lian Ying conveyed, Miss Second. News has arrived that Bai Ruyu has returned to his hometown. Qin Yi nodded slightly. After lying outside the Prime Minister's residence for an entire night, Bai Ruyu's injuries had improved significantly, allowing him to move with difficulty. He hired a carriage and hastily departed from the imperial capital, heading towards his ancestral home. Concealed in the shadows, Dongfang Liu followed closely behind. Is there anything else? Noticing that Lian Ying had not taken her leave after delivering her report, Qin Yi inquired. Yes, Lian Ying promptly replied. The Empress has just sent a message, stating that she wishes to see you. The mention of the Empress caused the corners of Qin Yi's mouth to curve upward, revealing a radiant smile. At long last, she had arrived, though he had been made to wait. Xianxia village, nestled deep within the mountains, was a quaint hamlet. Today, an old carriage traversed the muddy paths, shattering the tranquility of Xianxia village. The villagers emerged from their homes, eager to witness the commotion. Look, a carriage. Could it be Ayu returning? It must be. The only one from our village still outside is Ayu. Ayu, hurry and disembark. Let us see your bride. You promised to bring back a plump wife. The villagers' innocent banter elicited no response from the occupants of the carriage. Observing this, the villagers dispersed, unwilling to embarrass themselves further. The carriage continued onward until it halted at a residence near a small river. The coachman turned to the carriage, intending to inquire about their arrival. Are we at our destination? Should we proceed? Creak. At that moment, the gate of the nearby residence suddenly swung open. The sound captivated the coachman's attention, prompting him to cease his actions and gaze towards the entrance. As the gate opened, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s emerged from within. Dressed in a green robe, he walked with a commanding presence, exuding an aura of authority. Upon exiting, the man approached the carriage with an unusual gait, startling the coachman. This man appeared formidable. Had he known, he would have declined this fare. Venturing into such a remote area could lead to peril without anyone knowing. You, how did you sustain such grave injuries? The coachman contemplated fleeing, yet upon nearing the carriage, the middle-aged man halted. The coachman paused in surprise, then realized that the man was addressing the passenger inside the carriage. It seemed they had indeed arrived at their destination. It is somewhat peculiar that the passenger within the carriage, who did not alight, could discern the severity of the injuries sustained by the middle-aged man. Chapter 18. The White Dragon Spear. Master. Upon hearing that affectionate voice, Bai Ruyu within the carriage was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. The bustling city was fraught with danger. It would be better to return to one's hometown. After settling the fare with the carriage driver, Bai Ruyu emerged from the carriage. Due to the injuries that had yet to fully heal, she nearly stumbled as she dismounted. Bai Qingshan, quick to react, stepped forward to assist her. Although he should have been elated at the return of his long-absent disciple, Bai Qingshan found little joy. His spirit had sensed from afar that Bai Ruyu was hurt. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized that her injuries were far more severe than he had anticipated, even threatening her very foundation. Bai Qingshan's expression darkened. Beneath his calm demeanor lay an ocean of unbridled fury. What cruel fate has befallen you? Bai Ruyu shook her head, her voice soft. Master, let us return home first. I will recount everything that has transpired during my absence. Very well, Bai Qingshan nodded, supporting Bai Ruyu as they made their way back to their residence. As they walked a short distance, just as they were about to enter the compound, Bai Qingshan suddenly halted. He abruptly turned to gaze at a distant mountain. Bai Ruyu, puzzled, followed his line of sight. Master, what troubles you? Bai Qingshan withdrew his gaze, shaking his head. It must be my imagination. I felt as though someone was observing us. Yet, it is likely a mere illusion, for no one could conceal themselves from my spiritual perception. With that, Bai Qingshan led Bai Ruyu into their abode. The mountain he had just observed concealed within its depths a towering tree, its branches lush and reaching skyward. Atop this great tree stood Dongfang Liyue, her enchanting eyes fixed upon the residence of Bai Qingshan and Bai Ruyu. Curious, she mused, the middle-aged man possesses no cultivation, yet wields the spirit of the divine mirror. That Bai Ruyu is remarkable as well. Having been battered by a seventh realm cultivator, she recovers with such swiftness. Within the residence, Bai Qingshan wore a grim expression as he listened to Bai Ruyu recount the events that had transpired. Bang! With a forceful slap upon the table, Bai Qingshan glared at Bai Ruyu, nearly at a loss for words. Foolish! Who granted you the audacity to storm the Prime Minister's mansion? If they were to discover your true identity, it would not merely result in a beating, but you would face a fate worse than death. In conclusion, Bai Qingshan admonished Bai Ruyu in a tone filled with disappointment. After adopting her, he had conducted inquiries into her background and had gleaned some insights. Bai Ruyu's true identity was likely that of the son of Qin Yi, the former leader of the Taiwan sect. 18 years ago, the leader of the Taiwan sect, Qin Yi, with a profound sense of justice, resolved to execute the treacherous traitor, Qin Yuan, who had brought calamity upon the nation. At that time, Qin Yi devised a deadly scheme, feigning compliance as the court dismantled the Taiwan sect's unreasonable demands, subsequently inviting Qin Yuan to negotiate the specifics of their division. Unbeknownst to Qin Yuan, this was a trap. He arrived at the Taiwan sect, only to be underestimated, and due to inadequate preparations, the assassination attempt ultimately failed. In the aftermath, Qin Yuan's wrath led to the near-total annihilation of the core members of the Taiwan sect, a venerable lineage that had endured for over 10 millennia, extinguished at the hands of a rogue. Upon discovering Bai Ruyu, he found a token inscribed with the name of the Taiwan sect nestled in her swaddling. This token contained the core teachings of the sect, the Taiwan Sutra. The truth became painfully evident. Bai Ruyu's true identity was that of Qiu Wuji's offspring. It seemed that Qin Yuan was aware of Bai Ruyu's survival and had been searching for her all these years. Should he find her, her fate would be dire. Yet, Bai Ruyu, instead of maintaining a safe distance from the Prime Minister's residence, audaciously chose to provoke him. However, Bai Qingshan merely reprimanded her for her actions and went to the prime minister's estate without chastising her for her intentions regarding Gong Ruxue. Bai Ryu lowered her head in shame. Master, I understand my mistake. But now, can you enlighten me on what course I should take? My mind is in disarray, and I am utterly lost. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qingshan spoke. At this juncture, you must rescue your beloved from the Bureau of Courtesans. She has forsaken the luxurious life of the prime minister's residence for your sake. She is a woman of deep affection and loyalty, and you must not betray her. Both you and she have already faced tragedy. You cannot allow Bai Ryu to repeat their misfortunes. A flicker of despair crossed Bai Ryu's eyes. Yet, with my current strength, I cannot breach the bureau to rescue Ruxue. If force cannot be employed, I must gather 100,000 taels of silver to secure her freedom. But to me now, 100,000 taels is an astronomical sum, utterly unattainable. At this point, both Bai Qingshan and Bai Ryu fell silent. Sighing, Bai Qingshan broke the silence. Do not despair. Ayu, I have a plan regarding the financial matter. Follow me. He approached his bedside and, with a sudden motion, heaved the bed aside. Master, what are you doing? Bai Ryu questioned, bewildered by Bai Qingshan's peculiar behavior. Without a word, Bai Qingshan crouched down and began to rummage beneath the bed. Soon, he grasped an iron ring. Pulling on it with force, he revealed that the other end was attached to a chain connected to a floorboard. As the board was lifted, it unveiled a hidden compartment. Curiously, Bai Ryu peered into the compartment and discovered a long spear stored within. The long spear measures 7 feet and 2 inches, its entire body gleaming in silver. Intricate true dragon patterns are engraved upon its front, and though it has lain dormant beneath the earth, its brilliance cannot be concealed. The moment Bai Ryu gazed upon the spear, an overwhelming aura surged forth, piercing his eyes with pain. Bai Qingshan regarded the spear with a profound gaze. As if beholding an old friend, he retrieved the spear from its hidden compartment. This weapon, known as the White Dragon Spear, was forged from a piece of celestial stone that I acquired during my training with your master's wife. It has accompanied me in countless battles, yet regrettably, I could no longer wield it. Thus I sealed it away, waiting for the day when your skills would reach their zenith so that I might entrust it to you. At this juncture, Bai Qingshan paused. Alas, plans often falter amidst change. Now, you must take it to an auction house, sell it, and use the proceeds to redeem your beloved. Upon finishing his words, Bai Qingshan placed the White Dragon Spear into Bai Ryu's hands. Master, Bai Ryu's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over. Bai Qingshan smiled nonchalantly. After all, an inanimate object pales in comparison to a human being. Moreover, should you and the White Dragon Spear share a bond, it may yet return to your grasp in the future. Thank you, Master. Your kindness is beyond measure. Bai Ryu expressed his profound gratitude. After speaking, he fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Was it truly worth exchanging an irreplaceable treasure like the White Dragon Spear for a woman like Gong Ruxue, who could not offer any assistance for his future endeavors? Would his quest for vengeance become even more arduous due to the loss of the spear's support? Chapter 19. Meeting the Empress. A luxurious carriage came to a halt before the Qian Pavilion. Qin Yi disembarked and glanced sideways, noting another carriage of equal opulence parked alongside his own. Recognizing this carriage, Qin Yi realized he had not erred in his destination. Outside the Qian Pavilion stood a group of guards in plain clothes. Upon seeing Qin Yi approach, they drew their standard military blades, obstructing his passage. No unauthorized personnel are permitted near the Qian Pavilion. A sharp voice rang out. In the blink of an eye, a strikingly beautiful woman with long black hair and a fierce countenance stepped forward, sword in hand, shielding Qin Yi. Third young master of the Xianxia. The team leader's expression changed dramatically. He hastily instructed the other guards to lower their weapons, then bowed in apology to Qin Yi. It was my oversight not to recognize your esteemed identity. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Qin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Ignorance is no crime. You are the guards of Mu Wanqi. Upon hearing that Qin Yi would not pursue the matter, the team leader sighed in relief. We are indeed the Empress's guards, and the Empress has been awaiting your arrival for some time. Qin Yi nodded slightly, then turned to the woman standing protectively in front of him and said softly, Yin Dan, you may withdraw. As you command, third young master. Upon receiving the order, the stunning woman set down her weapon and stepped back. Ever since the assassination attempt on him at Kung Fu Tower, Qin Mu Yuan, who had been indifferent to him, had arranged for her to serve as a guard. Like Lian Ning, Yin Dan was also a formidable practitioner of the seventh realm. Through conversation, he had discerned her personality, an exuberant, innocent, and exceptionally kind-hearted woman. "Third young master, I shall guide you," she said. Under her escort, Qin Yi entered the heavenly elixir pavilion. The name itself suggested a place for alchemy. Yet as he ventured deeper into the pavilion, he encountered numerous herbs but saw not a single alchemical furnace, which stirred a hint of curiosity within him. After a short while, they ascended to the second floor, where the escort halted in front of a room by the window. "Third young master, you have arrived. Very well. You may leave now." Qin Yi stepped forward and pushed the door open. Upon entering, he barely had time to observe the surroundings before a melodious female voice reached his ears. "Why have you arrived only now? We've been waiting for you." Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback and turned toward the source of the voice. He beheld a breathtaking woman clad in a phoenix robe, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him, glimmering with a hint of melancholy. Qin Yi's gaze lingered on her face for but a fleeting moment before he lowered his eyes, captivated by the elegance of her figure. It was not mere lust that drew him. Rather, he was irresistibly enthralled. The woman's physique was astonishing, the loose-fitting phoenix robe failing to conceal her perfect contours, and her proud bosom left Qin Yi astounded. Truly magnificent. He had never encountered such a divine beauty. Indeed, more impressive than in the game, Qin Yi mused. The woman in the phoenix robe, puzzled by Qin Yi's silence, glanced over and noticed his gaze lingering on her figure. Instantly, her ears flushed crimson. Clenching her silver teeth, she exclaimed in indignation, "Qin Yi, how dare you? What are you staring at?" Qin Yi chuckled and shook his head, speaking with a nonchalant tone. "Muwanqi, what are you dreaming about in broad daylight? I thought I would find you interesting." The enchanting woman before him was none other than the current empress of the Qian, one of the leading heroines, and notably the most popular among them. Due to her stunning modeling, Muwanqi had garnered significant attention on various lesser-known platforms. Their relationship, however, was one of childhood friends. Muwanqi was the maid of his mother in the Mu family, and after his mother's passing, it was primarily Muwanqi's mother who took care of him. Not long after, Mu Wangzai was born. As time passed, the father of Luo Xiao, the favored general of Qin Mu Yuan, was nearly annihilated by enemies, leaving only the newly born Luo Xiao. In his affection for the sole heir of his beloved general, Qin Mu Yuan treated Luo Zhou with great kindness, entrusting her care to Mu Wangzai, ensuring she enjoyed the same privileges as the sons of the aristocratic family. Thus, the fates of the three became intertwined. After experiencing a blissful childhood, they were separated for various reasons. Although Mu Wanqi's mother was merely a maid to her own mother, she was in fact of the direct lineage of the Mu family. Subsequently, Mu Wanqi was brought back to her family's home for training and later entered the palace to become the empress. Meanwhile, due to her innate talent for cultivation, Luo Xiao was sent by Qin Mu Yuan to the Hunyuan sword sect, becoming one of its disciples, while he remained alone in the imperial capital. Mu Wanqi was incensed by Qin Yi's words. Intentionally adopting an authoritative tone, she declared, "Qin Yi, how audacious of you, as the son of a minister. How dare you address me by my title? Do you believe I will cast you into the dungeons to face 1,000 tortures?" Her voice, filled with grandeur, complemented by her resplendent phoenix robe, exuded an air of the empress of the great Qian, divine and unassailable in Qin Yi's eyes. Qin Yi gazed directly at Mu Wanqi, a hint of mockery lacing his tone as he retorted, "A 1,000 tortures? Mu Wanqi, you possess remarkable courage. Have you forgotten how, in our childhood, I would wield a stick to spank you, causing you to flee in terror?" Taken aback by his words, Mu Wanqi instinctively touched her own pert derriere with her fair hands. In the next moment, she regained her composure, pointing a finger at Qin Yi, her bosom heaving uncontrollably. You speak nonsense," she stammered. Wanqi, seeing you so enraged is a first for me," came a light laugh. Qin Yi's gaze sharpened as he turned to see another presence in the room. He then noticed a stunning woman clad in a Taoist robe. A vague recognition of her identity began to form in his mind. The woman, noticing Qin Yi's attention, smiled gently and spoke softly. "Third young master, my junior sister often speaks of you, claiming you are the finest man in the world. However, since arriving in the capital, I have frequently heard less than favorable opinions about you. Yet, upon meeting you today, I realize my junior sister did not deceive me. Rather, those evaluations were misguided." Chapter 20, The Sequence Pearl. Indeed, from the woman's words, Qin Yi confirmed her identity as the person he had surmised. It was truly unexpected to encounter the immortal melody here. Qin Yi chuckled lightly, recognizing that the enchanting woman before him was none other than Xianxia, the second-ranked disciple among the four great disciples of the Hunyuan sword sect. Xianxia delicately lifted the teacup from the table, took a sip, and then smiled softly, saying, "The Qian Pavilion is indeed an establishment of our Hunyuan sword sect. I have come here under my master's directive to undergo some training for a while." Qin Yi nodded, reflecting on the sights and experiences of their journey, and inquired, "I wish to ask. Qian Pavilion is quite renowned as a pill shop in the imperial city, yet today I have not seen a single pill, let alone an alchemist or even a pill furnace. What is the reason behind this?" Qin Yi's words seemed to strike a chord within Xianxia, causing her to furrow her brows slightly and sigh. The fame of this pill shop is a tale from long ago. Now, Qian Pavilion is on the brink of collapse. After uttering this, Xianxia cast a glance across the tea table, her gaze lingering on Mu Wangzai, who was intently focused on Qin Yi. Xianxia then rose to take her leave, expressing regret. "Unfortunately, I must depart as there are matters to attend to at the shop." Following this, she performed a graceful bow to Qin Yi. "Young master, the fourth junior sister at Hunyuan sword sect often feels quite lonely. If you have the time, I hope you can pay her a visit." Qin Yi returned the gesture with a respectful nod, replying, "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Rao. I shall visit the Tianyin sects soon." "Indeed," Xianxia replied, "I believe she will be most delighted then." Once Xianxia departed, the room was left with only Mu Wanqi and Qin Yi, devoid of any hidden guards. The queen, who had long resided in the depths of the palace, found herself alone with her childhood companion. One could easily imagine the potential implications of their solitude, yet the reality was strikingly contrary to expectations. After Xiaoqing's exit, the previously harmonious atmosphere dissipated, replaced by an unsettling silence. Mu Wanqi was the first to break this silence, lowering her head and speaking softly. "How is your health?" Qin Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, decisively replied, "I am quite well. The assassination attempt at Kung Fu Tower did not harm me." With this statement, silence enveloped the room once more. Once again, it was Mu Wangzai who shattered the quiet. "That incident was not orchestrated by us. It has no connection to the Mu family." "No connection?" Qin Yi narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. "The assassination took place at your family's Kung Fu Tower, and the divine breaking crossbow used in the attack belonged to your Mu family's main commander of the Zhangzhou army. The crossbow utilized in the assassination was exclusively a military-grade weapon, costly and scarce. A simple investigation would reveal that a crossbow is missing from that army. Are you truly unable to see such blatant slander?" Mu Wangzai bit her silver teeth and exclaimed vehemently, "The relationship between our Mu family and your prime minister's residence is one of shared fortune and shared misfortune. My entry into the palace as empress was a matter of necessity, as your Qin family lacked female heirs, thus allowing me to represent the interests of the prime minister's faction. Do you truly not trust me?" In the depths of the maiden's clear eyes, ripples began to emerge, her proud bosom quivering incessantly. Any discerning observer could perceive that her emotions were in turmoil at this moment. "No, it is not that I distrust you." Qin Yi's voice remained frigid. "Rather, I harbor skepticism towards the Mu family." "You." She hesitated. "Enough of that. Pray tell, what brings you to seek me?" In response to Qin Yi's inquiry, Mu Wanqi took a few moments to compose herself before she replied with a complex expression upon receiving the news of your assassination attempt. "My uncle hastily employed a communication array to plead our case to the Chancellor. The Chancellor's response was that this matter is yours to address. It is for you to decide whether to forgive the Mu family." At these words, a flicker of light shone in Qin Yi's eyes. The uncle Mu Wanqi spoke of was none other than the current head of the Mu family, who also happened to be his maternal uncle. "Ahem," Qin Yi continued in his characteristic chilly tone. "If that is the case, you need not concern yourself. The Mu family is my maternal lineage, and given our connection, I would not fault them over trivial matters." "Really?" A glimmer of hope appeared in Mu Wanqi's eyes. However, Qin Yi's tone shifted abruptly. The assassination attempt was too sudden and the scene was exceedingly gruesome. As a fragile individual, I was caught off guard, and it has left me haunted by inner demons. These demons are exceedingly terrifying, tormenting me daily. If I do not seek treatment promptly, it will not be long before I am driven to my demise by their relentless torture. At that point, the deceased me will naturally be unable to forgive your Mu family. Mu Wanqi, do you wish to continue with your petty schemes for benefits? Must you be so obvious?" Mu Wanqi shook her head, stating, "My uncle has acknowledged that this time it was our Mu family's fault. Whatever demands you may have, please voice them." As long as it is within our capacity, we shall do our utmost to fulfill them. With your assurance, I can rest easy." A fleeting warmth replaced the previous frostiness on Qin Yi's countenance, his lips curving into a faint smile as he gazed intently at Mu Wanqi. Upon witnessing this, Mu Wanqi's expression shifted drastically, her pupils narrowing. The next moment, Qin Yi's laughter echoed. "I desire the sequence pearl of your Mu family." "Thank goodness it is not. Wait." Mu Wanqi exhaled in relief, only to have her face drain of color once again at Qin Yi's words. "What did you say? You want the sequence pearl?" she exclaimed incredulously. "Indeed," Qin Yi replied with unwavering determination. "You must be mad. The sequence pearl is our Mu family's treasured heirloom." Mu Wanqi reiterated in disbelief. Qin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. "In any case, your Mu family cannot make use of it. Keeping it serves no purpose." Qin Yi was not surprised by Mu Wanqi's vehement reaction, for he sought the sequence pearl. Within the realm of the game, the sequence pearl was said to have originated from ancient times, consisting of 10 pearls, each containing immense opportunities within. As time flows inexorably, we find ourselves in the present, where 10 sequence pearls exist, of which 9 have either been utilized by others or have vanished without a trace. The sole remaining sequence pearl resides in the possession of the Mu family. This particular pearl, due to the uncertainty of how to unlock its hidden potential, has traveled through various hands before ultimately arriving at the Mu family. While others remain oblivious to the means of activation, he possesses a profound understanding of it, as well as the nature of the opportunity it bestows upon its bearer, a unique trait that only the protagonist can possess. Chapter 21, The Mu Family. According to the original narrative, this sequence pearl will eventually fall into the hands of Bairuyu. The demise of the protagonist leads to a rift between the Mu family and the Chancellor's estate, igniting a conflict that results in the annihilation of the Mu family. Before their downfall, Mu Wanqi, clutching the sequence pearl, narrowly escapes disaster and is subsequently rescued by Bairuyu during her flight. The ensuing events unfold in a rather cliched manner, as the two experience various trials before finding love, while the seemingly inscrutable sequence pearl is ultimately deciphered by Bairuyu, becoming a significant opportunity for him. However, the tale of Mu Wanqi is far from over. Beyond being the female lead and the harbinger of fortune, she plays a pivotal role in advancing the storyline within the game. Through her, Bairuyu becomes acquainted with the most prominent female character, the Emperor disguised as a man. Indeed, it is evident that the sequence pearl was acquired at great cost by their ancestors. A flicker of conflict crosses Mu Wanqi's face. Qin Yi's tone regains its icy demeanor as he states, "You should inform your uncle about this matter. I trust he will make the right choice." With that, Qin Yi turns to leave. Observing this, Mu Wanqi hastily intercepts him. "Hey, are you really leaving just like that? After such a long absence? Don't you care to ask how I have fared within the palace?" Qin Yi hesitates, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. Deep down, he understands that Mu Wanqi has likely not fared well, for the Emperor, like her, is also a woman. Furthermore, given the trajectory of the story, their orientations appear quite normal. Living in the depths of the palace, one can feel the profound loneliness akin to snow. "I apologize," Qin Yi suddenly murmurs, lowering his gaze. "What are you apologizing for?" Mu Wanqi trembles slightly, whispering, "I should have agreed to your request back then." Qin Yi sighs, speaking slowly. Initially, Mu Wanqi had no desire to enter the palace. She once wrote a letter asking her previous incarnation to propose on her behalf to the Mu family. If she could marry into the Chancellor's estate, she could avoid entering the palace altogether. However, the outcome was that her previous self declined the proposal. The former self lacked discernment. It was apparent to any observer that both Mu Wanqi and Luo Xiao held affections for him, yet he remained oblivious. Instead, he fell hopelessly in love with Gong Ruxua, the courtesan of the imperial court, ultimately becoming her devoted admirer. "What are you bringing this up for?" In an instant, a faint blush graced Mu Wanqi's cheeks as she lowered her head, her toes obscured by some imposing object, her voice as delicate as a whispering mosquito. "I hope it's not too late to apologize now," Qin Yi said with a tone laden with guilt. Upon hearing these words, Mu Wanqi immediately lifted her head, her enchanting eyes locking onto Qin Yi's, and earnestly replied, "It is not too late." The air hung still, enveloped in silence. After a moment, Mu Wanqi continued in a soft voice, "Can I still come to find you to play in the future? Being alone in the palace is indeed rather dull." Since Qin Yi had initially rejected Mu Wanqi, their relationship had essentially fractured. The two had not crossed paths in the years since she had left the Mu family to ascend to the role of empress in the imperial capital. Qin Yi smiled faintly, turning to gaze at Mu Wanxi, and without much thought, responded, "I would welcome that." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Mu Wanxi's beautiful eyes, visibly brightening her demeanor. Within the confines of the room, an inexplicable atmosphere re-emerged. In Xianxia, the Mu family abode, situated on the outskirts of the city, boasted ornate railings and exquisite architecture, exuding grandeur. The Mu family, once illustrious in ancient times, had lost much of its former glory through the passage of time, relegated to the status of a second-rate family for an extended period. However, in the past 3 decades, it seemed as if fate had favored the Mu family. Their fortunes had flourished dramatically, first with the clan leader's daughter marrying a chancellor of immense power, followed by another family member marrying into the palace, ascending to the revered position of empress. Though the Mu family was not yet a first-rate clan, its influence had grown to rival that of the foremost families, and it was merely a matter of time before they attained that status. In a grand hall, Mu Tianlong, the head of the Mu family, convened with all the elders of the clan. The atmosphere was thick with silence, each face shadowed with concern. Should an outsider witness this scene, they would find it utterly astonishing. What calamity could have befallen such a prosperous family to elicit such grave expressions from its leaders? At that moment, a disciple of the Mu family rushed into the hall, delivering a note to Mu Tianlong. After a cursory glance at its contents, Mu Tianlong clenched the paper tightly. "Wanxi has sent word," he announced. Upon hearing this, the members of the Mu family below raised their heads, looking expectantly at Mu Tianlong. "Master, what was the outcome?" one inquired eagerly. Mu Tianlong rubbed his brow, his tone complex as he replied, "Qin Yi has decided not to pursue our family's responsibility." Just as the elders below were about to exhale in relief, Mu Tianlong interrupted. "That young man demands the sequence pearl." "What?" The elders of the Mu family visibly erupted with anger. "Does that brat not understand what the sequence pearl signifies for our family?" They had heard tales of the chancellor's son's recklessness, and today's encounter confirmed those rumors beyond doubt. "The sequence of pearls, our Mu family will certainly not yield. I refuse to believe that Qin Mu Yuan would truly seek trouble with us over such trivial matters. We, the Mu family, are not subordinates of his prime minister's residence, but rather partners in cooperation." The second elder is correct. Without the support of our Mu family, the prime minister's residence would soon collapse. Mu Tianlong remained silent, seated in his chair, observing the fervent crowd below, his gaze gradually growing colder. The elder of the Mu family, speaking soon, sensed the shift in atmosphere and halted the argument. "Patriarch, it is not only us who should speak. You must also voice your thoughts," inquired the second elder, puzzled. "How intriguing." A smile crept onto Mu Tianlong's lips, a hint of relief gracing his expression. "Listening to your discourse, I finally understand why some among you have become so inflated with arrogance as to conspire with outsiders to assassinate Qin Yi." Boom! As Mu Tianlong's words fell, the entire assembly was struck with shock. "Patriarch, what do you mean by that? This is clearly an attempt to sow discord. How can you not see it?" Someone trembled, speaking up. "He." Mu Tianlong maintained a smile, yet it now sent chills down the spines of all present. "Indeed, the opposing party has expended such immense resources merely to stage a plot so obvious that everyone could discern it. Do you think they regard us as fools? Patriarch, you must be overthinking this. Delving into such stubbornness on this matter is precisely what the enemy desires." The second elder interjected. Mu Tianlong interrupted, directing a cold sneer at the second elder. "Is it not you who has fallen into the enemy's trap? You must have had a hand in the assassination plot as well." Chapter 22 Mu Tianlong. The second elder's countenance turned pale with fright as he hastily explained, "Patriarch, what do you mean? How could I engage in treachery against the family?" With a light chuckle, Mu Tianlong waved his hand towards the family disciples outside the hall. Observing this, the members of the Mu family were filled with curiosity and turned to look toward the entrance. In the next moment, a bloodied and unconscious man was carried in. "Who is this?" Everyone in the hall was perplexed. Soon, someone provided an answer. "Guoya." The second elder rushed to the man's side, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Following this, he abruptly turned to glare at Mu Tianlong, his eyes filled with venom. "Mu Tianlong, how dare you harm a disciple of our family? He is your cousin." Mu Tianlong's gaze remained calm as he regarded the second elder and his son below. The broken divine crossbow used in the assassination attempt on Qin Yi came from the 6th Battalion of the Xianxia army, controlled by Mugua. Xianxia, being near the sea, established its military primarily to combat pirates and sea beasts. As a prominent family in the region, most of the commanders in the Xianxia army are scions of the Mu family, with Mugua serving as the general of the 6th Battalion. What relevance does this hold? The second elder of the Mu family widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Did not Guer explain this to you before? That batch of broken divine crossbows was seized during a pirate raid." Mu Tianlong furrowed his brow, having lost all patience. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Second elder, do not continue to quibble." When I interrogated Mugua, he could not bear the pressure and revealed everything that needed to be said. You should also disclose the entire sequence of events to everyone. Perhaps they will understand your actions. Is that even possible? Someone questioned incredulously, casting a glance at the second elder of the Mu family. Unless he is mad, why would he engage in something that could lead to the annihilation of the Mu family? Indeed, the second elder is a respected elder of our Gu family. Master, could you be mistaken? Others chimed in agreement. I must be mad. The second elder of the Mu family suddenly chuckled ominously, his laughter tinged with a dark humor. It is truly laughable. Everything I have done is for the sake of our Mu family. At this declaration, all the elders present gasped in shock. The second elder's words implicitly acknowledged his participation in the assassination plot. He turned to survey the gathered elders of the Mu family, his eyes glinting with menace. I know you are all puzzled as to why I acted this way. The answer is simple. Consider our current status. We, the Mu family, are now part of the royal kin. What is the identity of that Qin? Merely a treacherous minister seizing power while the emperor is still young. If we, the Mu family, can assist the emperor in overthrowing Qin Yuan, once the emperor gains full power, he will undoubtedly favor those from our family. At that time, our Mu family will rise to even greater prominence, possibly surpassing the current prime minister's residence. Thus, when that group approached me for collaboration, I accepted without a second thought. After the second elder finished speaking, the hall fell into a heavy silence. The elders of the Mu family lowered their heads, their gazes flickering, lost in thought. By the way, second elder, we still have 2 questions regarding this matter. Since you participated, why did you not admit it afterward? And who were those that sought your collaboration? Someone broke the silence to inquire. Because the assassination failed, Mu Tianlong replied coldly, looking at the second elder. Had the assassination succeeded, with Qin Yi dead, having committed such a grave sin, reconciliation between our Mu family and the prime minister's residence would be impossible, and I would be compelled to sever ties with the prime minister for the sake of the Mu family. Conversely, if the assassination did not succeed, our Mu family would not be pushed to the brink of a necessary rupture with the prime minister's residence. We could simply apologize and hand over the instigators, thus resolving the issue. It is clear what fate would await them if it fell into Qin Yuan's hands. Hence, they chose to deny everything in fear. As for the identity of those who collaborated with them, I suspect even the second elder does not know. He merely knows they are affiliated with the royal family. Am I correct, second elder? Oomph. The second elder scoffed coldly, his silence betraying his uncertainty. Unperturbed by the elder's demeanor, Mu Tianlong waved his hand and commanded, "Since the second elder has confessed, seize him and execute him, rather than surrendering the living instigator to the chancellor's residence." Presenting the head of the principal culprit will more aptly signify the stance of the Mu family. Upon hearing this, the second elder froze, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. "You cannot do this, Mu Tianlong. I am your second uncle, and all my actions have been for the sake of the Mu family." The onlookers, upon hearing the decree, remained motionless, instead rallying to plead for the second elder. "Master." The second elder was merely confused for a moment. "Please grant him clemency," one implored. "Indeed, the second elder has toiled tirelessly for our family. He deserves mercy for his lifetime of service." Another echoed. "I propose we strip him of his title, but not hand him over, let alone execute him." As the voices of supplication surrounded him, tears streamed down the second elder's face. With a quavering voice, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, everyone, I am deeply moved." Suddenly, the second elder's words were abruptly cut off. Clutching his blood-soaked neck, he looked up at Mu Tianlong. Disbelief etched across his face. He extended a trembling finger, stammering, You. He had never anticipated that Mu Tianlong would dare to act against him. After all, he was the second elder of the Mu family, Mu Tianlong's uncle, and one of the few grandmasters of the 7th realm. Mu Tianlong lowered his blade, disdain evident in his tone. You are even less worthy than your son. Mu Guo is fully aware that if everything were to be revealed, none of you would survive. Thus, no amount of coercion or enticement could persuade him to utter a word. The final words were lost on the second elder, as he collapsed into a pool of blood, devoid of life. The act of slaying the second elder did not weigh heavily on Mu Tianlong's conscience. He surveyed the other elders of the Mu family, still in shock from the sudden demise of their comrade. Rising to his feet, Mu Tianlong spoke with a calm demeanor. I know that many among you, like the second elder, have been led astray. Over the years, the Mu family has undeniably increased in power. Yet this surge is not due to the diligent efforts of any one of you, myself included. The Mu family's current standing is entirely attributable. They all recall the illustrious families and immortal sects that had perished at the hands of Qin Mu Yuan, and even the rumors of the late emperor meeting the same fate. Indeed, they had become quite audacious, daring to oppose such a formidable individual. Thank you for the reminder. Patriarch, we acknowledge our mistake. Mu Tianlong nodded and continued. I shall instruct the 8 realms of our family to expedite the delivery of the sequence pearl to my nephew without delay. We must not keep him waiting. Furthermore, prepare a generous gift, for I intend to visit the imperial capital soon to personally apologize to Qin Mu Yuan. Understood. Once everyone had departed from the grand hall, Mu Tianlong narrowed his eyes, gazing at the ceiling, murmuring to himself, My dear nephew, are you truly a waste or merely pretending to be one? He had learned of the events that transpired on the day of the assassination, where Qin Yi had orchestrated the situation to lure the hidden assassins into the open. From this perspective, Qin Yi did not appear to be the hopeless failure he had been labeled as. If Qin Yi was indeed not a failure, then perhaps his previous ineptitude was merely a facade. Was his demand for the sequence pearl not a fleeting whim, but rather a genuine attempt to unlock its mysteries? Unthinkable. I must be overthinking it. Mu Tianlong shook his head. The sequence pearl had been in the Mu family's possession for centuries, and every conceivable method to unlock it had been employed, yet it remained impervious. To him, it seemed plausible that the sequence pearl was merely the product of exaggerated tales. It might simply be an ordinary orb. An ordinary orb, regardless of whether Qin Yi was a waste or a prodigy, would pose no threat to him. Chapter 23, Breaking Boundaries. The Mu family's efficiency was astounding. Within just 2 days, they had delivered the sequence pearl to Qin Yi, holding the sequence pearl before his eyes. He noted that it was the size of a chicken egg, a deep blue hue, and felt icily cool to the touch. Beyond that, it exhibited no discernible peculiarities. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and lowered the pearl, glancing toward the entrance. Yin Duan and Lianing entered, carrying a wooden tub filled with vivid red blood. Third young master, we have brought you the winter python's blood you requested, Yin Duan said, bowing to Qin Yi. Qin Yi nodded slightly to set it down. After they placed the tub filled with the winter python's blood, Yin Duan blinked her beautiful eyes and curiously inquired, May I ask, third young master, what do you intend to do with this winter python's blood? Lianing, standing beside her, also gazed at Qin Yi with keen interest. Qin Yi smiled softly and replied, I have read in an ancient tome that the blood of the winter python may hold the key to unlocking the sequence pearl. At that moment, Yin Duan's expression grew quite complex. She was not surprised by Qin Yi's reaction. After all, the winter python and the sequence pearl seemed to have no connection whatsoever. Using the blood of the winter python to unlock the sequence pearl is indeed a farcical notion. Even if the essence required to unravel the sequence pearl is the blood of a mythical beast, it should not be that of the winter python, as it merely represents a lesser creature, comparable in strength to a minor demon beast of the 5th realm among the human cultivators. Given the prestige of the sequence pearl, the blood of a diminutive beast simply cannot suffice. It ought to be the blood of a divine beast, rare as it is, to be deemed worthy. Yet, ironically, the key to unlocking the sequence pearl is indeed the blood of the winter python. How can this be explained? When Bai Ruyu encountered the winter python, he was at the 4th realm of cultivation, while the winter python possessed strength akin to that of a 5th realm human. After a fierce battle, in which he fought valiantly against overwhelming odds, Bai Ruyu was left gravely injured and on the brink of death. However, the protagonist is assuredly not destined to perish. Every time he sustains grave injuries, it marks the onset of his fortuitous ascendancy. The sequence pearl, entrusted to Bai Ruyu by Mu Wanxi, became activated at this moment. Having absorbed the blood of the winter python, Bai Ruyu thus obtained the hidden opportunity within, granting him a unique physique known as the indestructible body. The existence of the sequence pearl serves as a contrived mechanism designed to bestow upon the protagonist a chance of fortune in the most straightforward manner. Third young master. I once perused an ancient tome that documented 100,000 potential methods to unlock the sequence pearl. Would you like me to retrieve that book for you? Yin Duan inquired cautiously. Qin Yi, caught between amusement and exasperation, decisively declined Yin Duan's offer. After Yin Duan and Lianing departed, Qin Yi found himself before a wooden barrel brimming with the blood of the winter python. The vitality of the python's blood was palpable. He could even perceive the rising steam above the barrel. Filled with anticipation, Qin Yi produced the sequence pearl and resolutely cast it into the barrel. With a sharp splash, the sequence pearl plunged into the sanguine depths. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes, intently observing the rippling surface of the liquid. In the next moment, an anomaly transpired within the barrel. To Qin Yi's astonishment, the once calm contents began to quiver, the blood of the winter python swirling uncontrollably and visibly diminishing in volume. A faint smile crept upon Qin Yi's lips, his delight barely contained. There was movement, success seemed imminent. However, he lacked absolute certainty that merely utilizing the blood of the winter python would suffice to unlock the sequence pearl. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had discerned that the will of the heavenly Tao would often recalibrate and rectify certain illogical aspects from his previous life. The notion that the blood of the winter python could unlock the sequence pearl indeed bore its own absurdities, suggesting the possibility of a reconfiguration. Yet fortunately, that possibility had not come to pass. The blood of the winter python within the barrel continued to diminish, rapidly nearing depletion. The primary instigator of this phenomenon was unmistakably the sequence pearl. Much like in a game, prior to activation, the sequence pearl would first absorb the blood of the winter python. As the winter serpent's blood gradually dwindled, the sequence orb submerged in the vessel began to reveal its form. At this moment, the exterior of the sequence orb had undergone a tremendous transformation, shifting from its original azure hue to a deep crimson. Before Qin Yi could retrieve the orb, it stirred to life on its own. The now red sequence orb sprang forth, soaring to the height of Qin Yi's head. Shortly thereafter, it commenced to emit a sanguine mist. This mist, seemingly imbued with vitality, enveloped Qin Yi, seeping into his body through the pores of his skin. In the rear garden of the Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister Qin Mu Yuan remarked, "That lad Qin Yi is rather astute. He recognizes that among the entire Mu family, the sequence orb is the most precious." Sui, the president of the Shake Light Merchant Association and a confidant of Qin Mu Yuan, commented while sipping tea. Sitting across from him, Qin Mu Yuan shook his head, dismissing the notion of cleverness, stating, "What intelligence! He cannot unravel the sequence orb. In my hands, it is but a useless trinket." Setting his teacup down, Sui smiled and replied, "While Qin Yi may not be able to decipher it, esteemed Prime Minister, you possess the wisdom to assist him in unraveling its mysteries. For someone of your caliber, such a trivial sequence orb should be easily manageable." Qin Mu Yuan shook his head once more, saying, "You flatter me. The sequence orb is no ordinary object, and I remain an ordinary man. Those capable of deciphering it do not exist in this mundane world." Before Qin Mu Yuan could finish his words, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A resounding boom echoed as a torrent of blood energy erupted from the Prime Minister's residence. In an instant, the sky above the estate was suffused with a blood-red hue. Within the garden, Qin Mu Yuan and Sui exchanged glances. The next moment, their figures vanished. When they reappeared, they stood outside Qin Yi's chamber. Suspended in the void, Qin Mu Yuan gazed through the window at Qin Yi, who was being inundated with blood energy from the sequence orb. A complex expression flickered in Qin Mu Yuan's eyes. Exclaimed Sui beside him, laughing heartily. Who would have thought that the infallible Prime Minister would falter with his own son? Qin Yi is remarkable, surpassing all expectations. Qin Mu Yuan withdrew his gaze and turned to leave, muttering, "It is merely good fortune." "Damn, that hurts!" Qin Yi exclaimed, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his face contorting in agony. As the sequence orb infused him with crimson mist, a wave of excruciating pain enveloped his entire being. It felt as though the enigmatic substance within the sanguine mist was crushing his bones and soul into fragments, only to reshape them anew. This intense ordeal persisted for an entire day. Throughout this time, Qin Yi lost consciousness countless times, only to awaken again, tormented by pain. After an indeterminate number of awakenings, he finally rose from the ground, sitting cross-legged. He exhaled deeply and murmured, "At last, it has come to an end." The excruciating pain that had once penetrated to the very marrow had vanished, and the transformation was complete. Reflecting on this, he calmed his mind and began to assess his current physique. It was different, entirely transformed. The frail body, once weakened by a deficiency in kidney energy and further compromised by excessive consumption of elixirs, had completely disappeared. At this moment, his form was rejuvenated and brimming with vitality. He possessed the body of the eternal tribulation. In Qin Yi's mind, the characteristics of this physique emerged. The eternal tribulation body endowed its possessor with two extraordinary abilities. Firstly, an individual blessed with this physique experiences an exceptionally rapid cultivation speed. Secondly, when the owner's spiritual energy is depleted, the eternal tribulation body instantaneously replenishes it, akin to possessing boundless reserves of energy. To vanquish someone with the eternal tribulation body, one must possess overwhelming strength capable of delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, one must await the exhaustion of their mental and physical stamina. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be a path to demise, as when one's spiritual energy is exhausted, the eternal tribulation's energy remains at its peak. Truly, this physique is tailor-made for protagonists, a remarkable boon. Although Qin Yi had long been aware of the capabilities of the eternal tribulation body, experiencing it firsthand rendered the perception of its power entirely distinct from his prior understanding. He suppressed his excitement and entered a state of cultivation, eager to experience the cultivation speed afforded by the eternal tribulation body. Once immersed in this state, time flew by, and before he knew it, 5 days had elapsed. He had broken through. Chapter 24. The Arrival of Mu Wanxi. A formidable aura emanated from Qin Yi, spreading outward like a shockwave. The terrifying energy disrupted the furnishings within the room, scattering them in disarray. In the next moment, Qin Yi, seated at the center of the room, abruptly opened his eyes, ceasing his cultivation. A slight smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Truly, this physique is a hallmark of protagonists. In just 5 short days, I have ascended from the 3rd realm of soul condensation to the 4th realm of innate." Following this, Qin Yi gathered the dulled sequence pearl that had fallen into the corner and exited the room. "Greetings, 3rd young master." Yin Duan and Lianing, stationed outside the door, quickly bowed upon seeing Qin Yi emerge. Subsequently, Yin Duan's beautiful eyes regarded Qin Yi with curiosity as she smiled and said, "Yin Duan is here to congratulate the 3rd young master on breaking through the innate realm, thereby creating a miracle by deciphering the sequence pearl that countless others could not. The 3rd young master is truly unparalleled in wisdom." Qin Yi grinned broadly and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such praise. I merely had good fortune." He was not surprised that Yin Duan and the others could discern that he had decoded the sequence pearl and obtained its hidden opportunities. After all, he had made no deliberate effort to conceal it. As his personal guards, they were undoubtedly vigilant, attuned to even the slightest changes in his surroundings. Moreover, the commotion caused during the fusion of the body of eternal tribulations was immense. 3 days ago, the Prime Minister had visited. Suddenly, Lian Ying interjected. Qin Yi furrowed his brow. It seemed that the disturbance he created during the amalgamation was far greater than he had anticipated, even attracting the attention of Qin Mu Yuan. He pondered how Qin Mu Yuan would feel upon discovering that his seemingly worthless son had unraveled the ancient enigma of the sequence pearl. Did he say anything? No. The esteemed Prime Minister merely lingered at the entrance for a brief moment before departing, without uttering a word. As the topic shifted, Qin Yi contemplated something and inquired, "Has there been any news from my aunt recently?" "Indeed," came the reply from Yin Duan, "that the gentleman, Bai Ru Yu, whom the 3rd young master instructed to monitor, had returned to the imperial capital a day prior. He was preparing for an auction of the white dragon spear, acquired from his master, intending to use the proceeds to redeem Gong Ru Shui from the brothel." Qin Yi chuckled softly, complimenting, "Well done. He indeed possesses a strong sense of loyalty." As the protagonist, Bai Ru Yu had numerous admirers later on, which granted him certain merits. "By the way, since Bai Ru Yu has returned, does that mean my aunt has returned as well?" Qin Yi asked again. "No." Yin Duan shook his head. Sensing Qin Yi's confusion, Yin Duan quickly elaborated. The Prime Minister, upon learning that the Ice Sovereign was independently monitoring Bai Ru Yu, sent a team of shadow guards to assist him. Currently, the Ice Sovereign remains at Bai Ru Yu's hometown, surveilling Bai Ru Yu's master, while the shadow guards are tasked with watching Bai Ru Yu. "I see." Qin nodded. The Shadow Guards were a formidable faction under the Prime Minister's jurisdiction, composed of many skilled individuals, primarily responsible for gathering intelligence or executing assassinations on enemies. Yin Duan had once been among the Shadow Guards. As long as Bai Ruyu's master, Bai Qingshan, was restricted, the Shadow Guard surveillance over Bai Ruyu would suffice. Wait, it seems I have forgotten something. Qin Yi's brow furrowed in concentration. Indeed, he had nearly overlooked this matter, which could have led to a significant error. Third young master, what troubles you? Yin Duan inquired, perplexed by Qin Yi's demeanor. In response, Qin Yi turned to her and issued a command. Yin Duan, you must immediately send a message to my aunt, advising her to employ a long-line fishing strategy. Bai Ruyu is certainly connected to those who attempted to assassinate me. We cannot act hastily. Instead, we must observe until they reveal their true intentions. He nearly forgot Bai Ruyu's other identity as Qin Mu Yuan's adversary, the son of the Supreme Clan's leader. The Shadow Guards monitoring Bai Ruyu could easily uncover his true identity. After all, Bai Ruyu and his associates were unaware of the surveillance, and their conversations would likely not be concealed. It was conceivable that Bai Ruyu might frequently express sentiments such as, I shall slay that old scoundrel Qin Mu Yuan to avenge my parents. The Shadow Guards would undoubtedly relay any gathered intelligence to Qin Mu Yuan. Qin Mu Yuan must surely have unraveled the true identity of Bai Ruyu by now. Qin Mu Yuan is not a benevolent character. Being the son of his adversary, it is highly probable that he would opt to capture Bai Ruyu, keeping him under his control, or worse, eliminate him altogether. If such a fate were to befall Bai Ruyu, it would indeed spell disaster. After all, Bai Ruyu serves as his treasure-seeking mouse. He has yet to fully exploit the value he possesses, and thus, he cannot afford to perish. To avert such calamities, he must be prepared in advance. However, directly conveying the rationale to Qin Mu Yuan would be quite improper, especially given their current Cold War, where not a single word passes between them. Thus, issuing orders to the Shadow Guards monitoring Bai Ruyu under the guise of the third young master would also be futile, as they would not heed his command. Consequently, he must seek the assistance of Dongfang Liu, who is likely to come to his aid. Should Dongfang Liu choose to intervene, she would thwart the Shadow Guards when they attempt to act. The Shadow Guard would certainly not dare to confront Dongfang Liu and would relay this information to Qin Mu Yuan, aware that it was Dongfang Liu's directive. Qin Mu Yuan would undoubtedly grant her, his sister-in-law, some leniency, temporarily sparing Bai Ruyu from harm. Yin Duan swiftly departed to execute Qin Yi's orders and notify Dongfang Liu. Qin Yi then turned to Lianing, inquiring, can you ascertain when Bai Ruyu will auction the White Dragon Spear? Lianing promptly replied, it is likely to be tomorrow, as the top 3 auction houses in the imperial capital will host a grand auction event held biannually. After a brief pause, Lianing continued, additionally, I have another piece of news regarding you. Word has reached us from the palace that the Empress will seek you out tomorrow. The following day, a luxurious carriage halted at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence. Moments later, a woman clad in casual attire, her face adorned with a radiant smile, emerged from the carriage. She approached a guard stationed at the Prime Minister's residence and, with a warm smile, inquired, is the third young master present? Despite her status as the Empress, she maintained her gentle demeanor, devoid of any airs. Suddenly approached by an extraordinary beauty, the guard felt a jolt of excitement. Just as he was about to respond, he froze, his pupils narrowing in recognition. This was none other than the Empress herself. Having served as a guard in the Prime Minister's residence for over a decade, he had encountered the young Bai Ruyu before. Though the years had transformed her, her distinctive features made her instantly recognizable. Furthermore, he was aware that she had ascended to the role of Empress. The Empress had ventured out of the palace to seek her childhood companion. Reflecting back on the recent rumors surrounding the Empress, he recalled that the pro-monarch ministers were incessantly impeaching her for failing to bear a dragon heir, calling for her dismissal. The guard swallowed hard, a wave of trepidation washing over him, as he felt he had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. He wondered if his knowledge of this secret would lead to his silencing in the future. At this moment, he was steeped in anxiety. Why are you silent? Mu Wanshi blinked, her large, glistening eyes gazing quizzically at the guard before her. Just then, a light chuckle broke the tension. Mu Wanshi, why are you tormenting him? Chapter 25, The Auction. Qin Yi emerged from the Prime Minister's residence, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Torment? Is that what you perceive? Your eyes seem to accuse me. Mu Wanshi retorted, turning to face Qin Yi with a hint of irritation. Qin Yi chose not to respond to her, and instead shifted the topic. Today, I shall attend an auction. Would you care to join me? Absolutely. Xianxia replied without a moment's hesitation, her decisiveness evident. Very well, then let us set forth. At the Baiyun auction house, in a grand hall, Manager Wu of the Baiyun auction house caressed the shimmering white dragon spear in his hands, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. He placed the spear down and addressed the man before him. Weapons are classified by their rank: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. While this spear is currently only an earth-grade weapon, its construction from the rare extraterrestrial black iron suggests that with proper nurturing, it may have the potential to ascend to a heaven-grade weapon. Are you truly certain you wish to part with such a fine weapon? Indeed, came the hoarse voice from beneath the mask of Bairuyu. He had offended Qin Yi, and though Qin Yi had spared him previously, he remained uncertain about how Qin Yi might react upon another encounter. Just in case, he took to wearing a mask and a felt hat whenever he ventured out, adopting a pseudonym and lowering his voice when conversing with others. Manager Wu continued, "In that case, are you prepared to auction it today, or shall we hold it for the next auction in 6 months? If sold today, the final price will be considerably lower. However, if we wait for 6 months, we can generate buzz around the spear, likely resulting in a much higher sale price. Today." Bairuyu coldly uttered the 2 words slicing through the air. Beneath the mask, his expression twisted into a grimace. His fists clenched so tightly that his fingertips pierced his flesh, yet he felt no pain. Upon arriving in the imperial capital, he had learned the shocking news that Rushui had begun taking clients. The thought of it twisted his heart in anguish. Damn it, this is all Qin Yi's doing. That beast will surely face retribution. But now that the situation had unfolded, all he could do was gather the money needed for her release, to help Rushui escape her torment as soon as possible. Very well, I will place the white dragon spear at the end of the auction. Additionally, if you have the time, you might consider attending the auction. There will still be seats available. Bairuyu did not refuse. After parting ways with Wu Guanshi, he was guided by the guards to the hall of the auction, where he found an empty seat and settled down. At that moment, the auction had already commenced. The host of the auction was a woman of enchanting grace, who stood on the elevated platform and called out in a sultry voice, "The 5th item for auction, the Yulong grass, has an opening bid of 2,000 taels of silver. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 2,000 taels once, 2,000 taels twice, 2,000 taels thrice sold. Congratulations to this esteemed guest. Now, let us proceed to the 6th item for auction." Bairuyu chose to ignore the surrounding clamor and close his eyes to cultivate his spirit. His attendance at the auction was not driven by a desire to purchase items, but rather to observe who would acquire the white dragon spear. It was with great reluctance that he allowed the spear to be sold so easily. He was determined to reclaim it in the future. Within the auction hall, there were numerous private booths. The obscurity of these booths prevented him from discerning the appearances of the individuals within, but should someone from those booths successfully bid on the white dragon spear, he would memorize their voice. The auction continued, stretching from morning until noon. 20,000 taels of silver once, 20,000 taels of silver twice, 20,000 taels of silver thrice. Congratulations to this esteemed guest. The final item for auction, the earth-grade elixir, the Baishing Dan, is now yours. The alluring host announced with a smile. As the auction concluded, the attendees in the hall naturally began to rise and prepare to depart. Upon witnessing this, the enchanting woman quickly called out to them, "Wait, everyone, do not leave just yet. We have one more item for auction." Hearing this, the crowd paused. But Li Dejia, wasn't he the last item already sold? Someone inquired. The enchanting woman placed her hand before her mouth and replied with a smile, "Indeed. The Baishing Dan was originally expected to be the final item. However, plans have changed, and we have added an additional item at the last minute. This item is extraordinary, and I believe you will be utterly astonished upon seeing it." The attendees, intrigued by her words, all returned to their seats. One individual jested, "Li Dejia, we'll grant you this favor and stay a bit longer, but we hope this item truly lives up to your claims and surprises us." "Of course," the enchanting woman responded confidently. In the backstage of the auction, 2 maidens carefully draped the white dragon spear with a red cloth and carried it to the platform before the enchanting host. "Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention," she said with a charming smile, delicately unveiling the red cloth. As it was completely removed, all eyes were drawn to the radiant and formidable white dragon spear laid bare before them. The enchanting woman caressed the body of the white dragon spear and began her introduction. This weapon is known as the white dragon spear. It is forged from celestial black iron, boasting an exceptional foundation. Although its current rank is Earth Tier, there exists the potential for it to ascend to heaven tier in the future. However, even if it does not achieve such elevation, the White Dragon Spear, as an Earth tier weapon, remains a rare treasure. The starting bid for the White Dragon Spear is 500,000 taels of silver, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 10,000 taels. A brief silence enveloped the auction hall, soon followed by an uproar. Wait, did I hear that correctly? This White Dragon Spear is actually an Earth tier weapon, with the possibility of advancing to heaven tier? How astonishing. I never anticipated witnessing such a rare treasure. In the entire Great Qian, heaven tier weapons are scarce, with a number not exceeding that of exquisite swords. Even without the prospect of ascending to heaven tier, an Earth tier weapon is quite remarkable, with fewer than 1,000 in the Great Qian. Indeed, if news of this weapon had circulated beforehand, even the formidable powers above the 7th realm and top-tier sects would have shown interest, resulting in a final price of at least 5 million taels. Yet, the lack of prior announcement is fortuitous, as it allows us to seize this opportunity. Having spoken, the individual eagerly called out, I bid 500,000 taels of silver for the White Dragon Spear. Step aside, do not compete with me. I bid 600,000 taels of silver. Such a paltry bid. I, the leader of the Hehuan Valley, bid 800,000 taels of silver. Though I have not brought this amount today, I guarantee, by the name of Hehuan Valley, that I will pay in full afterward. The Li family of Jingmen stands in similar regard. We bid 900,000 taels of silver. Chapter 26. Enemies at Odds. Upon learning that the White Dragon Spear was being auctioned, Bai Ruyu, who had been quietly seated in a corner, slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at the White Dragon Spear on the stage, his emotions a tangled web. Soon, this spear would no longer belong to him. Though he vowed to reclaim the White Dragon Spear in the future, he could not fathom when that day would come. Yet, today also heralded good fortune. The value of the White Dragon Spear far exceeded expectations. Given the current momentum, the final price was estimated to reach 2 million taels of silver. Even after deducting the 100,000 taels needed to redeem Gong Rushua, he would still have a substantial sum remaining. This surplus could procure a wealth of cultivation resources, significantly enhancing his abilities. With strength comes everything. Only with strength can he reclaim the White Dragon Spear and exact revenge upon the detestable Qin Yi and his family. I bid 1,200,000 taels of silver, Qin Yi declared. A light chuckle echoed from the VIP room, numbered 1, after another bid of 1 million taels was made. Instantly, the auction hall fell into a profound silence. Bai Ruyu, who had just been cursing Qin Yi in his heart, was momentarily struck dumb upon hearing that familiar voice, one he could never forget. It belonged to that scoundrel, Qin Yi. Bai Ruyu gazed toward the private room number 1, gritting his teeth in frustration. The two of them truly seemed fated to cross paths. Suddenly, a thought struck Bai Ruyu, and his complexion shifted in alarm. This is bad, he muttered, directing his gaze towards the auction hall, where the unfolding events confirmed his worst fears. The attendees, upon hearing Qin Yi's name, were enveloped in confusion. The name resonated with a sense of familiarity, yet none could immediately recall its significance. Then someone exclaimed, "What? Is it him?" At that moment, the collective realization struck. Astonishment washed over everyone present. Oh no, this calamity is here. The White Dragon Spear is no longer ours. Someone lamented. Who would dare raise the bid now? If it were any other member of the Prime Minister's household, they might not feel such trepidation. For others still adhered to reason. Yet, they were confronted with Qin Yi. He was known for his disregard for negotiation. Once he set his sights on an item, he would acquire it at any cost. Should they continue to escalate the bidding, it would inevitably lead to Qin incurring unnecessary expenses. The value of a low-tier weapon paled in comparison to the potential wrath of Qin Yi. Should he hold a grudge and seek retribution later on? An instance of losing significantly over a minor gain. The previously boisterous auction hall fell into an unexpected silence. However, this tranquility was short-lived, shattered by a hoarse voice that cut through the stillness with clarity. I bid 200,000 taels. In that instant, the entire assembly was taken aback. Who possessed such audacity? Countless gazes converged upon a masked figure in the corner of the hall. Bai Ruyu adjusted the mask upon his face, a cold smirk flickering beneath its surface. Since others hesitated to bid, he would take it upon himself to inflate the price. Knowing Qin Yi's pride, he would undoubtedly spare no expense to secure the coveted item, allowing Bai Ruyu to profit immensely. To his surprise, Qin Yi's presence at the auction turned out to be fortuitous. Not only would he reap substantial rewards, but when the time came to reclaim the White Dragon Spear, his conscience would remain unburdened. Interesting, I bid 300,000 taels. Qin Yi's voice resonated once more from the private room. For 100,000 taels. Bai Ruyu responded without a moment's hesitation. The decisive nature of Bai Ruyu's response left the entire hall in astonishment. Who was this individual? Daring enough to challenge Qin Yi? It was uncertain whether it was a lack of strength or merely youthful bravado that fueled this audacity. Could this be a plant for the auction? Some murmured. How could that be? Who would dare? Within room number 1, Mu Wanshi echoed the same uncertainty. Qin Yi. Do you think this person is a ruse? Through the small gap deliberately left in the private room, Qin Yi's gaze fell upon Bai Ruyu. A slight smile graced his lips, but no, this individual was a drag, yet not entirely so. What did that imply? Vin Yi Chaklet Dejdaring. For this person is indeed the seller of the white dragon spear. For 1,500,000 taels, Qin Yi raised his bid once more. 5 million taels. Bai Ruyu responded with great satisfaction. 6 million taels. 6,500,000 taels. 7 million taels. At this juncture, the other attendees began to discern the seething fury encapsulated within Qin Yi's tone. A sense of admiration blossomed within them as they regarded Bai Ruyu. Remarkable indeed, to have brought Qin Yi, the notorious spendthrift, to his knees. Yet, they remained unaware of this brother's true identity. Presumably, he was the scion of a high-ranking official among the royalists or a member of one of the 8 esteemed sections. For only such individuals could stand unafraid of the Prime Minister's residence and Qin Yi's wrath. 8 million taels. 8,500,000 taels. Young man, do you truly wish to make an enemy of me? Qin Yi's voice dripped with menace. Bai Ruyu chuckled lightly, exhibiting no fear as he stood resolute against Qin Yi. The rules of the auction dictate that the highest bidder prevails. What does threatening me signify? Outbid me if you can. 9 million taels. Bai Ruyu continued to escalate the bidding, intent on pushing the stakes to 10 million taels, forcing Qin Yi to bleed heavily in his finances. After making his statement, Bai Ruyu awaited Qin Yi's response. You speak the truth. The highest bidder prevails. Very well. The white dragon spear is yours. Suddenly, Qin Yi's tone shifted from furious to jovial, laughter escaping his lips. Bai Ruyu's smile abruptly froze. The other attendees, upon hearing Qin Yi's words, were taken aback in disbelief. It was astonishing. Qin Yi had actually conceded. This was the first time they had witnessed such a capitulation from him. They looked at Bai Ruyu with eyes filled with admiration. Yet, soon they sensed something amiss. From their perspective, Bai Ruyu, having seized the white dragon spear, a rare treasure, should have been elated. However, the man seated before them trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Bai Ruyu fine composure, remarking, Xinyi, I can't believe that as the foremost dandy of the capital, your financial resources are so limited. This is hardly the measure of your character, and you have chosen to yield. In his heart, Bai Ruyu began to curse his fate. Damn it, why hasn't Qin Yi raised the bid? This is uncharacteristic of him. No, although I am the foremost dandy, it does not imply I possess ample wealth. I am quite impoverished and cannot compete with you young elites, so please, accept this Earth-grade weapon. Also, auctioneer, why do you not announce the result? The enchanting woman who had been spectating finally came to her senses. With a sultry smile, she declared, 9 million taels once. 9 million taels twice. Is there any further bidding? If not, 9 million taels thrice. We extend our congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the white dragon spear. Chapter 27. Bai Ruyu's Reflections. Wait. Bai Ruyu promptly interrupted the enchanting woman. He directed his gaze towards the direction of the VIP room number 1, striving to maintain his composure. I just recalled that I possess ample Earth-grade weapons at home. Qin Yi, I offer you an opportunity. If you provide me with 900,000 taels of silver, I shall relinquish this Earth-grade weapon to you. There's no need. You may keep it. Qin Yi replied with unwavering decisiveness. Bai Ruyu gritted his teeth in frustration. If mere glances could slay, he would have dispatched Qin Yi hundreds of times by now. Those who bore witness to this scene began to comprehend the unfolding reality, their admiration for Bai Ruyu morphing into mockery. It became evident that this individual was not a distinguished young master, but rather a pretender whose ruse had backfired. What a source of amusement, remarked Mu Wanshi, chuckling softly from within the VIP room. She soon shifted her tone, stifling her laughter. However, should one wish to withdraw, substantial penalties must be incurred. Yet, this predicament is of your own making. Following the conclusion of the auction, in the grand hall, Manager Wu smiled at Bai Ruyu. It has been quite some time, young master. Who would have thought that not long ago you were a seller, and now you find yourself a buyer? Truly, the tides of fortune are ever-changing. Now, hand over the 900,000 taels of silver. Bai Ruyu's expression turned grim as he murmured, Manager Wu, you are aware that I did not intend to bid for the White Dragon Spear. I was merely ensnared by Qin Yi's machinations. Is it possible to disregard this transaction and reschedule the auction for a later date? A flicker of disdain crossed Manager Wu's eyes. Isn't this simply poetic justice? You brought this upon yourself by attempting to deceive others. Maintaining his smile, Manager Wu added, we at Baiyun Auction House are solely responsible for the auction process, collecting our commission from the final sale price. In instances like yours, we have previously opted not to demand immediate payment, but instead only our commission. How much? Bai Ruyu inquired tentatively. 1/10 of 900,000, which amounts to 90,000 taels of silver. Such a sum. Bai Ruyu's countenance darkened noticeably. I cannot produce that amount. Manager Wu chuckled. Nonsense, you can indeed manage it. You still possess the White Dragon Spear. Our auction house can make an offer and acquire your White Dragon Spear. Thus, you will have the funds to cover the commission, based on the market value of the White Dragon Spear. Our auction house is prepared to offer 100,000 taels of silver. Only 100,000? Bai Ruyu's face visibly soured. The spear's worth should be no less than 150,000 taels. Your offer is woefully inadequate. Manager Wu smiled slightly. It is not unreasonable. Our buy-in auction house is being quite fair. We have calculated that after your compensation is settled, you will still retain a surplus of 100,000 taels. Bai Ryu fell silent for a moment before finally responding, please return the White Dragon Spear to me. I shall return in a few days to settle the compensation. 1,000,000 taels of silver, what a pitfall. The most prudent course of action now is to seek another auction house to sell the White Dragon Spear. This way, the final sum received could multiply several-fold. Are you certain that our auction house's interest doubles every day on the outstanding amount? The smile on Manager Wu's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling coldness. Simultaneously, an invisible pressure emanated from Wu, bearing down upon Bai Ryu. Unprepared for such weight, Bai Ryu nearly succumbed to the force, struggling to remain upright. Even without being overwhelmed, he found the situation exceedingly discomforting, as if he were on the verge of asphyxiation. Gritting his teeth, he raised his gaze to the menacing visage of Manager Wu. It became abundantly clear to him that he had run out of options. I find your proposal exceedingly reasonable. I shall entrust the White Dragon Spear to your Baiyun auction house. Bai Ryu uttered, each word punctuated with resolve as he bit his lip. At this moment, a new name was added to his list of adversaries. Manager Wu's countenance regained its smile, affirming the correctness of the transaction. Following the agreement, the next step was the exchange of money. Manager Wu presented a substantial stack of banknotes to Bai Ryu. Silently, Bai Ryu accepted the money, meticulously counting each note. After a while, a frown creased his brow. There were only 99,000 taels here. Manager Wu, smiling, remarked that the missing 1,000 taels constituted his appraisal fee. Having spent 100,000 taels to procure the White Dragon Spear, he was now being asked to pay an additional appraisal fee. Bai Ryu clenched his teeth, refraining from further comment. He gathered the money, lowered his head, and made his way toward the exit. At that moment, his mind was clouded with an overwhelming sense of regret. He had brought the White Dragon Spear to the Imperial Capital's auction with the hope of securing a swift, lucrative sale. Yet, he found himself unable to even gather the requisite sum of 100,000 taels to redeem Gong Rushua, with 1,000 taels still lacking. He would have to sell every valuable possession he owned and perhaps borrow a little more to meet the total. How infuriating that things had come to such a pass. Was it due to his impulsive actions, coupled with a lack of caution? Just like this time, had Qin Yi ultimately fallen into the trap and purchased the White Dragon Spear at an exorbitant price, he would undoubtedly confront Bai Ryu at the auction's entrance, adding unnecessary risk to his escape. Moreover, his previous impulsive decision to take Rushua away directly had led to this unfortunate outcome, too, stemming from a lack of prudence. Yet this seemed amiss. In the past, his impulsive acts had yielded substantial gains, fraught with peril, but ultimately fortunate, as if favored by the heavens. Why then was it different now? The cost of these two miscalculations was indeed exorbitant. It can no longer be this way. Impulsive actions must be replaced with careful consideration. In the end, Bai Ryu clenched her fists, resolutely making up her mind. Wu, the steward, watched Bai Ryu retreat into the distance before diverting his gaze to the side, where he picked up the White Dragon Spear, examining it intently. He was exceedingly pleased, having stumbled upon extraordinary fortune today, acquiring a spear worth 5 million taels for less than 100,000. That young man from earlier was indeed remarkable. At that moment, a maid entered and announced, "Steward Wu, someone wishes to see you." Wu was taken aback. Who? No sooner had he spoken than a familiar laugh rang out. "Steward Wu, long time no see." Upon hearing this, Wu's brows knitted together, and his expression darkened, more dismal than that of a grieving son. "Oh no, how could I have forgotten this calamity?" Chapter 28. The Little Wealthy Lady. "I have the honor of meeting the third young master," Wu said, bowing to the visitor. "Qin Yi, accompagné by Muyanji, approachez vous." No need for formalities. Qin Yi smiled, assisting Wu to his feet. Wu recognized him. The Baiyun auction house was a property of the Prime Minister's residence. Given the intriguing nature of the auction house, his previous self would never have missed the opportunity to visit. In a past life, he frequented the establishment, consistently bidding exorbitantly on items, only to later default on payment, resulting in considerable disorder within the Baiyun auction house. Fortunately, he eventually grew bored and ceased his visits, allowing the auction house to restore its order. "Third young master, what brings you here today?" Wu inquired cautiously. Qin Yi chucked it lightly, casting a glance at the white dragon spear in Wu's possession. Wu instantly understood, swiftly concealing the spear behind him to obstruct Qin Yi's view. With a sly grin, Wu implored, "Third young master, please do not put us in a difficult position. The person who auctioned the white dragon spear has already paid in full. If you take it away, that individual will return to find the spear missing. Should this matter be publicized, our Baiyun auction house would lose all credibility and could potentially cease operations." Beside them, Mu Wanqi couldn't help but laugh at this statement. Wu noticed her reaction and looked at her in confusion. "Do not fret," Qin Yi said with a light laugh. "We know that person even better than you do. Otherwise, how could I have ensnared him? He can afford 9 million taels. He would not sell the white dragon spear out of financial desperation." Wu was momentarily taken aback, and soon an awkward expression crept onto his face. "This is rather embarrassing. Third young master, I did not intend to deceive you. The situation is not as it appears. Allow me to explain." Qin Yi waved his hand, interrupting him. "No need to elaborate. Just state your price. I shall take the white dragon spear." In truth, Qin Yi's visit today was primarily to acquire the white dragon spear, not merely to entrap Iruyu. The white dragon spear is not merely a terrestrial-grade weapon. It serves as the protagonist's companion, accompanying him from the early stages of his journey to the climactic battle against the final boss, marking it as his exclusive weapon. The future potential of the white dragon spear will undoubtedly transcend the confines of heavenly tier weaponry. "Bid," the steward Wu remarked, a flicker of peculiarity crossing his gaze. Given Qin Yi's usual disposition, he expected the latter to snatch it up without hesitation. Rumors suggested that the third young master had undergone considerable transformation recently. No longer was he ensnared by a woman's whims. Instead, he devoted himself to rigorous training, a testament to the truth behind the whispers. "I acquired this white dragon spear for 100,000 taels of silver. If the third young master wishes to purchase it, I shall sell it to him at the original price," Wu inquired tentatively. Qin Yi nodded. "No, I shall offer 200,000 taels. Consider the extra 100,000 as your reward for your diligence." Wu's countenance brightened with delight, and he hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, third young master." Although he had procured the spear affordably, as an employee rather than an owner, his commission would be a mere 10,000 taels. Yet now, Qin Yi was bestowing upon him a considerable reward, a remarkable profit indeed. "Liang Ying, pay him," Qin Yi instructed with familiarity. Liang Ying, who typically managed his finances, appeared in a ripple of space, emerging before Qin Yi. Reporting to the third young master, "We can only incur debt as we did previously. We currently cannot produce a single coin," Liang Ying stated expressionlessly. "Not a single tael?" Qin Yi responded, astonished. Yet the next moment, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face as a memory surfaced. In his previous life, his monthly stipend amounted to 10,000 taels of silver, supplemented by gifts from officials or those seeking to curry favor during holidays. On average, he accumulated around 300,000 taels annually. This was a substantial sum, especially in contrast to Qin Muyuan, the prime minister of Qian, whose salary was merely 10,000 taels. He was 30 times richer. However, no matter how abundant the wealth, it could be squandered. After 18 years of extravagance, not only was there no accumulation, but he had also accrued debts amounting to several million taels. In such circumstances, How could he possibly produce the 200,000 taels to acquire the white dragon spear? Turning to Steward Wu, he forced a smile. Steward Wu, may I retract my previous statement? This sum, I shall cover for him, murmured Mu Wanqi, who had witnessed the entire exchange, her lips parting slightly. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, her concealed guards emerged, presenting a banknote worth 200,000 taels to Steward Wu. Mu Wanqi, you possess such wealth? Qin Yi turned, his gaze fixed upon her. Astonishment evident in his tone. Mu Wanqi blinked her beautiful eyes and rolled them at Qin Yi, speaking in an arrogant tone. This palace lacks nothing, least of all money. Qin Yi replied, that shouldn't be the case. You have been secluded in the palace for years. Could the court salary be that generous? Oh, I see now. A look of enlightenment crossed Qin Yi's face as he recalled that Mu Wanqi possessed a 1% stake in the Yaowang Chamber of Commerce. Initially, Mu Wanqi had no desire to enter the palace and had sought to have him marry her. After being rejected, she had no choice but to enter the palace. Upon learning of this, Qin Mu Yuan, uncertain whether he felt a sense of obligation towards Mu Wanqi or simply wished to appease her, gifted her the 1% share of the Yaowang Chamber of Commerce. This chamber, established by the Prime Minister's residence, controlled all the industries under its purview, including the Baiyun auction house. Although her share was a mere 1%, the immense scale of the Yaowang Chamber meant that the annual dividends amounted to a staggering sum. Realizing this, Qin Yi's eyes sparkled as he looked at Mu Wanqi. He chuckled to himself, surprised to discover that Mu Wanqi was indeed a wealthy woman. If he could secure her affection, he would never have to worry about finances again. Meanwhile, Steward Wu trembled as he accepted the silver note. Initially, he had viewed Mu Wanqi merely as another woman, akin to Gong Rushua, whom Qin Yi had taken an interest in. However, after overhearing their conversation, he had confirmed Mu Wanqi's true identity. Indeed, the third young master was different. Whereas he once engaged in romantic pursuits with courtesans, he now exchanged flirtations with the empress. Chapter 29. Bai Ruyu enters the music bureau. At the entrance of the music bureau, Bai Ruyu gazed up at the grand building before her, her emotions in turmoil. Rushua, I have finally arrived. I hope you have not waited long. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ruyu steadied her nerves. Clutching the 100,000 taels of silver she had painstakingly gathered, and made her way toward the music bureau. The establishment was undoubtedly one of the most renowned pleasure houses in the imperial capital, its opulence and extravagance unlike anything Bai Ruyu had ever encountered. A woman, tasked with welcoming guests, stood at the entrance, dressed provocatively and adorned with striking makeup. She caught sight of Bai Ruyu, surveying the music bureau. With a seductive smile, she swayed her hips and approached, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guest, to our music bureau." As she reached out to drape her arm around Bai Ruyu's shoulders, Bai Ruyu swiftly pushed her away before she could come close. Oh, the woman stumbled back a few steps, nearly losing her balance. What kind of person are you? Are you out of your mind? A flash of anger crossed the woman's face as she prepared to reprimand Bai Ruyu, but in the next moment, she was met with the icy gaze of Bai Ruyu. The woman, taken aback, hesitated to continue scolding Bai Ruyu. Instead, she reverted to her original tone and smiled, saying, "Dear guest, if there is anything that does not meet your satisfaction, please feel free to voice it. Our establishment is dedicated to ensuring the contentment of men." Bai Ruyu remained silent. Just as the woman was about to speak again, a hearty voice suddenly resonated. "Brother, this must be your first visit to our establishment." Accompanying this voice was a rather portly gentleman, adorned in luxurious attire, making his way from a distance. "I have had the pleasure of meeting young Master Jin." Upon sighting the portly figure, the woman quickly bowed in respect. The young man dismissed her with a casual wave of his hand, signaling her to step aside. He then approached Bai Ruyu, placing a hand on her shoulder. Leaning his rotund head close to her face, he chuckled, "Fortunately, you encountered me, Jin Go. Not only am I eager to assist, but I also possess a deeper understanding of this establishment than anyone else." Bai Ruyu suppressed the murderous intent flickering in her eyes, refraining from pushing him away as she had done with the alluring woman earlier. The reason she had dismissed the latter was due to her perceived uncleanliness, while this young man, despite her reservations, appeared dignified in his exquisite attire, suggesting a respectable status. Acting impulsively to shove him aside could provoke unforeseen consequences, potentially jeopardizing her efforts to rescue Rushua. It seemed prudent to temper her previous impulsiveness and exercise caution. Noticing Bai Ruyu's silence, the portly gentleman appeared unfazed and continued, "It seems my enthusiasm has left you somewhat astonished. leading you to suspect I have ulterior motives. Rest assured, I harbor no such intentions towards you, as you possess nothing of interest for me." He introduced himself. "My name is Qin Yi. Surely you have heard of me and know what sort of person I am." Upon realizing his identity, Bai Ruyu felt a twinge of surprise. Qin Yi was one of the 4 infamous scions of the imperial capital, the son of the second prime minister. Although the current prime minister, Qin Yi, wielded significant power, Qin Yi's father's influence was considerably diminished. Nevertheless, as a son of the elite, dealing with an ordinary person like her would still be quite straightforward. Bai Ruyu felt relieved that she had not offended Qin Yi earlier. It was indeed the son of the second prime minister before her, and she had been blind to his stature. To show her respect for Qin Yi, Bai Ruyu responded politely. "No worries, we are acquainted now." He continued, "By the way, brother, I still do not know your name." Bai Ruyu calmly replied, "My name is Qin Yi. Qin Yi dog." Qin Yi's brow slightly furrowed before a radiant smile spread across his face. "Brother Ego, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an extraordinary connection. Now that I know your name, I am convinced our destinies are intertwined, and we shall undoubtedly become great friends in the future. I dare not presume, esteemed young Master Qin. My humble status does not qualify me to befriend one of your noble standing." At this moment, Bai Ruyu found himself increasingly exasperated by Qin Yi's persistent entanglement, longing only to extricate himself from a situation. Qin Yi shook his head. "I have never considered one's status when seeking companionship." Seemingly aware of Bai Ruyu's impatience, he added apologetically, "I beg your pardon, my words have undoubtedly intruded upon your important matters." With a sigh of relief, Bai Ruyu thought he might finally be able to shake off Qin Yi. Yet in the next moment, Qin Yi tightened his embrace. "Rest assured, my brother, I am more knowledgeable than anyone regarding the affairs at hand." He patted his chest with his other hand, proclaiming loudly, "I'm intimately familiar with the prices of the ladies here and their respective skills. Just tell me how much you are willing to spend, and I assure you, I will select the most cost-effective lady for you." What other business could one possibly have at the Xianxia, apart from that particular matter? Realizing that Qin Yi had seemingly misconstrued his intentions, Bai Ruyu intended to clarify, but, struck by inspiration, he shifted his tone and inquired, "Do you know of Gong Ruxua, the fairy of the palace?" Cautious and prudent, before proposing to redeem Ruxua, it was imperative to first ascertain her current circumstances. A hint of mockery appeared on Qin Yi's face as he extended a hand and gave Bai Ruyu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "My brother, you truly possess discerning taste." The fairy of the palace is the star attraction at the Xianxia, renowned throughout the imperial capital, as beautiful as a celestial maiden descended to earth. It is said that her skills are exceptional, and many long to experience her grace. On the day of her auction, she commanded a staggering price of 10,000 taels. Even now, though her popularity may have waned, the price for a single night begins at 200 taels. However, the Xianxia is currently offering an exceedingly generous package. For merely 500 taels, one can enjoy the companionship of the fairy for 3 days. Yet, dear brother, if you wish to indulge in this package, it is not available today. You would need to wait a month, as the fairy schedule is already fully booked with many awaiting their turn. "What troubles you, dear brother?" Qin Yi inquired, noticing Bai Ruyu's sudden shift in demeanor. "Damn it!" Qin Yi's words pierced Bai Ruyu's heart like a dagger. In that moment, Bai Ruyu's expression contorted with rage, veins protruding from his temples. Although he had long been aware of what Gong Ruxua would endure at the Xianxia, the confirmation of her plight ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. If someone were to redeem the fairy, would it be possible to bypass those ahead in line? Bai Ruyu forced himself to suppress his anger and posed a question. Qin Yi hesitated to respond. The smile that had adorned his face vanished, and he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Bai Ruyu with curiosity. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Dear brother, you cannot possibly be the illustrious Bai Ruyu, renowned throughout the imperial capital, can you?" Chapter 30. The Long-Awaited Reunion. At these words, Bai Ruyu's countenance shifted dramatically, leaving him utterly stunned. Alas, how did he recognize me? Arriving at the Academy of Music, wearing a mask would be too conspicuous, so today he resorted to a human skin mask. How could this be? I am not acquainted with Bai Ruyu. My true name is Qin Yi. A flustered expression flickered across Bai Ruyu's face as she managed to force a few smiles. Observing her demeanor, Qin Yi's skepticism deepened. After a moment of contemplation, he once again donned a smile and said, "Brother Ego, I assure you, I mean you no harm. If you admit to being Bai Ruyu, I can assist you by informing the Academy of Music that you wish to redeem Princess Gong. They will readily acquiesce, for otherwise, even if they agree to your request, they will wait until all prior guests have concluded their business before granting her freedom. A hint of conflict emerged on by Ryu's face. Should she trust him? If she revealed her true identity, would it jeopardize her? Yet, she soon realized that even if she remained silent, Qin Baoyu had already begun to suspect her. If he truly intended to harm her, with his noble lineage, he wouldn't require her confession. He could easily have her seized and subjected to torment. In truth, she had no means of resistance. Conversely, should Qin Baoyu's claims hold merit, he might leverage his status to assist Xianxia in escaping her predicament sooner. Taking a deep breath, Ryu respectfully addressed Qin Baoyu. Young Master Qin, I sincerely apologize for concealing my identity. You are correct. I am indeed Ryu. By heavens, you truly are Ryu. Qin Baoyu exclaimed in astonishment upon her confirmation. His previous inquiry had been merely casual. He was aware of the events that transpired when Ryu visited the Prime Minister's residence and recognized that she had expressed a desire to assist Gong Xianxia in her redemption. Furthermore, the phonetic resemblance of Ryu's name carried an insult to Qin Yi. These factors combined created a flicker of doubt regarding her true identity in his mind. Albeit a fleeting one, he could scarcely believe that such a fortuitous coincidence existed, that out of sheer boredom, he struck up a conversation with none other than the renowned Ryu. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Baoyu displayed great magnanimity, saying, "It's nothing. I understand your predicament. Brother Ego, rest assured, I will take full responsibility for Princess Gong's affairs." He removed his hand from Ryu's shoulder and patted his chest confidently. "That is wonderful. I must thank you, young Master Qin. However, I still have one query. Why do you choose to assist me?" Ryu, elated yet still cautious, maintained her guard. She was acutely aware that in this world, kindness is seldom bestowed without ulterior motives. Qin Baoyu smiled and said, "This is quite simple. My assistance to you undoubtedly stems from ulterior motives. However, rest assured, it is not for the present, but for the future. As I have mentioned before, at this moment, you possess nothing that I desire." After uttering these words, Qin Baoyu disregarded any reaction from Ryu and promptly waved to a nearby matron. "Lin Manga, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Upon realizing it was Qin Baoyu calling her, the matron, Lin Mama, did not dare to refuse and hurried over. The purpose of Qin Baoyu summoning her was to request that she bring forth the official responsible for managing the Bureau of Courtesans. The Bureau, being state-operated, naturally had designated officials overseeing it, and any assistance for a courtesan within would require their consent. As the son of a high-ranking minister, it was to be expected that the officials of the Bureau would grant him some deference. After Qin Baoyu communicated to the arriving official about his intent to redeem Gong Xianxia on behalf of Ryu, the official readily agreed. Once this was accomplished, Qin Baoyu turned to Ryu and smiled, saying, "I have arranged everything. You merely need to provide the redemption fee, and you can take Gong Xianxia with you." Ryu watched everything unfold, fully aware of Qin Baoyu's efforts on his behalf. "Thank you. You have transformed my perception of young science," Ryu expressed gratefully. Although Qin Baoyu's assistance was driven by his own ambitions, he openly acknowledged his intentions rather than concealing them or resorting to underhanded tactics. This honesty surpassed that of most individuals. Qin Baoyu smiled and replied, "You are not lacking either. You have altered my view of men. You have made me believe that there truly exist good men, as the legend suggests. While one might spend 500 to indulge for 3 days without a care, you are willing to spend 100,000 to take her home, and this sum is merely the beginning. Therefore, you are indeed remarkable." Ryu fell into contemplation. Despite his resolute heart, he could not help but entertain certain thoughts. It seemed Qin Baoyu's words held considerable merit. Damn, how could I entertain such notions? What does it matter if one can spend 500 for 3 days of pleasure, or 100,000 to bring her home? My love for Xianxia is priceless. As long as we can be together, a mere 100,000 taels of silver is inconsequential. After dispelling the remaining thoughts from his mind, a glimmer of determination flashed in Ryu's gaze. He then bid farewell to Qin Baoyu and followed a matron from the Bureau of Courtesans to the room where Gong Xianxia resided. Knock, knock, knock. Upon reaching his destination, Ryu, his heart racing, knocked on the door. Inside, Gong Xianxia was applying her makeup. Hearing the knock, she turned around, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. However, she quickly masked that disdain, lifting her lips slightly to feign a joyful demeanor. There was no way around it. After numerous lessons, she understood that if she displayed displeasure towards her guests, it would ultimately be she who suffered the consequences. "Dear guest, please hold on a moment. I shall open the door for you shortly." With a beaming smile, Gong Ruxue approached the entrance and skillfully unlocked the door. As the door gradually opened, her vision expanded, and soon she beheld a figure that was both familiar and foreign standing outside. Upon seeing Bai Ruyu, she could no longer suppress her feelings of grievance and burst into tears. Simultaneously, Bai Ruyu laid eyes on Gong Ruxue. At last, he had encountered the person he had longed for, yet his heart was filled not with joy, but with anger. Gong Ruxue remained as breathtakingly beautiful as ever, resembling a celestial being from the heavens. However, this ethereal figure now bore a trace of something previously absent, a hint of worldly experience. Every subtle movement of hers exuded allure, rendering her somewhat awkward in his eyes. "Qin Yi." Bai Ruyu clenched his teeth, once more recalling Qin Yi. Nevertheless, he was aware that this was not the time for vengeance, so he merely contemplated. In the next instant, he opened his arms and embraced Gong Ruxue. "Ruxue, I am sorry for being late. Come, let us leave this place together and return home." Chapter 31. A Secret Conversation. Upon entering the imperial courtyard, Bai Ruyu first encountered Jin Baoyu, the son of the prime minister. Now, he had taken Gong Ruxue and departed the capital, seemingly preparing to return to his hometown. Within the prime minister's residence, Yunduan was reporting to Qin Yi about Bai Ruyu's movements. Qin Yi nodded slightly. He was indifferent to Bai Ruyu taking Gong Ruxue, as this was within his expectations. What surprised him this time was the appearance of Jin Baoyu. The third son of the prime minister, Jin Baoyu, was like him, recognized throughout the capital as a prodigal wastrel. However, being well-versed in the intricacies of the narrative, he understood that Jin Baoyu was concealing his true prowess beneath a facade of simplicity. Secretly, Jin Baoyu had established one of the top 3 merchant associations and, with the wealth he accumulated, had cultivated a renowned assassin organization. Additionally, Jin Baoyu was exceptionally adept at investment. He never hesitated to extend substantial support to those he deemed promising. Jin Baoyu's investment in Bai Ruyu stemmed from his recognition of the adversarial relationship between Bai Ruyu and the prime minister's household. As a staunch royalist, Jin Baoyu harbored a deep-seated disdain for Bai Ruyu's family and sought to overthrow what he perceived as a treacherous minister, aspiring to achieve unparalleled merit. Should the narrative unfold as anticipated, Jin Baoyu's aspirations were not mere daydreams, but rather a potential reality. Following his investment, Jin Baoyu effectively became Bai Ruyu's patron, a guiding elder brother in their shared ambitions. However, later on, upon witnessing the remarkable talent and noble lineage of Bai Ruyu, Jin Baoyu transformed his attitude and willingly became Bai Ruyu's subordinate, ready to follow her lead. Jin Baoyu's dedication yielded tremendous rewards. Following the downfall of the prime minister's residence, he ascended to the position of prime minister himself, surpassing his own father, the vice prime minister, thereby bringing glory to his family. The meeting of Jin Baoyu and Bai Ruyu did not surprise him. Rather, he was taken aback by the timing of their encounter. According to the usual progression of events, Jin Baoyu was supposed to meet Bai Ruyu 2 years later. It seemed that his translocation had triggered a chain reaction, altering the future for what he had previously envisioned. Qin Yi pondered briefly and could deduce the reason, yet he remained indifferent to it. He had already gained control over Bai Ruyu, and all opposing factors against the prime minister's residence that could be detrimental to him were intertwined with Bai Ruyu, converging into an unstoppable force. Without Bai Ruyu, someone like Jin Baoyu would merely be a minor player before the prime minister's residence. Typically disregarded, he could easily be dispatched with a mere flick of a finger. "Liang Ying, what did my father say about that matter?" Qin Yi inquired, casting a glance at the nearby Liang Ying. She shook her head, replying, "I reported to the prime minister about your request to the capital, but the prime minister's residence did not provide a response. They simply instructed me to leave for now." "I see," Qin Yi said, rubbing his forehead, feeling a slight headache. Since Bai Ruyu had already departed from the capital, it was time for him to leave as well. If he remembered correctly, the greatest opportunity was about to present itself. He intended to follow Bai Ruyu, the treasure-seeking mouse, to seize that opportunity. This was his original plan, simple and easily executable. However, just as he was preparing to act, he encountered a significant issue. The plan was not as straightforward to implement as he had imagined. He had overlooked one crucial detail. Qin Muyuan had imposed a restriction on him, forbidding him to leave the capital even a single step. He had to heed Qin Muyuan's command, for disobedience would lead to dire consequences. His previous incarnation had once attempted to rebel against such orders. Driven by a rebellious spirit, upon seeing the restriction, he had felt exhilarated and had sought to defy it. The consequence had been that just a mile outside the capital, he was captured by the Prime Minister's men and subsequently ordered by Qin Yuan's elder brother, Xianxia, to be tied to a tree and whipped for 3 days and nights. From that moment on, his former self had never dared to step outside the capital again. Those who understand the times are wise. Although he was no longer his former self, it would still be prudent to seek Qin Yuan's permission before leaving the capital. I shall go and speak with my father personally. After deliberation, Qin Yi made up his mind. However, before he could exit, he encountered a servant from the Prime Minister's residence who had come to deliver a message. The servant respectfully stated, "Third young master, the Prime Minister requests your presence." Qin Yi flashed a smile, just as he was preparing to seek him out. He followed the servant through the corridors of the Prime Minister's residence. However, instead of proceeding to the usual office of Qin Yuan, they arrived at a garden. Upon reaching the entrance of the garden, the servant remained outside, and Qin Yi entered alone. As he was about to meet Qin Yuan for the second time, an inexplicable fear welled up within him, a remnant bequeathed by his predecessor. The garden was vast, and after wandering for quite some time, he finally spotted figures. Beneath the pavilion at the center of the garden sat 2 formidable middle-aged men, engaged in tea drinking. One of them was Qin Yuan. The other, a middle-aged man savoring his tea, noticed Qin Yi's arrival and turned, greeting him with a smile. "Here, long time no see." Under the sunlight, the prominent scar on the man's face became particularly striking. Witnessing this distinctive sight, Qin Yi's mind instantly conjured the man's identity, Mu Tianlong, the head of the Mu family and his uncle. "Qin Yi pays his respects to uncle," Qin Yi said, bowing respectfully. After completing his greeting, he let out a sigh of relief. Facing Qin Yuan alone might have led to an awkward situation due to their relationship. However, the presence of his relative, Mu Tianlong, greatly alleviated the tension. Qin Yi believed that Qin Yuan shared the same sentiment. Mu Tianlong waved his hand, "Come sit." Qin Yi complied, taking a seat between Mu Tianlong and Qin Yuan, all the while observing the latter. Qin Yuan remained fixated on the distant scenery, offering no acknowledgement. Mu Tianlong also noticed this peculiar situation. "I come today on behalf of the Mu family to offer our apologies. Due to our negligence, we almost caused a significant misstep," he said with a smile, attempting to lighten the atmosphere with conversation. Pausing, he turned to Qin Yi, "This matter is my fault. The compensation from our Mu family has already been delivered to your room." "You are too courteous, uncle," Qin Yi replied with a slight smile. "There is no need for such formality. Your gift of the sequence pearl is already the finest compensation. There is no need for further expenses on your part." No. Mu Tianlong quickly waved his hand, speaking with conviction. "The sequence pearl is merely a flawed trinket, scarcely worth a couple of silver coins." "You are mistaken, uncle. It is not as you say." "Here, why do you say that?" Before Mu Tianlong could finish his sentence, he was rendered momentarily speechless. Qin Yi held his breath, focusing intently as he activated his body of eternal tribulation. The formidable essence of this body swiftly manifested. A slight smile graced Qin Yi's lips, for he had already obtained the contents of a sequence pearl. Chapter 32. The Past of the Qian. This is... Mu Tianlong, overwhelmed with shock, found his speech faltering. Before him, enveloped by the primordial aura of the body of eternal calamity, stood Qin Yi. At this moment, Mu Tianlong found himself questioning his very existence. He had never before encountered such an overwhelming source of power. As for Qin Yi's circumstances, Mu Tianlong, being his uncle, had an intimate understanding. The transformation of this once useless individual into a paragon of extraordinary physique could only be attributed to the sequence pearl, an entity that transcended the ordinary. The sequence pearl had remained in the Mu family's possession for several centuries, during which countless attempts have been made to unravel its mysteries, all in vain. Yet now, after such a brief period since he entrusted it to Qin Yi, it had already been deciphered. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have deemed it impossible. Sighing deeply, Mu Tianlong withdrew his gaze from Qin Yi and turned to look at Qin Yuan, admiration evident in his tone. "Truly, Qin brother, you are the only genuine sage in 500 years, as the world has proclaimed. The sequence pearl, which has eluded the intellect of many, has been unraveled by you in mere days. An extraordinary feat." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi exhibited a peculiar expression. Mu Tianlong had misconstrued the situation. He refrained from elaborating, instead keen to observe Qin Mu Yuan's reaction. After Mu Tianlong had spoken, Qin Mu Yuan turned directly to Qin Yi and clarified. It was not I who deciphered the sequence pearl. It was he. What? Mu Tianlong was momentarily stunned, his astonishment surpassing even his initial reaction to the revelation of the sequence pearl's unraveling. After a prolonged silence, he patted Qin Yi's shoulder with a complex expression. As the head of the Mu family, he had held the sequence pearl for an extended duration and had attempted various methods to unveil its secrets, all to no avail. He could accept that Qin Mu Yuan, being more capable, had succeeded where he had failed. However, he had never anticipated that the one to unlock it would be Qin Yi, the disappointing junior in his eyes. It seems I have underestimated you, dear nephew, Mu Tianlong remarked, continuing to pat Qin Yi on the shoulder. Might you share with your uncle the method by which you unraveled the sequence pearl? I am most curious. Before Qin Yi could respond, Qin Mu Yuan interjected, some trivial matters can be discussed later when you have more time. Today, we have pressing matters to deliberate. Brother Mu, Qin Yi wishes to leave the imperial capital. What are your thoughts? Mu Tianlong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he furrowed his brow, gazing at Qin Yi. After a brief pause, he stated, in my opinion, it is unnecessary. It would be best not to leave the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi paused, sensing an underlying current in Mu Tianlong's tone. He had always believed that Qin Mu Yuan confined him to the imperial capital due to the reckless actions of his previous incarnation. However, if he remained within the confines of the imperial capital, Qin Mu Yuan could intervene in a timely manner to prevent any further reckless behavior. Yet, should he venture beyond the imperial capital and lose that oversight, his past self would undoubtedly descend into chaos, committing unspeakable acts. Now, it appears that this matter is far more intricate than he had initially imagined. There seem to be underlying reasons yet to be uncovered. Do you wish to know the cause? Qin Mu Yuan seemed to sense Qin Yi's confusion and inquired. Indeed, Qin Yi responded decisively. I'm no longer the person I once was, possessing the unparalleled body of eternal calamity. Such a remarkable constitution should not be squandered by remaining idle in the imperial capital. I must venture forth and challenge others. It is the first time I have heard of the body of eternal calamity. Qin Mu Yuan nodded slightly. However, possessing a formidable constitution is one thing. The ability to cultivate it is another. What do you think was the source of your faction during the last assassination attempt? Qin Mu Yuan asked abruptly. The sect, or perhaps the royalist faction. Vin Juventurit Tentativity. He knew this answer was incorrect, with memories from his past life. He was acutely aware of who had attempted to assassinate him, yet he could not disclose this knowledge as he could not explain how he had come by it. Let's not dwell on whether it is right or wrong. Recognizing that the enemies of the Prime Minister's residence are the sect and the royalist faction speaks to the intellect of one who has unraveled the sequence beads. Remarked Mu Tianlong. Qin Yi, with a look of exasperation, replied, Uncle, this has nothing to do with intelligence. Anyone who is not a fool could deduce it. The two answers he provided, the sect and the royalist faction, are indeed the current adversaries of the Prime Minister's residence. The royalist faction needs no further elaboration. Qin Mu Yuan is a powerful minister, wielding authority surpassing that of the emperor. Thus it is only natural that they see his family as an enemy and plot against him. As for the sect, let us first discuss Qin Mu Yuan's identity. Clearly a powerful minister, yet many perceive Qin Mu Yuan as a capable statesman. The reason for this polarization lies in the current state of Qian. Qian has been established for over a millennium. Even though this world possesses elements of cultivation, the present Qian bears the hallmarks of a waning dynasty. To the north, the war against the foreign tribes has met with continuous defeats, and the flames of conflict have spread from enemy territories into the homeland. To the west, a once steadfast ally now teeters on the brink of destruction under enemy assault. Should their nation fall, the western borders of Qian will likewise be engulfed in war. To the south, the lurking demon tribes are stirring, biding their time to reclaim dominion over the land of Qian. To the east, pirates and aquatic demons incessantly harass the coastal populace, costing Qian immense sums annually for suppression. However, these are merely external factors. The true cause of the turmoil is the decline of Qian's strength. This decline is fundamentally rooted in the sect. Qian has been jointly governed by the imperial court and the sect. Initially, the powers of the Qian court and the sect complemented one another, driving out the demon tribes and establishing the first human dynasty. Yet, the current situation is markedly different. The sects spread throughout the Qian are progressively eroding the territorial control of the imperial court. In localities where sects wield influence, their words often carry more weight than those of the grand court of the Qian Dynasty, particularly now with the 8 foremost sects at the pinnacle of their power. As long as there are cultivators ascending to the leadership positions of these 8 prominent sects, they automatically inherit the nobility title and enjoy its privileges, allowing them to disregard the emperor's presence, while officials below the 3rd rank in the court must still pay their respects. This regulation is not intended to elevate them unduly, but serves as a means of appeasement. The Qian Dynasty comprises 13 provinces, each of the 8 leading sects presiding over one, controlling 80% of the land therein. They dictate tax collection and the appointment of officials on their territories, with the court refraining from interference, for such meddling proves futile. The power wielded by these sects has grown so formidable that the Qian court harbors fears of collusion between them and external foes, should such treachery occur. It could lead to the dynasty's downfall. Consequently, the court can only seek to placate them, offering not only symbolic titles, but also tangible benefits. The lands initially under the control of the 8 sects were modest, gradually expanded through repeated acts of conciliation. If this trend continues, the Qian court may find itself akin to the late Zhou dynasty of a previous era, stripped of real authority and reduced to mere symbolism. Within the Qian court, from noble lords to common folk, many are aware of the challenges the dynasty faces and have devised their own solutions. However, without exception, these attempts have either failed or yielded minimal results, a situation that persisted until the emergence of Qin Yi. Chapter 33, A Prophecy. In the mere span of 2 decades since Qin Yi seized power, the number of sects he has annihilated surpasses that of those extinguished over the past millennium. Even the once preeminent sect, the Taiwan sect, to which Bai Ryu belongs, has fallen to his hand. Thus, the original 9 foremost sects have been reduced to 8. In the face of Qin Yi's formidable might, the sects within Qian have been thoroughly intimidated, ceasing their internal strife and forming alliances. The strength of these allied sects is not significantly disparate from that of the Chancellor's office, led by Mu. Consequently, over the past decade, neither side has engaged in open conflict. Instead, both have covertly amassed strength, awaiting the inevitable climactic confrontation. As the archenemies of the Chancellor's office, the sects have taken risks, strategizing against it, seeking to incite rivalry between its 2 major factions, thereby weakening the Chancellor's authority, a logical course of action. The surrounding atmosphere momentarily fell into silence. But this stillness was soon shattered by Qin Yi. A rare smile appeared on his typically stern visage as he remarked, "Do you not sense that the true orchestrator behind this matter is the royal family?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback, feigning confusion as he inquired, "The royal family has not yet been completely eradicated?" Beside him, Mu Tianlong let out a hearty laugh, remarking, if the royal family's power could be so easily extinguished, the Nangang clan would not have ruled over the great Qian for all these years. Qin Yi fell into deep contemplation. The answer that had long been buried in his heart was finally unveiled. Those who had sought to harm him were indeed members of the royal family. After Qin Mu Yuan usurped power, it was inevitable that some within the Nangang clan, as the royal lineage of Great Qian, would be discontented. They orchestrated a series of assassinations and rebellions, all of which were ultimately suppressed by Qin Mu Yuan. To the public, the royal family now appeared severely weakened, barely clinging to existence. However, this perspective was merely a misunderstanding. The royal family's power remained formidable. In addition to their overt strength, the Nangang clan possessed an ancestral ground, concealed within a secret realm, known only to their kin. Even the emperor of Great Qian was unaware of its precise location. Periodically, individuals from the ancestral ground would journey to the imperial capital, secretly retrieving the talented scions of the Great Qian royal family to nurture them within the ancestral ground, transforming them into guardians who would clandestinely safeguard the royal family in the capital. Moreover, within the secret realm, there existed methods to induce deep slumber in powerful beings, extending their lifespans. Thus, the ancestral ground of the Great Qian royal family teemed with formidable individuals. As though fearing Qin Yi's lack of understanding, Mu Tianlong elucidated. After all these years, while the Nangang clan has operated discreetly, they have inevitably made some missteps in the details. Most are well aware of the existence of their ancestral ground. I see. Qin Yi feigned surprise before asking if the royal family still possesses strength. Why do they not resist? and overthrow our prime minister's residence. Qin Yuan replied calmly, because it is unnecessary. The Nangong clan understands that Great Qian is gravely ill. Furthermore, they lack the capability to rectify the situation themselves. Thus, they wish to rely on our prime minister's residence to salvage Great Qian. Qin Yi interjected. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. However, if that is the case, why did they attempt to harm me? Because our prime minister's residence surpasses their expectations and power. And they are intimidated, Qin Yuan said, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. They fear that after a battle with the sect, should we survive, the remaining strength could ensure that Great Qian no longer bears the surname Nangong. Hearing such audacious words, both individuals in the pavilion were momentarily stunned. Qin Yi took a deep breath and continued, yet now, the assassination has failed. If they attempt again, it will not be under the same advantageous circumstances. If my demise cannot trigger a chain reaction, it would be a losing endeavor for them. Thus, the likelihood of them attempting to assassinate me again is exceedingly slim, a fact you surely comprehend better than I. So, what is the connection between your refusal to let me leave the capital in this matter? He. Suddenly, Mu Qianlong chuckled, stating that it was quite simple, for even if it does not trigger a chain reaction, they possess a compelling reason to act against you at any cost. What is it? Mu Tianlong glanced at Qin Yi, his tone somewhat peculiar as he remarked that he was quite surprised that Qin Yi was still unaware of this matter. After all, that prophecy has become common knowledge by now. When the three sons of Qin Yuan perish, the Qian shall rise. What nonsense! Qin Yi was taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. After calming himself, he inquired, Uncle, could you elaborate on this prophecy? Alas, it appears you are genuinely oblivious. Very well, I shall explain it in detail. At this point, Mu Tianlong's expression grew solemn. This matter must begin with the former head of the Celestial Monitoring Division. The previous head was reputed to be the most adept at deciphering the celestial mysteries in thousands of years, possessing profound knowledge of both the heavens and the earth, capable of capturing the celestial mechanisms and foreseeing events yet to transpire. Yet, one day, this individual mysteriously vanished, and when we eventually discovered him within the celestial sect, he had already become a lifeless corpse. Not only was he alone in this fate, the celestial sect, a top-tier sect, was annihilated overnight, leaving only a ground strewn with bodies. Beside their corpses lay a message, the very words I just recited. When the three sons of Qin Yuan perish, the Qian shall rise. Chapter 34, A Firm Resolution. After a few moments, Qin Yi steadied his emotions and asked, who is responsible for this? Whether in the game or now, this was his first encounter with such a prophecy. We do not know, Mu Tianlong supplemented. The subsequent investigations yielded no information regarding the perpetrator. Thus, we can only speculate. It is possible that a clandestine organization orchestrated this with unknown intentions. Or perhaps it was the work of a sect wishing to make our prime minister's mansion a thorn in the side of the Qian's power. Alternatively, it may have been the royal family, seeking to provide our enemies with a legitimate reason to confront us. Furthermore, it is conceivable that the former head of the Celestial Monitoring Division and the Celestial Sect orchestrated this themselves. Those who observe celestial phenomena and predict the future often possess eccentric tendencies. They could very well stage their own demise to upheave the entire world. In any case, until we ascertain the truth, for your safety, you shall not be allowed to leave my sight, meaning you shall not depart from the capital. This assassination attempt serves not only to create a rift between our families, but also aims to eliminate you as a threat, killing two birds with one stone. However, this also indicates that the royal family is not the architect behind the celestial sect's tragedy. In the aftermath, it remains uncertain whether the royal family will act upon this prophecy, disregarding all else, and take action against you once more. Now, having said so much, do you still dare to leave the imperial capital? Mu Tianlong gazed at Qin Yi with a smile. Qin Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced aside. Qin Yuan looked into the distance, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if awaiting his reply. Qin Yi's lips curled upward as he chuckled. Dare I? Why should I not? To be frightened into staying indoors by mere rumors. What does that make one but a coward? Though he spoke boldly, deep within, Qin Yi's heart was far from tranquil. The massacre at the Xianxia sect, regardless of who instigated it, effectively placed him in a precarious position. He was uncertain whether his arrival had triggered some uncontrollable changes. Yet this uncertainty only fortified his resolve to leave the imperial city. He was not one to risk his life recklessly in pursuit of opportunities. Rather, He believed that the best opportunities were those devoid of peril. However, at times, certain circumstances, if one does not strive for progress, can lead to a loss of agency. Ultimately, one could find their life and fate placed in the hands of others. He vividly remembered how he had met his demise in his previous life. In that existence, he led a life devoid of contention, avoiding trouble and living a stable, monotonous existence. Yet, not seeking out trouble did not guarantee that trouble would not seek him out. One evening, while dining at a hot pot restaurant, everything seemed ordinary until an unexpected incident occurred. At the adjacent table, a group of unruly individuals was present, and their leader, while enjoying his meal, began to emit an unpleasant odor. The stench quickly permeated the entire establishment, prompting all patrons, including him, to instinctively cover their noses. Discomfort etched on their faces as they searched for the source of the foul smell. Soon, they identified the odor emanating from the rowdy table, and several irate customers could no longer contain themselves, issuing complaints. Their actions provoked the hot-headed leader, who felt offended and sought to assert his dominance, instilling fear in those who dared to voice their grievances. His gaze swept across the room and landed on Qin Yi, who, in the corner, merely covered his nose without complaint, perceiving him as a solitary, seemingly docile figure, regardless of whether he had mocked him. The leader chose him as a target to establish his authority. Without hesitation, the leader swung a punch in Qin Yi's direction, and then there was nothing more to recount. In this life, as the third son of the prime minister's residence, it was inconceivable for him to perish at the hands of another over trivial matters. Yet, this protection stemmed solely from the prime minister's backing. What would happen if, one day, that protection were to vanish? Though he could eliminate Bai Ruyu, the individual pivotal to the downfall of the prime minister's residence, his arrival had already instigated significant changes in the world. The recent massacre at the Xianxia sect might very well be one of those changes. Thus, he could not be certain whether another Bai Ruyu would emerge after the death of one so pure as jade. The prime minister's residence could not shield him from the storms of life indefinitely. If he desired true peace of mind, he must cultivate his own strength to provide his own protection. Therefore, he resolved to depart from the imperial capital in pursuit of the extraordinary opportunities concealed in every corner of the great Qian, stepping steadily towards becoming a formidable force. Qin Yi's words seemed to profoundly resonate with Qin Muyuan, and after a moment of contemplation, he gazed deeply at Qin Yi and said, "Very well. I support your decision, but I hope you will not regret it in the future." "I shall not regret it," Qin Yi replied with a light chuckle. Turning his head, he glanced back at Mu Tianlong and asked with a smile, "Uncle, has the news of the Starry Sect tragedy reached the ears of the Demon Clan and the foreign tribes?" Mu Tianlong was taken aback. "Why do you inquire about this?" Qin Yi responded with unwavering confidence, "If I perish, the great Qian shall surely rise. Those forces wishing for the demise of the great Qian would desire my survival more than anyone else. Should we venture into their territories in the future, would they not treat me like a revered father, ensuring my every exit is accompanied by a grand procession and formidable guardians?" "Ha ha ha!" Mu Tianlong laughed heartily. Pointing at Qin Yi, "You rascal, I shall send someone to those foreign territories to widely publicize the incident of the Starry Sect tragedy." With this laughter, the ominous atmosphere that had previously lingered dissipated entirely. Observing this scene, Qin Muyuan's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction. Meanwhile, half a month later, an unassuming carriage rolled into Yu family village. The curtains of the carriage were drawn back, revealing Bai Ruyu, who excitedly waved to the villagers. "Uncle Li, Uncle Wang. Aunt Lu, I have returned." The villagers of Yu family surrounded the carriage eagerly. Uncle Li stood by the window, frowning slightly, and complained, "You rascal. Why didn't you let us know when you returned last time?" The beaming smile on Bai Ruyu's face froze. The last time he returned, he had been so severely beaten that if the villagers knew, it would be a great embarrassment. "Why do you ask such trivial matters?" Aunt Lu sensed the awkward tension and quickly pulled Uncle Li aside, stepping in front of the carriage window herself. She then shifted the topic. Without mentioning anything else, you promised to bring a wife back when you left the village last time. You have always been a man of your word since childhood. It should be the same this time." After saying this, Aunt Lu stood on her tiptoes, trying to peek into the carriage. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruyu's smile returned, and he patted his chest confidently. "Of course. What kind of person do you think I am? I always keep my promises. Finding a wife is quite an easy task." He then turned his head back to the carriage, calling out, "Ru Xue, come out and meet everyone." "All right," came the faint voice of Gong Ru Xue, as delicate as a whisper. At this moment, Gong Rushue was in a rather dire state. Raised in pampered comfort, she had never ventured far from home. This time, the prolonged journey in the carriage, coupled with the incessant jolting, proved to be a strain on her delicate constitution. All she yearned for was to return home and rest. However, she felt compelled to acquiesce to Bai Ruyu's request. Failing to do so would not only cause Bai Ruyu to lose face, but would also tarnish her own reputation. Chapter 35. Meeting the Parents. With a graceful wave of her hand, Bai Ryu drew back the curtains of the carriage, allowing Gong Rushue to peek outside with a smile. The moment her exquisite visage emerged, it transformed the very atmosphere around them. The villagers surrounding the carriage gasped in unison, exclaiming, "My goodness! Is this a celestial being descended to earth? How breathtakingly beautiful! Bai Xiaozai, you truly have remarkable prowess in marrying a fairy. You bring glory to our Yu family village. Ayu, this is indeed a point of pride." One villager remarked to another, Guzi, did you see that? That is your brother Yu's wife. If you could wed such a stunning woman in the future, our ancestors would surely rise from their graves in excitement. In the secluded mountains of Yu family village, the villagers had rarely encountered even ordinary women skilled in adornment, let alone someone of Gong Rushue's ethereal beauty. Just a glimpse of her nearly blinded them with awe. Fairy? No, Ayu's wife. May I inquire your esteemed surname? What followed was a flurry of greetings. Inside the carriage, Bai Ruyu, listening to the villagers' admiring remarks, could hardly contain his satisfaction, overflowing with joy. In that moment, he thought to himself, what are 100,000 taels of silver compared to this? It was truly worth every penny. After bidding farewell to the villagers, the carriage continued onward until it reached its destination. Rushue, we have arrived home, Bai Ruyu exclaimed, gazing at the familiar courtyard. Inside the carriage, silence reigned as Gong Rushue offered no response. Bai Ruyu sighed in frustration, quickly turning to gently caress her delicate hand. Offering comfort, Rushue, are you still upset? Please don't be angry. I was wrong just now. Gong Rushue kept her face stern, her gaze fixed on the ground, her displeasure unmistakable. Bai Ruyu's insistence on showcasing her to the villagers felt disrespectful, reducing her to an object of admiration rather than treating her as a person. Feeling helpless, Bai Ryu continued to soothe her. After a while, Gong Rushue finally chose to forgive him. The two descended from the carriage and approached the house. Before they could knock, the door swung open, revealing Bai Qingshan emerging from within. Greetings, master, Bai Ryu exclaimed upon seeing Bai Qingshan. As he spoke, he gently tugged at Gong Rushue's side. Gong Rushue paused in surprise, then quickly bowed. Rushue pays her respects to the master. Out of the corner of her eye, she scrutinized Bai Qingshan, and after a moment, she exhaled softly. Bai Ryu had long informed her that he had a master. Given the nature of her relationship with Bai Ryu, she would inevitably have to interact with his master, prompting her to contemplate their future interactions. Fortunately, Bai Ruyu's master appeared to be more amiable than she had anticipated. Though clad in simple, coarse linen garments, he exuded an undeniable scholarly aura, and his demeanor conveyed an air of superiority, indicating he was no ordinary person. Had Bai Ruyu's master been as perplexed as the villagers before, their conversations would have lacked any common ground, revolving around topics of little interest to her rather than her familiar pursuits of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As Gong Rushue observed Bai Qingshan, he too was assessing her. This scrutiny had begun the moment she entered the village. By now, he had formed a rudimentary understanding of her character. Firstly, the young lady was quite beautiful, her appearance rivaling that of the most exquisite in the world. Secondly, she emanated a sense of resilient spirit despite her unfortunate circumstances. Her demeanor bore no trace of inferiority, but rather a rather inexplicable confidence. Thirdly, she seemed overly delicate, suggesting that Bai Ruyu's future life might prove challenging. After organizing his thoughts, Bai Qingshan offered a gentle smile and extended his hand to assist Gong Rushue. Say, you must be Rushue. Ayu has mentioned you, describing you as a good girl. Indeed, it appears to be true. With a slight snort, Bai Ryu wrinkled her nose, her expression quickly transforming to one of excitement. Master, have you prepared the meal? It smells delightful. Is there enough for us? After days of eating dry rations, I feel like I might be sick. Bai Qingshan chuckled and shook his head. Come in and eat. This was prepared for you. With that, he entered the house first. Bai Ryu took Gong Rushue's hand and said with a smile, come. Let us go inside. You are in for a treat today. My master's culinary skills are unparalleled. Gong Rushue nodded and followed Bai Ryu into the house. However, after taking only a few steps, her brows furrowed. She surveyed the room before her, noting its stark simplicity. Not only was it small, devoid of any furniture, but also had numerous drafts. She swore this was the first time in her life she had entered such a humble abode, giving her an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Bai Qingshan observed Gong Rushue's reaction silently, placing the prepared dishes on the table. Bai Ruyu, unable to contain her eagerness, quickly pulled Gong Rushue to sit at the table. Without hesitation, she picked up a bowl and began to eat heartily. Delicious. As expected, Master S' skills remain as exceptional as ever. As she spoke, Bai Ruyu deftly used her chopsticks to pick up several pieces of vegetables and place them into Gong Rushue's bowl. Rushue, do try some if you don't. I shall finish it all, she urged. No need to rush. There's plenty more. Bai Qingshan observed the heartwarming scene before him, a gentle smile gracing his face. It seemed he was reminiscing about his past, and a few glistening tears appeared in his eyes. After a brief moment of eating, Bai Qingshan seemed to ponder something. Pausing, he glanced at both Bai Ruyu and Gong Rushue and said with a smile, though your relationship is not yet that of a husband and wife, it is indeed akin to it. Let us have a wedding today, allowing your bond to deepen and transform into that of true spouses. At this declaration, both Bai Ruyu and Gong Rushue were momentarily stunned. Bai Ruyu, filled with excitement, set down her chopsticks and looked at Bai Qingshan, murmuring a wedding. Master, I am aware that preparing for such an event is quite troublesome and requires a multitude of items. Bai Qingshan chuckled and shook his head. Do not worry about those matters. I prepared everything for you, especially the wedding attire and jewelry. Our family has them ready and used until now, perfectly set aside for you. He turned to Gong Rushue. What do you think, Rushue? Gong Rushue appeared to be at a loss, still processing the news. Chapter 36. Departure from the imperial capital. The wedding was far from the simplicity one might have expected. Bai Qingshan had made ample preparations. The newlyweds, Bai Ruyu and Gong Rushue, experienced all the necessary rituals. Soon, they arrived at the final step. After sipping a bit of wine, Bai Ruyu stumbled into the wedding chamber adorned in red. Seeing Gong Rushue sitting by the window in her resplendent crimson wedding gown, Bai Ruyu's face could not hide his excitement. All he had done was for this very moment. Rushue, I am here, he said eagerly, moving closer to the window to lift the veil from her head. Gong Rushue, already breathtakingly beautiful, seemed 1,000 times more radiant on this day in Bai Ruyu's eyes. Yet, regrettably, her exquisite face was marred by tear stains. Bai Ruyu reached out to wipe away her tears, smiling as he said, Rushue, why are you crying? Today is a joyous occasion. We should be smiling. Gong Rushue trembled as she looked up, her tear-streaked, bright eyes meeting his. In a hoarse voice, she replied, Brother Yu, I am so sorry. Bai Ruyu's smile slowly faded, and the hand he had raised to wipe her tears froze. What is it? Why are you apologizing to me? Gong Rushue seemed to have steeled her resolve, taking a deep breath as she spoke. Brother Yu, I truly do not wish for this. I believe our feelings have not yet reached this stage. I only agreed to avoid causing master sorrow. Please grant me a little more time, if you will. Having spoken, she turned her expectant gaze towards Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu stood as if petrified, rooted to the spot, motionless. After a considerable while, he finally regained his senses, managing a strained smile. Very well. I shall comply with your wishes entirely. Really? You truly are the most devoted brother, you. Gong Shui exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement. Bai Ruyu refrained from uttering further words. He rose, intending to move from the bed to a nearby stool. Yet, after only a few steps, the throbbing pain in his head became unbearable, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. Brother Yu, what has happened to you? Please, do not frighten me. In the haze of consciousness, lying on the ground, Bai Ruyu recalled the words spoken to him by Jin Baoyu. You made me believe that the legendary good man truly exists. While one could indulge for merely 500, you were willing to spend 100,000 to bring him home. And this sum is just the beginning. A good man, huh? If given a chance to start anew, he would certainly eschew the role of a good man altogether. On the fringes of the great Qian imperial capital flows a vast river known as the Tongtian River, which stretches from east to west, nearly traversing the entirety of Great Qian. At this moment, the largest dock of the Tongtian River, near the imperial capital, was bustling with a throng of people. In addition to the crowd, a massive warship loomed at the dock. The reason for the larger-than-usual gathering was evidently this grand vessel. What a magnificent warship, truly befitting the grandeur of the third young master of the Prime Minister's residence. Someone in the crowd marveled. Is this not the first time he has departed the imperial capital? Indeed, especially considering that prophecy which has placed him in such peril. Without the safety of the capital, he is at great risk. Do you believe that prophecy holds any truth? Once Qin Yi is dead, our great Qian shall flourish anew. The veracity of the prophecy is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether anyone believes it, and if it serves as an excuse for others to act. Well said. The audacity of those willing to act within the imperial capital is remarkable. Yet this third young master dares to leave, displaying commendable courage. What do you think? Will the third young master be able to return to the imperial capital? Uncertain, but it is foreseeable that the world will grow increasingly tumultuous, with countless unable to return home on their own 2 feet. With a thunderous roar, amidst the clamor, the fully loaded warship retrieved its anchor and, against the setting sun, began to glide forward. Simultaneously, many miles away from the vessel, at the Demon Emperor Mountain, a man and a woman traversed the depths of a dense forest. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with the sound of brittle twigs snapping beneath their feet echoing far and wide. Qin Yi halted, wiping the sweat from his brow, and gasped. Am I truly so weak? As a practitioner of the innate realm, I should not be this fatigued after such a journey. Beside him, Lian Ying's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. The third young master possesses such self-awareness, Lian Ying remarked softly after a brief pause. Since you are weary, let us find a place to rest for a while. Qin Yi shook his head, dismissing the notion of resting, insisting that they continue onward. We shall pause only when we reach a suitable location. They traversed the treacherous terrain of the Demon Emperor Mountain, once the stronghold of the demon clan. Although it was now inhabited by merely a multitude of lesser demons, their sheer numbers posed a potential threat. Should they be discovered, harassment would surely ensue, complicating their journey. Upon hearing this, Lianing furrowed her delicate brows and kept pace with him. After a short while, Qin Yi suddenly broke into a smile and inquired, "Is there something you wish to ask?" Startled, Lianing nodded and, with her lips parting gently, voiced a question that had long lingered in her heart. "Young master, why have we come to Demon Emperor Mountain instead of following the main force and embarking on a warship? There are formidable protectors arranged by the Prime Minister aboard the warship who could better ensure your safety." Qin Yi chuckled and replied, "You do not understand. As the saying goes, the most perilous places are often the safest. Conversely, the safest locales may indeed harbor the greatest dangers. Thus, it is rather unsurprising that I have chosen to depart from the most dangerous vicinity and venture into a relatively less perilous one. By the way," Qin Yi continued, "you went to investigate the situation with the Xianxia army. How'd that go?" Lianing responded, "As you anticipated. The recent disturbances among the demon clan at Demon Emperor Mountain are significant enough that the Xianxia army cannot afford to ignore them. The Xianxia army is currently stationed at the foot of the mountain. To be cautious, I infiltrated their camp and left a letter bearing the Prime Minister's seal on the commander's desk, informing them that a high-ranking official from the Prime Minister's office would be arriving soon. Vigny nodded approvingly. Well done. My decision to separate from the main force was not without reason. There lies an opportunity here in the Demon Emperor Mountain that I have set my sights on. As for dispatching Lian Ying to notify the Xianxia army stationed below the mountain, it was a precautionary measure. The Xianxia army, established by Qin Yuan after seizing power, operates independently of the court, heeding only his commands. After 2 decades of development, the Xianxia army has now spread throughout the entire Qian, primarily tasked with countering the local sects to ensure that Qin Yuan's edicts to weaken them can be effectively implemented. In addition to opposing the sects, the Xianxia army, like other military factions, is responsible for maintaining peace and safeguarding the populace. The Demon Emperor Mountain, where they currently find themselves, hold a unique status as a former sacred ground of the demon clan. Following the demon's retreat, a significant number of them still remain here. The Qin court has chosen not to eradicate these demons entirely, but rather to manage them, allowing them to coexist within this domain. The reason behind this action lies in the immense value of the living demon race. Their inner elixirs and blood serve as exceptional resources for cultivation, while their hides and bones can be forged into weapons. Furthermore, these creatures may even be utilized as steeds for transportation. It can be posited that within the realm of the Qian, a certain number of demons are considerably advantageous. The intentions of the Qian are well known to the demon race, who of course would not submit meekly. Thus, at regular intervals, the formidable demons atop Demon Emperor Mountain compel the weaker ones to instigate demon waves, assaulting the surrounding counties of Qian. The Xianxia army stationed nearby, naturally, would not remain idle, as their duty is to thwart the demons and maintain tranquility around Demon Emperor Mountain. Presently, with the movements of Demon Emperor Mountain, the Xianxia army is encamped at its base, in possession of specialized communication fireworks from the Prime Minister's residence, should danger arise. Igniting these fireworks would summon the Xianxia army, who could arrive within half an hour. The overall strength of the Xianxia army station here is formidable. Once they form a military formation, their power can be cataclysmic. Even if they cannot vanquish those who threaten him, they will certainly suffice in ensuring his protection. Yet, as stated, he is not the protagonist and lacks the fortune that accompanies such a role. Though the opportunities may be favorable, safety remains paramount. If the risks are too great, it is better to forego such chances. Chapter 37. An encounter in the midst of conversation, not far from Qin Yi. A vague silhouette of a structure emerged within the thicket. Qin Yi halted, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Could this be Moments latte? A subtle smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Indeed, it must be that. Lianing, there lies a dilapidated temple. We shall rest there tonight." Lianing, momentarily taken aback, wore a look of confusion. How could the third young master know that it was a crumbling temple, given the distance yet to traverse? As they approached, Lianing lifted her gaze towards the temple, blinking in surprise. It truly was a temple in ruins. As the moonlight descended, upon entering the dilapidated temple, Lianing began to retrieve items from her storage ring to adorn their surroundings. Meanwhile, Qin Yi reclined upon an exquisitely luxurious sofa, basking in the warmth of the fire while perusing the ancient texts he had brought, reveling in the utmost comfort. Suddenly, sensing an approaching presence, Qin Yi lifted his head towards the temple's entrance. The sound of rustling grass was followed by a murmur of conversation. A clear, melodic female voice broke through a Qi. "Look, there's a dilapidated temple here. Let us hurry over. After a day's journey, I'm utterly exhausted. Finally, a chance to rest." With those words, footsteps drew closer. "Slow down," a cold male voice interjected. The footsteps halted, and the female voice chimed in again. "Oh, there's a flicker of light inside. It seems there are already people here." The sound from outside gradually faded into silence, and after a moment, a resonant female voice emerged, addressing those within. "Fellow cultivators, we mean no offense. Since you arrived first, it is only fitting that you decide the rules here. If it would not trouble you, might we be allowed to stay the night? Of course, if you prefer not, we shall depart immediately." There were two individuals, one male and one female. Upon hearing their voices, Qin Yi made certain deductions. He turned a glance at Ling Ying, who paused her actions, lifted her gaze towards the door, then returned her attention to her task. Observing this, Qin Yi formed a new hypothesis about their visitors. Their cultivation level likely was not formidable. Ling Ying possessed a soul that enabled her to peer through the walls and observe the two outside. If the individuals posed a significant threat, she would have alerted him. Inside the temple, a prolonged silence ensued, causing the female voice outside to grow somewhat impatient. "Have they left? The fire remains alight." No, there was still someone. He could hear breathing. A cold male voice resonated. Qin Yi was taken aback. If he could hear his own breath, it indicated that the speaker was a master, at least more skilled than he, as he could not detect the other's presence. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yi spoke. "Please, enter." The woman outside exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah, Qi, you are truly remarkable. There is indeed someone here." Quick footsteps followed, and the dilapidated door was pushed open. Qin Yi then beheld the visage of the two newcomers. Indeed, they were a man and a woman. The woman appeared exceptionally youthful, with striking features, bright eyes, and a radiant smile, clad in a flowing red outfit with a high ponytail, wielding a long sword with an air of competence, reminiscent of a female hero. Conversely, the man appeared exceedingly ordinary, possessing a mundane appearance that would easily be overlooked in a crowd. His attire was plain, composed of coarse fabric, and he exuded an unremarkable aura, devoid of any distinct charm. However, Qin Yi did not underestimate the man. Often, it is the seemingly unremarkable individuals who are the most formidable, much like Bai Ruyu. As Qin Yi assessed the pair, they too scrutinized him. The woman's eyes brimmed with surprise. In her view, both Qin Yi and Ling Ying were striking, exuding an exceptional presence. Moreover, The opulent sofas and tables surrounding Qin Yi, along with the fine wine and fragrances upon the table, were clearly not acquired through mundane means, but rather through the use of storage rings. These rings are precious artifacts, crafted from rare spatial stones by master array artists. As the daughter of the sect leader of the largest sect in Hongcheng County, Hongchun sect, she possessed one herself, albeit with a mere 2 fist-sized compartments typically reserved for storing medicinal pills. The notion of using it for clothing or other mundane items was beyond her imagination, let alone having sufficient space for sofas. This indicated that the storage ring of her counterpart was of an astonishingly vast capacity. The individual before me exudes an undeniable strength, evoking the sensation of standing before a revered master. The seemingly unremarkable man gazes intently at Lianying. The woman in crimson is taken aback and turns her gaze to Lianying, much like one would when addressing her father. Could it be that he is also a practitioner of the seventh realm? This is inconceivable. Observing the woman diligently organizing her belongings, it seems she must serve as the attendant or guardian of the man seated upon the sofa. To have a seventh realm practitioner in one's service is indeed extraordinary. Regarding Qin Yi's true identity, the woman clad in red no longer dares to speculate. Cough, cough, cough. The woman in crimson shatters the silence, tossing her high ponytail before stepping forward to clasp her fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for allowing us to stay. I am Hong Qian, and this is my senior brother, Ruanqi." After introducing herself, Hong Qian gestures toward the man. Qin Yi offers a faint smile and waves his hand dismissively, replying, "There is no need for thanks. We merely arrived here before you. We are not the masters of this place. By the way, my surname is Yuan." Yuan. In her mind, Hong Qian begins to search for notable figures with the surname Yuan. After pondering for a considerable time without any leads, she decides to abandon the thought. She considers a possibility. Members of prominent families often conceal their identities when traveling, adopting pseudonyms to avoid recognition. Thus, it is likely that this friend, Yuan, is using a false surname. Hong Qian wishes to converse further with Qin Yi, but is interrupted by Ruanqi, who pulls her aside. "It is getting late. We should rest early, as we must continue our journey tomorrow." "All right, I understand." Hong Qian responds with a wry smile towards Qin Yi, then bows slightly, saying good night. "Fellow Yuan." Qin Yi's lips curl into a mysterious smile as he replies, "Good night." Chapter 38. In times of crisis. As the night deepens, the temperature plummets, and an eerie wind, seemingly from nowhere, sweeps through the dilapidated temple, rustling the tattered cloth and frayed strips within. Inside the temple, the group remains awake. Qin Yi tends to the fire, while Lianying sits silently on a mat, immersed in her cultivation. Meanwhile, Ruanqi occupies a corner, also engaged in silent meditation. Qian, however, lays her head upon Ruanqi's lap, perusing a book borrowed from Qin Yi. This scene persists for a brief while. How utterly dull. Qian comprend. Setting the book aside before rising to wander about the temple. Sensing her movement, Qin Yi lifts his gaze gently. After a brief exploration, Hong Qian halts before a colossal Buddha statue. Her eyes are drawn to the adornments on the statue, which is intricately carved from stone, featuring a massive serpent winding its way around the figure. Although the serpent is also sculpted from stone, it appears remarkably lifelike, with its scales arranged flawlessly, devoid of any imperfections, resembling the real creature. A flicker of astonishment crossed Hong Qian's eyes as she turned around, waving her hand towards Ruanqi. "Hey, Qi, come over quickly and take a look. This is the first time I've seen a sculpture of such lifelike grandeur, a giant serpent." Ruanqi, engrossed in his cultivation, was abruptly interrupted. A trace of impatience flashed across his face as he reluctantly opened his eyes, casting a glance in the direction where Hong Qian stood. In the next moment, he froze, his complexion shifting dramatically. "Run," he shouted, and in an instant, he propelled himself towards Hong Qian like a sharpened blade. Witnessing Ruanqi's sudden movement, a look of confusion appeared on Hong Qian's face. At that moment, she heard a rustling sound behind her, and an abrupt drop in temperature enveloped her, instilling a sensation akin to plunging into an icy abyss. Hong Qian sensed something amiss and stiffly turned her body. What she beheld would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. A colossal serpent's head loomed behind her. At that moment, the enormous serpent's eyes, each as large as lanterns, were scrutinizing her, its elongated tongue flickering in and out. It became clear that this creature was not merely a statue, but a monstrous serpent. As she beheld this sight, Hong Qing was engulfed by an overwhelming terror, rendering her immobile and unable to think. She had always dreamed of becoming a heroine, vanquishing demons and monsters, but now, confronted with a genuine beast, she realized that being a heroine was far from simple. She lacked even the courage to draw her sword. The serpent's gaze swept over her, seemingly curious as to why this human did not scream or flee. Humans were indeed strange creatures. The serpent ceased, its flickering tongue, indicating its intent to attack. It opened its gaping maw, lunging directly at Hong Qing. Just as the serpent was about to engulf her, Yuan Qi arrived in the nick of time. With a swift motion, he dashed forward and seized Hong Qing, pulling her away just before the serpent's jaws could close. Crack! The attack missed, and as it watched its meal slip away, a glimmer of fury ignited in the serpent's eyes. It shifted its massive body, gathering power before its colossal head surged after the two airborne figures. Faced with the imminent assault, Yuan Qi had little time to react. He hurled Hong Qing as far away as possible and unsheathed the great sword strapped to his back, striking at the oncoming serpent. The clash of steel against the serpent's head reverberated, sending a jolt of shock through Yuan Qi's hand. Where did this little demon king come from? Yuan Qi's expression changed. The realms of the demon clan differed from those of humanity. The demon hierarchy was categorized into small demons, large demons, demon kings, demon emperors, and demon gods. Among small demons, there were 6 levels, each corresponding to the human realms from 1 to 6, not to mention the other realms within the category of small demons. Reaching the pinnacle of small demons, level 6, warranted the title of Demon King. In the treacherous realm of the Demon Emperor Mountain, the presence of formidable demons is nearly non-existent, with only minor demon kings reigning as the pinnacle of their kind, typically residing in the depths of this mountainous domain. This is precisely why Hong Qian's fervent desire to clandestinely explore the Demon Emperor Mountain was not met with much resistance, despite his cultivation being at the 5th stage of the Divine Infant realm, while Hong Qian had only reached the 4th stage of innate abilities. As long as they lingered at the fringes of the mountain and refrained from venturing into its depths, they would face no peril from minor demon kings. Yet, fate had other plans, and they encountered one. With a moment's contemplation, Yuan Qi unleashed his ultimate skill. A layer of azure sword aura enveloped his imposing great sword as he brandished it, charging forth to confront the colossal serpent that surged toward him. Despair had not yet claimed its hold. In the encounter between demonkind and humanity, regardless of any disparity in rank, the potential for victory lies in the ability to discern and exploit the weaknesses of the opponent while leveraging one's own strengths. The serpent's advantages were its immense strength, formidable attack power, and impenetrable scales. However, its weaknesses were equally apparent. Its sheer size hampered its agility. With this realization, Yuan Qi formulated a strategy. The two adversaries clashed once more, engaging in a rapid exchange of blows, executing over a dozen strikes in a fleeting span. Each time the serpent unleashed its assault, Yuan Qi deftly evaded its massive head, maneuvering to target its neck with precision. Each of Yuan Qi's strikes found their mark at the same vulnerable spot, where the serpent's scales had begun to show significant fissures, suggesting that it would not take long before they were shattered entirely. After several exchanges, the serpent recognized Yuan Qi as a formidable opponent, ceasing its attacks, drawing back its head, and flicking its forked tongue as it regarded him. Yuan Qi, unable to initiate an offensive, remained suspended in the air, locking eyes with the serpent. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a kaleidoscopic glow emanating from the serpent's eyes. A frown creased Yuan Qi's brow as an unsettling premonition took root in his mind. Soon, that ominous foreboding materialized into reality. A thunderous rumble erupted within the dilapidated temple, and the colossal Buddha statue, which the serpent had previously entwined, unexpectedly sprang to life, raising its gigantic hand to seize Yuan Qi. Illusion. Yuan Qi remained composed, swiftly assessing the situation. As he observed the advancing serpent, he readied his sword for an offensive. Dodging the serpent's head, he aimed his great sword at its body. However, this strike felt entirely different. The sword met no resistance as it pierced into the serpent's flesh. It was indeed an illusion. At that instant, the Buddha's massive hand was mere inches from Yuan Qi. Prepared in advance, Yuan Qi retracted his great sword, bracing himself for a direct confrontation. Yet just then, a chilling sensation surged from beneath him, rushing forth with alarming swiftness. Yuan Qi, who had always navigated challenges with ease, now found his pupils constricting in fear. He leaped in an attempt to evade the impending danger, but it was too late. The enormous python and the outstretched hand of the Buddha he had witnessed vanished in an instant. The true serpent surged from beneath him, striking with ferocity. Thud! Qi was hurled away, crashing into the dilapidated temple's wall, creating a gaping hole. Having succeeded in its initial assault, the python refrained from pursuing Qi further. Instead, it turned its serpentine head towards the ground, targeting Qian. "Help! Save me!" she cried, having just clambered to her feet in a disheveled state. Upon seeing the python rushing towards her, terror seized her, prompting her to flee towards the door. Yet her speed paled in comparison to that of the immense serpent, and soon its gaping maw loomed over her once more. Desperately, Qi crawled out of the hole, witnessing the unfolding horror. He yearned to intervene, but time was no longer on his side. In another corner of the crumbling temple, Qin Yi, who had observed the entire scene, finally sprang into action. A slight smirk graced his lips as he softly commanded, "Lianing, assist me." "Yes, my lord," she replied. Chapter 39. Where have the demonic beasts gone? In the depths of night, the dilapidated temple, shrouded in despair, suddenly experienced a drastic drop in temperature. The inhabitants, one demon and several humans, felt as though they had been transported to an icy wasteland. The python, eyeing Qian as a sumptuous meal, found its movements slowed by the sudden chill. This brief delay proved to be pivotal. Unbeknownst to them, Lianing had silently ascended to the python's head. She aimed at the serpent's skull, raising her delicate hand high before bringing it down with force. From her palm, a colossal ice spike materialized, plunging towards the python's cranium. Sensing imminent peril, the python attempted to react, but it was already too late. The sharp point of the ice spike had made contact with its scales. The once impenetrable armor of the python, which had withstood Qi's numerous attacks, now seemed as fragile as parchment, easily penetrated by the ice spike's assault. Moments later, the spike erupted from the python's jaw, sending its head crashing downward, ultimately embedding itself into the earth below. With a thunderous boom, the ground trembled. Qian, who had resigned herself to despair, believing her death was inevitable, was swept off her feet by the gust of wind created by the python's fall. Ignoring her disheveled appearance, she turned to behold a shocking sight. The once mighty python, now immobilized by an ice spike, lay merely a fist's distance from her, despite its life force being fiercely tenacious. Even after having its skull pierced and pinned to the ground, the python did not succumb immediately. It began to writhe, its massive body straining to free its head from the icy prison. As the enormous serpent swayed within the dilapidated temple, the entire structure began to tremble, evoking a sense of impending collapse. Lianing furrowed her brow slightly, gesturing with her delicate hand towards the serpent's undulating form. A dozen ice spikes materialized out of thin air, each piercing various parts of the serpent's body. After the cacophony of sharp objects puncturing flesh, the serpent was thoroughly pinned to the ground. At this moment, it fell silent, witnessing the serpent's demise and her own narrow escape. Qian could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. How formidable! Subsequently, she cast a glance at Lianing, her eyes filled with admiration. Truly, Lianing's efficiency was remarkable. Upon seeing the serpent slain, Qin Yi rose from the sofa and approached the spot beneath the statue where the serpent had just been. There, he discovered a small wooden box. Lifting the box, he exhaled gently, dispersing the dust that had settled upon its surface. Upon opening the box, he found a key, entirely black and made of an unknown material, resting inside. Indeed, it was here. Qin Yi chuckled lightly, closed the box, and placed it into his storage ring. This key would prove immensely significant in the future. If the plot unfolded as usual, Bai Ruyu would arrive at this very moment, battling the serpent with great difficulty to obtain the key. However, Bai Ruyu was currently back home enjoying a carefree life as his fiancée. Thus this small opportunity, along with the greater fortune to come, would have to be seized by him. The following morning, at the entrance of the temple, Qian clasped her fists towards Qin Yi and Lianing, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you both for saving my life last night. I shudder to think of the consequences otherwise. At present, I have nothing to offer in return, but if you ever find yourselves in Hongqing Zone, I shall extend my warmest hospitality to repay your kindness." Qin Yi waved his hand dismissively, remarking that such assistance was merely a small favor among travelers in the martial world, and inquired about their future plans. A hint of bitterness crossed Qian's face as she reflected on her past foolishness. I was naive to heed the tales of treasures within the Demon Emperor Mountain, disregarding my family's warnings and dragging a Qi along with me into peril. After experiencing the encounter with the serpent, I now understand the gravity of my actions. The Demon Emperor Mountain is not a place for me. I ought to return home and cultivate for another 2.5 years before daring to venture forth again. I see. Qin Yi nodded. Then we shall part ways here. We must continue our journey deeper. Indeed, farewell, Hong Qian replied. Suddenly recalling something, she paused and added, I nearly forgot. My father, the sect leader Hong Qingzong, is also deep within the Demon Emperor Mountain. Should you encounter him, please tell him that you saved me and that you are my benefactors. Perhaps he can offer some assistance for your journey. Understood. I have a strong feeling that I will encounter him. Our destinies seem intertwined. After bidding farewell, Hong Qian and Ruanqi departed. Once they had walked far enough away, Qin Yi turned to gaze into the depths of Yaowang Mountain, declaring that it was time for them to set off as well. After speaking, he glanced back at Lianing, only to find her still watching the retreating figures of Hong Qian and Ruanqi. When she noticed Qin Yi's gaze, she finally withdrew her attention. What troubles you? Qin Yi inweited. Lianing explained, the cultivator named Ruanqi is rather peculiar. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? From their appearance, they appear to be affiliated with Hong Qingzong, and the woman named Hong Qian likely held a significant position within the sect. However, judging by yesterday's battle, Ruanqi's techniques in cultivation, swordsmanship, and agility bore no relation to Hong Qingzong. Moreover, his cultivation level was notably strange, exceedingly solid. Is being solid not a good thing? Lianing shook her head. While a solid foundation is indeed advantageous, remaining stagnant at a single realm for the sake of stability is somewhat misguided. Ruanqi has likely lingered in the 5th realm of the divine infant for several years. Had he utilized this time to enhance his cultivation, he might have ascended to the 7th realm, akin to my own level. Qin Yi nodded in agreement, remarking, Your observations render Ruanqi quite the enigma. The journey ahead was remarkably tranquil, with the two of them pressing onward into the heart of Yaowang Mountain. Along the way, they encountered numerous other cultivators, some solitary and others in groups, all seemingly heading in the same direction, indicating a shared objective. Pondering for a moment, Lianing turned to Qin Yi's silhouette and asked, Young master, have you not sensed the oddity of this place? What seems strange? Lianing replied, This is Yaowang Mountain, yet the number of people we have encountered surpasses that of the demon beasts. Where have the demon beasts gone? Suddenly, Qin Yi, who had been leading the way, halted in his tracks. With a gentle smile, he pointed ahead and said, There. Chapter 40. The Elixir of Immortality. At his words, Lianing stepped closer, aligning herself with Qin Yi's gaze. Upon clearly discerning the scene below, a flicker of astonishment crossed her beautiful eyes. Before them lay an enormous pit. At the center of the pit was a lake, its waters a deep crimson. Surrounding this lake, a multitude of demon beasts formed layers, completely surrounding it. These demon beasts were eerily silent, their expressions reverent, as if in a state of pilgrimage. The innermost layer of beasts, positioned closest to the lake, bowed their heads toward the water, exhaling a stream of green essence that wafted into the blood-red lake. As the green essence flowed continuously from their mouths into the lake, the innermost beasts visibly weakened, and ultimately, one by one, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious and lifeless. Then, the beasts on the 2nd tier began to transport their fallen counterparts to an open space. Once this task was completed, the beasts from the 2nd tier ascended to the 1st tier to replicate the actions of their predecessors, creating a continuous cycle. What are these beasts doing? Lianing pondered aloud. Qin Yi replied with a slight smile. If one were to inquire, the answer would soon be revealed. The expanse of the deep pit was vast. At its edge, cultivators who had come to the Demon Emperor Mountain in search of opportunities had gathered. As they navigated through the crowd, Qin Yi and Lianing faintly overheard whispers. Do you know what those beasts are doing? How can we know if you don't? It is said that extraordinary phenomena often herald unusual occurrences. The bizarre events unfolding here lend credence to the rumors of opportunities on the Demon Emperor Mountain. Indeed, there must be some opportunity hidden within the mountain, though we cannot yet discern what it is. If we cannot comprehend it, why not venture forth and discover for ourselves? A relatively younger cultivator scoffed, leaping toward the blood-red lake at the center of the pit. Young brother, wait a moment. Before the young cultivator could fly too far, a voice called out to him. Turning back, he inquired, Who is calling me? At that moment, a group of individuals soaring above the crowd captured everyone's attention. dressed in uniform attire and wielding swords. Their formidable presence exuded an overwhelming sense of authority. Among the crowd, a cultivator who recognized the identities of these individuals exclaimed in astonishment, "I never expected this matter would attract the attention of Hong Chengzong. They're taking it so seriously that the sect leader has come personally to address it." Hong Chengzong. The expressions of most cultivators present shifted dramatically. In their region, Hong Chengzong was a superpower, an entity that none dared to provoke. Should they declare that the opportunities here belonged solely to Hong Chengzong, it was likely that no one present would dare voice dissent. Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, the leading figure of Hong Chengzong smiled and said, "Please, do not be so tense. In the face of opportunity, all are equal. We at Hong Chengzong would never risk inciting public ire by monopolizing it." Upon hearing these words, the gathered crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. "The sect leader truly understands reason," someone praised. The sect leader of Hong Chengzong smiled lightly and then turned to the young cultivator he had called out earlier, speaking gently, "Young brother, do you know why I stopped you just now?" The young cultivator felt a rush of surprise and quickly clasped his fists in respect, replying, "I must confess, I do not know, but I assume that sect leader Hong has his own reasons for doing so." The sect leader nodded and smiled as he said, "The reason I called you was regarding the opportunity within that lake." In the lake, the esteemed Master Hong spoke. "You all know what those beasts are doing?" The young cultivator inquired earnestly. Upon hearing this, the other cultivators in the crowd hastily set aside their tasks, straining to listen. Master Hong chuckled, "Since you have all asked, I shall not keep you in suspense. I do indeed know what these beasts are up to. I have encountered such a scenario in literature. These creatures are gathering around the lake as a rare herb, known as the true dragon immortal elixir, is about to be born. They are infusing their life essence into the vicinity of this elixir, preparing for its ultimate rebirth." The crowd erupted in astonishment, their expressions a blend of awe and disbelief. "Master Hong, could you elaborate on this true dragon immortal elixir? I dare say most of us are unaware of its particulars," a cultivator inquired from within the throng. Master Hong shook his head. "I too lack detailed knowledge regarding the true dragon immortal elixir, but that is of little consequence to us. What truly matters is its reputation as an immortal herb, regardless of its effects. If we were to sell it to the nobility of the imperial capital or the upper echelons of the 8 great sects, we could fetch at least several tens of millions of taels of silver. Several tens of millions of taels. Do you not see this as a tremendous opportunity? Therefore, it is prudent that we do not disturb these beasts, but rather wait for the true dragon immortal elixir to come into being. Afterward, its ownership shall be determined by our individual capabilities." Most of the cultivators present swallowed hard, their spirits ignited by Master Hong's words, and their imaginations began to conjure visions of a prosperous life upon acquiring the true dragon immortal elixir. Several tens of millions of taels of silver represents an astronomical sum. With such wealth, one could procure anything desired. It is worth noting that the imperial capital's brothel management requires merely 100,000 taels of silver to redeem a courtesan. Several tens of millions of taels could liberate hundreds. In midair, Master Hong observed the reactions of the cultivators below, shaking his head with a smile. At that moment, he sensed something, turning his gaze towards a particular direction, locking eyes with Qin Yi, who was looking back at him, an outsider, likely of considerable standing. Master Hong furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at Qin Yi and the delicate figure beside him, Lianing. He hoped fervently that this would not disrupt their plans. Chapter 41. The True Dragon Immortal Elixir. At the apex of the Hunyuan sword sect, Xianxia entered a garden with a radiant smile. Within the garden, a woman was practicing her swordplay. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as white as snow, her figure graceful and enchanting, resembling a celestial fairy who had descended to the mortal realm. The enchanting woman practiced her swordplay with utmost seriousness, oblivious to the presence of Xianxia, who had entered the garden. Xianxia chose not to interrupt her, instead observing in silence as the woman completed an entire set of sword techniques. The atmosphere grew tense as numerous strands of black sword energy sliced through the air, targeting a freshly bloomed flower in the garden. The overwhelming force infused with the essence of annihilation engulfed the delicate blossom. Its fate appeared sealed. However, moments later, the sword energy dissipated, revealing the flower, which had been shattered countless times, yet remained unscathed. Only two insects that had recently landed on the flower were neatly severed into several pieces. Upon finishing her set, Luo Xiao exhaled lightly and retracted her sword. Applause erupted. Fourth junior sister, congratulations. Your swordplay has reached an astonishing level of mastery over strength. Upon hearing the clapping, Luo Xiao turned to see Rao Qing applauding. A smile graced Luo Xiao's exquisite face as she rushed towards Rao Qing. Second senior sister, what brings you back? Thou Qing, reflecting on something, offered a wry smile. Conducting business is far more challenging than practicing swordplay. I wasn't successful, so I returned. By the way, fourth junior sister, do you know whom I encountered in the imperial capital? Grasping Luo Xiao's hand, she hinted at a suspenseful reveal. Luo Xiao, not one to be easily deceived, sensed Rao Qing's demeanor and her heart began to race with anticipation. Did you meet Brother Yi? She exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Rao Qing chuckled, indeed. We even spoke of you. Did Brother Yi say he would come to see me? Luo Xiao inquired cautiously, lowering her gaze. You truly do not know? A hint of surprise crossed Rao Qing's face. Qin Yi has already arrived, departed from the imperial capital, and is now traveling the world. Judging by his trajectory, our Hunyuan sword sect is his first destination. Luo Xiao felt a mix of joy and confusion. Why was I unaware of this? My master mentioned recently that nothing concerning Brother Yi had occurred, advising me to calm my mind and prepare for seclusion and rigorous training. Rao Qing was at a loss for words. Is it not clear? Your master has always wished for his precious little disciple to focus on cultivation rather than entanglements with the opposite sex, hoping to pass on his legacy. He certainly would not want you to grow too close to Qin Yi. Ideally, the two of you should never meet again. Hence, he would create obstacles. After a moment's contemplation, Rao Qing added, perhaps your master is simply growing forgetful. Aside from this recent grand journey, there have indeed been many recent events involving Qin Yi. Not long ago, he was even ambushed and nearly lost his life. Luo Xiao, however, had ceased to comprehend the latter part of Rao Qing's statement. As the word assassination echoed in her mind, a chill spread across her stunning visage. Second senior sister, do you know where Brother Yi is now? Where is he now? Rao Qing paused for a moment before saying, I am not entirely certain, but at their current pace, they should have already arrived at Hongshan County. Very well. I appreciate your informing me, second sister. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Luo Xiao gracefully leaped into the sky. Observing this, Rao Qing quickly called out to her, fourth junior sister, where are you headed? Without looking back, Luo Xiao replied, someone intends to assassinate Brother Yi. I must go protect him. Rao Qing aside with a wry smile. When Qin Yi travels, he is certainly surrounded by numerous experts. He does not need your protection. However, Luo Xiao was already beyond hearing, her anxious heart propelling her out of the Hunyuan sword sect. Brother Yi, wait for me, she murmured as she gazed toward the direction of Hongshan County. Night enveloped the entire Demon Emperor Mountain, and the human cultivators at the edge of the deep pit looked toward the blood-red lake at its center, quietly awaiting developments. 3 days had passed since the master of Hongshan sect had informed them of the existence of the true dragon immortal elixir. Now, the deep pit contained no living beasts. All had infused their life essence into the blood-red lake. Yet, the lake showed no signs of reaction, and the much-touted true dragon immortal elixir remained elusive. Some cultivators began to grow impatient, questioning the veracity of the master of Hongshan sect as claims. On the fringes of the crowd, Qin Yi sat upon a sofa, a campfire crackling before him, laden with skewered serpent meat. The aroma wafted enticingly as he picked up a skewer of roasted meat and began to eat. Casting glances at the lake before him, time passed, and Qin Yi, with his keen perception, noticed subtle ripples beginning to form in the blood-red lake, emanating outward. It's here, he murmured, setting down his skewer and rising to his feet, waving his hand to store his belongings into a spatial ring. He was not the only one to sense the anomaly in the lake. The crowd turned their gazes toward it as well. Despite the stillness of the air on Demon Emperor Mountain, the waves within the blood-red lake grew increasingly tumultuous, and in mere moments, the entire lake became a roiling mass. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the center of the lake, where a blood-red pillar of light shot skyward. Accompanying this pillar was a resounding dragon-esque roar that reverberated through the heavens. It was indeed the roar of a dragon. Wonderful! Master Hong did not speak in vain. This truly is the true dragon immortal elixir. The majority of the cultivators present erupted in excitement. Now convinced that the master of Hongshan sect's words were true, that the lake indeed held the true dragon immortal elixir. However, they were left to ponder why an elixir would emit the sound of a dragon's roar. They found it rather unremarkable, for this was an elixir, and elixirs were inherently extraordinary, imbued with anomalies from head to toe. Chapter 42. The Ambitions of Hong Qingzong. The resurgence of the blood-red lake had undergone another transformation. The towering crimson beam of light was gradually becoming translucent, until it ultimately vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the cultivators present beheld the manifestation within the blood-red pillar. Where the pillar had once stood, there now appeared a demon dragon, exceeding a meter in length. This dragon lacked a corporeal form, composed entirely of red mist. Resembling a spectral state, the demon dragon spiraled through the air, emitting a continuous, resounding roar. Moments later, it ceased its movements, lowering its head towards the blood-red lake below, and drew in a powerful breath. With a thunderous sound, several columns of water erupted from the lake, each entirely green and radiating a terrifying aura of life, evoking a sensation of vibrant vitality. These verdant columns ascended into the air, all consumed by the demon dragon. As it devoured, the dragon's form expanded, ultimately reaching dozens of meters in length, and from its head, its body began to solidify, transitioning from a spectral entity to a tangible one. The originally ethereal body composed of crimson mist gradually became more substantial, with fur, scales, and teeth becoming distinctly visible. The cultivators present felt an overwhelming sense of instability. As the body of the blood-red demon dragon continued to materialize, an ancient, beastly aura emanated from within, engulfing the entire pit. This elixir was indeed extraordinarily unique. Some cultivators swallowed hard, struggling to suppress their fear as they spoke. No matter how remarkable an elixir might be, it could not possibly resemble a true dragon so closely. Hong Zhongzhu, you must see this. What is happening? All the cultivators turned their gaze to Hong Qingzong, seeking a definitive explanation, hoping he would assure them that this was merely an elixir, and that the solidifying demon dragon was but a phantasm born of its creation. However, Hong Qingzong paid no heed to their inquiries. He stared intently at the enormous demon dragon, an expression of exhilaration upon his face. "Ha! The demon dragon awakens. Soon, my Hong Qingzong shall flourish." His proclamation stunned all the cultivators present. One among them questioned, "Hong Zhongzhu, what do you mean by that?" After a moment of excitement, Hong Qingzong's expression returned to calmness. He replied with a smile, "What does it mean? It is quite simple. There is no elixir at all, but merely the spirit of a true dragon, returning to the world by harnessing the life force of the myriad beasts of the demon Emperor Mountain. You actually dared to deceive us." The cultivators present widened their eyes, their emotions a tumultuous blend of disbelief and confusion. "Why do you deceive us? And how did you know that the demon dragon would awaken here?" asked one perplexed cultivator. "Indeed, a pertinent question," chuckled the sect leader, Hong Qingzong. "Our knowledge of the demon dragon's revival stems from the creature itself. The true dragon conveyed this to us." The assembled cultivators remained bewildered. "A fortnight ago, I fortuitously arrived here and witnessed the scene of the demon beasts infusing their life essence into the blood-red lake," Hong Qingzong continued. "As I contemplated further investigation, the voice of the true dragon resonated in my mind. The demon dragon proposed a transaction. It could summon demon beasts from the demon Emperor Mountain through bloodline suppression to facilitate its resurrection. However, the demon beasts from that mountain are, after all, too feeble. Even a complete sacrifice would only restore it to 80% of its original form. Thus, it requested my assistance in luring a host of human cultivators here, so it could devour them and fully restore its strength. In gratitude for this, it would protect our Hong Qingzong for a century in secrecy." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere became thick with silence, the crowd stunned into disbelief. How could you, a traitor, ally with the demon race to betray your own kind? Who would have thought that after a millennium of heritage, Hong Qingzong would produce a lackey of the demon race? Should your actions be revealed, the world will turn against you, and you shall face eternal damnation. Outbursts of indignation erupted from the crowd. "Traitor, collaborator with demons. Hong Qingzong merely shukerd. You underestimate me. I would never ally with the demon race. They're even more untrustworthy than humans. Once our goals are met, our Hong Qingzong would merely be a dessert for this demon dragon. Then why assist in its revival?" Someone inquired. "Because," Hong Qingzong said, gazing at the blood-red lake where the demon dragon's form was coalescing, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. is nearly complete. He raised his hand and flicked his fingers, sending a stream of spiritual energy soaring into the sky, which erupted in a burst. In the next moment, a rustling sound emerged. From the surrounding depths of the forest, thousands of Hong Qingzong cultivators hidden in the shadows surged forth from all directions, encircling the deep pit as per their plan. Upon reaching their designated positions, some among the thousands began to extract components of the god-breaking crossbow, assembling them with deft hands. Before long, over 100 god-breaking crossbows materialized above the pit. The cultivators manipulating these crossbows aimed their black dragon bolts at the demon dragon, which was gathering its form in midair. Fire! A voice shouted. Boom! Hundreds of black dragon bolts sliced through the void, imbued with an unquenchable aura of slaughter, hurtling towards the demon dragon in the blink of an eye. The demon dragon, in the midst of coalescing its form, found itself inexorably targeted. Before it could fully materialize, it was pierced by numerous black dragon crossbow bolts. With a mournful cry, the demon dragon plummeted into the crimson lake, sending forth a tumultuous wave. This sudden turn of events left many spectators momentarily speechless. The surrounding cultivators gazed at the gradually calming waters, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and astonishment. I understand now. A voice from the crowd suddenly exclaimed with fervor. What have you come to understand? Another inquired, directing an admiring gaze towards the Master Hong Qingzong. Master Hong, I apologize. We misunderstood you. We never anticipated that your sect had not allied with the demon dragon, but had instead devised a clever ruse to lure it into the open, subsequently eliminating the threat to humanity. Indeed, it makes sense now. How could such a prominent sect as Hong Qingzong ever conspire with the demon race? They must have been holding back. Resisting the temptations of the demon race is no small feat. Master Hong Qingzong, your sect serves as a paragon for our human race. We must ensure that today's deeds are celebrated far and wide. No, that won't be necessary. It would be too cumbersome, Master Hong Qingzong interjected with a gentle smile, interrupting the speaker. The speaker, oblivious to the shift in tone, replied with a grin, Ah, Master Hong, are you being modest? If one performs good deeds without reaping the rewards of a good reputation, who will continue to do good in the future? Indeed, Master Hong, there is no need for humility. This is simply our duty. With a deep sigh, Master Hong Qingzong shook his head. I appreciate your goodwill, but some matters may elude you in this lifetime. Perhaps you will have the chance to address them in your next. Chapter 43. A twist again. Master Hong, were you jesting just now? A cultivator laughed. Master Hong Qingzong shook his head slowly. I must apologize. I need to leave you to be devoured by that demon dragon, so it may regain its form. The cultivators present still bore smiles, with one exclaiming, Master Hong, are you speaking in riddles? You just shattered the demon dragon's form. Why would you wish to restore it? Isn't it simple? A light laughter drew everyone's attention. Qin Yi turned towards them, smiling as he explained that he shattered the demon dragon's form because its strength was far too overwhelming to enter into a master-servant contract. However, the current state of the demon dragon was entirely different. It had become exceedingly weak, incapable of resisting even a forced contract. The demon dragon would honor its promise to protect Hong Qingzong for a century. What of it? Master Hong Qingzong's intention was to subjugate the demon dragon, binding it to obey them for eternity. Now, the rationale behind Hong Qingzong's desire to restore the demon dragon's form becomes clear. Once the master-servant contract is established, the stronger the demon dragon grows, the more joy it brings to Hong Qingzong. Upon hearing this, the cultivators present were taken aback. One among them hastily queried, trembling, Master Hong, is this truly how it is? How intriguing. The leader of the Hong family did not respond. He squinted his eyes and gazed at Qin Yi. Quite commendable. He has discerned our intentions, yet regrettably, it is too late for him to comprehend this now. Regardless of your identity, you, like the others, must obediently serve as sustenance for the demon dragon, contributing your share to the resurgence of our Hong family. Upon hearing these words, the multitude of cultivators present suddenly understood. Bah, you old rogue, do not revel in your triumph. Do you believe your schemes will succeed, brothers? Let us charge forth together and expose the heinous acts of the Hong family to the world. Onward, let's break free. The throngs of cultivators surged outward in a desperate bid for escape. The leader of the Hong family withdrew his gaze from Qin Yi and issued a command to the disciples surrounding the deep pit. Not a single one shall escape. Aim to capture them alive, but if that proves impossible, eliminate them. Even if this batch of cultivators perishes, we can still lure new ones in. I shall repeat, The utmost priority is ensuring not a single individual escapes, for otherwise, everything will be lost. Understood, the disciples of the Hong family responded, commencing their ruthless pursuit of those attempting to break free. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of despair and the sounds of slaughter. The leader of the Hong family refrained from engaging personally. They had mobilized a formidable force. Besides him, 3 esteemed elders of the 7th realm and 5,000 disciples below the 6th realm were present. Moreover, there lurked an 8th realm ancestor in the shadows. This was not the entirety of his preparations. He had also arranged external measures, ensuring that even should someone manage to escape, they would not leave the Demon Emperor Mountain. What does he intend to do? The leader of the Hong family cast a sidelong glance in a particular direction. There, the foreigner who had left a profound impression on him moments ago was not joining the others in their escape. Instead, he was accompanied by a maid, heading toward the blood-colored lake. At the edge of the blood-colored lake, Qin Yi lifted his gaze, peering into the heart of the lake. The demon dragon from earlier floated within, half submerged in the water while the other half remained exposed. From its visible form, it was evident that the demon dragon had reverted to its state of ethereal blood mist. You pathetic human vermin, what are you staring at? Do you seek death? The demon dragon, sensing Qin Yi's scrutiny, raised its head with a fierce countenance. A tremendous pressure surged toward Qin Yi, nearly sweeping him away. Observing this, Lianing stepped forward to shield him. Qin Yi waved his hand, signaling her to step back. He regarded the demon dragon with a smile and said, "There is no need for you to exert yourself. The condensation of your form has drained your vast spiritual energy. Now, with your body shattered by another, you are rendered exceedingly weak. Even if you could obliterate me, how many of the relentless cultivators from the Hong family could you truly vanquish? What do you wish to convey, boy?" The demon dragon leapt into the air, advancing toward Qin Yi. Finally, at a distance of merely half a meter from Qin Yi, it came to a halt, gazing at the colossal dragon head looming before him, which was several times larger than himself. Qin exhibited not a trace of trepidation upon his countenance. With a smile gracing his lips, he spoke, "You must have already surmised the intentions of Hong Chengzong. If you wish to avoid being bound by a master-servant contract with them, I can offer my assistance." "Assist me? You?" The blood-colored demon dragon emitted a derisive laugh, as if it had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. "How amusing! If you truly wish to aid me, you must eliminate every last one of Hong Chengzong's entourage. Yet, at this moment, you are hardly in a position to ensure your own survival." Qin Yi gently shook his head. "Aside from that approach, there exists another method. You could place your soul within a medium, and I can carry that medium with me as we break free." "Ah!" The demon dragon laughed even more uproariously. "You are rather full of yourself. Thinking such a simple solution eluded me. Have you not realized? I have yet to leave this blood-colored lake. It is not from desire, but from inability. My soul should have long since perished. Yet the rare mineral known as blood sea crystal tears lies at the bottom of this lake, bestowing the power to amplify the soul. Over 1,000 years ago, a fragment of my soul fell into this lake, and rather than being extinguished, it has been nourished by the blood sea crystal tears, growing ever stronger and persisting until today. However, the blood sea crystal tears are not omnipotent. Although my soul has endured, it is riddled with cracks, unless I can coalesce a physical form. Should I attempt to depart from this lake imbued with the energy of the blood sea crystal tears, my soul shall shatter into countless fragments. Now pray tell, how do you intend to help me escape?" The demon dragon's tone dripped with mockery. Yet, Qin Yi was not disheartened by the dragon's words. He offered a faint smile and retrieved an object from his storage ring. "Ah, it is quite simple relying on this." From the dialogue that had transpired, the demon dragon regarded Qin Yi as a mere unworldly individual, shutting its eyes and wishing to disengage from further conversation. However, out of curiosity, it cracked one eye open and cast a sidelong glance at the object in Qin Yi's hand. That fleeting glimpse rendered the demon dragon momentarily speechless, its expression transforming to one of disbelief. No, it cannot be Chapter 44, the role of the demon dragon. Indeed, it is precisely as you suspect. Qin Yi slowly raised the white dragon spear, aiming its tip at the massive head of the blood dragon. The white dragon spear was forged from the starry cloud soul stone. The world believes the white dragon spear to be crafted from extraterrestrial black iron. Yet that is merely a testament to their ignorance. The true material used in forging the white dragon spear is, as he previously mentioned, the starry cloud soul stone. The starry cloud soul stone is regarded as a celestial material by the world, possessing abilities akin to the Blood Sea crystal tears. It enhances soul power and nurtures divine souls. However, despite their similar capabilities, the efficacy of the Starry Cloud's soul stone surpasses that of the Blood Sea crystal tears by several hundredfold. The soul of the demon dragon, having been augmented by the Blood Sea crystal tears, bears the burden of side effects, marked by fissures that prevent its restoration to its original state, rendering it akin to an ordinary soul. Yet, had the or beneath the blood-colored lake been the Starry Cloud's soul stone, the demon dragon's soul would not only have been restored long ago, but would also continue to flourish. The demon dragon remained silent for a moment before speaking. I am truly surprised. The Starry Cloud's soul stone has not appeared in millennia, and the world believed it to be extinct. This is why I did not anticipate its presence. Do you think the Starry Cloud soul stone could serve as a medium for your transfer? Of course, it replied. This is the Starry Cloud soul stone. If I were to immerse myself within it, my soul would not only remain intact, but the fissures upon it would gradually mend, returning it to its normal state. Young one, state your purpose. The demon dragon fixed its enormous, lantern-like eyes upon Qin Yi. Your arrival here today is certainly premeditated. It must be that the people of Hong Qingzong leaked my information, leading you to my existence. Thus, you deliberately brought the Starry Cloud soul stone. Qin Yi Qin Dynasty. You are correct, esteemed elder. I was indeed aware of your existence, and came with intentions. I learned of your being from a spy infiltrating Hong Qingzong. I seek your assistance, revered elder. Are you familiar with the Taiwan sect? The demon dragon fell into contemplation, and after a pause, responded, I am certainly aware of the Taiwan sect. In the past, they served as our dragon clan's vassals. However, I did not expect that when the Qian coalition attacked, they would betray us and deliver a fatal blow. What connection do you have with such an unfaithful sect? Sighing, Qin Yi replied, to be candid, esteemed elder, I am a descendant of the last leader of the Taiwan sect. My name is Bai Ruyu. Just as you mentioned, our Taiwan sect played a pivotal role in the establishment of Qian by defeating your demon race, yet the world lacks gratitude. A villain named Qin Muyuan, dissatisfied with our sect, annihilated us. Others, intimidated by my presence, dared not come to our aid during our tribulations and later refused to assist in our revival. Thus, I have come in search of your guidance, hoping you can aid me in restoring the Taiwan sect. So this Qin Muyuan of the human race is quite formidable. The demon dragon coughed, shifting the conversation. Now I understand your plight. As long as you assist in restoring my soul, reviving the Taiwan sect will be a mere, trifling matter for me. As for your sect's foe, Qin Muyuan, I could easily dispatch him with a mere flick of my hand. Qin Yi, displaying remarkable cleverness, remarked, we, the Taiwan lineage, will undoubtedly assist you in restoring your spirit and corporeal form. However, I hope you will honor your promise when the time comes. Rest assured, our demon race is known for its unwavering word, came the confident reply. Master, shall I not intervene? Inquired an elder from the Hong Qing sect, stepping closer to the sect leader. The Hong Qing sect leader observed the conversation between the demon dragon and Qin Yi with a tranquil demeanor, believing that the situation was already settled and that they could not cause any further upheaval. Then, from within the blood-red lake, the demon dragon let out a thunderous roar, its immense form spiraling upward before plunging toward the white dragon spear. In an instant, the demon dragon's colossal body vanished, as if consumed by the spear itself. Throughout this spectacle, Qin Yi brandished the white dragon spear, the rush of air from the demon dragon's descent causing his garments to flutter fiercely. Master, something is amiss. The demon dragon has disappeared, exclaimed the sect leader, his eyes widening in disbelief at the rapid turn of events. Just moments prior, he had declared the situation stable, only to witness the demon dragon's sudden disappearance. Yet, something felt amiss. The demon dragon had not truly vanished, but had merely hidden itself away. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he instructed, do not panic. Someone apprehend this outsider at once. Indeed, the experience within the white dragon spear is exhilarating. The demon dragon exclaimed from within. Wait, what are these formations? This cannot be good. There are rays here. The demon dragon's tone shifted from exhilaration to alarm as it realized the predicament. I understand now. This is a killing formation. Cursed be the trap. I must escape. It cried out, only to be met with the painful reality of being ensnared within the spear. Be quiet, Qin Yi commanded, wielding the white dragon spear with a few deft movements. Hearing this, the demon dragon fell silent, its voice laced with anger as it retorted, you treacherous wretch. You deceived me. You do not seek collaboration, but rather aim to enslave me like the others from Hongcheng. This spear is inscribed with countless formations. And now I am trapped within, while you can manipulate these arrays to eradicate my spirit. If I wish to avoid annihilation, I must submit to your whims. Qin Yi offered a slight smile. I apologize for my necessity in this matter, but rest assured, the day I no longer require your assistance, I shall grant you your freedom. Furthermore, do not cast aspersions upon me. Your own integrity is questionable. You claim you can restore the Tai Huang lineage and crush Qin Mu Yuan. Such boasts are laughable. You lack the capability, even if you were to regain your full strength. The moment you reveal yourself within the realm of the Qian, you would meet a bitter end at the hands of the human race. Therefore, your promises are but empty words. When the day arrives that I restore your corporeal form, you will not fulfill your vow. Instead, you would consume me and flee back to the demon realm. Qin Yi was well acquainted with the nature of the demon dragon. In the game, the demon dragon first reawakened its soul within the white dragon spear, restoring it to a state of normalcy. Subsequently, the demon dragon contemplated seizing the body of Bairuyu. In the demon dragon's perspective, even if it regained its corporeal form, it would still need to undergo a rigorous process of cultivation. However, if it could successfully usurp Bairuyu's body, the situation would be entirely different. Although Bairuyu's form was of the human race, it possessed the formidable body of the 10,000 calamities. Upon successful possession, the demon dragon would become even more powerful than in its prime. Moreover, Bairuyu was a significant figure among humans, and once the usurpation was complete, the demon dragon could leverage Bairuyu's identity to aid the demon race in re-entering the grand realm of the Qian. In the end, the demon dragon, having formed a profound bond with Bairuyu, softened and relinquished its desire for usurpation, even sacrificing itself to save Bairuyu. However, Bairuyu was the protagonist of the narrative. Qin Yi was unwilling to take any risks. Had the demon dragon not shown mercy, the consequences could have been dire. Therefore, before departing from the imperial capital, he sought out the most skilled array master in the prime minister's residence to inscribe lethal and trapping formations onto his white dragon spear. With these two formations in place, he could maintain control over the demon dragon, ensuring it would not act against him. As for the demon dragon's intent to usurp him, it never materialized. Perhaps the demon dragon would never entertain such thoughts again. Nonetheless, Qin Yi, in a preemptive move, resorted to such underhanded tactics against the demon dragon without any qualms. After all, he was a villain, and it was entirely normal for a villain to commit unjust acts for personal gain. Chapter 45, Defying Heaven. The white dragon spear fell into silence. Whether it was due to Qin Yi exposing the demon dragon's thoughts, leaving it speechless, or the demon dragon needing time to accept the reality of its enslavement, it did not engage in further conversation with Qin Yi. At that moment, Qin Yi had no time to attend to the demon dragon. Observing the approaching sect leader Hong Qingzong, he smiled and said, "Sect leader Hong, why do you appear so anxious?" Sect leader Hong had no intention of indulging in idle chatter. He got straight to the point. "Boy, where have you hidden the demon dragon? If you hand it over honestly, we will leave your corpse intact after your demise." Vini chaklet in dispedief. Sect leader Hong, you are quite confident. Are you so certain that you have us completely under your control? With a disdainful smile, sect leader Hong retorted, "Is it not so? Men, seize this boy at once." Understood. The disciples of Hong Qingzong, upon receiving the command, drew their swords and converged towards Qin Yi in droves. Stepping forward, Lianing showcased her 7th realm cultivation, positioning herself in front of Qin Yi. Prepared for this, sect leader Hong instructed 2 7th realm elders beside him to restrain Lianing. Once Lianing was occupied, the other disciples of Hong Qingzong moved in closer towards Qin Yi, unimpeded. In the void, a tremor resonated as the figure of Yunduan emerged from the shadows. With a swift flourish of his longsword, he dispatched several cultivators from the forefront, including Hong Qingzong. "As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on a young master," Yunduan threatened ominously. The sudden appearance of a 7th-tier cultivator took Hong Qingzong by surprise. He was astounded that such a multitude within his ranks had failed to detect Yunduan's concealed presence. Had Yunduan chosen to remain hidden and strike when least expected, the consequences could have been dire. However, now that he had revealed himself, he posed little threat. "Leave this to me," he declared. From the void, an elder clad in white with flowing white hair descended gracefully, a smile adorning his face as he interposed himself before Yunduan. "My dear girl, your opponent is me." This woman was remarkable indeed. It was unexpected that she could provoke the ancestral figure to take action. Yet, with the ancestor engaged, Hong Chengzong felt relieved. For the ancestor was a formidable 8th-tier powerhouse, a rarity in the realm. Shifting his gaze from Yunduan to Qin Yi, Hong Chengzong spoke with a sense of triumph. What other trump cards do you possess? Reveal them swiftly. You might want to pay close attention. Qin Yi replied with a slight smile, leisurely retrieving a firework from his storage ring and releasing it into the sky. With a resounding explosion, the firework burst forth, illuminating the heavens with a golden character for abyss. The sound of the explosion drew the attention of everyone within the pit, their gazes rising toward the spectacle above. The people from the Prime Minister's residence possessed the highest grade signaling fireworks. Hong Chengzong's expression darkened, caught off guard by such a monumental twist of fate. After a brief pause, a fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes. What the people from the Prime Minister's residence? Remain calm. I have contingencies in place to draw out the Xianxia army. As long as we can eliminate everyone here before their arrival and make our escape, no one will know we were involved. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, suddenly struck by a realization. Hong Chengzong was not merely boasting. The god-breaking crossbow had been employed earlier by one of his cultivators. Such military equipment was not easily accessible. It became evident that someone within the Xianxia army stationed in Hong County had been bribed, and the god-breaking crossbow had originated from them. Moreover, beyond supplying the god-breaking crossbow, Hong Chengzong could enlist the Xianxia army for other endeavors, such as sealing off the entire Demon Emperor Mountain. Once Hong Chengzong's plan was set in motion, no one would be permitted to enter or exit the mountain, allowing him to secure the scene and execute his scheme without risk of exposure. Naturally, once bribed, the Xianxia army stationed in Hong County would disregard their signaling fireworks. As anticipated by Qin Yi, upon witnessing his firework, the Xianxia army at the foot of Demon Emperor Mountain, logically, should have responded with their own fireworks upon receiving the message, yet they did not. Surundink, Qin. The disciples of Hong Chengzong began to move once more, advancing towards him with lethal intent. It appeared that he would have to rely on himself this time, which suited him just fine. Demon dragon, do not feign death, Qin Yi called out, shaking the white dragon spear in his hand as he communicated with the demon within. "Ha, young one, it seems you are in quite the predicament," a smug voice responded. "Demon dragon, I require your assistance. I know you can infuse your primal power into my body, temporarily elevating my cultivation. Oh, you are rather knowledgeable, aren't you? However, you are my adversary, and I would relish your demise. Why would I assist you?" Qin Yi smiled slightly and replied, "You may choose not to help, but the formation within the white dragon spear resonates with my intent. If I sense that I am about to perish, I will activate the formation in advance, ensuring it ensnares you as well. Before my death, having a demon deity accompany me to the grave would not be in vain. Young man, encountering you has truly been the worst stroke of luck in my lifetime. Your cruelty knows no bounds," the demon dragon howled in despair. "Enough of this chatter. Expedite your aid. I am in urgent need," Qin Yi urged. Before he could finish speaking, he felt the white dragon's spear trembling uncontrollably in his grasp. A surge of warmth flooding into his body from where he held the spear. The aura emanating from Qin Yi was visibly ascending. Once the flow of heat subsided, he perceived the world before him becoming broader and clearer, tightening his grip and feeling the newfound strength within. It was an entirely different sensation. Previously, the power within him resembled a mere trickle, but now it surged forth like mighty rivers. "Young man, my primal power is limited at present. I can only elevate your cultivation to the 7th realm temporarily," the demon dragon's feeble voice echoed. "7th realm? That will suffice," Qin Yi murmured. "Do not resist. Surrender yourself willingly," he commanded. In the midst of his words, the disciples of Hong Chengzong had already closed in on him. Leading the charge were 2 practitioners, one a true disciple of Hong Chengzong at the 5th realm, and the other a steward of the 6th realm. Their gazes towards Qin Yi were filled with disdain. To them, he was merely a paltry cultivator of the 4th realm, easily subdued with a mere wave of their hands. Chapter 46. The battle commences. Qin Yi's gaze remained calm as he faced the 2 adversaries. Despite this being his first genuine confrontation, he felt no trepidation. He unleashed the spear techniques he had diligently honed, and in his hands, the white dragon spear moved like a true dragon, lunging towards his foes. In a single thrust, the sharp tip of the spear severed the throats of the 2 Hong Chengzong disciples, claiming their lives in an instant. They perished without ever imagining they would fall to the hands of a fourth realm cultivator, whom they had deemed weak and insignificant. The death of their leaders did not deter the remaining disciples. Instead, they rushed forward with renewed fervor. Qin Yi remained unflustered, responding with composure. And soon a dozen corpses lay beneath his feet. Not far away, the observant master Hong Chengzong quickly noticed the anomaly on Qin Yi's side. His brow furrowed slightly. Why had this individual's cultivation suddenly surged from the fourth realm to the seventh realm? Master Hong found this method perplexing. Suspecting it must be related to the demon dragon, after a moment of contemplation, he decided to intervene personally. Although it was somewhat dishonorable to take advantage of a weaker opponent, he deemed that the consequences of allowing Qin Yi to escape would far outweigh his modest sense of pride. With a ghostly grace, Master Hong leaped behind Qin Yi and struck him with a palm aimed at his back. "Be wary of what's behind you," exclaimed the demon dragon, its voice laced with urgency. Focused on dealing with the enemy before him, Qin Yi felt a sudden chill and swiftly turned around. There was no time to reposition his white dragon spear. He could only extend his hand to meet Master Hong's strike head-on. After the clash, Qin Yi was forced back several paces. Regaining his footing, he gazed at Master Hong, who stood casually, as if nothing had transpired, a cold expression on his face. Truly, Master Hong was formidable. Despite having the upper hand, he still resorted to a sneak attack. Unperturbed by Qin Yi's derision, Master Hong replied calmly, "I find myself increasingly curious about your identity. You must be the descendant of a significant figure from the Prime Minister's residence. Yet I have never heard of anyone like you from there. So who exactly are you?" Qin Yi smirked and replied, "I am Qin Jinxue. Qin Jinxue, the eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence." When an amusing jest, Master Hong remarked flatly, "Who in the world does not know that Qin Jinxue is an unparalleled prodigy, with unfathomable cultivation, currently studying at Xianxia Academy?" However, Qin Yi's statement had sparked a realization in him. Jokingly invoking the name of Qin Jinxue must imply familiarity with him. Could it be that there existed an unknown, illegitimate child of the esteemed Prime Minister? Regardless of the identity, it was certain that this was not the third son of the Prime Minister, Qin Yi, as he was deemed a waste. Had Qin Yi been aware of Master Hong's thoughts at that moment, he would have been infuriated. Nevertheless, though Qin Yi remained calm, the ferocity of his assault was relentless. Aiming to obliterate Master Hong, employing his recently learned, albeit still unrefined, agility, he swiftly closed the distance to Master Hong. Channeling all his spiritual energy into the tip of his spear, aimed directly at Master Hong's chest. Master Hong's pupils constricted as his sword leapt from its sheath, positioning itself before him defensively. After the impact, he stepped back, recalling the deflected sword to his hand, and looked at Qin Yi with disdain. "Is this truly the extent of your power?" Qin Yi retracted the white dragon spear, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Did you truly believe you had completely thwarted my previous maneuver?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the expression on Master Hong Chengzong's face shifted dramatically. He clasped his head with his hand, emitting a pained groan. "Ah, it hurts. What have you done to me?" Qin Yi cast his gaze downward, focusing on the white dragon spear in his grasp. This spear, forged from the finest materials associated with the soul, specifically the starry cloud soul stone, possessed the formidable ability to penetrate one's defenses and strike at the very essence of their soul. Seizing the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow, Qin Yi launched his next assault, the white dragon spear, now merely a fist's breadth from Master Hong Chengzong's forehead. Yet, Master Hong Chengzong was no novice. He was a seasoned warrior. Enduring the torment to his soul, he staggered backward, retreating several paces. Clutching his forehead, he barked orders to his subordinates. "I am injured. Now, you all engage him, but be wary of that spear. It can harm the soul." Qin Yi yearned to pursue Master Hong Chengzong further, but after just a few steps, he was obstructed by a throng of Hong Chengzong's cultivators. His gaze flickered with determination. It was time to break through. Otherwise, he would inevitably wear himself down against the relentless onslaught of Hong Chengzong's disciples. The disparity between high-ranking and lower-ranking cultivators was not absolute. Lower-ranking cultivators possessed their own means to contend with the elite. At this moment, several of Hong Chengzong's cultivators, numbering in the dozens, had formed a sword formation. Within this formation, an invisible bond connected them, creating a harmonious unity where each individual's capabilities transcended their current realm. Although these cultivators were merely at the 5th or 6th level, The threat they posed to him felt more significant than that of Master Hong Chengzong himself. Presently, there existed dozens of such formations. As for breaking through, Qin Yi did not perceive it as an insurmountable challenge. Engaging in a direct confrontation was one matter. Ensuring his own survival was another entirely. He turned to observe the other two battle sites, his expression darkening. Lian Ying and Yun Dan gave him the impression of feigned conflict, while Yun Dan's situation was somewhat acceptable, considering that the enemy was a level above. Achieving a stalemate was commendable. However, Lian Ying, despite facing two 7th-level cultivators alone, was a prodigy herself. Ordinary 7th-level cultivators, like the elders of Hong Chengzong, would normally be no match for her. Yet now, both sides were evenly matched, effectively restraining one another. Qin Yi recognized that this was not the time for complaints. He steadied his emotions, preparing to instruct Yun Dan and Lian Ying to initiate their escape. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a glimmer of light in the heavens above. Instantly, he swallowed the words he had prepared to say. It seems that there is no need for a breakthrough now. Chapter 47, Collapse. Senior brother, fellow disciples, let us charge together. After Qin, he dispatched a group of enemies. More disciples from Hong Chengzong quickly surrounded him. However, this new wave of Hong Chengzong cultivators remained oblivious to the ominous presence above them, where a substance akin to black ink began to manifest in the void. This ink-like material continuously morphed, ultimately transforming into sharp black swords that descended upon the heads of the Hong Chengzong practitioners. A series of muffled groans echoed through the air as some of the Hong Chengzong cultivators soon realized something was amiss. Their companions, for reasons unknown, suddenly collapsed without warning. "Which fellow Taoist has made a move?" inquired the now rejuvenated master of Hong Chengzong, his voice grave, as the void trembled. The chilling figure of Luo Xiao descended from the heavens, standing atop the Hong Chengzong disciples, accompanied by countless ink-like entities that had just slain their comrades. "How audacious of you to attempt to assassinate my brother, Yi." Luo Xiao's icy voice was laced with an inexorable killing intent, instilling a tremor in the souls of the surrounding Hong Chengzong cultivators, as if they were about to face divine judgment. The fourth disciple of the master of the Hunyuan sword sect gazed upon the extraordinary Luo Xiao, and his heart sank. As the largest affiliated sect of Hunyuan sword sect, Hong Chengzong had encountered Luo Xiao on more than one occasion. "Charge! Eliminate this woman," the master of Hong Chengzong commanded through gritted teeth. What did it matter if she was a true disciple of Hunyuan sword sect? Now, he dared to act against someone suspected to be the illegitimate child of Qin Yuan. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate them all. Hong Chengzong had no path of retreat. If they did not eliminate everyone present today, and if word of their deeds were to leak, they would face utter ruin. As for any inquiries from Hunyuan sword sect or Hong Chengzong afterward about why the casualties occurred on their territory, they could simply feign ignorance. Moreover, all disciples participating in this matter must be silenced. Otherwise, too many would know, and some would inevitably succumb to temptation or torture. As long as they managed the aftermath well, everything would be fine, the master of Hong Chengzong reassured himself repeatedly. But at that moment, a thunderous shout resonated through the void. "The Xianxia army is here. All combatants, cease fighting at once." Immediately, a contingent of soldiers clad in black armor emerged around the deep pit. The appearance of the Xianxia army shattered the master of Hong Chengzong's illusions. It was over. Everything was over. His complexion turned ashen in an instant. Qin Yi lifted his gaze to the Xianxia army encircling the pit. He realized his assessment of the Xianxia army had been correct. Hong Chengzong clearly lacked the means to bribe the entire army, having only corrupted a high-ranking official who then deceived the entire force. However, it remains unclear what the cause is, for the high-ranking official can no longer conceal the truth. Qin Yi surveyed the battlefield, and the disciples of Hong Chengzong were acutely aware of the grave sins they had committed. Bereft of any will to continue fighting, they all sought to break through the encirclement of the Xianxia army and escape. This scene had only recently transpired, yet the disciples of Hong Chengzong, who once found themselves besieged, now sought to flee. Amidst the chaos, Qin Yi spotted the leader of Hong Chengzong. Unlike the others, who fled in despair, the leader sat dejectedly upon the ground. Upon noticing Qin Yi's approach, he sighed and remarked, "Truly, you are the illegitimate son of Qin Yuan. Your appearance has led to the downfall of our plans at Hong Chengzong. I have seen your elder brother, Qin Jinxue, from a distance. And your demeanor is not at all inferior to his. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, pondering the term illegitimate son. He responded with a smile. If you regard me as the illegitimate son of Qin Mu Yuan, then why do you not consider me the illegitimate son of Qin Xianxia? Impossible. The leader of Hong Chengzong shook his head. The eldest son of the Qin family is merely 27 or 28 years old, while you appear to be around 18. The ages simply do not align. How can they not align? Qin Yi retorted, a smirk on his lips. If Qin Xianxia were to indulge in reckless behavior during his youth, then anything is conceivable. On the edge of a deep pit stood a group of individuals clad in black robes and masks. Their presence was so faint that the surrounding cultivators were completely oblivious to them. Beneath the masks, the leader of the black-clad figures wore a slight smirk, murmuring, this time, it truly was worth the trip. Knowing full well the dangers, they still ventured beyond the imperial capital to explore such significant matters, yet they did not consult me. It appears they have not yet had their fill of defeat. However, it is intriguing that by sheer happenstance, you have uncovered the secret of Hong Chengzong. Once this information is made public, my father will be free to eliminate Hong Chengzong, the thorn embedded on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Having accomplished such a grand feat, I had intended to spare you, but it seems that I must take action against you after all. Qin Yi remained unaware of the black-clad figure's existence. Had he known, he would never have uttered those words. At that moment, he was focused on observing the battlefield. When Luo Xiao and her companions arrived, the situation had devolved into a one-sided affair. In a short span of time, they quelled the chaos. The disciples of Hong Chengzong either surrendered or were slain, with none managing to escape. After speaking, the leader of Hong Chengzong took his own life. The three esteemed elders of the Seventh Realm, upon realizing the inevitability of their defeat, attempted to break free, yet ultimately failed. They were captured by the Xianxia army after being left half dead. As for the venerable ancestor of the Eight Realms, he ultimately managed to break free, though at the cost of consuming all his cultivation. Even if he evaded the pursuers behind him, his time was limited. Brother, it has been a long time, said Luo Xiao softly, bowing her head as she approached Qin Yi after the battle had concluded. Xiao, how wonderful to see you again. Qin Yi replied with a gentle smile, gazing at Luo Xiao, who appeared even more exquisite than in the game. By the way, Xiao, how did you know I was here? Intuition, she replied, leaving it at that. An awkward silence enveloped them, neither knowing what to say. Their relationship was not as intimate as one might imagine. Apart from their childhood together, many years had passed since their last meeting. In Luo Xiao's heart, the perfect image of Qin Yi was more a reflection of her yearning for beauty, and now, in their actual encounter, she found herself unsure of how to face him. Forgive me for interrupting, a voice pierced the silence. Who are you? Qin Yi turned to see Xianxia, the vice commander of the Xianxia army, wearing an expression of embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia asked, May I inquire if you know who set off the signal fireworks just now? Huh. Now you think to ask about the signal fireworks. Why did you not heed the summons and come to our aid when you received it? Why you mean you are that esteemed individual? Xianxia looked at Qin Yi, pausing before adding, Do you have any proof? Qin Yi opened his hand and produced a token from his storage ring. Is this sufficient? At the sight of the token, Xianxia and the nearby soldiers of the Xianxia army quickly covered their waist tokens. The tokens from the minister's office were crafted with a special technique. When two tokens came near each other, the verification function would cause one to tremble. The greater the tremor, the higher the rank of the token and the identity it represented. Upon witnessing the token quiver so intensely, Xianxia immediately knelt. The Xianxia army of Hongqiang County pays respects to you, esteemed one. We are guilty of grave misconduct, nearly causing a catastrophic disaster. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. Now, speak of the reasons for your tardiness. As you command. Xianxia then recounted everything. It turned out that the entire situation stemmed from Li Wan, the commander of the Xianxia army in Hongqiang County. It was Li Wan who had ordered them to lend the divine crossbow to Hongqiang County and to seal off the entire Demon Emperor Mountain, instructing them not to take any action regardless of what transpired. Upon seeing the communication fireworks, I knew something was amiss. I dispatched someone to Commander Li, but he offered us no response or orders, and we dared not act, until Xianxia's gaze shifted to Luo Xiao. This fairy broke the blockade and forcefully entered the Demon Emperor Mountain, allowing us to use her capture as an excuse to enter. In light of the circumstances, Li Wan, where is he now? In response to the inquiry, Xianxia quickly replied, Commander Li is currently at the main camp of the Xianxia army in Hongqiangjun. What are you doing here? Deputy Commander Zhang Wan, have you lost your mind? Commander Li has explicitly ordered that no one is to disturb him. Yet you boldly lead a group to intrude. Summon someone quickly to apprehend them. Upon seeing the token in Qin Yi's hand, the guards hesitated and refrained from voicing their intentions. Thus, Qin Yi proceeded unimpeded into the depths of the military camp. Suddenly, a series of groans emanated from a room ahead, prompting Qin Yi to glance back at Zhang Shan, who appeared quite embarrassed. Given the situation, it was astonishing that the commander still had the leisure to engage in such activities. Cough, cough, cough. Commander Li, there has been a significant issue. Liban Shotaludli. After a long pause, a response finally came from within a room. Zhang Shan, did I not instruct you that under no circumstances should you disturb me? An impatient Li Wan, clad in casual attire, sauntered out of the room, clearly irked by the disruption of his good fortune. He was already contemplating how to reprimand Zhang Shan for his lack of discretion. However, at that moment, Li Wan caught sight of Qin Yi standing before Zhang Shan. His brow furrowed as a sudden realization struck him, and his expression changed dramatically. Li Wan hurriedly approached Qin Yi, bowing respectfully. Third young master, what brings you here? You did not send word beforehand. Had I known, I would have arranged for someone to welcome you. Qin Yi scrutinized Li Wan in return. As the commander of the Xianxia army, Li Wan held a significant position and was qualified to report to the Prime Minister's residence. So it was not surprising that he recognized Qin Yi. What do you think I am here for? Are you unaware? Li Wan was taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He turned to Zhang Shan and quietly asked, Zhang Shan, tell me quickly what has transpired. Unaware, seeing Li Wan's demeanor, it appeared he was not feigning ignorance. Qin Yi gestured for Zhang Shan to explain the situation to Li Wan. And as he absorbed the unfolding details, his alarm grew. Upon the conclusion of Zhang Shan's account, Li Wan sank to his knees, weeping profusely. Third young master, I am wronged. This was not my doing. It is a misunderstanding. I have been manipulated by that scoundrel, Hong Qingzong. Qin Yi nearly laughed aloud. Even at this juncture, Li Wan sought to defend himself. No, that is not the case. Li Wan hastily began his defense, seemingly anxious that Qin Yi might doubt him. He quickly retreated into his room, and shortly thereafter, emerged accompanied by a woman. The woman, appearing to be in her 40s, exuded an air of grace and dignity. Her voluptuous figure and fair complexion made it difficult to discern any signs of aging upon her visage. Upon her emergence, she did not kneel beside Li Wan before Qin Yi. Instead, she stood her ground, casting a disdainful glance over the assembly. Who might she be? Vin Yi Musit. Stealing a glance at her, Li Wan let out a sigh, his expression filled with resentment as he addressed the woman, saying, She is the wife of the sovereign of Hong Qingzong. Hong Qian's mother? Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback, surprised by this revelation. Subsequently, Li Wan began to recount the events that had transpired. Li Wan had held the position of commander of Xianxia army under Hong Qingzong for 5 years. Throughout this time, the sect had refrained from engaging in any clandestine activities, instead cooperating fully with the Xianxia army to combat the demonic tides emanating from the Demon Emperor Mountain. Hence, over the years, while their relationship had not flourished through conversation, it had remained amicable. A few days prior, significant disturbances had erupted within the Demon Emperor Mountain, with a tumult of demons suggesting the emergence of a powerful being surpassing the seventh realm. Consequently, the sovereign of Hong Qingzong proposed to Li Wan that he loan them 100 of the divine-breaking crossbows, allowing them to confront the impending threat on the mountain. Given that the birth of formidable demons was not an uncommon occurrence, Li Wan, seeing the merit in assistance, readily acquiesced to the request, agreeing to lend the crossbows and instructing the Xianxia army of Hong Qingzong. After Hong Qingzong ventured into the mountain to vanquish the demons, they proceeded to seal off the entire region. In truth, had it been in the past, Li Wan would not have acted so recklessly. He would have dispatched a contingent of his own men to accompany them in such perilous endeavors. However, at that moment, he was clouded by his desires. Over the course of his 5-year tenure, Li Wan had inevitably interacted with the sovereign of Hong Qingzong, frequently encountering his enchanting wife. Upon their first meeting, he found himself utterly captivated by her beauty. Yet, this unreciprocated admiration did not go unnoticed, as the sovereign's wife often seized the opportunity in her husband's absence to confide in Li Wan, expressing her admiration for him as well. Thus, they had nurtured a mutual infatuation for several years. Just days ago, when the sovereign sought the crossbows for the extermination of demons. His wife discreetly sent a letter to Li Wan. In this correspondence, she urged him to find a way to send the sovereign away. As the opportune moment for their union had arrived, Li Wan sighed deeply, continuing, "Alas, do not mock me. At my age, I remain a virgin, utterly unskilled in the bedroom, and left exhausted after a mere encounter. The messages you sent me must have been intercepted by that venomous woman. And as for the letter you mentioned, it too has likely been concealed by her." Upon listening to Li Wan's thorough explanation, the atmosphere in the room fell into a profound silence. No one anticipated that the reason would be so unexpectedly shocking. Ahem. Qin Yi cleared his throat twice, shattering the stillness. He turned to the wife of the sect leader Hong Chengzong, proclaiming, "Madam, the conspiracy of your Hong Chengzong has been utterly exposed. Your husband, the sect leader Hong Chengzong, has taken his own life." Defeated? Upon uttering these words, the wife of the sect leader was momentarily taken aback. Yet her next reaction astounded everyone present. Instead of sorrow, a manic smile crept across her face. "It is about time for a sect like Hong Chengzong to be eradicated. Look at my appearance. That old fool Hong Long murdered my beloved senior brother and then forcefully claimed me as his own. Now, he uses my daughter's life to coerce me into such actions. The downfall of Hong Chengzong is entirely deserved." The expressions of those in attendance grew increasingly complex. The gravest error lay with Li Wan himself, lacking foresight, yet this did not absolve the wife of the sect leader of her transgressions. Nevertheless, after hearing her words, their disdain for her began to wane. "I do not require your pity," the wife of the sect leader scoffed coldly. Without further ado, she withdrew a hairpin from her hair and plunged it into her fair neck. The act was so sudden that as the crowd instinctively moved to intervene, she had already collapsed to the ground. A flicker of regret crossed Qin Yi's eyes. Once he regained his composure, he commanded, "Give her a proper burial." "Yes." Subsequently, Qin Yi's gaze returned to Li Wan. He found himself at a loss regarding how to deal with Li Wan. As the commander of the Xianxia army of Hong Chengzong and a high-ranking official of the prime minister's residence, he felt he had no authority to handle the matter personally, and could only report Li Wan's actions to Qin Yuan for further deliberation. Yet, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction with this course of action. "Kill him." Suddenly, a voice, cold and devoid of warmth, echoed in Qin Yi's ear. Startled, he momentarily froze. Then a realization dawned upon him, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch involuntarily. "This is bad. Could that voice be?" After a brief pause, Qin Yi managed to steady his emotions and spoke in a low tone. Such an action would be rather rash. After a moment, the voice from the shadows resounded again. "The Prime Minister's residence is ruthless toward outsiders, yet even more so toward insiders." Understanding this, Qin Yi addressed the kneeling Li Wan with a calm demeanor. "If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall overlook this matter." Li Wan was elated. He had not expected that this ordeal would conclude so effortlessly. Being a practitioner of the seventh realm, while Qin Yi was merely of the fourth realm, he thought, even 100 or 1,000 strikes would not harm him in the slightest. "Third young master, come at me. A minor has committed such a grave offense. One strike is insufficient. As long as it brings comfort to the third young master, how you punish the scoundrel is entirely at your discretion. But you must be prepared." With that, Qin Yi wasted no time, drawing the white dragon spear and thrusting it toward Li Wan's chest. In order to allow Qin Yi to strike comfortably, Li Wan deliberately shed his armor, believing that even without its protection, Qin Yi would not be able to harm him. However, as the white dragon spear approached, Li Wan's expression changed dramatically. "What is happening?" The third young master's cultivation has suddenly surged from the fourth realm to the seventh realm, and he wields a weapon of earth-grade quality. Given the current circumstances, it is quite possible that he may not be able to withstand this strike. Instinctively, Li Wan considered evading. Although Qin Yi's attack was powerful, his speed would allow him to easily dodge. Yet in the end, Li Wan closed his eyes and chose not to flee. After a moment, feeling no piercing of the spear into his body, Li Wan was taken aback. Upon reopening his eyes, he found that Qin Yi had already sheathed the white dragon spear. Qin Yi spoke calmly. "To let you die so easily would be too merciful. We are about to annihilate the Hong Chengzong, and I hope you meet your end on the battlefield." Coming back to his senses, Li Wan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, third young master. To die on a battlefield has always been my cherished wish. However, is what you said truly the case? Is the Chancellor really going to eradicate the Hong Chengzong? Engaging the Hong Chengzong is no trivial matter. Firstly, they are formidable among the strongest sects beneath the top tier. Furthermore, attacking the Hong Chengzong signifies a declaration of war from the Chancellor's residence against all sects across the realm. Qin Yi smiled slightly. Is highly likely. His confidence stemmed not only from an astute assessment of the situation, but also from the decisive actions taken by the Chancellor's residence after the Hong Chengzong schemes were exposed in the game. Is that truly so? Then, that is splendid news. Upon hearing this, the soldiers of the Xianxia army felt no fear of the impending battlefield. Rather, they were filled with an eagerness to engage. They had long awaited this day. As the elite of the Chancellor's residence, they had trained at the borders before arriving in Hong Chengzong. During their training, most of them had experienced a similar situation, having vanquished the foreign tribes. They were on the verge of striking at their stronghold, only to be thwarted by the sects that would intervene at the critical moment. The excuses varied each time, but one thing remained constant. They could not continue to fight. If they pressed on, they were warned of a potential alliance between their sect and the foreign tribes against them. Helpless, they had to relent, knowing that if the sect and the foreign tribes united to attack from both sides, even their strength would be insufficient to withstand such an onslaught. The feeling of being constrained was truly stifling. Having endured it for so long, they harbored a burning desire to eradicate the sections. Today, their dreams were finally within reach. How could they not feel exhilarated? With a fleeting glance at the eager Xianxia army, Qin Yi noticed that Luo Xiao, beside him, had lowered her head. Her spirits evidently dampened. Sensing the hand resting on his shoulder, she lifted her gaze to meet Qin Yi's eyes. He beheld her exquisite visage and smiled, stating, "Let us discuss future matters at a later time." Chapter 50. A reunion with old friends, such an audacious lad, indeed swollen with pride, daring to defy my commands. Xianxia remarked with a cold smirk as he removed the mask from his face. This boy truly surprises me. However, I believe his approach is infinitely superior to your method of establishing authority through bloodshed. An aged voice echoed beside Xianxia. He refrained from turning to acknowledge the newcomer and calmly inquired, "What brings you here? What the situation at the border?" The owner of the ancient voice replied with a chuckle, "With your second brother there, all is well." A smile crept upon Xianxia's lips as he mused, "Indeed, chaos has not disappointed either my father or me. He has swiftly developed the capability to manage on his own." Indeed, the elder's voice chimed. Qin Mu Yan is truly fortunate. Not only is he endowed with exceptional talent, but he also has several remarkably gifted sons. Previously, many believed that Qin Sangongzi was a blemish on Qin Mu Yan's legacy. Yet, it appears that this third son is anything but ordinary, indeed, remarkably extraordinary. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and address the matter at hand. Did you come alone? Xianxia pivoted the topic. "Haha," the elder chuckled. "Our arrangements in Hong Chengzong County are already thorough. There is no need to summon additional personnel. I am merely here to serve as an advisor to avert any unforeseen occurrences." Xianxia's brow furrowed. "If you're advising, then who is in command? Is it not obvious?" The elder teased before revealing, "Your third brother. In the realm of war, speed is of the essence." Yet Qin Yi was nonetheless astounded by the Xianxia army's swiftness. In less than half a day, they had completed their assembly. Once gathered, the Xianxia army marched forth towards Hong Chengzong's encampment. "Commander, we have captured an enemy scout," a soldier from the Xianxia army reported to Qin Yi, clad in armor. He stood atop a massive war chariot, gazing towards the direction of Hong Chengzong. Upon learning of his appointment as the commander, he was taken aback, but after some time, he acclimated to the role. He saw himself as a nominal figure, merely reaping the accolades, with no need to involve himself in the minutiae of command. However, he sensed that Qin Mu Yan's true intention was to expose him to the brutal realities of war, thereby enriching his experience. "Bring forth the scout," Qin Yi commanded. Shortly thereafter, several soldiers from the Xianxia army entered, escorting a woman. Upon seeing her, Qin Yi paused momentarily, exclaiming, "Hong Daoyu, why are you capturing me? Release me at once. My father is a close friend of your commander." Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, Hong Qin ceased her struggles and looked up at him, astonished. "You are a friend of Yuan," Hong Qian exclaimed in surprise. "How did you end up here?" Qin Yi retorted, "And you? Where's Yuan Qi?" His inquiry seemed to strike a chord within Hong Qian, causing her to lower her head. Her spirits instantly dampened. "Yuan Qi informed me that Hong Chengzong is on the verge of destruction as the Xianxia army is about to attack. He urged me to flee with him. But how can this be? The Xianxia army has always maintained a strong rapport with Hong Chengzong, and their commander is a dear friend of my parents. There must be some misunderstanding. If I can locate my parents and have them clarify things with Uncle Yuan, this impending conflict can be averted. By the way, friend Yuan, have you seen my parents? I am unaware of their current whereabouts. Could you perhaps convey a message to your commander Yuan, requesting them to grant Hong Qingzong a little time? Once I find my parents, I am certain they can resolve this misunderstanding. At this point, Hong Qian gazed at Qin Yi with a glimmer of hope. She believed him to be the offspring of a significant figure within the Xianxia army. How should one respond? After absorbing Hong Qian's words, Qin Yi fell into a brief silence. He could not simply state that her parents had passed away. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to reveal the truth. Your parents have committed grave transgressions and have already been executed. What? What did you say? Hong Qing felt as though she had been struck by lightning, nearly fainting from shock. Qin Yi continued, moreover, it is not just your parents. Your Hong Qingzong has also made irreparable mistakes. You must return and inform the elders of your sect. If they are willing to lay down their arms and surrender, we can consider leniency in the aftermath for Hong Qingzong. However, should they resist, every individual who takes up arms will meet their demise. After a prolonged moment, Hong Qing regained her composure. She wiped her tears and bowed respectfully to Qin Yi, saying, "Please grant me some time. I will surely persuade the elders of our sect." With that, Hong Qian promptly turned and soared towards the direction of Hong Qingzong. She had come to realize that negotiations were no longer viable. With her parents gone, her only option was to suppress her sorrow and prevent the outbreak of war, averting further tragedy. Watching Hong Qian's receding figure, Qin Yi felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated her to be so resilient, able to move past the devastating news of her parents' demise so swiftly. Yet, all of this might ultimately be in vain. The Xianxia army was advancing towards Hong Qingzong, and the people of Hong Qingzong were not ignorant. They had surely sensed the impending threat. They had yet to approach him to negotiate a retreat. Clearly, Hong Qingzong's upper echelon is acutely aware of their precarious situation, even in the absence of the Xianxia army. Should the information regarding Hong Qingzong's collusion with the demon race be disseminated, there would be no refuge for him in the realm. While discussions may remain clandestine, it is an undeniable transgression to conspire with demons and slaughter the human race in the open, a crime that warrants universal condemnation. The only recourse available to Hong Qingzong lies in thwarting the onslaught of the Prime Minister's faction, significantly depleting their strength, thereby persuading the sects across the land to perceive him as the linchpin in countering the Prime Minister's power, and willingly embrace the infamy of standing alongside him. However, this strategy appears to be nothing more than a fanciful delusion in the eyes of Qin Yi, who is already cognizant of the Prime Minister's machinations laid out in Hong County. The moment Hong Qingzong resolved to resist, his fate was sealed. At this juncture, the relentless advance of the war chariot came to a halt. "We have arrived," someone informed Qin Yi. He inclined his head slightly and gazed ahead. Unlike traditional sects, which are often perched atop lofty mountains with a singular gate, Hong Qingzong's stronghold manifests as a military fortress established on a steep terrain, replete with numerous bastions and garrisons. It seems that Hong Qingzong had long been prepared. Countless protective formations were fully activated, and defensive mechanisms bolstered by formations were aimed at the direction of the Xianxia army. "Attack!" Qin Yi commanded with a wave of his hand. In the next instant, a cacophony of battle cries enveloped him as vast military formations unfurled. A palpable aura of dread suffusing the atmosphere, and countless avian demon beasts armed with destructive crossbows took to the skies. The war had commenced. Chapter 51. The conclusion of war in the imperial capital of the Qian Dynasty, within the palace, at the Taiha Hall. Should an outsider behold the Taiha Hall at this moment, they would undoubtedly be astonished. In their minds, the hall is a sacred space not to be desecrated. Yet it now resembles a bustling marketplace. The courtiers below were embroiled in a tumultuous uproar, while the emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, averted his gaze, engrossed in the tomes before him, seemingly indifferent to the chaos unfolding beneath. "Prime Minister, your authority is truly formidable," Baikan, one of the vice prime ministers, exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at the nearby Qin Yuan. "To dispatch troops against Hong Qingzong without consulting us on such a critical matter is unacceptable. We have already engaged in combat upon receiving the news. To mobilize troops without consent is a treasonous act. Are you conspiring against the throne?" Qin Yuan, who had been feigning slumber with closed eyes, slowly opened them after a prolonged silence, and responded, "Vice Prime Minister Bai, you exaggerate. My mobilization of troops to quell Hong Qingzong's collusion with the demon race is entirely justified. Moreover, I reported this matter to His Majesty in advance, and His Majesty has granted approval. The Daqian Emperor, still perusing his book and hearing his name mentioned, did not lift his head but interjected. What the Prime Minister states is indeed true. This course of action is my decree. However, regarding the mobilization of troops, such trivial matters should not be reported in the future. Everything will be entirely handled by the esteemed Prime Minister. The mobilization of troops is indeed a minor issue. What could possibly be regarded as significant? Bai Qian's face was filled with indignation as he clenched his fists tightly. Qin Yuan's actions were utterly detestable, usurping authority, and even the emperor himself dared not oppose him. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qian continued, although His Majesty has consented to this matter, it does not obscure the fact that the Prime Minister has made a grave miscalculation. This expedition has been executed in haste, lacking any preparation. Even more absurdly, the Prime Minister has appointed his utterly inexperienced son as the commander of the army. Hong Qingzong is a critical location, being the closest sect to the imperial capital. It is a thorn embedded in our territory, and the sect will undoubtedly spare no effort to bolster Hong Qingzong's strength. If we do not muster our elite forces and the most formidable commanders, and if, in the end, we fail due to inadequate strength, the prestige of the court will plummet. The sect, along with those foreign tribes, will act with unprecedented audacity, plunging the entire realm into chaos, leading to the disintegration of the nation. At that time, who will bear the consequences? Will it be your third son, esteemed Prime Minister, or your entire office? Upon hearing Bai Qian's impassioned words, Qin Yuan, who had been about to close his eyes, reopened them. He turned to Bai Qian and remarked coolly, Bai Xiang, your insights are indeed remarkable. Though you often appear to have clandestine dealings with the sect, it seems you are not oblivious to the threat they pose to the court. Slander. It is all slander. Bai Qian's expression changed, and he hastily clarified, I maintain my integrity. How could I possibly associate with such a calamity-inducing sect? Let's hope so, Qin Yuan replied, noncommittedly. However, your earlier concerns are unwarranted. How much turmoil could Hong Qingzong possibly incite? Esteemed Prime Minister, do not speak too confidently, Bai Qian retorted after calming himself. He found it hard to believe that Qin Yuan could effortlessly conquer Hong Qingzong. At that moment, a soldier rushed in from outside. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he immediately knelt and reported, I pay my respects to your Majesty. There is an urgent military report from the front lines. The Emperor of Daqian, seated above, displayed no reaction, continuing to read as if the soldier's call did not pertain to him. The courtiers in the Grand Hall had long grown accustomed to the Emperor's indifference. Bai Qian, with an expression of surprise, was the first to respond, addressing the soldier. Is it concerning the battle reports from Hong Qingjun? Indeed, the soldier replied truthfully, suppressing his excitement. Bai Qian inquired, could it be that we have suffered defeat? The rapid arrival of a report from the front lines surely indicated that something significant had occurred. Surrounded by countless formations and fortifications, even if Hong Qingzong did not retaliate, breaching their defenses would require an unimaginable amount of time. A swift response was certainly improbable. Thus, if the matter did not pertain to Hong Qingzong, it must surely concern the Xianxia army. Although the defeat of the Xianxia army occurred with surprising swiftness, it is not entirely unfathomable, given that the commander is Qin Yi. While Qin Yi may merely be seeking to claim credit, should he choose to intervene in the Xianxia army's command, the soldiers would have no choice but to acquiesce. With Qin Yi's inept intellect, his strategic deployment of troops would undoubtedly lead to numerous vulnerabilities, causing disunity among the ranks. If Hong Qingzong were to seize this opportunity for a surprise attack, the Xianxia army would surely suffer a catastrophic defeat, resulting in a disarrayed rout. Such absurd occurrences are, in fact, not uncommon throughout the annals of the Qian Dynasty. It has become somewhat of a tradition. The soldiers cast puzzled glances at Bai Qian, struggling to comprehend the situation. Why did this minister appear to almost wish for their defeat? Speak quickly, Bai Qian urged, a hint of impatience in his tone. Should the Xianxia army truly falter, the instigator of this conflict, Qin Yuan, would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow to his reputation, thereby presenting Bai Qian with an opportunity to usurp his position. Oh, very well, one soldier finally responded, to report to the minister, we have not lost, but rather achieved a resounding victory. Under Lord Qin's command, we have already captured Hong Qingzong. Impossible, Bai Qian retorted, his face contorted with disbelief. You lie. The battle has only been underway for less than a day. How could Hong Qingzong possibly be taken so swiftly? Not only by Qian, but others present in the hall wore expressions of skepticism. This was preposterous. The only conceivable explanation for such rapid success would be Hong Qingzong's surrender. Yet, could they truly compel him to capitulate? Minister, I assure you I speak no falsehood. The soldier insisted, defending himself vehemently. Then elucidate how the Xianxia army managed to capture Hong Qingzong, Baikan sneered. The soldier promptly replied, as you command. He then recounted the entire sequence of the fierce battle with great detail. His account captivated all within the grand hall, including the emperor, who had been engrossed in his reading. Once the soldier concluded his narrative, an uncanny silence enveloped the hall. No one dared to question the veracity of his claims any longer. Baikan, who had previously provoked Qin Yuan, now stood transfixed, staring blankly at him, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 52. The Unexpected Tap. Top. Qin Yi and the soldiers of the Xianxia army traversed a vast expanse of ruins. The remnants of Hong Qingzong. Having witnessed the entirety of the conflict, Qin Yi himself was astonished by the rapidity of their conquest. The sheer scale of Hong Qingzong demanded substantial preparation. Capturing it would ordinarily require immense effort and time. However, it was only during the course of the battle, from its commencement to its conclusion, that he truly grasped the meaning of being adequately prepared. 20 years prior, Hong Qingzong was not the sect closest to the imperial capital of the Qian Dynasty. However, after Qin Yuan first made his move against the sects, those sects closer to Hong Qingzong were swiftly annihilated by him. In other words, Qin Yuan halted only when he reached the vicinity of Hong Qingzong. The world did not find this behavior peculiar. 20 years prior, the power of the prime minister's residence was not formidable enough to utterly obliterate all sects, and it would cease its advance only after exhausting its strength. Consequently, Hong Qingzong, a once obscure second-rate sect, ascended into the public eye. Should the prime minister's residence wage war against the sects again, it is highly likely that Hong Qingzong, being the closest sect to the core regions of the Qin court, will become the prime minister's first target. The upper echelons of the 8 premier sects were acutely aware of this, prompting them to begin mobilizing resources and providing substantial aid to Hong Qingzong. In their anticipation, when the flames of war reignited, they did not seek for Hong Qingzong to completely thwart the prime minister's residence. Rather, they hoped to exhaust a portion of its strength and diminish its fervor, thereby enhancing the likelihood of ultimate victory. Suddenly, immense wealth and fortune fell upon Hong Qingzong. Yet they remained undaunted. Under the leadership of the current sect master, Hong Qingzong seized this opportunity. Utilizing the resources provided, they devoted themselves to training disciples and recruiting guest elders, swiftly ascending to become one of the mightiest sects beneath the 8 premier ones. Of course, a crucial aspect was to fend off the advance of the prime minister's residence, which Hong Qingzong did not overlook. Taking the initiative, they understood that they lacked the strength for a direct confrontation. The only course of action was to continuously fortify their stronghold and construct defensive formations to bolster their defenses. It seemed as though fate favored Hong Qingzong. During their fortification efforts, they discovered a vein of spirit stones lurking beneath the ground, not far from their stronghold. As a rare resource, spirit stones contained vast amounts of energy, serving not only as essential materials for crafting specialized instruments, but also as the focal point for formations. Amidst a chorus of excitement, Hong Qingzong was determined not to squander this divine gift. They designated this vein of spirit stones as the core of all their formations. In their eyes, when war erupted, the boundless energy from the spirit stone vein would continuously flow into their defensive formations, rendering the Xianxia army incapable of breaching their defenses. Yet, they could not have anticipated that this spirit stone vein, bestowed upon them by the heavens, possessed another function beyond energizing their formations. It was also capable of explosion. Everything was accounted for in Qin Yuan's calculations. The reason he halted before reaching Hong Qingzong was precisely due to this spirit stone vein. Qin Yuan had manipulated it through special means, ensuring that, at a critical moment, it would yield unexpected consequences. Just as the cultivators of Hong Qingzong, filled with high spirits and prepared to face the Xianxia army, found themselves surrounded without an attack from the enemy, they were elated, believing that the renowned Xianxia army had succumbed to fear. Yet, the story did not continue. A tremendous explosion erupted, leveling half of Hong Qingzong. No one thought of resistance. The surviving cultivators of Hong Chengzong turned their backs, desperate to escape. But where was Li Wan? Why could I not see him? Qin Yi pondered and inquired. A soldier of the Xianxia army, bowing his head, reported, "Commander, Lord Li Wan." After the explosion, immediately charged into Hong Chengzong and, amidst the chaos, beheaded the commander organizing the defenses on their side. With the commander deceased, Hong Chengzong could no longer mount any defense, allowing us to easily defeat them. However, Lord Li Wan did not manage to break through. By the time we found him, he had already fallen to the remnants of Hong Chengzong's forces. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi lowered his head in silence. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from not far ahead. Qin Yi paused and looked up. In a corner, disheveled and with a look of despair, Hong Qian brandished a weapon, aimed at the encircling soldiers of the Xianxia army. These soldiers, aware of Hong Qian's relation to them, refrained from slaying her as they had done with other defiant cultivators of Hong Chengzong. As Qin Yi anticipated, upon seeing him approach, the squad leader among the Xianxia soldiers hurried forward to report and inquire how to deal with Hong Qian. Qin Yi contemplated for a few seconds, just about to speak, when a familiar voice interrupted. "Young Master Yuan, wait a moment." Turning around, he saw Xianxia, grinning, walking alongside Ruan Qi. Witnessing this peculiar scene, Qin Yi's brows furrowed in surprise. "Lord Zhang, are you two acquainted?" Xianxia nodded, patting Ruan Qi's shoulder with a smile. To report to the third young master, indeed. "We are familiar." Ruan Qi, with great foresight, voluntarily infiltrated Hong Chengzong long ago, gathering intelligence about them in secret. Our swift clearance of the remnants of Hong Chengzong owes much to Ruan Qi's information, which revealed the locations of hidden passages within their stronghold. Hearing of Ruan Qi's identity, Qin Yi could not help but blink in astonishment. He turned to Ruan Qi, who was gazing vacantly at Hong Qian. Noticing Qin Yi's attention, Ruan Qi withdrew her gaze, bowed to Qin Yi, and then spoke, "Young Master Yuan, or rather, third young master. You have encountered Hong Qian several times and should have discerned the nature of her character. Unlike Hong Qing and the others of Hong Chengzong, she harbors no ambition. Instead, she is devoted to aiding the weak and vanquishing the strong, having saved countless innocent lives over the years. In the beginning, it was she who saved my life. Therefore, may I beseech the third young master to spare her life? I assure you, I shall repay your kindness in due course." Qin Yi shook his head and chuckled. "Ah, so she saved you. Yet, why then do you betray Hong Chengzong?" Chapter 53, The Past of Ruan Qi. Upon hearing this, Ruan Qi lowered his head in silence. "I am aware of the reasons behind this, and I shall elucidate them for the third young master," interjected Xianxia. It appeared that Xianxia held Ruan Qi in high regard. He did not wish for Ruan Qi to bear the stigma of betrayal in pursuit of personal gain. A person marked by such betrayal would surely find no favor and would be devoid of a future. Following Xianxia's explanation, Qin Yi grasped the narrative at hand. Ruan Qi was indeed a part of Hong Chengzong's faction, though not as a disciple. Rather, he was a slave conscripted by Hong Chengzong to fortify the fortress. Alongside Ruan Qi, his parents had also been captured, yet their lives were tragically cut short. During a fit of rage, Hong Chengzong's overseers brutally murdered his parents, serving as mere outlets for their frustrations. Upon learning of his parents' demise, the young Ruan Qi was consumed by fury and vowed to avenge them. To this end, he diligently practiced the techniques distributed by Hong Chengzong. These methods were of low rank, widely regarded as subpar, intended to enhance the abilities of the slaves. While the progression from a mere mortal to a low-tier practitioner was marginal, it still conferred increased strength and speed, thereby improving work efficiency. However, the followers of Hong Chengzong could never have anticipated that amidst these so-called worthless techniques, a young 5-tier practitioner would emerge from among the slaves. After Ruan Qi ascended to the 5th tier, he did not immediately seek vengeance. Instead, he resolved to escape the clutches of Hong Chengzong. He understood that in the eyes of Hong Chengzong, a mere 5th-tier practitioner was insignificant, incapable of exacting revenge. To elevate his cultivation to the 6th tier or even higher, he would require abundant resources for training. No matter how remarkable one's talent, without the requisite resources, it would all be in vain. Remaining under Hong Chengzong's thumb, he was forced to toil in the mines by day and could only secretly cultivate at night, all while struggling to secure enough sustenance. Upon rational reflection, Ruan Qi decided to seize the opportunity and escape while Hong Chengzong was off guard. However, before he could execute this plan, it was prematurely revealed. One day, during an inspection of the fortress, the leader of Hong Chengzong, discovered Ruanqi. Recognizing the concealed prowess of Ruanqi, he captured him without a moment's hesitation. Though Ruanqi was indeed a prodigious talent, the more extraordinary one's gifts, the more perilous it became. For Ruanqi harbored nothing but hatred towards Hong Chengzong. Allowing him to cultivate further would surely spell disaster for Hong Chengzong. Just as Ruanqi was on the brink of execution, Hong Qian became aware of the situation. She implored the leader of Hong Chengzong to release Ruanqi, for he was still deeply indulgent toward his only daughter. At this juncture, Ruanqi took action. Disguising himself as someone whose cultivation was hindered due to the unorthodox nature of his training methods, rendering him incapable of further advancement. His inability to pose a threat led Hong Chengzong, the sect leader, to ultimately decide to spare Ruanqi. However, he did not allow Ruanqi to leave the sect. Instead, he retained him as an ordinary disciple, keeping him under close surveillance. Thus 2 years passed, and it became evident that Ruanqi's cultivation had not improved in the slightest. Moreover, his daily demeanor revealed his latent animosity towards Hong Chengzong, prompting the sect leader to ease his watchfulness over Ruanqi. Gradually, I realized that I could not exact my revenge solely through my own strength. Consequently, I clandestinely established contact with the Xianxia army of Hong Changjun, providing them with intelligence to facilitate the downfall of Hong Chengzong. Ruanqi added with a lowered head. I see. Qin Yi responded calmly upon hearing Ruanqi's tale. Yet, beneath this composed exterior, an exhilarating thrill surged within him, difficult to articulate. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Ruanqi, despite lacking cultivation resources, had achieved the formidable fifth realm at such a tender age. What an extraordinary talent. Furthermore, his resilience in abstaining from cultivation for 2 years to disarm the old fox, Hong Chengzong, of his murderous intent, spoke volumes of his character. With both exceptional talent and a formidable disposition, nurturing Ruanqi could undoubtedly yield one of the most elite cultivators in the future. Qin Yi turned to look at Hong Qian, saying, releasing Hong Qian is not entirely out of the question. Really? Ruanqi abruptly lifted his head, staring intently at Qin Yi. However, Qin Yi shifted his tone, chuckling lightly. While death may be evaded, living with the consequences is inevitable. Knowing my principles, Hong Qian still dared to raise her weapon against me. Moreover, not only has Hong Chengzong fallen because of me, but I also bear significant responsibility for the demise of her parents. The enmity between us is irreconcilable, a fact you should understand deeply. Qin Yi, believe in eradicating threats at their root. Today, due to your influence, I can make an exception and spare Hong Qian's life. Nevertheless, my bottom line remains. Hong Qian will be imprisoned until I deem her incapable of posing a danger to me. Qin Yi spoke candidly, generously expressing his concerns and his methods for resolution. Imprisoned? Ruanqi murmured, yet a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Being imprisoned was indeed a favorable outcome. As long as he could survive, there remained a chance for a normal life in the future. Thank you, third young master. I'm exceedingly satisfied with this outcome. Qin Yi nodded slightly and then inquired, what are your plans moving forward? As for me, Ruanqi lowered his head, gazing at the ground, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Having avenged his great grievance and repaid Hong Qian's kindness, he found himself at a loss for what to pursue next. Cough. Since you are unaware, I can offer you a choice. I am in need of a guard by my side. You may come and try your luck. Qin Yi casually remarked after a few coughs. Upon hearing this, Ruanqi's heart tightened. Qin Yi actually wished to recruit him. Ruanqi, you must agree quickly, Xianxia urged, noticing Ruanqi's hesitation. This third young master Qin was not as inept as the rumor suggested. Rather, he was a man of great depth, not at all inferior to his 2 elder brothers. By aligning himself with Qin Yi, Ruanqi could ascend to a grander stage and seize the opportunity to soar to great heights, thus not squandering his innate talents and abilities. Prompted by this reminder, Ruanqi swiftly responded, cupping his hands in respect towards Qin Yi. Ruanqi shall not fail the trust of the third young master. Ultimately, Ruanqi acquiesced to Qin Yi's invitation, but his motivations differed greatly from Xianxia's assumptions. A brighter future was merely a trivial aspect of his decision. More significantly, he resonated with the principles of the Prime Minister's residence that Qin Yi represented. Sectarianism should not persist and must be eradicated. Furthermore, had he truly repaid his debt of gratitude? Did not Qin Yi save both his and Hong Qian's lives in the dilapidated temple? Additionally, with Qin Yi alive, he could protect Hong Qian. If that day came when Qin Yi was assassinated, it was uncertain whether the prime minister's residence would allow Hong Qian, the daughter of an enemy, to remain. Qin Yi surmised Ruan Qi's contemplations, and thus was not surprised by his eventual agreement. He understood that Ruan Qi was an astute individual, capable of making sound choices. With a beaming smile, Qin Yi assisted Ruan Qi to his feet and patted his shoulder, saying, "Indeed, I trust you will not disappoint me." As they spoke, Qin Yi, through Ruan Qi, spotted a familiar figure approaching from a distance. He waved at the individual, saying, "Hey, Commander Liwan, what are you doing? Walking while bleeding profusely? You ought to tend to that wound." Before he could finish, an epiphany struck him, and he froze in place. Chapter 54, Beyond the Heavens. Liwan. Wasn't Liwan dead? The bystanders, hearing Qin Yi's earlier comments, were left perplexed. Everyone turned to gaze in the direction Qin Yi was watching. There, not far off, was Liwan, covered in wounds, bleeding as he approached alongside several soldiers of the Xianxia army. Those witnessing the scene were left dumbfounded. It truly was Liwan. But that was impossible. He had already perished. Luo Xiao, who had silently followed Qin Yi, sensed something as Liwan drew nearer. A glint of coldness flashing in her beautiful eyes. "It's an assassin. Be cautious, brother Yi." Saying this, Luo Xiao unsheathed her sword and slashed towards Liwan. Just as the black sword energy was about to make contact with Liwan, the armored soldiers behind him swiftly scattered to avoid the attack. Bang! After the tremendous explosion, a cloud of dust was stirred up. Luo Xiao remained vigilant, poised to unleash her sword energy once more. In the next moment, figures clad in dark armor surged forth from the haze, heading directly toward Qin Yi. Upon witnessing this, Luo Xiao hastily exclaimed, "Be careful, brother Yi." Meanwhile, others around them began to react. This was an assassination attempt targeting Qin Yi. Yin Duan Lingying emerged from the shadows, positioning herself protectively in front of him. The surrounding armored soldiers rushed towards the assailants. At this moment, Hong Qingzong, along with numerous specially dispatched shadow guards and guest officials tasked with dealing with the chancellor's residence, also sensed the commotion and hurried over. As for Qin Yi, despite facing the peril of assassination, there was no trace of fear upon his face. Rather, curiosity filled his expression. "Just the three of you?" he inquired. At that moment, he clearly discerned that there were three assailants against him, the strongest among them exuding a mere sixth realm aura. With such limited strength, they dared to attempt his assassination? Was this a jest? Upon hearing his words, the three assailants, who were rushing towards him, halted their advance and exchanged glances. "Indeed, why are there only the three of us?" they questioned. Wasn't it said that after they initiated their attack, others would immediately join in? Or had everyone else gone? To attempt to assassinate Qin Yi with just the three of them was tantamount to courting death. Gulp. One of the assailants swallowed hard, casting an awkward smile at Qin Yi. "Young Master Qin, if I were to tell you that we were merely playing a prank, would you believe me? And what do you think?" Qin Yi replied with a slight smile. He already harbored a vague suspicion about the absurdity of the situation. In a thicket nearby, Qin Jinxue gazed at the mountain of corpses at his feet. Smirking, "You just stand there and watch as your subordinates perish one by one." Soon, an ancient voice echoed from somewhere within the forest. "I have no choice. You are too terrifying. Even if I intervened, it would not alter the outcome. They're doomed to die." In response, Qin Jinxue unleashed his spirit sense to scan the surroundings. After finding nothing, he continued, "What surprises me is your cowardice. Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your reputation as a gold-ranked assassin from the heavenly beyond? Reputation is inconsequential. Survival is paramount when one is out here making a living." The hidden gold-ranked assassin from the heavenly beyond chuckled. However, he continued, shifting the tone of the conversation with such strength. "Why do you confine yourself to a small establishment like the heavenly beyond tower? People strive for higher ground, just as water flows downward. If you were to join us in the heavenly beyond, you too could become a formidable gold-ranked assassin, feared across the realm. Attempting to recruit me, how intriguing. Does this mean you're agreeing to become a gold-ranked assassin? It certainly sounds far more exciting than being the master of some small tower." "No." Qin Jinshue's lips curled into a faint, sinister smile, "and I found it rather amusing that you have already revealed to me the utter incompetence of the so-called celestial assassins. How audacious of you to shamelessly extend an invitation for me to join your ranks. Is your intellect truly so deficient?" There you are. Qin Jinshue's eyes narrowed as he gazed into a corner of the jungle, swiftly unleashing a blade of energy. In the next moment, a sword mark, stretching thousands of meters, appeared in the foliage, accompanied by a severed leg at its side. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yi furrowed his brow. Once again, his quarry had eluded him. In the midst of the Hong Qingzong, Qin Yi frowned slightly as he surveyed the three bodies before him, grotesquely disfigured. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Ruan Qi spoke. Tianwei is currently the most formidable assassin organization. It is rumored that when tasked with eliminating significant targets, they spare no expense and employ terrifying methods. They utilize a creature known as the human spider to infiltrate a corpse, animating it, not in the sense of true life, but allowing it to move as if it were a living being. The commander Li Wan must have been awakened by the human spider. In order to maintain morale within the ranks, we deliberately suppressed the news of Commander Li's demise. Consequently, many soldiers remain unaware of his death. Upon witnessing the commander, controlled by the human spider, they harbored no suspicions, allowing him to lead the assassin to the third young master. Qin Yi nodded slightly in response. He was already well aware of what Ruan Qi had articulated. As for Tianwei, he likely possessed a deeper understanding than anyone present. The organization played a significant role in the overarching narrative of the game. He was acutely aware that Tianwei would undoubtedly attempt to assassinate him, and thus, he had prepared himself. The reasoning behind this was straightforward. One of the supporters backing Tianwei of from the royal lineage of the ancestral land. The profound emotional turmoil he experienced following the assassination attempt stemmed from his astonishment at the absurdity of encountering a future formidable adversary in such a ludicrous manner. Look, what is that? Suddenly, a soldier from the Xianxia army pointed at the sky, trembling as he spoke. Chapter 55, Shadows Across the Sky. The others present also sensed something amiss and collectively looked up toward the heavens. In the distance, numerous black dots emerged on the horizon, steadily advancing and growing clearer with each passing moment. They were a legion of cultivators clad in robes, radiating immense power and bearing sheathed swords upon their backs. These practitioners moved in perfect synchronization, maintaining their formation, and upon closer inspection, there appeared to be tens of thousands of them. Had they finally arrived? Qin Yi murmured, lowering his gaze and retracting his attention. The members of the Hong Qingzong, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the cultivators in the sky, noticed that these cultivators had also spotted the remnants of the Hong Qingzong below. They consciously slowed their pace, releasing their formidable auras. The sight of tens of thousands of powerful cultivators unleashing their auras was nothing short of magnificent. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure, akin to divine wrath, swept through the air. On the ruins of Hong Qingzong, the assembled Xianxia army stood resolute, unfaltering in the face of this spectacle, each member releasing their own aura in response. The clash of these formidable forces created a tense silence, permeating the atmosphere with a palpable sense of impending conflict, reminiscent of a storm on the horizon. Yet, this feeling was abruptly quelled. The cultivators in the sky halted their advance as they approached Hong Qingzong. At the forefront of this group was a strikingly handsome young cultivator clad in opulent robes. He cast a condescending glance at the Xianxia army below before soaring downwards, pausing just before reaching them. "Who among you is in charge?" he asked, his tone icy. "I am," came a swift reply from below. The young cultivator turned to identify the source of the voice. Upon meeting his gaze, Qin Yi offered a faint smile and inquired, "May I ask if you're the esteemed Hung Jianxin, chief of the Hunyuan sword sect?" Recognizing his identity, Hung Jingzin did not conceal his disdain. His eyes, filled with contempt, bore into Qin Yi. "Ah, seeing you in person, Qin Yi, you truly live up to your reputation for being utterly useless," he mocked, evidently aware of Qin Yi's reputation. Rather than being angered by the insult, Qin Yi found it amusing and perplexing. It was amusing because, since awakening his memories, many had claimed he did not resemble the rumors. Hung Jingzin was the first to assert he did. His confusion stemmed from Hung Jianxin's peculiar behavior, despite being adversaries. There was still an expectation of basic decorum. "Senior brother, you mustn't speak that way about Ego," interjected Luo Xiao, her expression turning frigid upon hearing Qin Yi's disparagement. Hung Jianxin shifted his gaze from Qin Yi to her, and in an instant his demeanor transformed, adopting a gentler tone. "Junior sister Luo, what brings you here? I was quite worried upon hearing you arrived in Hong Changjun. Are you unhurt?" Luo Xiao shook her head. Observing this exchange, Qin Yi suddenly comprehended the situation. It was no wonder Hung Jianxin had treated him with such disdain. It was all due to Luo Xiao. Hung Jianxin appeared to be utterly devoted to her. Well, as long as you are unharmed, Hung Jingzin said with a smile, nodding before turning his attention back to Qin Yi. His smile vanished, and a trace of disdain reappeared in his eyes. Qin Yi, your prime minister's residence has taken it upon itself to extinguish our vassal sect without the consent of our Hunyuan sword sect's leader. Do you not intend to provide Hunyuan sword sect with an explanation? Upon hearing this, Qin Yi let out a laugh. An explanation? It is not our prime minister's residence that owes you one, but rather it is your Hunyuan sword sect that owes us. Hong Qingzong, as your vassal, has colluded with the demon clan and slaughtered innocents. Such a heinous act. The occurrence of this incident is due to your Hunyuan sword sect's failure in governance. Or perhaps, it is you who orchestrated it from behind the scenes. The true colluders with the demon clan are, in fact, your Hunyuan sword sect. You are slandering us. Hung Jianxin retorted immediately. Our Hunyuan sword sect was the main force that expelled the demon clan from the Qian. Others may betray the world, but we Hunyuan sword sect would never do such a thing. Ah, I see. I did not expect your esteemed sect to be the heroes who drove away the demon clan. Indeed, Hung Jingzin said proudly, but soon he sensed something amiss. Wasn't he here to demand justice? How had this turned into an explanation of their innocence regarding collusion with the demon clan? That rascal Qin Yi had misled him. Realizing this, Hung Jianxin shouted, Qin Yi, I shall ask you once more. Your prime minister's residence has violated the agreement and taken action against the sect again. This behavior must be explained to all sects under heaven. While Hong Qingzong has erred, how we choose to punish him is a matter for our Hunyuan sword sect, and it is of no concern to your prime minister's residence. Should you fail to provide us with an explanation, we shall consider it a declaration of war against all sects under heaven. His words were laden with threat, sending shivers down the spines of all present, barring a few. If this matter were to ignite war between the prime minister's residence and the sects once more, the entire Qian would be thrown into chaos. Qin Yi sneered coldly, summoning the white dragon spear and plunging its tail into the ground. With a sound of the earth shattering, Qin Yi coldly declared, Come then. If you wish to fight, let us engage. If you possess the capability, you should strike now. The court has long been prepared to eradicate your band of traitors. Do not talk bravely only to cower like cowards in the end. You, Hung Jianxin pointed at Qin Yi, nearly bursting with rage. His anger stemmed primarily from a sense of indignation. Had they truly wished to fight, they would have come long ago instead of waiting until after the battle to arrive. Their current purpose was to recuperate losses for the Hunyuan sword sect, hoping to negotiate the release of Hong Qingzong's captives and the unused resources in his possession. The most ideal scenario would be to instill fear within the entire Qian court through the threat of war, compelling them to concede some benefits in the aftermath of their fright. Observing the unsettling atmosphere, an elder from the Hunyuan sword sect stepped forward to mediate. This is becoming serious, he remarked. There will be no conflict. We are all part of the Qian faction. If we engage in internal strife, we will only provide outsiders with a spectacle to revel in. Instead, let us both take a step back and allow a different representative to negotiate. Such discussions may not be suitable for your fiery temperaments, young ones. Chapter 56, Departure. Humph. Hung Jianxin snorted coldly, his expression somewhat grim. His initial confrontation with Qin Yi had ended in a pause called by his side, signifying his defeat. Just as he was about to leave, a thought seemed to strike him, and he turned back to Luo Xiao with a smile. Junior sister Luo, come back to the sect with me. You've had your fun out here, and if you don't return soon, the master will begin to worry. Luo Xiao shook her head and bowed to Hung Jianxin. Thank you for your concern, senior brother, but I am aware of my limits and will return to the sect on my own shortly. Upon hearing this, Hung Jianxin quickly urged, Junior sister Luo, it is exceedingly dangerous for you to return to the sect alone. You should accompany us. Luo Xiao shook her head once more. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I truly do not require it. Just then, a gentle voice interjected, Xiao, now is not the time. You are currently in a crucial phase of your cultivation. Once your powers stabilize, whether you choose to leave or stay will be of no concern to us. The voice, while soft and devoid of any domineering presence, instilled a subtle fear within the hearts of those present. The speaker was undoubtedly a formidable being. The long-silent Yao Long conveyed a message to Qin Yi. Qin Yi, taken aback, did not respond immediately. It was rare to encounter a strong figure who garnered the praise of a deity like Yao Long. Yes, master, Luo Xiao replied, a flicker of struggle crossing her eyes before she sighed and made her choice. Xiao's master. Meanwhile, Qin Yi had gleaned the identity of the speaker from their conversation, and it was precisely the individual he had anticipated. The esteemed leader of the Hunyuan sword sect, the preeminent authority among the 8 great sects, and known as the foremost cultivator in the world, a peak sage of the 9th realm. He had not expected this individual to personally intervene. Contemplating this, Qin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. "Brother Yi, I am sorry, but I must take my leave." As she departed, Luo Xiao lowered her head and spoke softly. "Vin yi similid ganti." This time, it was you seeking me out. Next time, once your cultivation is secure, the roles will be reversed, and I shall seek you. With that, Qin Yi reached out to tuck a strand of hair that had obscured the young lady's eyes behind her ear. Luo Xiao sensed Qin Yi's movements. Her delicate ears instantly flushed crimson. She dared not raise her gaze, responding in a soft murmur. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Qin Yi admired Luo Xiao's resplendent beauty. He keenly perceived that their relationship had deepened due to this impending separation. Why does parting seem to amplify emotions? Qin Yi found himself perplexed by this notion. Suddenly, a frantic shout shattered the serene atmosphere between Qin Yi and Luo Xiao. "Xin Yi, how dare you be so forward with junior sister Luo?" Startled, both Qin Yi and Luo Xiao hastily withdrew from one another. Regaining her composure, Luo Xiao flew to the side of Hung Jianxin, softly explaining, "Senior brother, you misunderstand." "Oh, I see. It's good to know it's just a misunderstanding. Had he truly taken advantage of you, I would have drawn my sword and dealt with him immediately," Hung Jianxin declared, casting a glance at Qin Yi, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace, as if warning Qin Yi that further closeness to Luo Xiao would lead to dire consequences. Vin humidity similid genti. Choosing to disregard Hung Jianxin's threatening gaze, Hung Jianxin had appeared in the game before, though his presence was not particularly strong. He had only made a few brief appearances in the early stages and had vanished later on. Qin Yi had previously found this puzzling. Considering Hung Jianxin was the chief of the Hunyuan sword sect, a figure of some significance who should have made more appearances. However, he now understood the reason. Hung Jianxin likely met his demise later on. This was not a curse upon Hung Jianxin, but rather a deduction based on factual reasoning. After all, those who fawn over others seldom enjoy a favorable fate. Luo Xiao cast one last glance back at Qin Yi before following Hung Jianxin towards the direction of the Hunyuan sword sect. Once they departed, the main contingent of the Hunyuan sword sect also withdrew. Standing atop the ruins of Hong Chengzong, Qin Yi, along with the soldiers of the Xianxia army, gazed at the departing figures of the Hunyuan sword sect. Third young master, Xianxia, suddenly spoke. "If the Hunyuan sword sect alone possesses such terrifying strength, what can we expect from the other 7 top sects, combined with all the various sects across the realm? Their power must be truly formidable." Vinyi chaklet lightly. 20 years ago, their strength was even more fearsome. Xianxia paused momentarily, then cautiously inquired, "Then why do they not? Are you suggesting that despite their sects being significantly stronger than our Chancellor's mansion, they never initiate an attack against us?" Vinyi intagestet smoothly. "Indeed, third young master. That is precisely the case." Qin Yi responded with a knowing smile. "It's quite simple, really. There are countless sects, yet our Chancellor's mansion stands alone. The desire for each other's downfall among them is no less than our own. Their alliance against the threat posed by our Chancellor's mansion is already a stretch. To expect them to launch an offensive against us would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. In fact, I would welcome such an attack. At that time, their entire main force would converge together, allowing them to eliminate the threat in one fell swoop, thus preventing any further complications from arising later." As the third young master stated, the sect was ultimately not a cause for concern. Victory was already assured. A smile of delight appeared on Xianxia's face. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yi remarked, "Perhaps, in the past, he would have confidently asserted that victory was inevitable, especially since by Ruyu, the pivotal figure in securing the sect's triumph, was effectively incapacitated. However, as he journeyed forth, his experiences broadened his perspective. Even if the Prime Minister's residence could suppress the sect, how could they annihilate the majority of it one by one? Such an endeavor would require considerable time. Moreover, as the situation progressed, the entire Qian, whether the Prime Minister's residence or the sect, would undoubtedly weaken to its utmost limits. At that point, the foreign tribes beyond Qian would not miss this opportunity and would likely conspire with the remnants of the sect to confront the Prime Minister's residence. In the game, the Prime Minister's residence, after engaging the sect, lost a critical war against the alliance led by Ruyu in a remarkably brief period, prompting a strategic withdrawal. Consequently, the game did not depict what the latter stages of the sect extermination war would entail. Thus, in the beginning, he instinctively overlooked this aspect. Chapter 57, Elder Brother. Moreover, it was uncertain whether they could maintain complete dominance. The sect was not a monolithic entity, nor was the Prime Minister's residence. In truth, there existed a fatal flaw for the Prime Minister's residence. Ultimately, it still relied on the framework of the Qin court. While the Prime Minister's residence operated in many ways independently, such as with the Xianxia army, which roamed outside the official military of the Qian in most respects, it remained intertwined with the Qin court and could not exist separately. This was not due to an absence of capability, but rather an inability to do so. If the entirety of the Qian were to function on two distinct systems, chaos would inevitably ensue, rendering effective governance impossible. Rather than pursue such a course, it would be more prudent to usurp the throne, thereby relying solely on the court system and replacing all its operatives with those from the Prime Minister's residence, ensuring a seamless transition. However, while the notion is appealing, in reality, usurpation is not a viable option. Setting aside whether Qin Yuan harbors such intentions, the resulting turmoil would be inevitable. Currently, the royalist faction within the court covertly maintains connections with the sect, merely seeking to leverage the sect's power to meddle in court disputes and topple Qin Yuan. Nevertheless, if Qin Yuan had suitable justification to send them against the sect, they would likely acquiesce, though their commitment to the cause would be uncertain. However, should a usurpation occur, the scenario would drastically change. The royalists and neutral factions within the Qin court would unequivocally align themselves with the sect, uniting to confront the Prime Minister's residence. Should such a situation arise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the game, the great Qian Dynasty had already severed ties with the Prime Minister's residence during its later stages, and the decline of the Prime Minister's authority served merely as an embellishment to its downfall. However, had the split occurred during the Prime Minister's zenith, its ramifications remained shrouded in uncertainty. Ah, how foolish of me to indulge in such idle worries. Qin Yi chided himself internally. When soldiers arrive, they shall be met with generals. When water flows, earth shall be piled high. Qin Yuan is a figure of considerable stature. Whatever I contemplate, he undoubtedly has already considered. His willingness to act implies he possesses a countermeasure. I need only to focus on my own responsibilities. Xianxia observed Qin Yi lost in thought and refrained from interrupting, remaining quietly at his side. Suddenly, Qin Yi snapped back to reality, as if struck by a significant revelation, and turned to Xianxia with a serious expression. Xianxia, does Hong Qingzong have any secret passages leading to the outside world? A secret passage? Xianxia replied, puzzled. Third young master, what do you need a secret passage for? Hong Qingzong has many such routes. For what purpose? Qin Yi pide sit. Of course, a teasing voice interjected, interrupting Qin Yi. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Qin Yi needed no guesswork to identify the speaker. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Hey, of course, to see if any remnants of Hong Qingzong's cultivators linger within the secret passage. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Xianxia, sensing the approaching figure behind him, instinctively stepped forward to shield Qin Yi. I advise you to release the third young master, otherwise, you will be unable to withstand the wrath of the Prime Minister. Xianxia remained silent, merely gesturing lightly at Xianxia. An unstoppable surge of terrifying power propelled Xianxia away, sending him tumbling across the ground. Subsequently, Xianxia seized the despondent Qin Yi and soared into the air, departing without a backward glance. The earlier attack had not harmed Xianxia, but it had knocked him to the ground. By the time he regained his footing, all that remained were the retreating figures of Xianxia and Qin Yi. It's over. I am the sinner, allowing the third young master to be abducted right beneath my nose. Xianxia's legs buckled, and he knelt in despair. All hope had vanished. The kidnapper was a practitioner of the Eighth Realm, with speed unmatched. There was no time to inform others. By the time they received the news, the assailants would have vanished without a trace. Just as despair enveloped Xianxia, he caught sight of Lian Ying standing nearby. Upon encountering the calm demeanor of Lian Ying, who exhibited no trace of panic, Xianxia queried in confusion, Lian Daoyu, the third young master has been seized by assassins. Why do you show no reaction? Lian Ying coldly retorted with a few words, this is a matter for our family. Family matters. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback. his eyes still brimming with perplexity. After a considerable pause, he finally grasped her implication. The individual from earlier was not an assassin, but rather the third young master himself, a member of the household. The third young master's family was limited in number, making it easy to deduce that the person in question was likely the eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence. Understanding dawned on him, clarifying why an assassin could approach Qin Yi, who was ensconced in the midst of countless armored guards. The reason was that the individual was indeed the eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence, possessing the same passage permit as Qin Yi. Furthermore, Qin Yi did not resist as one would in the face of true danger, but instead displayed compliance. With a sigh of relief, Xianxia thought, "This is wonderful. Since the third young master was not abducted by an assassin, he will not incur blame for the ineffectiveness of his guards." However, while he was relieved, the third young master might not fare as well. Xianxia recalled the gossip circulating about Qin Yi and Xianxia, and a smirk of schadenfreude crossed his lips. Meanwhile, in the thicket beside Hong Qingzong, the despondent Qin Yi found himself bound and suspended from a crooked tree. Below him, Xianxia, wielding a whip, regarded him with a mocking expression. Crack, crack, crack. Xianxia swung the whip through the air, then remarked, "Third young master Qin, as you endeavor to subdue Commander Hong Qingzong, everyone treats you with utmost respect, truly impressive. Yet, I wonder if you will still be impressive when the whip descends upon you. No, this is not punishment. This is a loving caress, intended to instill in you the lesson of humility." Chapter 58, Zhongheng Prefecture. Gulp. Qin Yi swallowed hard, his heart racing. A loving caress? How absurd. In that moment, Qin Yi's resolve solidified. His relentless pursuit of strength was not merely to seize control of his fate. Such matters were trivial. His ultimate aim was to one day possess the power to turn the tables, to suspend Xianxia and deliver a few lashes in return. But that was a concern for another day. For now, he must play the part of the meek. "Hey, brother, it's been a long time. I missed you dearly. You mentioned I was too ostentatious, but I believe you are mistaken. I am being quite discreet." A chill flickered across Xianxia's face. "Umph. Discreet? You're the most aware of anyone that across the realm who does not know the illustrious name of third young master Qin. This truly does not pertain to me, much like my appointment as the commander against Hong Qingzong. This was entirely my father's decision, and I had no desire to be in the spotlight regarding this matter." Qin Yi hastily clarified. "It was my father's intention." Xianxia furrowed his brows, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. "Elder brother, please set me down. Let us find a tranquil place to reminisce." Xianxia's expression returned to its previous state as he remarked, "Indeed, it is time to reminisce. Do you still recall when I vowed that should you venture beyond the imperial capital, I would bind you to a tree and whip you for 3 days and nights? I remember, of course. However, this time my departure from the capital has been sanctioned by the elder." "Ah, father has given his approval," Xianxia retorted. "But what does that have to do with my warning to you? I never stated that my words would be nullified if father consented." With that, he lifted the whip once more. "Wait, elder brother. I recognize my mistakes and am willing to accept punishment, but might you postpone the whipping? I find myself in a state of enlightenment lately. In this state, my path of cultivation has gradually clarified, and my progress has surged. If you strike me now, I fear I shall be pulled from this state and regress to my former self, where my cultivation stagnated for years." Realizing he could not evade his fate, Qin Yi resolved to bide his time until he could turn the tables. However, Xianxia was not swayed by such excuses. Enlightenment? Huh, such deceit. And you cannot even concoct a credible rationale. Yet, I could indeed refrain from administering my loving touch this time, on the condition that you assist me with a certain task. "What task?" Qin Yi, taken aback by the prospect of a reprieve, wore an expression of delight. Xianxia snapped his fingers, severing the ropes that bound Qin Yi. Then with hands clasped behind his back, he strode deeper into the thicket. "Follow me." Qin Yi hurriedly trailed behind. After traversing a distance, he beheld the 1,000-meter sword marks and the corpses strewn about. "Are these the people from the beyond heaven?" he inquired. Indeed, the reality aligned with his expectations. The formidable forces from beyond heaven had been dealt with by Xianxia. The elder brother halted, turning to say, "Indeed, it is beyond heaven. Do you know where their headquarters lies in the vast expanse?" "Presumably, it is in Zhonghengshu," Qin Yi replied. "Correct." Xianxia nodded slightly, then shifted the conversation. "You should be aware of what I've been engaged in these years." "Why do you ask, elder brother? Who among the world is unaware that you in your noble endeavor to uphold the backbone of the great Qian's cultural path, willingly forsook worldly power to seek wisdom at the Xianxia Academy, absorbing the legacies left by the sages? Indeed, due to your grand actions, the populace has ceased to vilify us collectively. They now avoid condemning you directly. Previously, they would label our entire family as wretched. Now, to avoid misattributing blame, they only chastise me, father, and second brother while intentionally omitting your name. Qin Yi stifled a chuckle, adopting a serious demeanor. The notion of Qin Xianxia being at the Xianxia Academy is nothing short of a grand jest. One of Qin Xianxia's least favorite pursuits is the act of scholarly reading. The individual currently residing in the Xianxia Academy is merely a surrogate. This ploy serves to mask the truth, for the genuine Qin Xianxia is presently at the Tian Yi Tower, serving as its master. However, this scheme is rather rudimentary. Even though Qin Mu Yuan has meticulously crafted an image of Qin Xianxia as a dedicated scholar since childhood, one need only ponder briefly. Could a violent man who delights in whipping his own kin truly embody the essence of a cultured individual? Qin Xianxia's lips twitched slightly before he spoke. It seems you are indeed well informed. You ought to understand my purpose for going to the Tian Yi Tower. I do, came the response. The reason Qin Xianxia seeks the Tian Yi Tower is that both it and the Tianwaishan are situated within the central Hangzhou. Central Hangzhou, the heart of the realm, is the largest province in the vast Qian, where the once preeminent sect, the Taiwan sect, once stood. Following the demise of the Taiwan sect, a significant power vacuum emerged in central Hangzhou. Those forces and rogue cultivators unable to thrive in their respective provinces gravitated towards central Hangzhou. Over time, the strength of central Hangzhou has somewhat recuperated compared to the period before the Taiwan sect's fall. Nevertheless, this power remains highly fragmented, composed of numerous independent factions. Qin Xianxia's objective in venturing to central Hangzhou is to devise a means to consolidate these forces and ultimately harness them for the use of the Prime Minister's office. It is good that you understand. Years ago, I selected the Tian Yi Tower with the intention of using it as a nucleus to command the other factions in central Hangzhou, and I have seen some success in this endeavor over the years. What I require of you is to act on my behalf to unify all of central Hangzhou. At this juncture, Qin Xianxia cast a calm gaze upon Qin Yi. Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the request. And what of you? If I accomplish your task, what will you do? He continued. Surely you do not genuinely wish to attend the Xianxia Academy to comprehend the wisdom of the sages. Qin Xianxia did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his body to gaze at the setting sun. Are you heading west? Indeed, Qin Xianxia replied. In the west, a formidable dynasty is emerging, of which we possess scant knowledge. Regardless of whether they become our adversaries or allies in the future, we must ultimately engage with them. Therefore, I wish to journey there to gain insight into their affairs. Furthermore, I sense something calling to me from that direction. Upon concluding his words, Qin Xianxia turned back, once again meeting Qin Yi's gaze with a serene countenance. Qin Yi recognized that Qin Xianxia was awaiting his response. Ahem, I can acquiesce to your request. But let it be known that if things go awry, it is not my responsibility, Qin Yi replied, spreading his hands. He did not harbor any aversion to the idea of traveling to central Hangzhou, as that was indeed the purpose of his journey. However, he remained uncertain about the feasibility of unifying central Hangzhou. Qin's lips curled slightly as he bled, remarking that this time, it was not merely a matter of 3 days. 3 months would scarcely suffice. Chapter 59. The choice of Bai Ruyu in the Yu family village, within Bai Qingshan's abode. He sat at the edge of the bed where a robust man, bound in bandages, lay. Cough, cough. Long Liqui struggled to sit up. Observing this, Bai Qingshan promptly pressed him down. Li Qi, you are injured. It is best for you to remain lying down. Very well, brother Bai, Long Liqui replied, his face brimming with excitement as he gazed at Bai Qingshan. I never imagined you survived, and chose to seclude yourself in this mountain village. What a stroke of fate that you encountered me, gravely wounded and unconscious. To be candid, had it not been for you, brother Bai, I would have perished. Considering all the kindness you have shown me over the years, I am at a loss as to how I can ever repay you. After many years, reuniting with a brother who once traversed the world alongside him, filled Bai Qingshan with joy. He smiled and said, focus on your recovery. There is no need for such formalities between brothers. By the way, Li Qi, what have you been up to all these years? How have you fared? Long Liqui shook his head with a sigh. Brother Bai, do you not know me? My abilities have always paled in comparison to yours. After your disappearance, I lost your support, and, over the years, have accomplished nothing. To survive, I joined the Tian and became a silver-ranked assassin. The reason for my severe injuries this time was due to an ambush during a targeted assassination. Ultimately, I had to employ all my skills to escape. As he spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Long Lequi's eyes. Those from the Hunyuan sword sect are truly despicable. Were it not for them, you and I would have long since carved out our own domain in the Qian. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingshan's eyes darkened momentarily. Long Lequi seemed to recall something and continued. That person earlier was your disciple, was he not? He referred to Bai Ruyu who, while his consciousness was returning yet unable to move, had sensed Bai Ruyu entering the room to bring water for cleaning his wounds. Bai Qingshan's face lit up with a smile again at the mention of Bai Ruyu. Indeed, his name is Bai Ruyu. He is a good child. Long Lequi nodded and remarked, I noticed that Ryu possesses a certain cultivation. It seems he has a talent for it. Brother Bai, do you intend to keep him away from the turmoil of the outside world, allowing him to remain here with you in this mountain village? Or shall he venture out to explore the broader world? Bai Qingshan chuckled lightly in response. To be honest, Ryu has already ventured out into the world, but lacked the strength to withstand it, leading to his return. Upon hearing the words of Long Lequi, he did not ponder for long and continued, Brother Bai, how about this? Once I have recovered from my injuries, I will take my disciple Ryu along for our adventures. With my protection, Ryu will find the journey considerably easier. Bai Qingshan did not respond immediately. Initially, he indeed entertained the thought of allowing Bai Ruyu to accompany Long Lequi on his escapades. However, after Long Lequi revealed his profession as an assassin, he hesitated. Being an assassin is hardly an honorable vocation. The inherent dangers are one matter, but it also strips away one's humanity. Throughout the years, he had instilled in Bai Ruyu the importance of approaching hatred with reason, for when a person is blinded by hatred, they cannot travel far. The same principle applies to being ensnared in slaughter. Master, please let me go. A sharp sound pierced the air as the door to the room swung open. Bai Qingshan turned to see Bai Ruyu standing at the threshold, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination. Ruyu, Master, Bai Ruyu interrupted. I believe you have somewhat missed the point. You have always taught me that evading hatred is not a great skill. What you have truly imparted is the ability to harness hatred. In this instance, I think it is the same. My objective is not to evade slaughter, but to master it. Bai Qingshan found himself momentarily speechless. After a pause, he replied, Since you comprehend the underlying truth, you may proceed. I only hope that in the future, you will indeed master slaughter rather than be consumed by it. Ryu will not fail in fulfilling your trust, Master. Soon, the time for their parting arrived. After exchanging words, Bai Ruyu followed Long Lequi, leaving without a backward glance, not even acknowledging Gong Rushue, who stood beside Bai Qingshan. Since that night, Bai Ruyu had seemingly transformed, neglecting Gong Rushue entirely, and their conversations dwindled to almost nothing. Faced with the indifference of someone she had intended to send off with good intentions, Gong Rushue gritted her teeth, her face a portrait of grievance. On the verge of tears, was it truly necessary to treat me this way over a single rejection? All men are the same. Emotions are mere facades, driven only by lust for women. Gong Rushue lamented silently. Bai Qingshan naturally noticed the tension between Gong Rushue and Bai Ruyu, but he deemed it inappropriate to meddle in their personal affairs. Master, I feel unsettled and wish to take a walk in the village. Very well, go ahead. After bidding farewell to Bai Qingshan, a fuming Gong Rushue wandered along the country path. Before long, she found herself leaving Yujia village and entering the forest. Eventually, she halted at a slope. Aware that the depths of the forest could be perilous, she prepared to return. Just then, a sudden roar pierced the silence. There's a ghost. The shout was startlingly loud and abrupt. Unprepared, Gong Rushue was startled by a sudden shout, her balance faltering as she slipped backward, tumbling down the slope. A wave of dread washed over her. The incline behind her was steep and lacking any martial prowess. A fall could prove fatal, or at the very least, leave her severely injured. In her descent, she attempted to grasp a nearby branch, but failed. Instead, she cascaded down the slope uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, Gong Rushue landed on the ground. After a painful roll, she mustered the strength to rise, ignoring the sharp aches coursing through her body. She then began to survey her surroundings, discovering a cave at the foot of the slope. Fortunately, the cavern was not deep, and her fall had not resulted in severe injury. Once she assessed her situation, Gong Rushue cursed the source of the earlier shout 100 times in her mind before preparing to call for help. Just then, an ancient voice broke the silence. Greetings. Upon hearing this voice, Gong Rushue's expression shifted dramatically. There was someone else in the cave. She quickly re-examined her surroundings and soon noticed a corner she had previously overlooked, where an elderly man, covered in blood and wearing a sinister expression, sat beside a skeleton. The horrifying sight caused her legs to weaken, and she collapsed to the ground. He, the bloodied elder cackled. Truly, the heavens do not wish for my demise. After my cultivation was depleted, I thought my end was nigh. Yet, unexpectedly, I have stumbled upon the legendary resting place of the saint, Yin Zun. With the elixirs left by Yin Zun, I have managed to survive a while longer. Now, it seems a new body has presented itself to me. By employing the secret methods left by Yin Zun, I can seize it and escape death. Without further ado, the elder, Hong Qingzong, rushed towards Gong Rushue. Do not come any closer, she screamed, her voice filled with terror, yet she was powerless to resist as he seized her. Pressing his hand against her head, he declared, I am coming. In the next moment, Hong Qingzong's soul surged from his body into Gong Rushue's. The pain from the invasive soul caused her immense suffering, and she reached out in a desperate attempt to push him away. At that moment, the elder spoke again. Do not resist. I will not completely take over your body. We shall merely share it. You should feel honored to share your form with an 8th-realm expert. Soul possession is a technique only attainable by those of the legendary 10th realm. The arcane technique he employs now appears akin to possession, yet it is not. He merely resides his spirit within the body of the woman before him, while her own soul remains unconsumed. The ultimate outcome is that he and this woman share a singular corporeal vessel. Soon, all had settled into place. The body of the venerable Hong Qingzong, having lost its spirit, became but an empty shell. In the next moment, Gong Rushue broke free from the control. When the spirit of Hong Qingzong entered her own body, Gong Rushue believed she had encountered the fabled act of possession. Although possession had not transpired and she retained her soul, the thought of an elderly spirit residing within her pristine and transcendent body evoked a profound impulse for self-destruction. Seeing the rubble nearby, Gong Rushue grasped a stone and aimed to strike her own head. Just as the stone was about to make contact, she realized her hand was immovable. The spirit of Hong Qingzong in her mind exerted its influence, seizing control over a portion of her body. How infuriating! Gong Rushue refused to yield, exerting her will to reclaim dominion over her own form. Observing this, Hong Qingzong hastily implored, My dear girl, do not act thus. Our union is truly not a misfortune for you. Gong Rushue remained obstinate, her actions unceasing. Hong Qingzong continued to persuade, My dear girl, I have glimpsed fragments of your memories, and I am astonished at our shared destiny. The third son of the Prime Minister's residence, who has subjected you to such humiliation, is also my adversary. He is the one responsible for my current plight. I understand the hatred you harbor for Qin Yi. I share that sentiment. I can aid you in your cultivation, transforming you into an unparalleled master, granting you the power for vengeance. Yes, and that by Ryu, who disregarded you today, shall soon find himself unworthy of your attention. With each enticing word from Hong Qingzong, Gong Rushue's struggle for control gradually diminished. She scoffed at the notion. Help me cultivate? I possess no talent for cultivation. How can you assist me? Hong Qingzong looked at you. You should be able to perceive fragments of my memories. You must know that I have inherited the complete legacy of the 9 realms' formidable Yin Zun. Within this legacy lie numerous methods to aid someone like you in your cultivation. Come now, allow me to teach you. Once you have attained power, you shall escape this cavern on your own. Subsequently, a harmonious voice resonated throughout the cave. First do this, then that. Oh, alas, why are you so clumsy? You made an error here. I beg your pardon, esteemed elder. Outside the cave, in the eastern region of Liyue, stood a figure with an icy gaze, calmly observing the cavern. After a brief moment, she turned and departed. In the desolate expanse of the great crocodile swamp, one of the most inhospitable locales in the entirety of Xianxia, miasma permeated the air, rendering it nearly unlivable for ordinary folk. Yet, unexpectedly, the headquarters of the third-ranking assassin organization, the Celestial Tower, lay deep within this very swamp. Within the confines of the headquarters, a sudden voice shattered the tranquility. Sister, there's trouble. A candidate has been chosen for our hall's leader. The speaker was a stout man with an earnest appearance. Inside the courtyard, a strikingly composed woman, her figure alluring and her hair styled in a high ponytail, was practicing her throwing darts against a straw dummy. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned sharply, her piercing eyes narrowing at the stout man. Who? The stout man hastily replied, It's neither you nor anyone else from our hall. It's a young gentleman named Yuan Hong. No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a palpable aura of menace enveloping them. Yin Chuing paused momentarily before responding in a calm tone. Oh, is that so? Who appointed him? It was Master Zhang, he answered. Did you inquire with Master Zhang about this Yuan Hang's background and qualifications to lead our hall? I did. And Master Zhang's response was that his orders are none of your concern. The stout man felt the oppressive aura intensify, lowering his head as he trembled. With a crack, he turned to see Yin Chuing effortlessly snap a dart in two with her delicate hand, overwhelmed by fury ignited from the stout man's words. Her chest heaved with barely contained rage. Indeed, this Zhang is nothing but a fool, she rasped. Since the arrival of the Pavilion Master, the Celestial Tower had transformed from a precarious existence to the current second-ranking assassin organization. It could be said that without the Pavilion Master's contributions, the Celestial Tower would not be what it is today. The Pavilion Master had once stated that for the organization to thrive, unity must prevail. Rewards and punishments must be clear, and nepotism strictly forbidden. He had especially emphasized the latter. Should anyone be found to have gained entry through underhanded means, that individual was to be eliminated and presented before him. I cannot disregard the Pavilion Master's words. Let us go and deal with this interloper immediately. With that, Yin Chuing drew her sword and strode purposefully out of the courtyard. The stout man, though reluctant to follow, dared not defy her and trail behind. Chapter 61. Seeking Justice. In another residence within the Celestial Tower is truly outrageous. As an NPC who has yet to make an appearance within the game, the proficiency and talent of this character are astonishingly comparable to that of the protagonist. Qin Yi, donning a mask, gazed at Ruan Qi, who was diligently cultivating before him. His curiosity piqued. Upon arriving at the Celestial Tower, Ruan Qi was liberated from the constraints imposed by Hong Qingzong, leading him to immerse himself in relentless training. In less than half a month, Ruan Qi's cultivation ascended from the 5th realm to the 6th, and his stability in this new level was remarkable. He resembled an experienced practitioner who had been entrenched in this realm for years, rather than a novice merely breaking through. After observing Ruan Qi's training, Qin Yi seated himself at a nearby table and began to peruse the tomes laid out before him. These texts chronicled the majority of information pertaining to the Celestial Tower. As the second-ranked assassin organization, the Celestial Tower boasted a multitude of members and an intricate hierarchy. At the top, aside from the Tower Master, were 4 esteemed Pavilion Masters, each overseeing several branch leaders, beneath whom were the Hall Masters. His current role was that of one among the countless Hall Masters within the Celestial Tower. Xianxia had informed him that this arrangement was designed to allow him to start from the grassroots level, gradually understanding the entire organization in preparation for mastering it fully. However, he perceived the situation as more complex than that. It was likely that Xianxia intended to test him. Should he perform poorly during his tenure as a Hall Master, Xianxia would probably opt to abandon his plans for the Western Territories or choose to conquer the entire central Hangzhou himself. The courtyard soon fell into tranquility, the only sound being the rustling of pages as Qin Yi read intently. Unbeknownst to him, outside the courtyard, Yin Chuing had arrived. Upon encountering the firmly shut door, she pulled back the small, plump figure who was about to knock. Advancing a step, the woman delivered a forceful kick. Instantly, the door shattered into fragments, the largest shard hurtling directly towards Qin Yi, who remained engrossed in his reading. As he sensed the approaching danger, his brow furrowed. In the next moment, he stood, lifting the table with one hand while hoisting the chair with the other. With a swift motion, he evaded the incoming debris, taking the table and chair with him. Exhaling deeply, Qin Yi set down the furniture and turned to regard the shards that lay scattered on the ground. Had he been struck by the fragment, his physical resilience would have rendered him unharmed. However, a collision with the table and chair, both crafted from wood, could lead to significant damage. Any losses in the Hall Master's domain would be deducted from his salary. Having already incurred the cost of a door, he could not afford to lose the price of an entire set of seating. At the entrance, Yin Chuing, having established her authority with her initial display, tempered her temper and prepared to extend a few courteous words to Qin Yi, the privileged young man who had gained entry through less than honorable means. Her customary approach was to extend courtesy before resorting to force. However, upon witnessing Qin Yi, Shuing's suppressed fury erupted once more. This is utterly outrageous. Setting aside the matter of favoritism, your audacity is simply intolerable. You may have smuggled a cultivator of the sixth realm in, and some might manage to endure that. But to appoint an insignificant insect of the fourth realm as the hall master, if this news were spread, it wouldn't just be her. The entire hall would be unable to bear it. For there isn't a single cultivator of the fourth realm in the entire hall. Even a fourth realm insect lacks the qualifications to become an ordinary assassin within the hall, let alone rise above everyone as the master. Yuan Heng. Shuing gritted her teeth. Hearing someone call her name, Qin Yi turned, looking at the woman, his brow furrowing. Shuing. Having reviewed the profiles of everyone in the hall, Qin Yi instantly recognized her. She was the strongest and most accomplished assassin in the hall, known for her fiery temperament and her fierce vendetta against evil. After the previous hall master's demise, Shuing was the most qualified to assume the mantle of the new hall master. Yet, her position had been usurped by this interloper. With this thought, Qin Yi offered Shuing a slight smile. Dao, a pleasure to finally meet you. You must be aware of my name. I am Yuan Heng. I'll look forward to your guidance. Shuing remained unmoved by Qin Yi's cordiality. Her tone was icy as she retorted, if you possess the capability, then face me in battle, and let me see if you're worthy of being the hall master. Qin Yi maintained his smile, gently shaking his head. No, Dao, I'm not your opponent. Not far away. Shi exited his meditative state, slowly opening his eyes to behold Shuing before him. A glimmer of desire flickered in his gaze. He sensed that Shuing was formidable. Having recently broken through to the sixth realm, he yearned to engage with such a powerful adversary. Shuing also noticed Shi's scrutiny. With a slight arch of her brows, she assessed him. This person is the bodyguard of that scion, Yuan Heng. He seems to possess considerable strength. Very well. Merely dealing with the worthless Yuan Heng is not a significant feat. If I must act, I shall take care of his bodyguard as well. Though their thoughts diverged, their objectives aligned. Soon, two opposing forces surged within the secluded courtyard. Will you strike first, or shall I? Shuing inquired. After a brief silence, Shi replied, I will. In the next moment, Shi drew his sword. A thin azure blade aura enveloped the sword in his hand. With a swift motion, he unleashed several streams of sword energy, cutting directly towards Shuing. Interesting. Such a commonplace sword technique can wield such power, Shuing thought, setting aside her initial disdain. She extended a delicate hand to draw forth the soft sword coiled at her waist. With a few swift strokes, the oncoming sword aura was shattered into fragments. Then, using a mysterious footwork, Shuing arrived beside Shi in the blink of an eye. The soft sword in her hand struck like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for Shi's vital point. Shi reacted swiftly, dodging the attack and launching a counteroffensive. In a brief span of time, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of over 10 moves. The ensuing shockwaves from their battle wreaked havoc upon everything in the courtyard. Qin Yi salvaged what little could be rescued and positioned himself to shield against the tumultuous aftermath of the conflict. Once this was accomplished, Qin Yi turned his gaze towards the small, plump figure standing at the doorway. He waved his hand, beckoning the boy to approach. The boy, with a conflicted expression, ultimately gritted his teeth and stepped forward. You are called Heng Puan, Qin Yi addressed him. The boy nodded, replying, Yes, master, I am called Heng Puan. Then tell me, who do you believe will emerge victorious between the two? Qin Yi inquired, looking towards the ongoing battle in the center of the courtyard. Heng Puan hesitated, opening his mouth but failing to utter a word. Although the combatants appeared evenly matched, his trust in Shuing led him to believe she would ultimately prevail. Yet, he feared offending Qin Yi by voicing such a thought, rendering him speechless. After a moment, Heng Puan resolved to risk Qin Yi's displeasure and share his opinion. Just then, a furious voice erupted. What are you two doing? As the words fell, a sharp blade of energy sliced through the air towards the combatants. Shi and Shuing's expressions shifted, and they swiftly retreated, skillfully evading the imminent strike. Observing this, Qin Yi cast his gaze towards the entrance, where a burly figure with a shaved head stormed in, radiating fury. This man was none other than his superior, Master Zhang. Greetings, Master Zhang, Heng Puan stammered, startled by the sudden appearance of the leader. Master Zhang paid him no mind and instead focused on Qin Yi, offering a nod of acknowledgement with a friendly smile. Then, His demeanor turned icy as he addressed the two, still wielding their weapons. There are rules in the heavenly outer pavilion. Aside from the martial arts hall, no combat is permitted within. Do you wish to be expelled from the heavenly outer pavilion? Oof. Qian scoffed, her eyes narrowing as she faced her superior without an ounce of trepidation. I believe there should be more than just myself facing expulsion from the heavenly outer pavilion. Wouldn't you agree, Master Zhang? Master Zhang furrowed his brow, questioning. Qian, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Qian extended a finger, pointing back at Qin Yi. Zhang, the leader, I am uncertain whether he is your offspring in disguise or merely a relative of yours. Previously, I regarded you as a commendable individual, but it appears I have been mistaken. Today, with me, Qian present, you shall not succeed in clandestinely ushering someone into the Xianxia tower. As her words echoed, the entire courtyard fell into an immediate hush. Zhang, the captain, rubbed his bald head, averting his gaze, unable to meet the resolute stare of Qian. Observing this gesture from Zhang, a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of Qian's mouth. Ah, so you're feeling guilty. Were Zhang to comprehend Qian's current thoughts, he would surely be incensed. He was at a loss for words. This so-called young Master Yuanheng was placed here by the Pavilion Master. What connection did that have with him? However, since the Pavilion Master was his superior, he could only bear the brunt of the blame. Fortunately, at this moment, Qin Yi came to Zhang's aid, alleviating the tension. Friend Yin, it was not this Zhang who arranged for me to enter the Xianxia tower, but rather your esteemed Pavilion Master. Qian scoffed, her face a mask of disdain. You, who rely on backdoor dealings, have the audacity to slander the Pavilion Master. Before her words could fully dissipate, a chilling voice interjected. It is I. Upon hearing this voice, Qian was momentarily stunned. Xianxia, masked and enigmatic, had appeared in the courtyard, seemingly to clarify any misunderstandings from earlier. He continued, it was I who appointed Yuanheng to the position of Hall Master. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Qian. In the distance, Hung Pang's expression darkened upon hearing this revelation, as he regarded Qian with a torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind. The head of the sisterhood, upon learning the truth, must be profoundly disappointed. The Pavilion Master she had always revered was, in fact, one to favor Qin. Hey! Xianxia called out. Ah! A startled scream escaped Qian as she regained her senses. When she noticed Xianxia's unwavering gaze upon her, her cheeks flushed crimson. Struggling to contain her excitement, she respectfully addressed him. Qian pays her respects to the Pavilion Master. Today, I failed to extend a proper welcome, and I hope the Pavilion Master will forgive my oversight. Regarding Hall Master Yuan's affairs, I trust the Pavilion Master has unique intentions behind this arrangement. I shall wholeheartedly cooperate with Hall Master Yuan's duties henceforth. At this point, Qian turned to Qin Yi, apologizing. Hall Master Yuan, I was unaware of your association with the Pavilion Master beforehand, so if I have caused any offense, I kindly ask for your forgiveness. Qin Yi chuckled lightly. No need for concern. In truth, your actions were not amiss. Thank you for your understanding, Hall Master Yuan. Qian bowed once more. During her bow, she noticed Hung Pang standing beside Qin Yi, and her brow furrowed in confusion. What was the matter with Hung Pang? Why did he regard her with such a bewildered expression? It truly baffled her. Enough, she concluded. Xianxia spoke. Since everything has been resolved, we shall disperse. Additionally, Qin and Yuanheng, come with me. In Xianxia's chamber, he inquired, what brings you here? Turning to Qin Yi, he commanded, hand me your white dragon spear. Very well. Qin Yi replied without further inquiry, promptly producing the spear. You've disturbed my slumber, grumbled the dragon within the spear. Moments latte. It beheld Qin Yi transferring the white dragon spear to Xianxia. What is this? The dragon exclaimed. Xianxia seized the spear with one hand, lifting it to scrutinize closely. After a brief pause, he remarked, this is how you treat a venerable figure of the demon god level. Qin Yi, the dragon, upon hearing this, became instantly agitated, opting to voice his thoughts aloud rather than through telepathy. Qin Yi, do you not see? Your brother shows me far more respect than you do. In recent days, the dragon had discerned Qin Yi's true identity and had even glimpsed Xianxia through the white dragon spear. Suppressing a laugh, Qin Yi chose to remain silent, casting a curious glance at Xianxia, eager to discern his intentions. Young one, the dragon addressed Xianxia. I believe aligning with you holds far greater promise than following that boy Qin Yi. If you permit me to accompany you with my assistance. The dragon's voice was laced with temptation, seeking to persuade Qin Xianxia to wrest the white dragon spear from Qin Yi and subsequently entice him into releasing it. He felt confident, as this Qin Xianxia appeared far more manageable than Qin Yi. However, in the next moment, the dragon's enticing tone abruptly ceased, replaced by a surge of panic. "No, young one, what is that in your hand?" In Qin Xianxia's other hand, a bottle had materialized, containing a swirling mass of gray mist. The mist exuded an eerie aura, writhing within the confines of the bottle as if imbued with life. Despite the dragon's vast experience as a legendary demon god, he could not identify the nature of this peculiar gray mist. Its initial impression suggested a form of spirit. It lacked the distinctive soul energy associated with such entities. Nonetheless, understanding its essence was of little consequence at that moment, for the emergence of the gray mist ignited an overwhelming sense of dread and revulsion within him, signaling that it was indeed no benign substance. With a sharp crack, the glass shattered as Qin Xianxia crushed the bottle, grasping the gray mist firmly in his hand. He then extended his hand, still clutching the mist, towards the white dragon spear. No! The dragon's fear and loathing intensified as the gray mist drew nearer. "Qin Yi, you must compel him to remove this object. If you do so, I shall never defy your commands again," the demon dragon implored with a tone of desperation. A subtle smile graced Qin Yi's lips, as he reveled in the realization of his dominion. Remained unmoved, he observed Qin Xianxia encase the gray mist prior to inserting it into the white dragon spear. "Ah!" The demon dragon emitted a wretched cry, as if grievously assaulted, while the spear quivered incessantly. "What on earth is this? It is invading my very soul. Cursed be it. Who can assist me in expelling this entity?" Listening to the demon dragon's heart-rending wails, Qin Yi felt a flicker of sympathy arise within him. Yet more than sympathy, he was consumed with curiosity about Qin Xianxia's intentions towards the dragon. Seemingly attuned to Qin Yi's thoughts, Qin Xianxia spoke with an icy demeanor. "This gray mist was procured from a perilous location. Its precise nature eludes me, but through our experimentation, we discerned its ability to corrode the soul. Those souls thus affected become susceptible to its influence, occasionally spiraling into uncontrollable chaos. Furthermore, this mist possesses a progenitor. Upon extracting it from its sealed confinement, it will invariably be drawn to its source, regardless of distance." "How remarkable!" Qin Yi exclaimed, astonishment etched upon his features. For this was his inaugural encounter with such a phenomenon. He hastily glanced at the white dragon spear, which was now gradually regaining its composure, suggesting that the gray mist had successfully begun to erode the demon dragon's essence. "Has it succeeded?" "Xin Yi inwit. I cannot say. This is my first attempt," came the uncertain reply. Minutes passed, and the brothers exchanged glances as they beheld the unresponsive spear. "Brother, do you think it has perished?" Qin Yi hesitated, retracting his gaze. The demise of the demon dragon would indeed be a significant loss. "It should not be," Qin Xianxia countered, producing yet another glass vial containing a similar gray mist. As he twisted the cap open, the previously motionless white dragon spear erupted into violent tremors. With a piercing scream, the demon dragon's cry echoed as crimson mist spilled forth from the spear's body. In the next instant, the entire white dragon spear became enveloped in a golden radiance, triggered by the formation of confinement and destruction within. The intertwining of the two distinct colors unleashed a torrent of energy, as the laws of the formation relentlessly annihilated the crimson mist. Yet, faced with the deterioration of its soul, the demon dragon within the spear became frenzied, persistently battering against its confines in a desperate bid for escape. Should this continue, the demon dragon's essence would soon be reduced to naught but ash. At this moment, Qin Xianxia reached out and tightened the cap of the glass bottle. Everything came to an abrupt halt, and the white dragon spear returned to a state of tranquility. Observing this, Qin Xianxia handed the spear back to Qin Yi. Simultaneously, he spoke in a tone befitting an elder. To merely rely on a trapping formation and a killing formation and to believe one could control the spirit of a demon god, how utterly disrespectful that is. I have now placed an additional set of restrictions upon him. Should the day come when you are slain by this demon dragon, I shall summon him with the mother body and exact vengeance for you." Qin Xianxia's words seemed directed at the demon dragon residing within the white dragon spear. The demon dragon, sensing the weight of these words, gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well. Indeed, you two are truly devils. Have I fallen into your hands as a result of my past transgressions, a punishment for my sins? By the end of his lament, the demon dragon nearly wept. "Thank you, elder brother," Qin Yi said hurriedly as he received the white dragon spear. Though he was confident in his ability to control the demon dragon with his own strength, he was deeply moved by Qin Jinxiu's willingness to do so much for his safety. Qin Jinxiu nodded, then continued, "Soon, when you meet your second brother and father, remember to show them the white dragon spear. They may possess better methods." "What? There are two more?" Before Qin Yi could respond, the demon dragon could no longer contain himself. "Is there no justice in this world?" he bellowed, feeling an impulse to disperse his own spirit. "Very well," Qin Yi said as he stored the white dragon spear away, a slight smile gracing his lips. "If that is the case, you may leave." With everything settled, Qin Jinxiu began to issue his farewell. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he called out to Qin Yi, "Wait, there's one more matter." Qin Yi halted and turned back, inquiring, "What is it?" Qin Jinxiu tossed a volume of martial arts techniques to Qin Yi, stating, "Your subordinate is quite capable. Give him a new set of techniques." Instinctively, Qin Yi caught the volume. It appeared that Qin Jinxiu recognized Yuan Qi's exceptional potential, understanding he was a talent worth cultivating. However, Qin Yi chuckled softly and tossed the offered volume back. "No need. I shall find a powerful set of techniques for him myself." Yuan Qi was now his subordinate, and the matter of providing Yuan Qi with new techniques weighed heavily on his mind. The reason he had yet to take action was that the martial arts techniques he prepared for Yuan Qi had not yet reached him. As you wish. Chapter 63, A Celestial Task. How intriguing. I never anticipated that my arrival would instigate such a significant shift in the narrative. In the hall of the leader, Qin Yi wore a smile as he perused the intelligence delivered by Dongfang Liyue. Gong Rushue had acquired the inheritance of the Yin sovereign. The Yin sovereign was a sage from over a century ago, whose life was steeped in legend, and whose tale remains unfinished to this day. In the game, Gong Rushue similarly received the Yin sovereign's legacy, propelling her to unprecedented heights. However, what sets it apart is that in the game, Gong Rushue has not been parasitized by the spirit of the venerable Hong Chengzong. Faced with such significant changes, Qin Yi's heart is brimming with anticipation, eager to witness how this incarnation of Gong Rushue will ultimately unfold. "Big sister, do you think the Master of the Abyss is still concealing his true capabilities?" Hung Pang stood outside the door, casting furtive glances at Qin Yi within. Beside him, Yin Chuying remained silent. It has been a month since Yuan Hong became the head of the hall, and during this time, he has neither undertaken missions nor engaged in cultivation, idling away his days with books, often bursting into inexplicable laughter. Although she firmly believes in the decisions of the hall leader, she cannot help but harbor doubts. It is not a question of doubting the hall leader, but rather whether Yuan Hong has employed some means to deceive her, or if he is, in fact, the elusive son of the mysterious lord of the building. In a hierarchy where rank commands respect, even the hall leader is rendered powerless. After a moment's contemplation, a thought emerged in Yin Chuying's mind. This is simple. We can ascertain whether he is indeed concealing his skills with a mere test. With that, she approached Qin Yi. "Hall Master, I have a task that requires several individuals to collaborate in order to accomplish an assassination mission. It has been quite some time since our hall has undertaken such a task. What do you think about accepting it?" Upon reaching Qin Yi's side, Yin Chuying winked and smiled. "Please allow me to review it first." Qin Yi reached out and took the task list from her hands. Assassination missions are categorized into two types: singular assassination tasks, which can be completed by an individual, and group assassination tasks, which necessitate the cooperation of multiple participants, typically led by the hall master. Qin Yi swiftly scanned the information on the task list and decisively proclaimed, "We shall accept this mission, and I will personally lead the team." This will be the first task executed by the hall master. "I would also like to apply to join and assist you in achieving a successful start," Yin Chuying replied with a smile. Her objective was fulfilled. By embarking on this mission, she could analyze Yuan Heng's performance and ascertain whether he truly possesses the mettle required. "I appreciate it, Taoist friend Yin. Let's go, Yuan Qi." The group did not set off immediately. Instead, they prepared to first visit the task assignment location to inform the responsible party of their intention to accept the mission. However, as they stepped outside, they encountered a group of individuals waiting for them. "Li Hao, what are your people from the second hall doing here?" Yin Chuying inquired coldly. Observing the group, at the forefront, Li Hao, the head of the second hall, replied with a smile, "We just heard that you were inquiring about Task 76. Coincidentally, we in the second hall are also preparing to undertake this mission, so I advise you not to compete with us." Yin Chuying's delicate face darkened, and she coldly remarked, "For you two halls, do you dare to threaten our hall? If you possess any skill, bring back Nan Gongting's head before I do." Nan Gongting is the target of this mission. He is a notorious flower thief, renowned for his unique agility. Having traversed the entirety of Xianxia for over a decade with unparalleled success, beyond his formidable strength, Nan Gongting has managed to survive this long without being killed due to his astute understanding of circumstances, never targeting the women of powerful factions. Perhaps due to his prolonged success, he has become somewhat overconfident, recently shifting his focus to the women of these formidable factions. This time, his sights were set on the concubine of the Lord of Xianing Fort, a first-rate power in Xianxia. Upon infiltrating the concubine's chamber, he was discovered by the guards of Xianing Fort. Utilizing his exceptional skills, he managed to escape. But the Lord of Xianing Fort was incensed upon learning of the incident. He not only dispatched elite members of Xianing Fort to pursue Nan Gongting, but also issued a bounty across all assassin organizations in Xianxia, inciting them to hunt him down. Interestingly, it is rumored that the Lord's fury was not solely due to the near humiliation he faced, but rather because Nan Gongting had stolen a pair of his trousers, which contained a monumental secret. With such rumors circulating, even without the bounty, many assassins found themselves intrigued by the incident. As if he had heard a great joke. Treasure your time while you can. The Golden Hall Master is indeed formidable, but without him, you are nothing. We have already reserved the position of the first hall for next month. After speaking, Li Hao bowed to Qin Yi and then turned away with the members of the second hall. Although Yuan Heng appeared incompetent, he seemed to have connections with the Lord of the mysterious pavilion, so it was best not to offend him. Bah! Watching Li Hao's retreating figure, Heng Pang spat on the ground in disdain. To covet our first hall's position, you are truly dreaming. In contrast, Yin Chuying was not as animated as Heng Pang. She bowed her head, her emotions swirling in complexity. Within the Tiangong Tower, every September, the seating arrangements would be restructured. Their current title of the first hall was a result of their contributions last year, ranking first in that tier. Not only did they secure the top position last year, but they have consistently been first every year. However, this year, it seems they are truly on the verge of losing the title of the first hall. As the previous hall master, the Golden Hall Master, who had led them to such achievements, has passed away. The Golden Hall Master was the only person she admired besides the Lord of the mysterious pavilion. The Master of the Golden Hall may not possess her strength, yet his ability to strategize is profoundly formidable. His meticulously crafted plans have consistently yielded favorable outcomes. However, 2 months ago, during a family visit, he and his entire family met a gruesome end, their bodies tragically reduced to desiccated corpses. Upon hearing the news of the Golden Hall Master's demise, she was consumed by fury and thirsted for vengeance. Yet ultimately, she could not uncover a single trace of the perpetrator. With no means to avenge his death, she resolved to safeguard the esteemed name of the Golden Hall that he had once led. Alas, this aspiration has now been dashed. She has not ascended to the position of Hall Master, and the current Hall Master is utterly inept. It seemed that Qin Yi discerned Yin Chuying's thoughts, as she placed a hand reassuringly on her shoulder and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, the name of the Golden Hall will be ours." Yin Chuying merely nodded politely, refraining from further comment. Even if Qin Yi were to take action now, it would be too late. They have fallen significantly behind over the past few months. Unless they could complete several monumental tasks that would yield substantial contribution points, hope seemed bleak. But was such a feat even plausible? These tasks were daunting, even for those of the captain rank. Among them was a particularly notorious mission, to assassinate the third young master of the Prime Minister's residence, Qin Yi. How utterly fanciful! Qin Yi, the third young master, would be nearly untouchable, even for all the assassins of the Celestial Tower combined. They would likely not even graze a single hair on his head. Thus, the notion of accomplishing such a task was utterly ludicrous. The name of the Golden Hall had long been destined for obliteration. Chapter 64, A Mission. In a branch of the Celestial Tower, a masked figure strode in, holding aloft a blood-soaked head. The laughter and chatter within the room ceased instantly, all eyes drawn to the newcomer. A copper-ranked assassin of the Celestial Tower exclaimed in astonishment. How is this possible? In such a short time, this ruthless fellow has completed another copper-ranked task. In the Celestial Tower, assassins are categorized by ranks of gold, silver, copper, and iron, with tasks similarly graded. Typically, Assassins only undertake missions of their own rank. Yet this assassin, codenamed Ruthless, had only been with the Celestial Tower for less than a month and held merely an iron rank. Yet he had already transcended levels to accomplish several copper rank tasks. Remarkably, each time he accepted a task, he completed it within 3 days. Brother Ruthless, you are simply too impressive. I happen to have free time tomorrow evening. If you're also available, do come find me. We can discuss how to become an exceptional assassin together, cooed a voluptuous female assassin, lowering her collar to reveal a glimpse of alabaster skin, casting a flirtatious glance. The other assassins nearby gazed at the woman, their mouths watering, filled with jealousy and envy. Unfortunately, I'm quite occupied tomorrow. However, there may be opportunities in the future, Bai Ryu said with a smile beneath his mask. Upon hearing the initial words from Bai Ryu, the female assassin's expression dimmed momentarily, yet she brightened with joy upon hearing the latter part. She covered her crimson lips and laughed. Then I shall eagerly await the arrival of my heartless brother. Before long, other female assassins also extended their invitations to Bai Ryu, to which he responded effortlessly. Subsequently, Bai Ryu presented the severed head of his previous target to the management. After collecting his reward, he proceeded to the task reception area to seek further missions he could undertake. During this process, Bai Ryu could not help but reminisce about the experiences of the past month. In summary, this month could be encapsulated in one word: exhilarating. Having practiced the supreme technique, the Tai Huang Jing, since childhood, he found that this method possesses a unique characteristic, accumulating strength to unleash it later. After cultivating the Tai Huang Jing, his internal cultivation had reached a stage beyond breaking the mirror, yet it did not manifest immediately. The Tai Huang Jing stored this cultivation within him, allowing him to nurture his physique. Over the years, his body had been refined to an impressive state by the Tai Huang Jing. Although he lacked some of the legendary special physiques, he undoubtedly possessed one of the finest physiques beneath that category. At this juncture, he no longer needed to nurture his physique. Rather, it was time to release the stored cultivation. However, even as the vast amounts of cultivation were unleashed, he did not immediately break through his realm because this cultivation had yet to integrate with his physique. This had been a source of his ongoing frustration. Yet, throughout this month, he discovered a method to merge his cultivation with his physique, engaging in relentless battles between life and death. This was also the reason he continuously accepted high-difficulty tasks. After a month of fierce combat, he had resolved his long-standing affliction, fully absorbing the stored cultivation. His cultivation had progressed from a recent breakthrough at the 3rd realm to the 5th realm. In addition to this advancement, there were other delightful experiences during this month. His outstanding performance among the elite assassins of the heavenly realm had captivated many who were aware of his exploits, earning him their admiration. Wherever he went, praises followed him. Particularly, some voluptuous female assassins made it difficult for him to resist their allure. After being emotionally wounded by Gong Rushue, he had remained haunted by those feelings, which is why he adopted the name Heartless upon arriving in the heavenly realm, signifying his intent to become a merciless assassin. Yet now, he understood just how naive his previous thoughts had been. Emotionless is not merely a state of being that one can easily embody. Faced with the warmth of charming maidens, he, a novice, finds himself utterly defenseless. Moreover, why should he resist? If Gong Rushue can forgive her own transgressions, why should he not extend the same grace to himself? Amidst this tumult of thoughts, Bai Ryu discovered the task that piqued his interest. Having completed several copper tier tasks, he resolved this time to undertake a relatively simple silver tier assignment. The task before him was perfectly suited to his intent. I shall accept this task, Bai Ryu declared, tearing off the task notice with a flourish. He then closed his eyes, bracing himself for the accolades that would soon come his way. My goodness, it's a silver tier task, exclaimed the crowd in astonishment. How audacious for a bronze tier assassin to take on a silver tier mission. Even the simplest silver task is quite commendable. Indeed, but I wonder, when will I attain the prowess of Lord Emotionless? Lord Emotionless, do remember to visit my humble abode after completing your task. Beifuqing, a small town nestled on the border of Zhonghengshu, was currently draped in a gentle drizzle. The rhythmic patter of raindrops resonated through the empty streets as pedestrians splashed through the puddles. Amidst this misty rain, a ragged old beggar ambled along the thoroughfare, seemingly unfazed by the falling droplets. A few passers-by caught sight of this scene. Rather than expressing curiosity, they merely veered away, wary of the beggar collapsing from the cold and landing upon them. The old beggar paid no heed to their glances, continuing his slow advance. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. "Brother, you are no beggar." Upon hearing this, Nangong's tongue froze, his countenance shifting dramatically. How could this be? He had concealed himself so adeptly, yet he had been recognized. Struggling to suppress his panic, he turned to face the speaker. What he beheld sent a chill through his heart. Behind him stood another beggar, grinning at him, though merely a beggar. Nangong's tongue sensed that this encounter was far from straightforward. He felt no trace of cultivation emanating from this individual, suggesting that either they possessed no skills whatsoever or their abilities vastly surpassed his own. The fact that this person could discern his true identity indicated that it was the latter. Thus, this individual before him embodied the archetype of a cunning master, adept at masquerading as the unassuming. Nangong's tongue exhaled deeply, then bowed respectfully to the beggar. Junior pays his respects to the esteemed elder. "You're discerning, I has astutely perceived my true self." The beggar, taken aback for a moment, chuckled in response. "Esteemed elder, I cannot accept such a title. I simply sense that you lack the distinct aura of our kind, the boundless essence of the universe that is irrelevant to us beggars. Thus, I uttered the preceding statement." Chapter 65, Upholding Justice. "Ah, I see," Nangong's tongue remarked calmly. "Of course, otherwise, what else could it be?" The beggar chuckled, unbeknownst to the beggar. He failed to perceive the shift in Nangong's tongue's tone and yearned to continue boasting about his keen eyesight and illustrious past. However, before the beggar could proceed, everything abruptly ceased. Nangong's tongue withdrew his hand from the beggar's body and then pushed the beggar's lifeless form to the ground. Gazing upon the corpse, Nangong's tongue self-mockingly mused, "How absurd it is that I, who have lived so long, would be startled into calling a beggar senior." After regaining his composure, Nangong's tongue dragged the beggar's body into a nearby alley for disposal. He then straightened his attire, preparing to resume his journey. As long as he could depart from Zhongheng Prefecture and evade attention, his chances of survival would significantly increase. Yet, just as Nangong's tongue returned to the bustling street, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Not far ahead, a group of servants surrounded a drunken young master who was swaggering towards him. "You see, I merely slept with the old man's concubine once. How could he cast me out? Am I not still his son?" The young master slurred, swigging his drink. The servants, hearing this, dared not voice their opinions and could only urge the young master to cease drinking. "Get away. I had forgotten about you lot. How could the old man know about that incident? It must have been you servants who informed him. I ought to beat you all to death." The young master kicked one of the servants aside, ready to unleash his drunken fury. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Nangong's tongue, who stood still, wishing to remain unnoticed. In that instant, the young master's inebriation vanished entirely. He discarded the wine bottle and rubbed his eyes fervently. After clearing his vision, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Good heavens! This old beggar feels more like my father than the old man himself." A sly grin crept across his face. "Well then, go and give this old beggar a good beating. If I cannot confront the old man, I shall take my frustrations out on this impostor." "Impostor? Ah, fool! I am your true father," Nangong's tongue chuckled inwardly. This young master outwardly appeared to be the son of the head of the prominent Leaf family in the city of Baifeng. Yet his true identity was that of a seed he had sown. After the head of the Leaf family's wife was violated, she dared not confide in her husband. Fearing his disdain, he had exploited her vulnerability, visiting her numerous times until he left his mark. The likes of the young master are not an isolated case. The seeds he sows are scattered throughout Hangzhou, permeating various powerful factions. Contemplating this, Nangong's couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. At that moment, the young master's servants began to encircle him. Upon witnessing this, Nangong's remained composed. He had always evaded trouble, but should it arise, he possessed means to address it. He promptly employed his strategy. Before the eyes of the young master and his attendants, Nangong's suddenly collapsed to the ground, laying still and silent. The attendants exchanged glances, and one of them squatted down to feel Nangong's body. After a moment, he lowered his head and approached the young master, saying, "Young master, this old beggar has lost all signs of life. The cause of death is unknown." No one questioned it. It seemed entirely plausible that a frail, sickly old beggar, faced with a threat, could be frightened to death in an instant. How unfortunate. Upon learning of the beggar's demise, the young master lost all interest, spat out a mouthful of saliva, and prepared to depart. Nangong's, lying on the ground, mused to himself. He was, of course, not truly dead. After years of traversing the martial world, he had acquired an arsenal of skills beyond mere footwork. The technique of feigning death was among the most effective. Once he entered this state, only those of formidable strength, above the 8th realm, could discern the ruse. Deceiving a few insignificant ants was, indeed, a simple task. How dare you bully the weak in broad daylight? Suddenly, a voice of fury echoed through the street. Nangong Tong was taken aback by the declaration, and the young master, about to leave, paused in astonishment. Frowning, he turned around to see a young man, bearing a resemblance to him, standing before the beggar's body. With a voice as cold as ice, Qin Yi proclaimed, "I did not expect to arrive too late. In that case, I, by Ryu, shall act on behalf of justice today and eradicate this scourge." It turned out to be a valiant knight, acting in defense of the weak. Recovering from his shock, Nangong Tong felt a profound sense of irony. Who would have thought that he, known as a villain in the eyes of the world, would one day encounter a hero seeking to deliver justice on his behalf? However, he couldn't help but think, might you first remove your foot from my hand? Qin Yi was not entirely positioned in front of Nangong Tong. One foot was pressing down upon his hand, as if struck by a sudden thought. Qin Yi stomped down forcefully a couple of times. The pain was excruciating. Nangong Tong felt the agony coursing through his hand, lamenting silently. Simultaneously, he found himself perplexed as to how Qin Yi, a practitioner of the 4th realm, could inflict such harm upon him. Intriguing. A look of astonishment flickered across the face of the young master as he regarded Qin Yi, akin to beholding a rare treasure. Very well indeed. We must uphold the righteous path. Someone, seize this future hero for me, he declared with careful deliberation, having navigated the intricacies of the By-Fire City for years. This was the first encounter with a simpleton like Qin Yi. Thus he felt compelled to cherish this opportunity and not let it slip away too swiftly. Unexpectedly, a significant upheaval had arisen, yet he breathed a sigh of relief, believing the ordeal was nearing its conclusion. Nangong Tong sensed that such a grand conflict would not endure for long. The young master and his attendants were but ineffectual beings with mere cultivation of 1 or 2 realms. The individual now, beneath his grasp, however, possessed at least a 4-realm cultivation, capable of effortlessly concluding the skirmish before the elders of the young masteress family arrived. Yet, to Nangong Tong's astonishment, he was the first to sustain an injury before the battle commenced. "You dare to strike at me? Very well. Let us see whether my spear is swifter than your swords," Qin Yi proclaimed as he forcefully thrust the white dragon spear downward. The spear's tip fortuitously landed in Nangong Tong's palm, piercing through his defenses with ease and impaling his hand. "Why do you hesitate? I can scarcely contain my anticipation," Qin Yi shouted, repeatedly raising and lowering the spear. A piercing scream resonated through the street as Nangong Tong, in agony, withdrew his mangled hand from the white dragon spear. Confusion clouded his expression as he gazed at Qin Yi. Who is this individual? His peculiar prowess allowed him to injure me despite his seemingly feeble cultivation, and he wields a spear that can harm my very soul. While I can endure physical pain, the torment of my spirit is insufferable. Nangong Tong's anguished cry halted the intentions of the young master and his followers who were poised to attack Qin Yi. The young master paused, then furiously retorted, "You old beggar! How dare you feign death to deceive us?" Nangong Tong was not overly alarmed, for he had the protection of the hero before him. No matter how unreliable this hero might be, he could at least buy him some time to escape amidst the ensuing chaos. However, the next moment left Nangong Tong utterly dumbfounded. Qin Yi turned to Nangong Tong, a smile gracing his lips as he cheerfully remarked, "What splendid news, old sir. You're still alive. In that case, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Nangong Tong to react, he spun around and, with a few agile leaps, vanished from sight, leaving behind a bewildered Nangong Tong. Alas, that young rascal has escaped, the young master fumed. Subsequently, the young master turned his gaze towards Nangong Tong, his tone frosty as he declared, "Forget about that man. First, let us deal mercilessly with this old beggar." In comparison to Qin Yi, his loathing was directed more towards this old beggar who had deceived them with a feigned death. The servants, upon receiving the command, sprang into action once more, wielding their various weapons as they advanced upon Nangong Tong. At that moment, Nangong Tong was cursing the ancestors of Qin Yi in his heart. Although the strength of these insignificant ants could not inflict real harm upon him, the humiliation was unbearable. At present, one of the servants was prodding him with a wooden stick in a most undignified manner. Moreover, due to the commotion earlier, many had taken notice of the scene, leaving him unable to silence them as he had done before. For the time being, he could only endure in silence. You little wretch. I hope never to lay eyes on you again. Nangong tongue seethed internally. Not far away, within a loft, Qin Yi entered the room and addressed the individuals within. Am I mistaken? That is indeed Nangong tongue. Inside, Yin Chuing surveyed Nangong tongue through the window before turning to Qin Yi with an air of confusion, inquiring, Master Yuan, how did you know that Nangong tongue would appear here? Having observed for quite some time, she had already confirmed that this old beggar was in fact Nangong tongue. Qin Yi smiled slightly and replied, I have been keeping a close watch on Nangong tongue. Over the past month, I have gathered information that revealed his movements. From that, I deduced he would make an appearance here. Ah, I see. Yin Chuing nodded in understanding, her gaze towards Qin Yi shifting slightly. It seemed that this Qin Yi possessed some noteworthy abilities. The next step was to prepare for an assault on Nangong tongue, which piqued Yin Chuing's interest. Although capturing Nangong tongue would not yield a substantial number of contribution points, any reward was better than none. My friend, you should first lead a group to lay an ambush outside the city. I shall join you shortly, Qin Yi instructed. Understood, Yin Chuing acknowledged with a nod. For targets they considered already in their grasp, they generally opted to strike in less populated areas to avoid collateral damage. This approach stemmed from their nature as assassins, whose role was to eliminate others on behalf of clients. Any innocent casualties incurred during their missions would equate to the loss of potential clients and targets. With a clatter, the door closed. Qin Yi gazed into the void, smiling as he called out, Ling Ying, you may come forth. With a ripple in the air, Ling Ying materialized within the room. She bowed to Qin Yi, stating, I have followed your instructions and publicized the news of Nangong tongue stealing a treasure from the master of Xianxia fortress throughout the entirety of Zhongheng Prefecture. This includes issuing a bounty under the command of the master of Xianxia fortress among several significant assassin factions. Qin Yi nodded slightly and then smiled. Excellent. We merely need to wait. The grand spectacle is about to unfold. As he spoke, he glanced through the window and noticed that Nangong tongue could no longer contain himself. The reason was that the young scion had gone too far, audaciously attempting to pass beneath Nangong tongue's legs. Once Nangong tongue erupted in fury, the young scion and his attendants proved no match for him, and soon several bodies lay strewn across the ground. Strangely, however, Nangong tongue did not kill the instigator. Instead, he merely broke the young scion's legs. After completing this, Nangong tongue realized that his exposure was imminent and dashed toward the city outskirts without looking back. Qin Yi was about to take action when Lien Ying continued. Bai Ruyu has also taken on the task of pursuing Nangong tongue, and at this moment, he is near the city of fire worship. Given the commotion here, he will undoubtedly notice and come rushing over. Bai Ruyu? Vinyi chocolate lightly. It seems we are indeed fated to cross paths. Outside the city of fire worship, Nangong tongue traversed a narrow path deep within the dense forest, heading toward the border of Zhongheng Prefecture. One audacious affront, he silently cursed. How dare they make me crawl beneath their trousers? While he could tolerate many things, this particular insult was intolerable. It appeared that sowing seeds of chaos was not without its drawbacks. Although he felt a surge of exhilaration from exposing his identity, he was left wondering whether he could still escape Zhongheng Prefecture. Rustling sounds emerged from a nearby thicket. Yin Chuing, lying in ambush, turned to Qin Yi, who had appeared beside her, and asked, Leader Yuan, when shall we strike? Yet, before Qin Yi could respond, a hearty laughter erupted nearby. Ha ha! With a cultivation level at the 6th realm, and that clumsy technique against those insignificant ants, this person is undoubtedly Nangong tongue. What a stroke of fortune that we have encountered him. As he spoke, a large group appeared both in front of and behind Nangong tongue. It was the second hall's people. Yin Chuing's expression changed dramatically. Although the members of Tianwai Tower donned masks while on missions, she would never forget the nauseating voice of the second hall's leader, Li Hao. We cannot allow them to seize the initiative. Just as Yin Chuing prepared to rise and command the assassins hidden around her to act, a hand seized her. Qin Yi spoke calmly. Do not rush. Let us first assess the situation. Chapter 67. The Hidden Cards. You are the assassins of Tianwai Tower. Facing his encirclement, Nangong tongue remained remarkably composed and came to a halt. Oh, you truly possess keen insight, Li Hao, the leader of the second hall, declared with evident pride as he stood at the forefront. What a trivial display of skill. Nangong tongue shook his head. Over the years, I have been pursued by you and the assassins of Qin Yi countless times, and I have garnered considerable experience from those encounters. The assassins from the celestial realm, despite their formidable prowess, prefer to operate independently. Even when collaboration is obligatory, they remain solely focused on their individual objectives, exhibiting no semblance of synergy. Conversely, the assassins from your esteemed heavenly tower, while somewhat less powerful on average, demonstrate remarkable cooperation during missions. In the past, I found myself particularly vexed when encountering your kind, for you are the most tenacious adversaries. Upon hearing Nangong Tong extolling their virtues, Li Hao raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence as he remarked, "So, you are indeed intimidated by us and are ready to surrender." A fleeting glimmer of crimson flashed in Nangong Tong's eyes as he retorted, "Did you not grasp my earlier words? I once feared you, but now you pose no threat whatsoever." With that, Nangong Tong extended a massive hand, lunging directly at Li Hao with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. "Boss, be cautious." A voice from the second hall rang out, alerting him. "No need for concern. I am well prepared," Li Hao replied, drawing his poised sword to meet Nangong Tong's blood-red claw. "Huh. He is not the same as that incompetent who ascended to the position of Hall Master through backdoor means. He has risen step by step from a mere assassin, earning his place through valor and skill. His extensive combat experience allowed him to engage in dialogue with Nangong Tong, aiming solely to lower his guard. If the conversation were to lead to his own carelessness instead, it would signify that his years as an assassin had been in vain. Crack! The clash of sword and palm resonated sharply. In that moment, Li Hao felt not as though he had struck a hand, but rather faced another blade. "Others, form the formation and proceed according to plan," Li Hao commanded. The members of the second hall swiftly obeyed, first establishing a formation before systematically dividing into 4 teams to launch an assault from 5 directions against Nangong Tong. Sensing the impending encirclement, Nangong Tong seemed aware of his precarious position. He relentlessly swung his claws, seeking to break through what appeared to be the weakest point in his defenses. Recognizing Nangong Tong's intent, Li Hao refrained from attacking, opting instead to parry each of Nangong Tong's strikes with his sword. Both Li Hao and Nangong Tong were elite practitioners among the 6th realm, and without a flaw from Li Hao, Nangong Tong would find it impossible to extricate himself from the engagement. Observing the favorable circumstances, a smile crept across Li Hao's face as he thought, "A mere flower thief, Nangong Tong is hardly exceptional." However, before he could finish his thought, he witnessed his sword being crushed to dust within Nangong Tong's grasp. Shocked, Li Hao exclaimed, "You are not of the 6th realm. You are the 7th. Without uttering a word, Nangong Tong unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the now vulnerable Li Hao. Li Hao was struck in the chest and sent flying. Nangong Tong, a formidable figure of the 7th realm and a member of the second hall, appeared to be on the verge of defeat, as expressed by Hung Peng's astonished countenance. Yin Shuyin cast a sidelong glance at him and calmly stated, "It is impossible. As one of the elite halls of the heavenly outpost, they cannot be so weak." With that, the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. Upon revealing his prowess in the 7th realm, Nangong Tong's aura surged, creating a terrifying pressure that caused the ground to sink and the surrounding trees to topple in rows. Surprisingly, the other members of the second hall did not succumb to panic in the face of this sudden shift. Instead, they slightly adjusted their tactics and continued their assault on Nangong Tong, despite his formidable strength and the dread power emanating from each of his strikes. Nangong Tong found himself in a precarious situation after repeatedly countering the relentless attacks from the second hall. What did it matter that he was of the 7th realm? Li Hao rose from the ground, clutching his chest, and regarded Nangong Tong with a cold smirk. "Our second hall has faced 7th realm cultivators before." Hearing this, a satisfied expression crossed Nangong Tong's face. "Indeed, you are far more formidable than I had anticipated. You have compelled me to reveal my trump card." Trump card. Li Hao's expression darkened, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Before he could ponder further, he witnessed Nangong Tong suddenly snap his fingers. In an instant, Li Hao and the entire second hall felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over them, their strength dissipating dramatically. Simultaneously, the formation being utilized by the second hall revealed vulnerabilities. In cloud steps, Nangong Tong's movements became enigmatic, his speed accelerating to such an extent that the surrounding cultivators of the second hall could only perceive his afterimages. This continued until Nangong Tong came to a halt, reappearing at the location from which he had vanished, but now with a member of the second hall in each hand. A glimmer of desire flashed in Nangong Tung's eyes as he disregarded the agonized cries of the two assassins from the second hall, tightening his grip around their necks. It was evident that two streams of blood essence flowed from the assassins into Nangong Tung, visibly rejuvenating his once ashen face. Conversely, the two assassins gradually shriveled, ultimately succumbing to death and transforming into desiccated corpses. "No, what have you done to us?" As he watched his brothers, whom he had fought alongside for years, perish before his eyes, Li Hao's gaze turned crimson. Yet, he found himself powerless to act. He could not comprehend the means by which Nangong Tung had rendered so many members of the second hall feeble without cause. It was him. Upon witnessing the gruesome fate of the two assassins, Yin Shuing's mind was engulfed by a tide of fury. Such is the fate that befell the entire family of the Golden Hall Master. They perished without any fatal wounds, drained of their life essence. It is indeed astonishing that the identity of the murderer is none other than Nangong Tung. I shall take his life. After realizing everything, the terrifying aura of vengeance emanating from Yin Shuing rendered the very air around her motionless. "Dear friend Yin, do not act impulsively. Let us deliberate carefully," Qin Yi suggested. Though his words fell on deaf ears, as Yin Shuing, almost devoid of reason, disregarded all caution, drawing her soft sword and charging at Nangong Tung. Chapter 68. A Great Gift. "I shall assist her," remarked Ruan Shi, witnessing Yin Shuing's reckless advance. "Wait, let us first observe the situation," he added, for unlike Yin Shuing, he deemed Qin Yi's counsel worthy of heed. Thus, Ruan Shi settled down, joining Qin Yi in surveying the unfolding battlefield. The voice had not yet reached him, but the murderous intent had already arrived. Nangong Tung swiftly sensed Yin Shuing's lethal approach. He immediately discarded the two corpses in his hands, turning to block her soft sword with his own hand. In the ensuing standoff, Nangong Tung inquired with confusion, "Who are you?" With fierce determination, Yin Shuing replied, "Do you not remember the family you ruthlessly slaughtered 3 months ago in Baihe village? Today, I shall sever your head to honor their souls in the afterlife. You are also an assassin from the Celestial Tower." Nangong Tung swiftly recalled the Golden Hall Master. A smirk of mockery crept across his lips. "Indeed, I was the one who killed the Golden Hall Master, but I was commissioned by someone within your Celestial Tower." "Who?" A glint of coldness flashed in Yin Shuing's eyes. Nangong Tung fell silent. Seeing this, Yin Shuing roared, "Are all of you from the second hall spineless? I have aided you for so long, and yet you do not act." Li Hao paused momentarily upon hearing her words, then issued a command. "All who can still fight, advance." With that, he drew his sword and led the charge toward Nangong Tung. Although the second hall's forces had been significantly weakened due to Nangong Tung's tactics, they were not yet rendered incapable of wielding their weapons. Among the 30 or so cultivators present, half were at the 6th realm, while the other half were at the 5th realm, with Yin Shuing, a distinguished 6th realm adept, leading a dozen weakened 6th realm practitioners alongside several 5th realm cultivators. They certainly possessed the capability to challenge Nangong Tung, the formidable 7th realm master. Moreover, it was evident that Nangong Tung had not recently ascended to this level. His strength was unstable, and after the recent skirmish, he was not at his peak condition. This was also a consideration for Yin Shuing. Although anger had momentarily clouded her judgment, an inkling of rationality remained within her, leading her to conclude that engaging Nangong Tung was not a fool's errand, but rather a venture with a likelihood of success. In light of the current circumstances, Nangong Tung glanced at Yin Shuing with a derisive sneer. How naive. Upon concluding his words, he snapped his fingers once more. In an instant, Yin Shuing's aura plummeted significantly. Her complexion shifted as she grasped the reason why the formidable second hall was no match for Nangong Tung. At this moment, her strength had waned to a mere fraction of its former self. Yet, she could not fathom how Nangong Tung's methods transcended the realm of the ordinary. To diminish one's power to such an extent was not a mere mortal's ability, but rather a force that seemed to belong to the divine. If Nangong Tung possessed such capabilities, why would he resort to fleeing? Initially, as she observed the members of the second hall fall victim to his tactics, Yin Shuing held them in contempt, believing them to be a group of inept individuals who had unwittingly succumbed to poison, either from Nangong Tung or his accomplices. As for herself, she was always cautious, whether dining or engaging in any activity. The notion that Nangong Tong could poison her was utterly inconceivable. Thus, she surmised that his methods would bear no effect upon her. However, the current outcome suggested otherwise. With Yin Shuiying, the strongest combatant, having succumbed, the battlefield began to tilt decisively in favor of Nangong Tong. He effortlessly cut through the oncoming cultivators from his second hall. Subsequently, with narrowed eyes, he targeted Yin Shuiying, who had retreated to a short distance and was half kneeling on the ground, attempting to acclimate to her diminished strength. You, he declared, possess the greatest power among these individuals, and you shall serve as my feast. As he lunged toward her, Yin Shuiying wished to bide her time until she could adapt to her weakened state before engaging in battle. However, sensing Nangong Tong's approach, she was compelled to confront him. Facing an adversary whose strength had dwindled to nearly nothing, Nangong Tong cornered her with just a few moves. As death loomed near, Yin Shuiying's heart was not filled with regret, but rather a sense of relief. Fortunately, Qin Yi did not bring any members of the second hall lying in ambush to confront Nangong Tong. While this presented a glimmer of hope, it also carried the weight of potential devastation. What a fiery woman. If only time allowed, I would have relished the opportunity to drain you before indulging in your charms. Nangong Tong remarked, a greedy smile creeping across his lips as an aged hand eagerly reached for Yin Shuiying's delicate neck. Just at that critical moment, a light laughter rang out. Old sir, we meet again at last. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Nangong Tong's face gradually faded. Before him, a look of astonishment crossed the face of the woman who had just spoken. Turning toward the source of the voice, she beheld Qin Yi peeking out from the grass where they had been hiding, a smile gracing his features as he observed the scene. Excellent. It's only Qin Yi who has revealed himself, Yin Shuiying thought, relief washing over her. Had all the members of the second hall shown themselves, the outcome would likely have been catastrophic. However, soon after, Yin Shuiying had a realization, and a flicker of complexity crossed her gaze. Qin Yi, now alone, must have considered the complete annihilation of his forces. Thus, his purpose for emerging at this moment was unequivocally clear. He intended to leverage Nangong Tong's animosity towards him to divert Nangong Tong's attention, thereby rescuing her and the others from the second hall. Yet, what then would become of Qin Yi himself? He was merely at the fourth level of innate strength, should Nangong Tong pursue him. His hatred would surely bring him to a fate worse than death. As it transpired, the situation unfolded much as Yin Shuiying had anticipated. Upon hearing Qin Yi's voice, Nangong Tong suddenly found Yin Shuiying to be far less appealing. Turning to face Qin Yi, her expression twisted into a snarl. You little wretch, how dare you appear before me? You possess an audacious spirit. Before she could finish her words, Nangong Tong leaped forward, charging at Qin Yi. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yi couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, old friend, this time, aside from myself, I have prepared a splendid gift for you. I am confident that you shall not be disappointed upon its unveiling. With that, he rose from the thicket. At that moment, Nangong Tong caught sight of Qin Yi, who had been concealed among the underbrush, hands poised, one in front, the other behind, gripping the white dragon spear. The spear radiated a dazzling golden light, its tip gathering an incomprehensibly formidable force. Even someone as powerful as Nangong Tong trembled beneath this overwhelming energy. Struggling against his fear, he stammered. What in the world is that weapon in your grasp? Chapter 69. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind? You young rascal, cease infusing it with spiritual energy. If the white dragon spear continues on this path, it will explode. The urgent voice of the demon dragon echoed from within the spear. Qin Yi, with a smile, reassured. Do not worry, I know my limits. This marked the first occasion Qin Yi employed the body of eternal tribulation, showcasing not only his accelerated cultivation speed, but also another remarkable ability, limitless spiritual energy. Shortly after Yin Shuiying had charged forth, he brandished the white dragon spear, infusing it with his spiritual energy. As his essence flowed into the spear, it seemed to become enchanted, its power significantly amplified. Once the transfer was complete, he could command the demon dragon, now effectively the spirit of the white dragon spear, to release this energy. Demon dragon, unleash, Qin Yi declared with eagerness, anticipating the magnitude of their combined prowess. After a brief moment of stillness, the demon dragon voiced its disbelief. What manner of creature are you? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would find it impossible to believe that a single individual could harbor such an abundance of spiritual energy. With that, the demon dragon promptly took control of the white dragon spear. releasing the accumulated energy. The spear's body became intensely heated, with certain areas even exhibiting slight swelling. He had just remarked that the white dragon spear was on the brink of explosion, and his words were not mere exaggeration. If, after a brief moment, the white dragon spear were indeed to detonate, the loss of this sanctuary for nurturing souls would mean bidding farewell to this world. Thus, he was more eager than anyone else to immediately release the surge of spiritual energy contained within the spear. He felt as though he were ensnared by the breath of a primordial behemoth. Nangong Tung found himself in a state of unutterable despair. Sensing that he might soon meet a gruesome end, he could not fathom how such a diminutive innate practitioner possessed such a divine artifact. In this moment of peril, a thought struck Nangong Tung, transforming his expression from sorrow to joy. He promptly snapped his fingers and then laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha! Controlling an object imbued with such terrifying energy demands tremendous physical stamina. If your strength were to suddenly diminish by even a fraction, you would surely be the first to perish in the face of the unleashed energy." However, his laughter was abruptly cut short. Observing Qin Yi's unresponsive demeanor, he was filled with confusion. Yet, it was too late for him to voice his thoughts, as an immense surge of spiritual power had already been converted into a cataclysmic strike by the white dragon spear. This formidable strike had now arrived before Nangong Tung. Noticing Nangong Tung's reaction, Qin Yi surmised what he wished to articulate. Nangong Tung was certainly thinking, "It cannot be. You are not a practitioner from a celestial tower." To this, Qin Yi tenderly responded, "You are mistaken. I am indeed a practitioner of the celestial tower. The reason your methods are ineffective against me is simply that I have not cultivated that particular technique." Nangong Tung heard Qin Yi's words in the fleeting moment before death. His heart was filled with astonishment, unable to comprehend how Qin Yi had uncovered this secret. Yet, even if Qin Yi wished to explain further, Nangong Tung would not have the chance to hear it. With a thunderous roar, a blinding white light, and a terrifying shockwave descended upon the world. In that instant, it felt as though the very fabric of existence was on the verge of being reshaped. The disciples of the hall, having received prior orders, sprang into action, swiftly relocating Yin Chuying and the other practitioners to safety to avoid the catastrophic repercussions of Qin Yi's strike. As she was being pulled back by Ruan Qi, Yin Chuying gazed in a daze at the ever-expanding white halo before her. An array of emotions swirled within her: shame, astonishment, confusion. Yet ultimately, all her sentiments coalesced into one: admiration. She had always believed that the hall master could not be mistaken in his judgment. Moments later, the tremendous force unleashed by the strike began to dissipate. Qin Yi's gaze remained fixed on the spot where the cataclysmic blow had struck Nangong Tung, making him the first to witness the aftermath of such an awe-inspiring attack. Trees lay in ruins, and the ground had been rent asunder, revealing a crater 100 meters wide. In the heart of the great pit, the once vibrant Nangong Tung lay lifeless, shattered and devoid of breath. Yet, amidst the desolation, the only intact object was a golden silk scroll. The surrounding disciples of the second hall and the first hall beheld this golden silk, their faces betraying a flicker of greed. An inexplicable intuition whispered to them. In their minds, they perceived that this golden silk contained unparalleled secrets. If they could obtain it, they would wield dominion over the world. How fortuitous, indeed, to encounter such an opportunity without effort. A soft chuckle resonated through the air. Almost immediately, a rope swiftly emerged from a thicket, descending into the pit to ensnare the golden silk scroll. The rope then pulled the precious scroll back into the underbrush, vanishing from sight. The entire sequence transpired with startling rapidity. From the emergence of the rope to the withdrawal of the golden silk, mere moments elapsed. The first to react was Yin Chuying, her expression shifting abruptly. "This is bad. Thieves have pilfered the treasure from Nangong Tung in Xianing Fortress." Upon her utterance, others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. How audacious to dare disturb the status quo. The disciples of the second hall were ordered to pursue, as were those of the first hall. After a flurry of activity, the members of both halls sat despondently on the ground. They had scoured the area within 100 miles, yet the elusive thief remained unfound. That rogue must possess extraordinary agility, fleeing far too swiftly, they lamented with a sigh. Among the onlookers was an assassin, seated upon a stone, the stoic Qin Yi. A hint of regret flickered in the hearts of those who witnessed the event. Even if the golden silk were ultimately claimed by higher authorities or returned to the lord of Xianing Fortress, Qin Yi would undoubtedly have reaped substantial rewards. Now, however, The situation had inverted. The treasure had shifted from the targeted Nangong Tong to an unknown individual, complicating the matter further. Not only would Qin Yi forfeit any reward, but he would also face the wrath of Xianing Fortress, a lamentable turn of events, particularly for the assassins of the Second Hall. It was disheartening to witness their savior meet such an unfortunate fate. Far from the dense thicket where Qin Yi and his companions lingered, Bai Ruyu, having confirmed that no pursuers were in sight, paused to catch a breath. I am truly favored by the heavens to have stumbled upon such an opportunity, she mused. Realizing that caution was futile, it was through risk that one could maximize their gains. Laughing heartily, she opened her satchel and extracted the golden silk scroll. After scanning its contents with satisfaction, she tucked it away, intending to study it further upon her return. Suddenly, a sword emanating a chilling aura pressed against the back of her head. The smile on Bai Ruyu's face gradually faded. Chapter 70, Bai Ruyu's Illusion. Put down the gold and silk in your hands, and then leave. A voice, chilling to the core, echoed behind Bai Ruyu. Gulp. Bai Ruyu swallowed hard. At that moment, he truly felt an overwhelming urge to perish. Why was he so unfortunate? After so much effort to acquire this rare treasure, such a calamity had befallen him. The speaker had approached him unnoticed, their sword aimed menacingly at the back of his head. Without a doubt, this individual possessed strength far beyond his own. They were a master. Senior, please remain calm. Let us discuss this rationally. Bai Ruyu feigned composure as he spoke. The person behind him did not immediately strike, indicating that they were not a bloodthirsty individual. Perhaps there was room for negotiation. I shall repeat myself. Put down the gold and silk in your hands, and then leave. Remember, I do not wish to say this for a third time. The icy female voice resonated once more. Simultaneously, Bai Ruyu keenly sensed an added aura of menace in the air. Given the circumstances, he dared not say another word. Senior, please remain calm. I shall place the gold and silk down immediately. Bai Ruyu gradually crouched, suppressing the ache in his heart as he set the gold and silk upon the ground. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and his brow furrowed slightly. Wait, why did this voice strike him as familiar? Could it be her? Realizing this, Bai Ruyu disregarded the danger and abruptly turned around. There, he beheld the figure he recognized all too well. A stunning yet fierce visage clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. Gazing at her, Bai Ruyu recalled the thrill of being whipped on that fateful day. It's you? Bai Ruyu uttered through gritted teeth. He could hardly believe that this person was Lian Ying, the maid of Qin Yi. The presence of Lian Ying meant that Qin Yi was undoubtedly nearby. No wonder. As he passed by the city of fire worship, he had heard of someone capturing another with his own name. It turned out it was not merely a coincidence. Qin Yi had been tarnishing his reputation. Lian Ying, silent, looked down at Bai Ruyu, who was crouched on the ground, and waved her sword, signaling him to leave swiftly. Bai Ruyu scoffed coldly. Though Lian Ying had struck him before, he bore her no animosity. After all, she was merely following Qin Yi's orders. Strangely, he found himself harboring an inexplicable sentiment towards her. This feeling was something he could not quite comprehend. At that moment, facing Lian Ying's demand to depart, Bai Ruyu felt a surge of humiliation, reminiscent of the time he was whipped before Gong Ruxue. Slowly, Bai Ruyu rose to his feet and drew his sword, pointing it at Lian Ying. Thus, you expect me to surrender the riches so easily? Your thoughts are far too simplistic. Today, Esme is no longer the same as before. A flicker of surprise crossed Lian Ying's beautiful eyes. She hadn't anticipated that Bai Ruyu would dare to be so audacious, even contemplating resistance. Qin Yi's orders forbade her from killing Bai Ruyu, yet they did not prevent her from striking. With this in mind, the sword in Lian Ying's hand vanished, replaced by a whip emanating a chilling aura. With a whoosh, the whip sliced through the air as Lian Ying swung it toward Bai Ruyu. Do you believe this tactic can still work against me? Bai Ruyu hastily attempted to employ a recently learned evasive maneuver. However, he underestimated the whip's speed. Before he could evade, Lian Ying's whip accurately struck his ankle. With a stumble, Bai Ruyu fell to the ground. At this moment, fear gripped him. Watching the whip approach, he quickly pleaded, Lian Ying, wait. I was wrong. I will leave at once. Lian Ying, undeterred, continued her actions, intent on teaching Bai Ruyu a lesson. Soon, the air was filled with his anguished cries, which persisted for a brief while. Only when she observed Bai Ruyu, battered and bruised on the ground, did Lian Ying cease her assault. The lesson had been sufficiently imparted. Picking up the riches, she prepared to depart. As she glanced back at Bai Ruyu, whose expression was one of despair, Li Yanning furrowed her brows. If Bai Ryu were to succumb to despair over the loss of his wealth and take his own life, it would surely disrupt Qin Yi's plans. After a moment's contemplation, she left him with a parting remark. Take care of yourself. Your future still holds great potential. Lying on the ground, Bai Ryu, feeling utterly desolate, suddenly caught a glimmer of hope upon hearing her words. Could it be that she truly cared for me? In that instant, a myriad of thoughts rushed through his mind. Indeed, it must be so. Logically, Qin Yi should harbor deep resentment over the theft of Gong Rushua, and following his reasoning, he would surely ensure my demise. Yet, why had he only chosen to strike me instead of ending my life? The answer was simple. Someone must have whispered in Qin Yi's ear on my behalf. And that someone was none other than Li Yanning. As Qin Yi estimated, she understood him well, with just a few persuasive words. She could sway him to abandon his desire for total retribution and instead revel in my humiliation. As for Li Yanning's motives, they had become clear. She must have been captivated by my charm. With this realization, a radiant smile blossomed on Bai Ryu's lips. It is truly remarkable how, upon my first entrance into the imperial capital, I encountered Qin Yi accompanied by Gong Rushua, strolling across the Baiyun Bridge. In but a single glance, I was captivated not only by Gong Rushua, but also by the enigmatic Li Yanning, who lurked in the shadows. At that moment, Bai Ryu felt a renewed sense of optimism regarding my future. Unlike Gong Rushua, Li Yanning did not overtly declare her affections. Rather, she expressed her feelings in a more subtle manner. Nevertheless, it is evident that Li Yanning harbors feelings for me. All I must do is await our next encounter, at which point I can utter a few sweet nothings to deepen our bond. I am certain I can persuade Li Yanning to betray Qin Yi. Once she turns against him, I can orchestrate a decisive blow against Qin Yi when the moment is ripe. Even if I cannot vanquish him, I can reclaim the golden silk and the white dragon spear. The very thought of regaining lost opportunities while gaining a stunning beauty of the seven realms fills me with an exuberance that is almost palpable. Were it not for my suspicion that Qin Yi might be lurking nearby, I would undoubtedly laugh heartily. Had my mind been befuddled? Why else would I wear such a blissful expression? Not far from Bai Ryu, behind a large tree, Li Yanning chose not to leave immediately to prevent any harm from befalling the injured Bai Ryu at the hands of passers-by. She hoped her presence would not interfere with the third young master's plans, murmuring to herself. Chapter 71, Crisis. In the battleground between the members of the Tianyi Tower and Nangong Tung, after an exhaustive search for Nangong Tung yielded no results, the group prepared to retreat. Master Yuan, we are deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, Li Hao of the second hall said as he approached Qin Yi with a bow. Qin Yi waved his hand dismissively, replying, as brothers of the Tianyi Tower, it is only natural that we assist one another. Moreover, you need not thank me. I've lost count of how many times you have expressed your gratitude today. Ha! Li Hao chuckled, scratching his head. A life-saving grace deserves thanks, no matter how many times one gives it. By the way, Master Yuan, how about this? I will consult with Master Mu to see if he can transfer all our contribution points from the second hall to your first hall. This way, your hall will maintain its title for the coming year. If you do this, the members of the second hall will not be dissatisfied. Master Yuan, upon hearing this, responded, you needn't feel obligated to repay your life savior. We of the first hall are grateful for your goodwill, yet we prefer to uphold our title through our own merits. Please, do consider it again. Li Hao's voice trailed off. Not only he, but everyone present instinctively halted their actions and lifted their gazes toward the sky. In the vast sky, thousands of composed cultivators were soaring towards them. At the forefront stood a towering figure, exuding an aura of terror. An oppressive force radiated from him, enveloping all present in an intangible pressure. Soon, this assembly of cultivators descended before them. Where is Nangong Tung? A voice, laced with murderous intent, suddenly resonated. The imposing man scanned the crowd of the celestial tower with a disdainful gaze as he spoke. Who are you? Li Hao inquired in a deep tone. Who am I? The burly man turned his gaze upon Li Hao, an unseen weight bearing down upon him. Humph. Li Hao let out a muffled groan, staggering back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Witnessing Li Hao's condition, the disdain in the man's eyes intensified. You, a mere hall master of the celestial tower, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Master of the fortress? The assassins from the first and second halls exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically upon hearing this title. The identity of the burly man became unmistakably clear. To be called the master of a fortress and possess such power could only point to the legendary master of the Qian Eagle Fortress. Seeing their leader in distress, the members of the second hall instinctively reached for their weapons, eager to avenge Li Hao. However, upon realizing the identity of their opponent, hesitation gripped them all. It was not cowardice that held them back. The fear of provoking the master of the Qian Eagle Fortress, with the potential to doom both themselves and Li Hao, was palpable. The master of the Qian Eagle Fortress was a legend throughout the Central Balance Prefecture. Little was known of his past before fame, save for the fact that he had emerged abruptly 40 years ago and established the Qian Eagle Fortress. The true recognition of the fortress and its master emerged 20 years prior. 2 decades ago, the reigning power of Central Balance Prefecture, the Taiwan sect, was obliterated by a coalition from the Prime Minister's manor. Bound by agreements with other sects, the Prime Minister's manor could not enter Central Balance Prefecture, plunging the region into chaos. In the aftermath of the Taiwan sect's downfall, surviving factions began to vehemently vie for territory once held by the sect. Among these factions were numerous first-rate and quasi-first-rate powers. Yet, in the end, none could surpass the previously inconspicuous Qian Eagle Fortress. Under the leadership of its master, the Qian Eagle Fortress seized the most prosperous areas once ruled by the Taiwan sect, repelling all forces that coveted this land. Following this event, the strength and reputation of the Qian Eagle Fortress surged, elevating it to a first-rate power and the most formidable force in all of Central Balance Prefecture. Had it not been for the subsequent intervention of external forces and the establishment of puppets by the Central Balance sect to restrain the Qian Eagle Fortress, it might have unified the entire prefecture, achieving the status of an unparalleled apex power, akin to the former Taiwan sect. If it were not for the arrival of a certain chief from the Celestial Tower, who led them to gradually grow in strength, the Celestial Tower would have never dared to attempt an assassination against the members of the Qian Eagle Fortress. Previously, they would always take detours to avoid encountering anyone from the Qian Eagle Fortress. However, while they no longer fear the Qian Eagle Fortress, the fortress itself harbors no trepidation towards them. The fortress lord is utterly unconcerned about the consequences of eliminating them, fully confident that the Celestial Tower would not seek retribution against him. "Are you all so intimidated by my name that you cannot speak?" the fortress lord inquired. No sooner had he spoken than a light, mocking laugh resounded. "Old man," came the audacious retort from Qin Yi, causing expressions of shock to ripple through the nearby cultivators of both the Qian Eagle Fortress and the Celestial Tower. To dare address the fortress lord as old man was a display of remarkable audacity on Qin Yi's part. Li Hao swiftly communicated with Qin Yi, attempting to convey the significance of the fortress lord's position. "Interesting," the fortress lord remarked, not immediately incensed. He narrowed his eyes to scrutinize Qin Yi before directing his gaze towards the grotesquely disfigured corpse Qin Yi was pointing at. Upon witnessing this scene, the fortress lord's expression darkened. He hurried to South Palace Tung's side, searching through Tung's garments. Finding nothing, South Palace Tung turned to the members of the Celestial Tower and asked, "Can anyone explain what has transpired? Where did that item go?" A chilling aura of murderous intent filled the air, palpable enough to send shivers down the spine of every member of the Celestial Tower. "I'm aware," the fortress lord said, turning back to Qin Yi. "Vini shurup nonchalantly. I killed South Palace Tung, and that item of yours was taken by an unknown individual, presumably an assassin from the Celestial Realm. You killed him?" The surrounding cultivators of the Qian Eagle Fortress erupted into laughter, as if they had heard an absurd joke. Setting aside the fact that South Palace Tung had concealed his true cultivation, even if he were at the 6th tier, how could a mere 4th-tier insect like you ever hope to contend with him? Indeed, as a 4th-tier cultivator, no matter what methods you employ, you could not possibly have reduced South Palace Tung's body to such a state. Provide an explanation. The fortress lord's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Qin Yi, threatening, "Otherwise, you shall perish." Chapter 72. Confrontation. At that moment, an oppressive force emanating from an 8th-tier divine being bore down upon Qin Yi. Yet, he remained remarkably composed, displaying no sign of distress, as though the pressure from the 8th-tier powerhouse was merely a gentle breeze. This calmness stemmed from his previous experience wielding the power of the demon dragon. While the demon dragon could only elevate his cultivation to the 7th tier, it was a 10th-tier demon deity, and during the process of harnessing its power, he had been subtly influenced. His very life essence had experienced considerable enhancement. Thus, even the 8th-tier lord of the Qian Eagle Fortress, let alone a ninth-tier sage, could not exert any significant impact upon him through mere pressure. The lord of the Xianxia fortress, observing the scene before him, narrowed his eyes once more. At first glance, he sensed that the assassin from the outer realm, possessing a cultivation level of the four realms, was extraordinary, and now it seemed his instincts were indeed correct. I believe that, as the outer realm, we are under no obligation to report to you. Instead, we have assisted you by eliminating those you hired us to kill. It is now we who should approach you for our due reward. Qin Yi responded to the threat posed by the lord of the Xianxia fortress with an air of nonchalance. You truly fear not for your life. An elder from the Xianxia fortress retorted angrily upon hearing these words. He was prepared to intervene, ready to assist the lord in dealing with Qin Yi. Yet, rather than addressing the elder's concerns, Qin Yi boldly highlighted the Xianxia fortress's most pressing issue of late, after Nangong Tung pilfered their treasures. They had hastily sealed information to prevent other factions from coveting their riches, leaving them no time to seek assistance from equally formidable powers. As for the individual behind the scenes, who was promoting this matter under the name of the Xianxia fortress, their true intentions remained unknown. However, should their identity be unveiled one day, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Stand down. I shall handle this myself. The lord of the Xianxia fortress instructed the elder who sought to intervene. His expression remained impassive. Yet an aura reminiscent of an ancient colossal beast began to awaken within him. This young man is indeed formidable, but what of it? I am confident that should I take matters into my own hands, Qin Yi will not pose much of a challenge. What shall we do, Master Yuan? Liu, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, hastily inquired through a mental transmission to Qin Yi. Qin Yi replied with a smile, Fear not, for the lord of the Xianxia fortress will soon have assistance in dealing with him. Who? Before the question could be fully articulated, a figure adorned with a grotesque mask suddenly materialized before the outer realm's ranks, confronting the lord of the Xianxia fortress. Lord Mu. Upon witnessing the blood-stained figure of Qin Yi, the assassins of the outer realm felt a surge of confidence, as if they had found their anchor. The lord of the Xianxia fortress no longer seemed so intimidating. Greetings, my lord. Under the guidance of Yin Shuing, all the cultivators of the outer realm bowed respectfully to Qin Yi. They were exceedingly cautious, opting not to directly address him as the lord of the pavilion, but rather as my lord. This was a strategic choice. Should a confrontation arise between the outer realm and the Xianxia fortress, the latter would be unaware of Qin Yi's true background, potentially tipping the scales in their favor. However, it was evident that the members of the outer realm were overestimating their position. The moment Qin Xianxia made his appearance, the lord of the Xianxia fortress immediately recognized his identity within the outer realm. It is you, the enigmatic lord of the pavilion from the outer realm. The lord of the Xianxia fortress remarked, surprised as he dissipated his aura. Qin Xianxia did not respond immediately. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yi. Qin Yi returned the smile. Qin Xianxia was indeed present here, having invited him to accompany them as a safeguard before their departure. He understood that the treasures far exceeded the common man's imagination and value. If the lord of Xianxia fortress received news of the treasures, he would come personally, and there was a significant possibility of conflict between the two parties. Retracting his gaze, Qin Xianxia turned to face Xianxia fortress, his tone icy as he declared, Who grants you, Xianxia fortress, the audacity to lay hands on those from Tianwai Tower? The lord of Xianxia fortress raised an eyebrow at this display of arrogance from the pavilion master. A hint of menace crept into his voice as he remarked, Interesting. As fellow practitioners of the Eighth Realm, I shall grant you a modicum of face. However, within your Tianwai Tower, your master ought to speak to me with utmost respect. Believe me when I say that a single word from me could see you expelled from Tianwai Tower. You are but a pavilion master, not the master of Tianwai Tower. Upon finishing, an elder of Xianxia fortress, possessing seventh realm cultivation, erupted with fury, exclaiming, Lord, why waste words on them? If he dares to obstruct us, we shall slay him as well. Without him, the strength of Tianwai Tower will diminish significantly, leaving us with one less adversary in Zhongheng Prefecture. Before he could finish, the elder's expression shifted abruptly, as if he felt the piercing gaze of an unparalleled beast upon him. Qin Yi regarded the elder calmly, drawing his sword. A surge of lethal intent emanated from the blade as it sliced through the air towards him. How dare you? Roared the lord of Xianxia fortress. Enveloping his palm with dense spiritual energy, he instantly teleported before the elder and reached out to grasp the incoming sword energy. With a resounding crash, the Lord shattered the sword energy. He glared at Xianxia, seething with rage. "Madman, you dare to strike directly? Do you not fear igniting a war between our factions? Bear in mind, your Tianyi tower is still leagued behind us in comparison, facing a formidable life-and-death enemy." The elder, who had spoken moments ago, was now devoid of his earlier bravado. He collapsed to the ground, a visage of terror etched upon his face. Had the Lord not intercepted that sword energy, he sensed he would have been cleaved in two. Xianxia did not press aggressively. Instead, he nodded slightly and stated, "It was I who assisted in slaying Nangong Tong. The individual who seized the treasures was an assassin from Tianwei. As for the truth of the matter, you may inquire with any of the witnesses present. Under the pressure of your eighth realm might, they will not dare to lie." The master of the Xianning fortress spoke in a deep tone. "Since you are nearby, why did you not prevent the person who stole the gold and silk? With your strength, I find it hard to believe that individual had the opportunity to commit the theft." Xianxia replied, "Because I recognized that they were not a good person. If the treasures fell into their hands, it would undoubtedly lead to disaster. If you do not desire them, you might temporarily take possession of the gold and silk, and return it to me once I arrive at the Xianning fortress." The master of the Xianning fortress pressed further. "Your bounty merely states to capture or kill Nangong Tong, without mentioning the gold and silk. We at the Tianyi building do not engage in endeavors without reward." You, the master of the Xianning fortress, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Xianxia's argument appeared flawless, and he did not suspect him of deceit. At that moment, he harbored a deep resentment towards the individual who had issued the task in the name of their fortress. Although he had issued the task under the banner of the Xianning fortress, he failed to articulate it fully. Had he included a clause about reclaiming the gold and silk, it would have already returned to them. After a period of contemplation, the master of the Xianning fortress ceased his inquiries. After personally questioning a dozen assassins present in the first and second halls, he verified that Qin Yi and Xianxia were indeed truthful. Subsequently, he departed with the members of the Xianning fortress. After walking some distance, a guest elder of the Xianning fortress approached the master and interjected, "Master, you caught that Mu's sword energy with your bare hands, which suggests he is not as formidable as believed. If we join forces, we could eliminate him without incurring significant costs." The master of the Xianning fortress did not respond immediately. Instead, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. After a few coughs, he removed his hand from his mouth. The guest elder, upon noticing the blood on the master's palm, was momentarily stunned. "Master, you're injured, and it is not merely a superficial wound." The master of the Xianning fortress paid little heed to the guest elder's peculiar expression, only expressing a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, the master of the Tianyi building lives up to his reputation. When that old man from Tianyi building invited me to join him in eliminating him, I dismissed it, thinking that the old man had become increasingly ineffectual, unable to manage even one of his subordinates. However, it appears otherwise. The master of Mu, at the level of the Eight Realms' divine reflection, can only be surpassed by the legendary prodigy of the Prime Minister's residence, the old man from Tianyi building, who commands such respect from the fortress master, can only be the mysterious leader of the Tianyi building. Aren't the Tianyi building and Xianning fortress enemies? Yet, judging by the fortress master's words, the relationship between the leader of the Tianyi building and the master does not seem to be poor. The guest's expression grew tense, as he felt he had stumbled upon a momentous secret. Once his emotions calmed slightly, he spoke. "The unparalleled genius mentioned by the lord of the fortress must refer to the eldest son of the prime minister's residence, who has forsaken literature for martial prowess. Is there any other possibility?" The guest fell silent, realizing he had just asked a rather superfluous question, without needing to speculate. It was evident that the individual referred to by the lord of Xianning fortress could only be that prime minister's eldest son, Xianxia. Renowned as the foremost in the realm of the Eight Realms, Xianxia had previously vanquished the young master of the demon clan, a prince of a foreign lineage, and the top disciples of prestigious sects before he turned from martial pursuits to scholarly ones. After a moment, the guest shifted the topic. "Now that the lord of the fortress has vanished without a trace, what shall we do?" Upon hearing this, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the fortress lord, who replied, "If there is no other option, then death shall ensue." Death. The guest frowned slightly, for the fortress lord had not disclosed the identity of the intended victim. Yet, he dared not inquire further. understanding that the fortress lord's silence implied a deeper significance. Perhaps it was better left unexamined. Meanwhile, after the departure of the fortress lord, Qin Yi and his companions, under the guidance of Xianxia, returned to the celestial pavilion. Within the grand hall of the pavilion, upon their arrival, Qian made his way to his usual training area, preparing for his practice. Observing this, Qin Yi hastily called out to him, "Wait a moment. I have a cultivation technique for you." With that, he handed Qian the precious scroll that had been bestowed upon him. Qian looked at the scroll with a perplexed expression and hesitated before saying, "Such a valuable item, I cannot accept." Qin Yi smiled slightly and insisted, forcibly placing the scroll into Qian's hands. "The contents of this scroll hold no value for me and are of no use. Only in your possession can it realize its true worth." No longer feeling polite, Qian responded, "Then I shall express my gratitude, third young master. However, I have one lingering question. Is it true that this item was once the fortress lord's undergarment?" Chuckling, Qin Yi replied, "That is merely a baseless rumor, at most. It may have been concealed within the fortress lord's undergarment for an extended period." Upon hearing this, Qian, who was currently examining the scroll, felt his hand tremble slightly. Struggling against the urge to discard the scroll, he scrutinized its contents. The scroll detailed an exceptionally powerful cultivation technique known as the Undying Blood Technique. This technique was remarkably formidable. When cultivated to its zenith, as long as one's soul remained intact, one could resurrect by shedding blood. While Qian was indeed delighted to acquire such a formidable technique, he did not allow himself to become overly exuberant. For him, a good cultivation technique, while beneficial to the path of cultivation, was not the sole determinant of success. It served merely as an auxiliary aid. "I truly appreciate this technique, third young master." Qian expressed his gratitude once more. "By the way, third young master, there is a large numeral 8 inscribed on this scroll. Do you know its significance?" Qian inquired, pointing to a specific area on the scroll. Qin Yi chuckled lightly. "It's quite simple, really. This indicates that there are 8 scrolls of this gold and silk, perhaps even more." Qian was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, replied, "From your words, it seems you possess considerable knowledge about the origins of this gold and silk." "Indeed, I know a thing or two," Qin Yi replied enigmatically. "The provenance of this gold and silk is intertwined with a legend. According to the legend, over 1,000 years ago, after the founding emperor of the great Qian unified the realm, he held a grand ceremony to worship the heavens in Xianxia. Once the ceremony concluded, a hidden realm descended from the heavens. After landing, this hidden realm vanished from sight. However, the founding emperor, possessing unparalleled divine might, managed to glimpse a corner of this hidden realm. He then proclaimed to the world that within the realm lay a stone tablet and 8 scrolls of gold and silk. The tablet bore the accounts of an extraordinary martial art not belonging to the mortal realm, while the 8 scrolls contained the most esteemed martial arts of the world." "And then?" Qian inquired, clearly intrigued. "And then, Chapter 74, the legend of the hidden realm continues." A fervor swept through Xianxia as everyone sought to locate that hidden realm. Qin Yi chuckled. "Yet, a millennium has passed, and all have returned empty-handed." Gradually, people began to speculate that the so-called hidden realm never existed. It was merely the boast of the great Qian's founding emperor. After all, the great Qian royal family is well known for its grandiose claims. "I'm aware of this as well," Qian added. "Especially after the decline of the great Qian royal family. Stories of their communication with the heavens have surfaced periodically, and they even fabricate miraculous phenomena. However, such actions merely deceive themselves. Ultimately, they have not restored the authority of the great Qian royal family. Instead, they have become a laughingstock, losing much of their former prestige among the populace." Qin Yi smiled. In truth, the actions of the great Qian royal family were born out of desperation, as they found themselves devoid of better alternatives. However, he shifted his tone. The founding emperor was not entirely exaggerating. For 40 years ago, that hidden realm re-emerged, not the realm itself, but rather a colossal shadow of the hidden realm stretching across the skies of Xianxia. And what happened next? After 3 days, the shadow vanished. The renowned cultivators from across the realm, having flocked to Xianxia, turned the place upside down in their search. Yet they found no trace of the hidden realm. This time, however, people did not dismiss the existence of the hidden realm. Rather, they believed it had been opened and subsequently sealed again. They thought that if they could locate the one who had opened it, they too could access the hidden realm and seize its treasures. That individual who opened the hidden realm was the lord of Xianxia Fortress. Qi, pondering this, posed a question. Qin Yi smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the entrance. Qian stood there, bowing her head like a statue, utterly motionless. Did you seek me for something? A gentle voice resonated in Qian's ear, causing her to tremble slightly. She quickly lifted her gaze, meeting the striking visage of Qin Yi. Qian responded in a voice as soft as a whisper. The master of the pavilion had just issued an order for all assassins of hall level and above within the outer heaven tower to gather in the main hall tonight. Understood, I comprehend. Qin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. With that, he prepared to head towards the main hall. Observing his departure, Qian hurriedly called out, Master Yuan, wait a moment. There is something more I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Qin Yi inquired, his gaze towards her imbued with a hint of curiosity. The young woman's cheeks visibly flushed crimson, her body trembling slightly as if caught in a web of hesitation. After a brief pause, she seemed to summon her resolve, raising her head to reveal a pair of luminous, beautiful eyes that bore into Qin Yi's. Master Yuan, I am profoundly grateful for your intervention in saving me from Nangong Tong. Please rest assured, my gratitude extends beyond mere words. I shall repay you through my actions in the future. Furthermore, during this operation, I disregarded your command and acted impulsively, nearly leading to dire consequences. I beseech you to temper my punishment. As she concluded her statement, Qian's gaze faltered, and she once again lowered her head. Qin Yi, upon hearing her words, scrutinized her from head to toe and jested, Repay me with your actions? What sort of actions do you imply? Perhaps through a vow of devotion. Huh? Qian's ears flushed a deep red, leaving her in a state of fluster. Qin Yi chuckled, Fear not, I am merely jesting. At his words, Qian exhaled a sigh of relief. However, he continued, Your request for leniency is indeed justified. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain morale. Yet a prodigy like you, so close to the seventh realm, is a treasure within any faction. Should the punishment be excessively severe, leading you to harbor resentment and abandon the outer heaven tower in favor of another faction, I would be committing a grave error. Qin Yi spoke in a half-joking tone. Qian's expression shifted, and she promptly replied, Master Yuan, I am not the sort of person to betray those who have nurtured me. The outer heaven tower has cultivated my abilities, and I would never forsake it. Qin Yi chuckled lightly. Indeed, I believe you are not that kind of person. Nonetheless, I do not intend to punish you. Instead, I have a task for you. Upon its completion, you shall achieve merit in spite of your misdeeds. What task? Qian inquired cautiously. Qin Yi replied with a serious demeanor. Are you aware that within the outer heaven tower exists a technique known as the blood refinement art? The blood refinement art? Of course, I am familiar with it, Qian responded. It is a family legacy of the pavilion master, albeit an auxiliary technique. It proves immensely useful. Practitioners of the blood refinement art must supplement their training with various special herbs steeped in water. Upon completion, it enhances one's vitality. Most individuals within the outer heaven tower, including myself, have practiced this technique. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Yi continued. What I require from you is to discreetly compile a list of those within the outer heaven tower who have practiced the blood refinement art. Qian furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, Master Yuan, may I ask the reason behind your actions? Qin Yi replied with a slight smile. Did you not find it peculiar, the battle with Nangong Tong? What means did he employ that rendered both your hall and the second hall devoid of combat capability? Qian clasped her hands, stating, respectfully, Master Yuan, I must confess that I have come to seek your counsel on another matter. I wish to understand why Nangong Tong's methods had no effect on you at that time. This question had troubled Qian for quite some time. Qin Yi leaned closer to her ear and whispered, It is quite simple. Unlike you, I have only recently entered the celestial building and have not practiced the blood refinement technique. Qian's pupils narrowed to pinpricks as she suddenly grasped the implications. I see. It pertains to the auxiliary materials used during the cultivation of the blood refinement technique. These materials are exceedingly complex. If one were to introduce a couple of doses of slow-acting poison, it would become nearly undetectable. No wonder I fell victim as well. Typically, our means of obtaining auxiliary materials involves completing tasks assigned from above. Given that these materials come from those in authority, even the most cautious would not think twice or conduct thorough inspections. Moreover, As if struck by a revelation, Yin Chuying's expression turned grave. The process of collecting, pairing, inspecting, and distributing materials, while extensive and involving many hands, still leaves room for infiltration. Among these individuals, there could be a spy from another faction, or perhaps even multiple spies. I suspect the force behind these spies is undoubtedly the Xianing fortress. Not only did Nangong Tong steal the golden silk from Xianing fortress, but he also acquired the means to make that slow-acting poison manifest immediately. Master Yuan's directive to secretly compile a list of those practicing the blood refinement technique surely aims to find a way to assist them in detoxification without raising alarms. If we were to act overtly, Xianing Fortress would retaliate fiercely, and we would certainly be at a disadvantage due to the poison. Additionally, during the execution of this plan, we must identify one or more of the lurking spies. Chapter 75. The Master of the Celestial Building. Master Yuan, I have conveyed all I wish to say. Please review my analysis for any inaccuracies. Ah, Qin Yi chuckled softly. You're nearly correct. Perhaps 7 or 8 parts out of 10, but there is a slight error. What is the mistake? You shall first undertake your mission, and in due course you will understand. In the great hall of the Celestial Building, the dim evening light cast an oppressive atmosphere, amplified by the presence of renowned assassins from Zhongheng Prefecture, whose bloodthirst emanated through the shadows. In the center of the hall stood a raised platform. Upon this elevated platform, there are 4 chairs, 2 of which are occupied by formidable men donning masks, exuding an aura of dread. These 2 giants are none other than the remaining 2 of the 3 esteemed leaders of the Heavenly Tower, apart from Qin Jinxue. One is known as by Yuan Fang, and the other as Deng Huanglong. With a creaking sound, the grand doors of the hall, which had been tightly shut, swung open from the outside. Qin Yi then stepped inside, followed closely by Zhang, a trusted aide of Qin Jinxue, who had been awaiting his arrival at the entrance, and promptly moved forward to guide him. On the elevated platform, by Yuan Fang, one of the leaders, spoke coldly. This Yuan Tangzhu is said to be a pawn of Mu Shuyan, someone who has infiltrated through backdoor means. Hearing this, Deng Huanglong scoffed. Mu Shuyan is truly amusing. He often criticizes us for placing our confidence, yet now he seeks to do the same. What a hypocrite! His actions are even more egregious than ours. He appoints a mere insect of the 4th realm as a confidant, utterly unafraid of being ridiculed, which could shatter the illustrious image he has maintained for so long. You are mistaken, by Yuan Fang interjected, shaking his head. This Yuan Heng is no ordinary individual. He is merely feigning ignorance, much like Mu Shuyan did upon entering the Heavenly Tower. During his last mission, he revealed a cultivation level of the 7th realm and, employing unknown means, effortlessly dispatched Nangong Tong, who was also at the 7th realm. Remarkable indeed, Deng Huanglong thought, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. The 7th realm is not to be underestimated, and he himself has only recently achieved that level. While he considered Qin Yi's ability to slay a 7th realm powerhouse to be fortuitous, it was still an impressive feat throughout his life. He had never personally eliminated a 7th realm opponent. This was no mere display of prowess. Bai Yuan Fang continued. Moreover, this Yuan Tangzhu, based on his demeanor, appears quite youthful, indicating that he is a prodigy with a significant opportunity to break through to the 8th realm. Should he succeed, Mu Shuyan's faction would boast 2 8th realm experts, and 1 8th realm leader alone would be insufficient to maintain control of the Heavenly Tower. At that point, the entire establishment would effectively belong to Mu. What shall we do then? Deng Huanglong's expression shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. As one of the candidates for the leadership of the Heavenly Tower, he recognized that if the scenario described by Yuan Fang were to unfold, his chances would vanish entirely. What to do? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in by Yuan Fang's eyes. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate Yuan Heng discreetly. At that moment, as Qin Yi wandered through the hall, he suddenly sensed a hint of malice directed towards him. Raising his gaze, he locked eyes with Bai Yuan Fang, who was observing him intently. Qin Yi offered a faint smile before averting his attention. Was the intent to kill stemming from Qin Jinxue's influence? A sudden scream shattered Qin Yi's contemplation. The master has arrived. A sudden, thunderous shout echoed through the hall, causing the doors to swing open once more. An elderly man, stooped and adorned with a mask, entered from outside. Upon seeing the assembly within the hall, he addressed them with a voice weathered by time. Greetings, everyone. It has been a long while. Welcome back, Master of the Celestial Pavilion. A harmonious chorus resounded in reply. The master of the celestial pavilion nodded slightly, and in an instant, he vanished like a specter, only to reappear upon the elevated platform. The familiarity between Bai Yuanfang, Deng Huanglong, and this enigmatic master was evident, as they merely exchanged a casual salute. The master, however, did not respond. Instead, he inquired towards an empty chair on the platform. Has the chief of the curtain yet to arrive? At this, Bai Yuanfang's demeanor shifted to one of indignation. Master, he proclaimed, the chief of the curtain has proven exceedingly disrespectful. He summoned us all, yet he arrives later than you. Such a breach of decorum is intolerable. You must discipline him, so he comprehends the gravity of his actions. By chief, the master of the celestial pavilion interjected, raising his voice to halt Bai Yuanfang's tirade. Startled, Bai Yuanfang immediately ceased speaking, adopting a demeanor of utmost humility. The master regarded him with a shake of his head. The timing of one's arrival merely reflects the weight of their responsibilities. The chief of the curtain's tardiness indicates his tireless efforts in managing the affairs of our pavilion. In such circumstances, I find joy rather than reproach. Furthermore, by chief, you must temper your temper and foster harmony with the chief of the curtain. Our pavilion's ascent is rooted in unity. Understood, master, Bai Yuanfang replied, bowing low enough that his forehead nearly touched his toes, his tone dripping with contrition. Indeed, I have grown old, and my time is limited. The future of the celestial pavilion rests upon your shoulders, so it is imperative that conflicts do not arise. Otherwise, our pavilion may fracture. Meanwhile, Qin Yi, having found his place, gazed intently at the master of the celestial pavilion. What do you think of him? He inquired, recalling how the master had recently employed a subtle trick on Xianxia, allowing him to communicate with the demon dragon without drawing forth the white dragon spear from his storage ring. The voice of the demon dragon soon reached him. This old man possesses an 8th realm cultivation. Neither particularly strong nor weak, he is but an ordinary 8th realm practitioner. As for his age, he seems to be nearing his final days, his aura notably frail. Overall, he appears strong on the outside, yet lacking substance within. However, there is something peculiar about him that I cannot quite articulate. In any case, it would be wise to keep a close watch on him. Chapter 76, A World-Shattering Revelation. Upon hearing the words of the demon dragon, Qin Yi chuckled, saying, At first, when you spoke of the Lord of the Outer Tower, I believed him to be merely an ordinary practitioner of the 8th realm. I truly thought you were a false demon god. However, later on, your ability to discern his peculiarities indicated that you possess some degree of discernment. Pray tell, what makes him extraordinary? The demon dragon, feeling somewhat displeased, sensed that Qin Yi was belittling him. In his eyes, the Lord of the Outer Tower was simply a common practitioner of the 8th realm. As for the oddities he mentioned, he felt that the Lord was near his end, clinging to life by a thread. Yet, that very breath exuded an astonishing resilience, suggesting that the Lord of the Outer Tower still had considerable time left. This, however, was not entirely beyond reason. It merely attested to the Lord's remarkable fortitude. You will understand in due course, and it will surely astound you. Qin Yi chose not to elaborate further on this matter. At that moment, the master of the curtain arrived. The previously subdued hall erupted once more into a cacophony of voices. Qin Yi turned to see Xianxia and asked, entering through the grand doors. Greetings, master of the curtain. The hall echoed with a chorus of voices, as synchronized as when the Lord of the Outer Tower had entered, and even louder than before. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Bai Yuanfang grit his teeth and exclaimed, Look at what has become of the master of the curtain. His prestige within the Outer Tower now rivals your own. It is time for action, master. Delay no longer, or we'll be too late. The Lord of the Outer Tower feigned ignorance to Bai Yuanfang's words. As he observed Xianxia soaring towards the high platform, he quickly rose to greet him. Master of the curtain, you have truly labored hard. The Lord of the Outer Tower spoke with a tone of genuine warmth. Upon reaching the high platform, Xianxia nodded in acknowledgement. Lord, it has been a while. The Lord of the Outer Tower chuckled lightly. Indeed, it has been quite some time. Come, let's sit and converse. With that, he gestured for Xianxia to take a seat beside him, at a chair that paralleled his own. Xianxia accepted without hesitation and sat down. Once the Lord of the Outer Tower took his seat as well, he continued, Master of the curtain, what is the purpose of your summons? Xianxia replied with a hint of indifference. I intend to launch an attack on the Xianing fortress. What? The three individuals on the platform were momentarily taken aback. Bai Yuanfang scoffed. Master of the curtain, are you indulging in a fanciful dream? While we have had our share of friction with the Xianing fortress, we have not reached the point of severing ties and declaring war. Moreover, even if we were to annihilate the fortress, it would yield no benefits for us at the outer tower. Instead, it would only lead to losses in personnel and resources, allowing other factions to reap the rewards. Surely, this is something you have considered as well. I have come to understand the intentions of the esteemed leader of the pavilion. Is it possible that through this war, he seeks to eliminate all those within the outer sky tower who are disloyal to him, thereby achieving complete dominion over the establishment? The master of the outer sky tower rebuked, "Do not project your petty suspicions onto a man of integrity." The leader of the pavilion would not engage in actions detrimental to the outer sky tower. Given this, might you elucidate the purpose of your actions, esteemed leader? Interjected by Aothank. Qin Yi, devoid of any inclination for trivial disputes, replied coldly, "It was the Lord of Xianxia Fortress who unlocked the secret realm 40 years ago." What? A sudden hush fell around, as the three members of the outer sky tower were momentarily taken aback. Qin Yi continued, "If we can capture the Lord of Xianxia Fortress, we will ascertain the true location of the legendary secret realm." At this point, the master of the outer sky tower was the first to regain composure, his voice brimming with excitement. "Leader of the pavilion, can we trust the information you have received? If it is indeed true, it would be magnificent. Securing the techniques within the secret realm could elevate the strength of the outer sky tower to unprecedented heights, potentially allowing us to unify Xianxia and become a foremost power. Furthermore, I may even discover methods for prolonging my life from these techniques. Rest assured, for I have witnessed one of the techniques with mine own eyes." Qin Yi then recounted the events of his encounter with the Lord of Xianxia Fortress. Upon hearing this, the master of the outer sky tower nodded and remarked, "To be frank, had you mentioned any other individual, I might have doubted your words. However, given that it was the Lord of Xianxia Fortress who opened the secret realm, I cannot help but believe you. After all, his remarkable rise from obscurity to his current stature surely indicates a significant fortuity." After a brief pause, he continued, "Thus, esteemed leader of the pavilion, I support your offensive against Xianxia Fortress." Wait, as the matter seemed to be reaching a consensus, Bai Yuanfang swiftly interjected, "Master, we cannot act so rashly. Setting aside the possibility of that silk scroll being linked to the secret realm, if it indeed is, we must refrain from confrontation. The treasures within the secret realm may have already been acquired by the Lord of Xianxia Fortress, and with such resources at their disposal, their true strength is unimaginable. Engaging them would be akin to a fragile egg striking a rock. It would be tantamount to seeking our own demise." A cold laughter echoed through the air. Bai Yuanfang turned to Qin Yi, fuming, "What are you laughing at?" "I laugh at your ignorance," Qin Yi retorted, his mirth fading. "If the Lord of Xianxia Fortress had indeed secured all the treasures within the secret realm, they would have long since become invincible in Xianxia. The current state of Xianxia Fortress suggests otherwise, indicating that the treasures are not so easily attained. The Lord has likely only acquired a single scroll, while the rest remain elusive. However, should the Lord of Xianxia Fortress be merely feigning modesty, having already obtained everything from the secret realm, what then shall we do? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed." The enigmatic master of the celestial tower, Deng Huanglong, finally broke his silence. Qin Yi replied softly, "That is rather simple. At that juncture, we would find ourselves with only one path, death. However, this bears no relation to our current decision regarding the assault on the Xianxia Fortress. If we refrain from attacking, the fortress will inevitably launch an offensive against us, leading to the same dire outcome. Conversely, should we seize the moment before the Lord of the Xianxia Fortress acquires the treasures hidden within the secret realm, we could eliminate the fortress altogether, thus securing our fortune. Therefore, our motivation for striking the Xianxia Fortress is not merely to gain great opportunities, but rather to preserve our only chance of survival. Furthermore, the forces that will act against the Xianxia Fortress will undoubtedly extend beyond our own. If we can disseminate this information, other factions will discern the stakes involved and will likely join us in our endeavor against the fortress. Now, I have spoken at length. Do any of you harbor objections? Chapter 77, Resolution. Bai Yuanfang hesitated, wishing to counter, but finding himself at a loss for words. Observing this, the master of the celestial tower turned to Qin Yi and, after a moment's contemplation, declared, "Since there are no dissenting voices, Master Mu, proceed with your plan." Qin Yi nodded slightly, recognizing the urgency of notifying their subordinates to prepare accordingly. He then rose and approached the edge of the Grand Hall. The gathered members of the Celestial Tower had already surmised that he was about to announce the outcome of the recent deliberations among the esteemed leaders. Thus, every ear was attuned, eager not to miss a single word. In half a month's time, we, the Celestial Tower, will join forces with other major powers in Xianxia to launch an assault on the Xianing fortress, Qin Yi proclaimed in a calm tone. A thunderous uproar erupted among the members of the Celestial Tower below, despite Qin Yi's composed demeanor. The impending campaign against the Xianing fortress was undoubtedly the most sensational event since the downfall of the Taihuang sect. Wonderful! This gives me the chance to avenge the humiliation inflicted by the lord of the Xianing fortress on that fateful day, Li Hao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Suddenly, a shadow of worry crossed his face. Oh no, I nearly forgot about Tian. If they choose not to join the assault on Xianing fortress, and instead wait until we are weakened to strike, that would spell disaster. Hearing this, Qin Yi chuckled lightly. Do not fret. If Tian abstains from participating in the attack on Xianing fortress, it would, in fact, be a tremendous boon for us. What? Li Hao was perplexed, sensing that Qin Yi was speaking in riddles. Qin Yi regarded the diverse expressions of those below, choosing to remain silent. His thoughts drifted back to the master of the Celestial Tower's earlier statement as he turned to gaze intently at him. In the course of these several decades, the individuals who have risen from obscurity in Zhongheng Prefecture are not limited to the Lord of Xianing Fortress alone. The Master of Tianwei are among them as well. At this moment, within Zhongheng Prefecture, there exists a grand hall steeped in oppressive silence. This hall is centered around a circular platform, encircled by several towering stone pillars, each crowned with a massive throne. At the heart of the circular platform kneels a man, battered and bruised, with his head bowed, eyes cast downwards, and his body trembling slightly. You can ascertain that the silk scroll contains the record of an unparalleled martial art. You are aware of the dire consequences that await should you utter a falsehood. Perched atop one of the stone pillars, a masked man sits casually in his chair, conversing while deftly manipulating a flying dagger in his hand. Report, my lord. I assure you I have not lied, Bai Ryu states, his head lowered in urgent explanation. In that case, please divulge the martial art you witnessed, the masked man responds. Bai Ryu shakes his head, replying, My lord, I am afraid I cannot. For the memory of the martial art inscribed on that silk has been fading since its loss, leaving only a haze of recollection. A soft chuckle emanates from another stone pillar, where a beguiling female assassin covers her mouth, exclaiming, To think that knowledge retained in one's mind could simply vanish. What a far-fetched tale. I believe this man is certainly deceiving us. If you allow me to employ my signature technique, I assure you he will reveal all in no time. My lord, I truly have not lied, Bai Ryu stammers. A flicker of fear crossing his face as he hastily attempts to clarify. He has heard that among the 5 renowned gold medal assassins of Tianwei, there exists only one woman, though her prowess pales in comparison to her counterparts. Possessing merely the strength of the 7th realm, she remains the most formidable presence among them. This is primarily due to her merciless nature, particularly in her methods of torture. Merely recounting her techniques can cause those with weaker minds to faint from terror. He must be speaking the truth, the gold medal assassin who had previously spoken remarks with a light laugh. After all, this martial art originates from the heavens and surely possesses unique characteristics. Moreover, there are similar accounts in reality. It is rumored that some great powers, in order to safeguard their ancestral martial arts from theft, would engrave them upon a special type of mineral. This mineral has the capacity to influence one's spirit. Unless one has cultivated their specific auxiliary techniques, any outsider gazing upon the engraved ancestral martial arts would quickly forget what they saw. As her words linger in the air, a flying dagger suddenly whizzes in from an unknown direction. The gold medal assassin who had just spoken deftly catches the dagger and removes the note affixed to its blade. What transpired? Inquires a seasoned elder from atop another stone pillar. After reading the note, the elder shatters it into fragments with a wave of his knife's energy. Upon completion, he chuckled, declaring, It appears my judgment was indeed correct. This lad spoke no falsehood. The treasures are undeniably from that legendary secret realm. And the Lord of Xianing Fortress is none other than the individual who unlocked the secret realm 40 years ago. Presently, Tianwei Tower is fervently disseminating this information and preparing to assault Xianing Fortress. What? The 2 other elite assassins in the Grand Hall were taken aback by this revelation. 2 significant matters were at play, both explosive in nature. After a brief moment, the woman, regaining her composure, inquired, "What course of action should we at Tian pursue? Shall we simply reap the benefits of others' efforts?" Lu replied, "Tian Tower is well aware of the implications. Why should we not understand? We at Tian must also partake in the campaign against Xianning Fortress. Yet, I believe that sitting back and reaping the rewards would be most advantageous for us at Tian. Indeed, even in our absence, Tian Tower would still act against Xianning Fortress, leading to losses on both sides while we remain unscathed. How perfect that would be." "Foolish notion," Lu retorted without hesitation. "There will undoubtedly be many factions opposing Xianning Fortress, with Tian Tower being both the instigator and the most formidable among them. Should Xianning Fortress truly fall to the coalition, all participating factions will sustain damage, while we, unscathed, would merely become the next anomaly, akin to a new Xianning Fortress. In that case, amidst the chaos of the assault on Xianning Fortress, Tian Tower, possessing the greatest strength and prestige, would only need to raise its banner to reclaim its position as the leader among all factions, subsequently leading them against us at Tian. Therefore, if we wish to avoid annihilation, we must engage in this impending battle." Chapter 78, The Spring of Bairuyu. "Now, do either of you hold dissenting views?" Lu asked, turning to the other two elite assassins. A round of applause erupted. The alluring female assassin chuckled softly, stating, "The world praises the esteemed head of Tian Tower for reviving the organization. Without that individual, Tian Tower would have long since perished. However, what the world fails to recognize is that you, Lu, are equally crucial to us at Tian. Without you, we would falter as well." An elderly man chimed in. "Mei is correct. Lu, you are our vital force at Tian, and we wholeheartedly support your decisions." In the face of such flattery, Lu remained composed, responding calmly. "You overestimate me. How can I be compared to the head of Tian Tower? That individual single-handedly sustains half of the organization. The strength of Tian rests not solely on my shoulders, but also on yours, as well as our leader in Sha. By the way, has Sha not returned yet? Does anyone know his whereabouts?" Lu inquired, recalling something. Mei swayed her enchanting figure and giggled. "Sha must surely be gravely injured, currently hiding away in some unknown corner to recuperate." "How do you know this?" Lu questioned. "Isnt, it's simple." Mei continued. "Eliminate this man, who is exceedingly arrogant and believes himself to be, aside from the leader, the earliest to attain the title of a premier assassin, thereby considering himself superior to us. Whenever the leader is absent, he assumes the role of the leader, dictating to us with an air of superiority. Presently, he dares not return, undoubtedly having encountered difficulties and sustained injuries during his last mission. It is hardly surprising, after all. Surviving an assassination attempt on the third son of the Chancellor is quite an achievement. If not for the leader's decision, we would not have accepted this task. However, he certainly does not share this perspective. His arrogance leads him to perceive it as a disgrace for us, the younger generation, to witness his discomposure. Therefore, he will likely wait until he has fully recovered before making his return." Lu nodded in agreement with Mei's conjecture. "Given this, we shall not concern ourselves with him for the moment. Our pressing priority is to strategize the assault on Xianning Fortress." The other two nodded in concurrence. Subsequently, the group discussed their respective responsibilities. Once their discussions concluded, the remaining two premier assassins departed, leaving only Lu in the Grand Hall. With a swift motion, Lu vanished from the pillar, reappearing atop the circular platform beneath it. Bairuyu, kneeling on the ground, sensed the movement and promptly bowed, stating, emotionless, "I pay my respects." "My lord." Lu's gaze scrutinized Bairuyu, and he nodded with satisfaction. "You are indeed commendable. I have long heard of your exploits. It has been quite some time since someone as exceptional as you has emerged in the realm of Tianwei. Furthermore, the intelligence you have brought back is of great significance to us. Having accomplished such a feat, do you desire a reward? As long as it is not excessive, I shall grant it." A glimmer of joy appeared on Bairuyu's face as he hastily replied, "I humbly report, my lord, that these are merely my duties. As for rewards, I cannot possibly accept." Lu's expression of satisfaction deepened. "Excellent. Your response pleases me greatly. To traverse the path of cultivation further, humility is essential. My codename in Tianwei is Lu, a premier assassin. If you do not mind, you may serve as my deputy." Upon hearing this, Bairuyu was momentarily stunned, then filled with ecstatic joy. "Thank you, Lord Lu, for your promotion. I shall strive with all my heart and soul for you. Bai Ryu bowed deeply. Serving under Liu, one of the premier assassins of Tianwei, would allow him to navigate the realm with greater ease, setting aside the prospect of utilizing Tianwei's resources to enhance his cultivation. Securing a foothold would enable him to recruit allies and establish his own faction. To eliminate the Chancellor's residence, relying solely on his strength would be insufficient. Thus, developing his own power was imperative. Indeed, Liu nodded slightly. Work diligently, and before long, you too shall occupy a position akin to mine, becoming a premier assassin. Without sentiment, I shall not disappoint Lord Gu. After the decision was made by the Celestial Tower to launch an assault on the Xianning fortress, they did not act immediately. Such wars between formidable factions require extensive preparation. Thus, for the past half-month, the entire Celestial Tower has been enveloped in a flurry of activity. However, one individual, unexpectedly, has taken advantage of connections to gain entry into the Celestial Tower. Qin Yi now occupies the cultivation chamber prepared for the sect leader, practicing his techniques. Indeed, while the spiritual energy here pales in comparison to that within the Purple Extreme Tower, is still commendable. After half a month of cultivation, I have reached the pinnacle of the 4th realm, with only one step remaining to ascend to the 5th realm, the Divine Infant stage. Sitting cross-legged, Qin Yi opened his eyes with a light chuckle. He then turned his gaze toward another individual engaged in cultivation, Xianxia. Xianxia was also seated in a meditative posture, with crimson blood energy swirling around him. The cultivation chamber they occupied was constructed by Xianxia, inscribed with formations to enhance spiritual energy, making it far more comfortable for cultivation than the outside world. Seizing the opportunity, he had convinced Xianxia to lend him this chamber. After receiving consent, he brought Xianxia into the chamber for their practice. Noticing that Xianxia showed no signs of concluding his training, Qin Yi retracted his gaze and prepared to exit. Cultivation techniques are categorized into primary and auxiliary methods. The primary technique must be practiced from beginning to end, serving as the foundation of all. Given the paramount importance of the primary technique, selecting one requires utmost caution. Changing one's primary method later is not impossible, but exceedingly challenging. A moment of carelessness during this transition could lead to the ruin of one's cultivation, rendering them incapable of further advancement. Moreover, if one fails to adapt to the modified technique, even a successful change would result in a reversal of progress, leading to a sluggish development in one's abilities. However, such issues would not befall Xianxia, for he is a prodigy with his innate talent. Altering his primary technique would pose little difficulty. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Qin Yi approached the entrance of the chamber. Upon pushing open the door, he was momentarily taken aback. Yin Shuing stood at the threshold, awaiting his arrival. Chapter 79, Assemble. As Qin Yi beheld Yin Shuing, she too recognized him. She promptly stated, Master Yuan, the war against Xianning Fortress is about to commence. Various factions have arrived at the designated assembly point, and we of the Celestial Tower shall soon depart. Vin nodded affirmatively. Understood. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Engaging in the assault on Xianning Fortress was not of paramount concern to him. He was more interested in other affairs. Yes, Yin Shuing's expression turned serious as she presented a booklet to Qin Yi. Master Yuan, I have conducted a thorough investigation. This is a list of individuals within the Celestial Tower who practice the blood refining technique. The sheer number of individuals far exceeded my expectations. Within the entirety of the Celestial Tower, more than half had practiced the blood refinement technique. Very well, Qin Yi replied in a composed tone, accepting the tome handed to him by Yin Shuing and preparing to head to the assembly point. Yin Shuing was momentarily taken aback, then hastily intercepted Qin Yi, saying, Leader Yuan, are you not planning to take any action? Take action? What do you mean? Yin Shuing replied with a hint of exasperation. For instance, to deter Master Mu from hastening the war against Xianning Fortress, we should first resolve our pressing concerns. Otherwise, should Xianning Fortress employ the same tactics that Nangong Tung used, more than half of our forces at Celestial Tower would be rendered ineffective. And when they seize the opportunity to attack, the consequences would be dire. Ah, so that is the matter, Qin Yi said, a look of realization dawning on his face. He patted Yin Shuing's shoulder and reassured her, Rest assured, the spies hidden within our Celestial Tower have been discovered, apprehended, and dealt with. The methods of Xianning Fortress will no longer be effective against us. Is that true? A hint of skepticism crossed Yin Shuing's face. How had Qin Yi captured them? For the past fortnight, he had been secluded in his chamber for intensive cultivation, and she had heard no news of anyone disappearing from the Celestial Tower. Qian was about to inquire further, but Qin Yi evaded her question, swiftly bypassing her and vanishing from sight. Qian was left agape at his sudden departure. With such decisiveness, could it be that this leader Yuan was the true spy? Upon arriving at the assembly point for the cultivators of the Celestial Tower, Qin Yi ran briskly. "Apologies for my tardiness. I had matters to attend to," he said with a hint of regret. Xianxia refrained from elaborating further, redirecting his gaze towards the throng of assembled individuals below. "Everyone is present. Let us depart." With that, he seized Qin Yi and soared into the air. The 7 realms of cultivators from Celestial Tower followed suit, taking to the skies. Only 2 individuals remained notably sluggish. Deng Huanglong crossed his arms and squinted, stating, "You mentioned that Yuan Heng possesses the cultivation of the 7th realm, yet he cannot even fly and requires Mu Shuyan's assistance to soar." Bian Fang scoffed derisively. "A mere fool, who in Celestial Tower is unaware of his 7th realm cultivation. To feign ignorance is truly foolish." "Oh, I understand now." Had Qin Yi been privy to their conversation at that moment, he would have vehemently protested his innocence. He was not pretending to be a pig playing the tiger. He was simply incapable of flight. Only upon reaching the 7th realm could one soar through the skies, and as a mere 4th realm innate cultivator, he was indeed grounded. As for harnessing the power of the demon dragon to elevate his cultivation to the 7th realm and unlock the ability to fly, while not impossible, it was an extravagant endeavor. Should he exhaust the demon dragon's power, he would have no resources left to draw upon in the future. Why is there only this few? Qin Yi mused, casting his gaze downward at the Celestial Tower cultivators trailing behind him. In theory, the number of cultivators that Xianxia could mobilize exceeds 10,000. However, the number of cultivators currently following is no more than 2,000. Qin Jinhua spoke, saying, "If we were to gather all the forces involved in the campaign against Xianning Fort, it would be exceedingly troublesome and yield minimal benefits. Thus, our approach is to have each faction designate a portion of their main force and subsequently unite this contingent. The assembled forces will target the stronghold of Xianning Fort, known as Xianning City. The remaining troops will then launch attacks from their respective factions towards the nearest outposts of Xianning Fort, aimed at consumption and diversion." Qin Yi nodded thoughtfully and then recalled something, inquiring, "By the way, is Xianxia participating in this campaign against Xianning Fort?" "Indeed," was the reply. "Vinyi chucked softly. It appears that no major force is foolish." Silence enveloped the air for a few seconds. "What have you been up to lately?" It was now Qin Jinyue's turn to ask. "As for me," Qin Yi grinned, "merely trifles, insignificant matters." "Ah, trifles. Do not think I am unaware. The majority of the forces in Xianxia attacking Xianning Fort this time are propelled by your influence." "Haha, brother, you overestimate me. I am merely a catalyst. Without me, the campaign against Xianning Fort would still occur." This was indeed true. Amidst their conversation, Qin Jinyue led Qin Yi to a desolate gorge, devoid of any greenery, filled with peculiar red stones. "We have arrived." In Qin Yi's line of sight, numerous figures appeared, encircling a flat area in the center of the gorge. The individuals on the ground had also sensed the approaching presence of Xianxia from above. "Master of the pavilion, your Xianxia has finally arrived." A swordsman, bearing a scabbard on his back, approached to greet as soon as Qin Jinhua landed. Masterly, it has been a long time. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Qin Jinhua nodded in acknowledgement. "Masterly." Upon hearing Qin Jinyue's address, Qin Yi discerned the identity of the swordsman before him, Li Hunyuan, the master of the esteemed Hunyuan sword sect of Xianxia. The name Hunyuan sword sect bears a striking resemblance to that of the top-tier Hunyuan sword school, and indeed, there exists a connection. However, this connection transcends the ordinary. The Hunyuan sword sect is a force supported by the Prime Minister's office, and its name was deliberately chosen to undermine the reputation of the Hunyuan sword school. Should the Hunyuan sword sect commit malevolent acts, the similarity in names would lead many to mistakenly associate the wrongdoing with the Hunyuan sword school. Of course, the primary purpose of the Hunyuan sword sect's existence is not merely to vex the Hunyuan sword school. Following the annihilation of the Tai Huang sect, the Prime Minister's office, bound by agreements with other top sects, could not overtly enter Xianxia and thus covertly supported the rise of this faction, namely the Hunyuan sword sect. However, at that time, it was not yet known as the Hunyuan sword sect. The name Hunyuan sword sect was later devised by his second brother, who deemed the previous name lacking in grandeur, infusing it with a hint of his own dark humor. Chapter 80, Raising the White Flag. After exchanging pleasantries, the leader of the Hunyuan sword sect and the representatives of other factions followed suit. Yet, there was one faction that remained unmoved by the arrival of the Qian Tower. Qin Yi cast his gaze toward the stronghold of this faction. Surrounding the stronghold were uniformly masked cultivators, exuding an aura of malevolence. Were it not for the conspicuous banner at the center of their encampment, outsiders might have mistaken them for the vanguard of the Qian Tower. As anticipated, these individuals were the legendary Xianxia, the sworn enemies and greatest rivals of the Qian Tower. Qin Yi's glance at the movements of the Xianxia was noticed by some among them. Bai Ryu narrowed his eyes. Inexplicably, the assassin from the Qian Tower opposite him evoked a visceral sense of aversion within him, despite not knowing the individual. Qin Yi shifted his focus, inadvertently locking eyes with Bai Ryu. He offered a slight smile before averting his gaze and joining the others from the Qian Tower as they proceeded to their stronghold. After a night of recuperation, the next day, the various forces participating in the assault on the Xianning fortress gathered early, and the formidable army set forth towards the stronghold of Xianning City. Yuan, who is commanding this battle, Li Hao, who had arrived the previous night, inquired. In a conflict of this magnitude, a singular commander was imperative. However, among the participating factions, none possessed absolute power to dominate the others, making the selection of a commander quite challenging. Regardless of which faction took the lead, discontent among the other forces was inevitable. Walking amidst the crowd, Qin Yi remarked with a smile, "I understand your concerns. They have been considered. The commander for this assault on the Xianning fortress is a cultivator from another province. This individual has previously commanded large-scale battles and possesses ample experience. Furthermore, he has had no prior dealings with the factions involved in this assault, ensuring impartiality when the time for battle arrives. His agreement to lead stems from a personal vendetta against the Xianning fortress. Upon hearing the news of the impending assault, he sought us out. The factions participating in this expedition are also fully supportive of his command, promising to heed his orders without question." After hearing this explanation, Li Hao did not feel reassured. Instead, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. "Yuan, isn't it even more problematic to appoint someone from another province to lead? Heed his orders sounds appealing, but when it comes to exerting effort, who would follow the commands of someone lacking in any authority?" A sense of unease enveloped the atmosphere as Qin Yi pondered the situation. Despite their collective strength far surpassing that of Xianning Fort, he harbored a lingering doubt that, should conflict ensue, the fort might possess greater odds of victory. Gazing into the distance, where the colossal silhouette of the city emerged, he chuckled softly. "There is no need for concern. This impending battle will ultimately not transpire." "How can that be?" Li Hao's voice dripped with incredulity. Given the current circumstances, to suggest that a confrontation will not occur is sheer folly. Before Qin Yi could respond, the advancing troops abruptly halted. "What is happening?" Li Hao inquired, lifting his gaze toward the front. Positioned toward the forefront of the army, he easily discerned the unfolding scene. Before them stood a contingent of individuals, adorned in the insignia of Xianning Fort. With heads bowed, they approached the coalition, brandishing white flags that fluttered in the breeze. The implication was unmistakable. Turning back, Li Hao regarded Qin Yi with astonishment. "How did you foresee this?" "The plan is about to commence," Qin Yi remarked, unfazed by Li Hao's bewildered expression. His gaze traversed beyond the emissaries of Xianning Fort to the vast cityscape that loomed behind them. Within a hastily erected tent, an elderly man with silvery hair presided as the overall commander of this operation. He addressed the kneeling cultivators from Xianning Fort, his voice icy. "Are you preparing to surrender without a fight?" The others in the tent leaned in, eager to hear the unfolding dialogue. Over the past fortnight, numerous questions had arisen in their minds. Information regarding the offensive against Xianning Fort had spread throughout the entirety of Zhongning Prefecture. It was only natural that the fort, as the focal point of this conflict, would have received word. Yet, perplexingly, they had not devised a single strategy to counteract the threat. In truth, Xianning Fort had not yet reached a point of absolute despair. If they could forge an alliance with a faction within the coalition, they might dismantle the alliance. Or if they seized the initiative before the coalition fully assembled, they could potentially eliminate one or two factions, instilling fear in the others and causing the coalition to fracture. Such tactics were viable, and success was not beyond the realm of possibility. All present were leaders of various factions within the coalition, acutely aware of the precariousness of their alliance. Yet, the ultimate response from Xianxia Fort had culminated in this moment. The lead cultivator from Xianxia Fort raised his head and declared, "No, esteemed lords, we are not here to surrender. Rather, we beseech you to withdraw your forces. For this matter is no longer related to us at Xianxia Fort." "What do you mean by that?" the elderly man inquired, narrowing his eyes. "Esteemed lords," the cultivator continued, "the mastermind behind this affair, the Lord of Xianxia Fort, has fled with his confidants." "What?" Upon hearing this response, the individuals within the grand tent were momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by the revelation. The monk from Xianxia Fortress, who had spoken earlier, continued, "Just last night, the Lord of Xianxia Fortress unexpectedly fled through a secret passage, accompanied by his trusted confidants. As for their destination, we are unaware. Currently, the remaining inhabitants of Xianxia Fortress consist solely of the guest elders recruited over the years and those who have subsequently merged into the fortress's ranks. For a faction, rising swiftly within a short span requires not only a few formidable practitioners, but also a profound foundation in other aspects. The most effective means of obtaining such a foundation is through the gradual accumulation of time. However, that approach is excessively slow. A more expedient alternative exists, inviting other forces to join one's own. Within Xianxia Fortress, numerous factions have integrated through such alliances. Naturally, those who have joined will not exhibit unwavering loyalty to the Lord of Xianxia Fortress. A brief silence enveloped the air in the grand tent. The elderly man with white hair lifted his gaze towards the others present in the hall. How to address this matter now was not his prerogative. He was merely an employee, and the final decisions rested with the proprietors in attendance. Chapter 81. The Limit. The sudden departure of the Lord of Xianxia Fortress had caught everyone off guard, leaving no one to anticipate such an event. Hence, none were quick to respond, and all fell into contemplation. After a brief moment, the leader of the Hunyuan sword sect, after a thoughtful pause, stated, "The most pressing concern now is not how to handle this situation, but rather to dispatch individuals into Xianxia City to ascertain the facts. We must confirm whether their claims hold any truth." As soon as he finished, a chorus of agreement ensued. "Indeed, Masterly speaks wisely. Yes, I share the same sentiment. Absolutely, that is the course of action." However, the question arose, who would take on this task? Amidst the chorus of agreement, a light chuckle rang out. Sitting in his chair, Liu cast a cold glance over the assembly. No one spoke. They were reluctant to take the initiative in this matter, as it would undoubtedly be a thankless endeavor. If this were indeed the Lord of Xianxia Fortress's scheme, the likelihood of those entering Xianxia City returning was slim. Should the loss involve inconsequential individuals, they might accept it more readily, but the ones sent into Xianxia City must be elite. It was now evident that there were three possible scenarios regarding this situation. First, the individuals from Xianxia Fortress might be telling the truth. Second, they could be fabricating lies, and this entire affair could be a ploy by the Lord of Xianxia Fortress to lure an army into the city for an ambush. The third possibility closely resembles the second, contingent upon the premise that this is indeed a scheme orchestrated by the Lord of Xianxia Fortress. However, this time, the ambition of the Lord of Xianxia Fortress is considerably diminished compared to previous scenarios. His sole intention is to lure a few scouts from the allied forces into the city, only to sacrifice them, thereby demonstrating his might against the allies and bolstering the morale of his own troops. The second scenario is particularly terrifying, thus, to prevent its occurrence. All those entering Xianxia Fortress must be thoroughly scrutinized. Yet, who is the Lord of Xianxia Fortress? How could an ordinary person discern his schemes? Therefore, it is imperative to dispatch individuals with formidable cultivation, as only they may uncover the hidden traps. Masterly, you propose this matter. Why not allow your people to enter Xianxia City for reconnaissance? Liu inquired, gazing at the leader of the Hunyuan sword sect with a smile. The relationship between Tainwei and Hunyuan sword sect is notably strained, primarily due to the recent assassination of Qin Yi by Tainwei. As a force supported by the Prime Minister's office in Zhongheng Prefecture, the Hunyuan sword sect was ordered to hunt down members of Tainwei in that region, aiming to teach them a lesson. Although Hunyuan sword sect has since ceased its retaliatory actions, the animosity between the two factions remains far from extinguished. Both sides are eager to witness the other suffer. The leader of Hunyuan sword sect stroked his beard and chuckled. It may not be appropriate for us to venture forth. If this truly is the scheme of the Lord of Xianxia Fortress, he will undoubtedly conceal his elite forces somewhere in the city. and hiding and tracking down individuals is your forte, Qin Yi. Therefore, you are indeed the most suitable choice. Just as Lu was about to counter this assertion, a thought struck him, and he chuckled softly, glancing at the bloodied Qin sitting across from him. When it comes to the art of hiding and seeking, we Qin Yi are indeed proficient, but there are forces not inferior to us. Wouldn't you agree, Master Mu? Qin, unreserved, nodded generously and replied in a calm tone. You are correct. Our Qin Yi building is not lacking compared to your Qin Yi. Very well, Lu's smile broadened. We Qin Yi can send individuals, but to ensure fairness, your Qin Yi building must also dispatch an equal number of people of equivalent cultivation to enter Xianxia City alongside us. This proposal was met with approval from the leader of Hunyuan Sword Sect, who remained unaware that Master Mu of Qin Yi building was, in fact, Qin. In his view, as long as it resulted in Qin Yi's disadvantage, it was satisfactory. The welfare of Qin Yi building was irrelevant to him. Moreover, if the individuals from Qin Yi building could enter Xianxia City alongside those from Qin Yi, the two adversaries would maintain a balance. Should they successfully return from Xianxia City, it would provide him with an additional channel for acquiring intelligence about the fortress's internal affairs. If only Qin Yi's members were to enter upon their return, they could easily distort the truth about the situation within the fortress, and he would be powerless to detect the deception. This is absolutely unacceptable, interjected Deng Huanglong and Bai Yuanfang, who were seated behind Qin. In their perspective, those who ventured into the Xianxia fortress were of at least the seventh realm. Should Qin Xianxia, under the pretense of this matter, allow them or their faction's seventh realm practitioners to enter Xianxia City, the outcome could be favorable if all transpired smoothly. However, should misfortune arise, they stood a significant chance of downfall. For the sake of their lives or their faction's interests, they would undoubtedly refuse, unless the head of the pavilion granted them permission to enter Xianxia City. From further back, Qin Yi rose to speak. Deng Huanglong and Bai Yuanfang turned to him, momentarily taken aback. This is, head of the pavilion. I believe the plan to send someone into Xianxia City is feasible, Bai Yuanfang proclaimed with a bold voice. The majority of the forces in Zhongheng Prefecture were gathered here. We must demonstrate the decisiveness of our Tianyi Tower, rather than allow others to perceive us as timid and ineffectual. If there are fools eager to show off, we shall certainly accommodate them. Indeed, I concur. Deng Huanglong added in agreement. Qin Jinxue's gaze remained tranquil as he turned to Qin Yi and uttered a single word. Reason. Qin Yi clasped his hands and replied with a smile. To report to the head of the pavilion, the reason I agreed has already been articulated by Pavilion Master Bai. As a hall master of Tianyi Tower, if I can bring renown to our establishment, even if I were to meet an unfortunate end, I would consider it a worthy sacrifice. Qin Jinxue's eyes lingered on Qin Yi for a few seconds. One must always deliberate before undertaking any endeavor. With that, he averted his gaze, aware that his third brother had his own schemes, though he remained oblivious to the details and intentions behind them. As Qin Yi had not confided in him. Most importantly, he was unaware of the inherent dangers involved. It seemed necessary to find a moment to discipline him, to instill in him the wisdom of consulting trusted individuals before engaging in perilous actions, thereby mitigating potential risks. Chapter 82. The leader of the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Qin Jinxue cast a cold gaze upon the individuals seated opposite him from Qin Yi. Lu's expression soured. He had initially believed that Tianyi Tower would surely decline. Yet to his surprise, the reality was quite the opposite. Lu scoffed. I overheard your previous conversation. Since you from Tianyi Tower are willing to send someone into the city, we from Qin Yi shall certainly do the same. However, you cannot merely send a practitioner of the fourth realm. It must be at least one of the seventh realm. You are mistaken. I am indeed a practitioner of the seventh realm. After absorbing the power of the demon dragon, Qin Yi extended a finger and unleashed a surge of enhanced spiritual energy. Upon witnessing this, Lu lowered his head. Thus, Qin Yi would also have to dispatch a seventh realm practitioner. He had previously encountered the Lord of Xianxia Fortress and understood his character well. The Lord possessed a modicum of cleverness, yet lacked true wisdom. Thus, he surmised that this time represented the third scenario. The Lord of Xianxia Fortress merely intended to employ a cunning strategy, luring a few members of the allied forces inside, only to subsequently eliminate them as a form of sacrifice. In other words, those who entered Xianxia Fortress were likely to meet their demise. The unwarranted loss of a seventh realm cultivator would pose a significant detriment to the external realm. Lu spoke up, stating, we need not complicate matters. Our choice to act as such merely plays into the hands of the Lord of Xianing Fortress. Regardless of whether he truly escaped with his trusted confidants, we should adhere to our original plan and launch an assault on Xianing City. Should it indeed be a ruse, as the city nears its fall, those lying in wait will undoubtedly emerge to defend. Conversely, even if it is not a ploy, the impact on us would be minimal. At most, we would suffer a few casualties. The various factions present remained silent. Most among them chose to take action against Xianing Fortress, fully aware that failing to eliminate its lord would yield unimaginable repercussions. The opportunities within the secret realm appeared less significant in comparison. However, an attack on Xianing Fortress ultimately fell outside their planned intentions. Should they incur losses that weakened their own strength, creating a wider gap with their competitors, it would indeed be a case of suffering more than gaining. Thus, if it were possible to refrain from action, their inclination would be to avoid confrontation. Ha! A group of inept fools, truly unworthy of strategizing. Liu remarked before turning to leave the grand tent with his subordinates. We shall return to rest. If you do not concur with my proposal, then my faction shall withdraw from this matter. Faced with this situation, Liu employed a rather effective tactic, playing the rogue. Well, my careless words. After all, you cannot do anything to me. You, the external realm, is indeed a collection of untrustworthy insects. In the future, our white dragon sect shall not extend any kindness to the people of the external realm. Indeed, as Liu had anticipated, although those in the grand tent expressed dissatisfaction with the external realm verbally, it remained just that. Words. Lord of the Pavilion, given the current circumstances, shall your external pavilion still proceed? Inquired the leader of the Hunyuan sword sect, addressing Qin Jinxue. Qin Jinxue did not respond immediately. Instead, he sipped his tea, awaiting a reply from the individual capable of determining the matter. Of course we shall proceed. Our external pavilion is not the same as the external realm. We, the external pavilion, shall uphold our commitments, Qin Yi stated with a smile. The leaders of the various factions present felt a slight jolt of surprise. They had not anticipated that, under such circumstances, the people of the external pavilion would willingly accept this task. Henceforth, when engaging in less than honorable endeavors, they would prioritize choosing the external pavilion. The heads of the major factions seemed to comprehend one another's thoughts and nodded in agreement. Very well. The master of the Hunyuan sword sect gazed at Qin Yi, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. After their previous exchange, his fondness for Qin Yi had surged. Young brother, this is a century-old fine wine from my collection. Let us share a drink together. I shall toast to you. As he spoke, the master produced a wine bottle from his storage ring. Qin Yi quickly waved his hand in refusal, stating that drinking was unnecessary. However, Master Li, I wonder if you have some time after the gathering. I have matters I wish to inquire about. Oh, the master of the Hunyuan sword sect raised an eyebrow. After the gathering, Qin Yi followed him directly into another large tent. Upon entering, the master took his seat upon the highest chair and gestured towards a nearby chair, saying, Seat. Qin Yi shook his head, declining the offer. I came to see Master Li to ask if you recognize this. With that, he retrieved a token from his storage ring and held it before him. The master of the Hunyuan sword sect looked at the token with a puzzled expression, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with it. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his face paled as he hastily rummaged through his own storage ring. In a short while, he produced a token that bore a striking resemblance to the one held by Qin Yi, though it was currently pulsating wildly. What transpired next was swift. In the blink of an eye, the master of the Hunyuan sword sect was kneeling before Qin Yi. Li Heng pays his respects to you, my lord. Having not seen the token for a long time, Li Heng did not immediately offer his salute, hoping for the lord's understanding regarding his ignorance of the identity before him. In that moment, the haughty demeanor of the master of the Hunyuan sword sect vanished, replaced by humility. Qin Yi extended his hand to assist Li Heng to his feet, and then removed his mask. Uncle Li, it is I. It has been a long time. The true identity of the master of the Hunyuan sword sect, Li Luo, was actually Li Heng, a formidable figure of the Eighth Realm, and a trusted confidant of Qin Mu Yuan. He had followed Qin Mu Yuan from his humble beginnings all the way to the present, maintaining both a superior subordinate and a friendship. Upon seeing the face beneath the mask, the third young master astonished Li Heng profoundly. Once he regained his composure, Li Heng remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Though I have not been in the capital for many years, I have managed to learn quite a bit about its happenings. The third young master is indeed the son of the esteemed lord, given enough time to shine. Your brilliance will rival that of the lord and the first and second young masters. Vin you replied, Wounded. You have been executing tasks in Zhongheng Prefecture all these years without returning home even once. It must have been arduous for you. It is no trouble. It is my duty, Li Heng responded humbly. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Heng inquired about the perplexity that lingered in his heart. May I ask, third young master, what brings you to Zhongheng Prefecture, and how is it that you have become an assassin for the Tianwai Tower? Li Shu, the young master replied. The circumstances surrounding my presence here are rather intricate and would require considerable time to elucidate. However, my purpose for visiting you this time is of utmost importance, and I seek your assistance. What is it that you require?